Chapter 1. The Broken Engagement. Liu Fei. Let's part ways. You cannot provide me with what I desire. Wang Don words lingered in Liu Fei's mind, an unexpected declaration from his childhood friend and fiancé. In the vastness of the world, my love lies beneath the gentle mountains. The flowers bloom, as Liu Fei pondered. His phone vibrated in his pocket, prompting a bittersweet smile to emerge on his lips. At 26, Liu Fei had just graduated from Greenvine University, only to be met with the heartbreaking news of his childhood sweetheart's decision to end their relationship. His family once thrived by running a furniture factory, attracting clients from miles around. However, as times changed, the demand for traditional furniture waned, leaving Liu Fei's family's business in decline. Noticing the downturn, Liu Fei's father, Liu Qingyang, had hoped to expedite his son's marriage, believing it would fulfill a significant milestone in Liu Fei's life. However, he soon sensed increasing opposition from his prospective mother-in-law regarding the union. Thus, seizing the moment while circumstances still seemed favorable, Liu Qingyang conferred with his wife, Zhou Ling, about arranging Liu Fei's marriage. When Liu Fei saw his father's call, he hesitated to answer, knowing it would likely be another push towards marriage. But with the recent breakup, he wondered who he was supposed to marry now. "Dad, son, has Wang Dan contacted you?" Liu Qingyang inquired, having recently faced Wang Don's father, Wang Changzhong, who had decisively opposed the marriage. "Yes, she just left. Xiao Fei, I need to tell you something. Your uncle Wang has been to our home. They no longer approve of the engagement. Since Wang Dan has reached out to you, try to take it easy and don't dwell on it too much." This call from Liu Qingyang was meant to comfort his son. Fearing he might be overwhelmed by the situation, I realize now that I was too hasty. Clinging to outdated notions of love. Modern romance is distinctly different. "Dad, what are you implying? Do you think my emotional resilience is so fragile?" Yes, it was painful when Wang Dan spoke those words, but what stings more is my failure to recognize her true nature sooner and the money I spent on her. Liu Fei reassured his father, having come to terms with the situation. A materialistic woman, once her desires are unmet, will inevitably depart. Perhaps it was better this way. Had they married, it would have been a far greater sorrow. "Son, you are right. Such a materialistic woman does not deserve to enter our Liu family's home." At this moment, Zhou Ling seized the phone from Liu Qingyang, offering her own admonishments to Liu Fei. "I have long distrusted Wang Dan and her mother, Xieting. When our factory was flourishing, they were all too eager to call me mother-in-law. Your voice is more melodious than anyone else's. However, our factory is struggling, and they no longer value us. It's best to part ways. It's good that we see their true colors early on." Upon hearing his mother's words, Liu Fei felt somewhat speechless. The betrothal had been a result of a drunken pact made between Liu Qingyang and Wang Changzhong, and his mother had never truly consented to it. Yet, once Liu Qingyang had voiced his intentions, retracting them was no easy feat, leaving Liu Fei with no choice but to acquiesce. "My son, what are your plans moving forward? Will you return home?" "I'm not coming back, Mom. I graduated and I intend to seek employment. It's time for me to strive for my future," Liu Fei replied with unwavering confidence, displaying none of the despondency typically associated with a recent heartbreak. "That's my boy. You truly embody my spirit," Liu Qingyang exclaimed, pleased with his son's determination. That a man should be self-reliant. Relying on one's parents is simply unacceptable. "What do you mean that's good?" "Son, heed your mother's advice. If things become too difficult, you can always come home. I've managed to save a little. I can support you," his mother replied. "Come on, dear, I know our finances. When did you manage to save anything?" Liu Qingyang questioned, perplexed by Zhou Ling's assertion. "Rely on you? My son and I would be left to fend for ourselves with nothing. Look at the state of the factory now. I had suggested shutting it down long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now, look where we are, barely surviving." Zhou Ling shot a disdainful glance at Liu Qingyang, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. "All right, son, I'll let you go. It's good to hear you're doing well. Remember, there are plenty of fish in the sea. There are many wonderful women out there." "Understood, Mom," Liu Fei replied, ending the call and taking a moment to compose himself before heading back to his rented apartment. This was the place he had rented during his internship, now imbued with countless cherished memories shared with Wang Dan. Yet, at this moment, Liu Fei was determined to return and dispose of all of Wang Dan's belongings. What purpose do they serve now that they have broken up and called off the engagement? After 2 hours of diligent effort, He had finally cleared out all of Wang Dong possessions and promptly dialed her number. Liu Fei, I've already told you, you cannot provide the life I desire. Please stop pursuing me. Wang Dong's voice resonated through the phone once it connected. You misunderstand. I'm calling to inform you that your belongings are now at the entrance. Please come retrieve them. Liu Fei stated that I no longer need them. Someone else has already purchased new items for me. Do as you wish, she replied, followed by the sound of a dial tone, leaving Liu Fei feeling quite exasperated. With no other option, Liu Fei exerted considerable effort to dispose of all the items in the trash. Afterward, he collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily from the exertion. Wang Dong's possessions had been far too numerous. Now, it finally looks much better, he thought, surveying his tidy home with satisfaction. Previously, when the two individuals cohabited, Wang Dong exhibited a particularly untidy demeanor, while Liu Fei, a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, often found himself at odds with her. Initially, Wang Dong made an effort to tidy up. However, as Liu Fei's family business gradually fell into decline, she ceased her cleaning efforts. This ultimately escalated into disputes between them. Liu Fei now comprehends why Wang Dong eventually dared to confront him, realizing she had long intended to part ways. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Fei decided to rise and quench his thirst and tea. That juncture, his phone chimed once more. He initially presumed it might be Wang Dong calling to retrieve her belongings. However, upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 2, Do I Have a Daughter? After a brief hesitation, Liu Fei pressed the button to connect the call. Hello, who is this? Are you Liu Fei? The voice on the other end inquired. Yes, that's me. Liu Fei responded, a sense of bewilderment washing over him, especially upon recognizing that the voice was that of a woman, melodious and enchanting. Do you remember the walnut bar from 2 years ago? The voice transported Liu Fei back into the recesses of his memory. It was a summer 2 years prior when he and Wang Dong had a tumultuous breakup, leaving his spirits rather low. In an attempt to drown his sorrows, he ventured into the bar, where he unexpectedly struck up a conversation with a beautiful woman sitting beside him. They both indulged in drink until they were inebriated, ultimately ending up at a hotel. The following morning, he awoke alone, with nothing but a stain of crimson on his sheets. Liu Fei had never confided in anyone about this incident, not even after reconciling with Wang Dong. It's you. Where are you now? Your daughter wishes to meet you. The cold voice on the line pierced through Liu Fei's thoughts, devoid of any emotion. I'm at Building 7, Unit 613 in Yuecheng Huafu. Wait there. We will arrive shortly. Before Liu Fei could utter another word, the call was abruptly terminated. He pondered the situation, reminiscing about the past. He had returned to the bar in hopes of a chance encounter, but to no avail. Attempts to review the bar surveillance footage were met with refusal. It wasn't that Liu Fei wished to evade responsibility. Rather, he was at a loss as to how to assume it. Gradually, he buried the memory deep within his mind. Meanwhile, in a lavish office, an elegant woman stood by the window. Indeed, she was the one who had just spoken to Liu Fei, Su Han. She was the president of her family's conglomerate, the Su Group, a business empire meticulously built by her father, Su He. Su He had only one daughter. Her mother had passed away when Su Han was very young, and he had never remarried, having loved his wife dearly. Consequently, he devoted all his attention and energy to his company and daughter, which led to their present success. Mommy, Mommy, a sweet voice interrupted Su Han's reverie. Cece, you're awake. Su Han rushed to greet her and lifted Su Cece into her arms. Indeed, after that fateful night, Su Han discovered she was pregnant. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose to bring the child into the world. The reason she had gone to the bar that night was due to her boyfriend of 4 years deciding to study abroad, a proposal she vehemently opposed, leading to his abrupt decision to break up with her. Su Han felt utterly disheartened, realizing that their shared memories paled in comparison to his opportunity for further education. When Sui discovered that his daughter was pregnant, he was furious. He demanded to know the identity of the child's father, but was met with silence, which only fueled his anger further. Despite his anger, he did not make things difficult for his daughter. He understood the arduous journey of a woman during pregnancy for 10 months. Since his daughter was reluctant to speak, he decided to refrain from asking and opted for discreet investigation instead. However, after much effort, Su-he was unable to uncover any information. The reason Su-han reached out to Liu Fei was that his daughter, Su-cc, incessantly inquired about her father. While others had their fathers taking them out to play, she could only go out with her mother. Su-han found himself at a loss for words regarding his daughter's innocent questions. "Mom, you said we would find Dad when I wake up. Let's go find him." "All right, I will take my little princess to find her father, shall we?" "Yes, you're the best, Mom." Quiche. Upon hearing her mother's promise, Su-cc eagerly planted a kiss on Su-han's cheek. "Xiaozhong, send a car. I need to go to Yuecheng Huafu," Su-han instructed after receiving her daughter's affection, promptly dialing his office phone to speak with his secretary, Zhang Ku. "Understood, President," Zhang Ku replied. After acknowledging Su-han, she sent a message to her chairman, Su-he. "Chairman, the president is taking Cece to find her father." Once sent, she deleted the message and proceeded to arrange for transportation. At that moment, Su-he was in a meeting and, upon receiving a text on his secondary phone, he disregarded the curious glances of others and checked the message. Zhang Ku, chosen by Su-he as Su-han's secretary, was also his informant. When Su-he failed to gather any leads previously, he realized the need to approach Su-han, for she alone possessed the knowledge he sought. Today's meeting is adjourned. We shall reconvene tomorrow. I have matters to attend to, Su-he declared before rising to leave, leaving the attendees in a state of bewilderment. In their experience, such demeanor from the chairman was only observed during critical company crises. "President, the car is ready," Zhang Ku informed Su-han as she entered. "All right, let us go, Cece." "Okay, Mommy, let us find Daddy," Su-cc exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. "Be careful, don't fall," Su-han cautioned, quickly supporting her. As the trio descended to the ground floor, the driver was already waiting. "Let us go," Zhang Ku instructed the driver, who then set off towards Huacheng Uefu. Unbeknownst to Su-han that his father, Su-he, was trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was on edge, feeling anxious. He never anticipated he had a daughter. However, he harbored doubts, for if it were true, it would seem an unfortunate stroke of luck. "President, we have arrived," Zhang Ku announced to Su-han. "Wait for me here. I'll be back shortly," Su-han said before stepping out with Su-cc. His intention was for Su-cc to meet Liu Fei just once, as their encounter was serendipitous, and there was no need to bind them together indefinitely. After Su-han alighted from the vehicle, she proceeded towards building number 7. Upon reaching room 613, she knocked on the door. The sudden sound startled Liu Fei, who was deep in thought in the living room. Ding! The system detected that the host's biological daughter was just outside the door, awakening the good father system. The system issued the following tasks. 1. Choose to acknowledge your daughter, and the reward will be a villa in Mingyun Tiancheng, which can be claimed directly from the property management. 2. Choose to evade and not recognize your biological daughter, with a reward of 100,000 in cash, but you shall never meet again. Please make your selection. Chapter 3. This is also my daughter. Upon hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Liu Fei was momentarily dazed. Good father? What on earth is this? He muttered to himself. However, it was evident that the good father system had no intention of engaging with him, mechanically inquiring, "How does the host choose?" "I choose option 1, to acknowledge my daughter." Since the system had presented the choice, it was clear that the person outside was indeed his biological daughter, and recognition was essential. The system had made it abundantly clear that if he chose not to recognize her, this would be the last time he would see her. The host has made a choice. The villa in Mingyun Tiancheng has been legally transferred to the host's name, and it can be collected directly from the property management. The host officially embarks on the journey of fatherhood, receiving a novice reward of 2 million and master-level culinary skills. Liu Fei listened to the system's voice, still somewhat bewildered, until he heard a notification from his mobile phone. It dawned on him that this was not a dream. Your account ending in 0252 has received a deposit of 2 million yuan on June 15th at 1426, with a balance of 2,396,615 yuan. Seeing the balance on his phone, Liu Fei felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. After all, the money had indeed been credited. He soon realized a wealth of culinary knowledge flooding into his mind, filling him with confidence. He could even make a dish as simple as a leaf taste exquisite. With this newfound assurance, supported by 2 million in savings and a villa in the finest neighborhood of Greenvine City. Mingyun Tianqing is the most prestigious villa complex, home to the affluent. Liu Fei felt exceptionally capable. Meanwhile, outside the door, Su Han, noticing no signs of it opening, felt a twinge of frustration. Just as she was about to knock again, Liu Fei opened the door. As the door swung open, he was met with Su Han's breathtakingly beautiful visage, and a singular thought occupied his mind. So stunning. Hello there. Liu Fei greeted Su Han, but she did not respond. At that moment, Su Cici, peeking from behind Su Han, spoke up. Are you my daddy? Hearing the endearing voice, Liu Fei's gaze dropped, and he finally noticed Su Cici. Clad in a charming little dress, she appeared exceedingly adorable, instantly endearing herself to Liu Fei. Perhaps due to the bond of blood, Susie exhibited no fear of Liu Fei. Instead, she gradually approached him. Indeed, I am your father, Liu Fei remarked with a smile, directed at Susie. Upon hearing his words, Susie turned her gaze toward her mother, Su Han. Yes, he is indeed your father, Su Han confirmed, prompting Susie to embrace Liu Fei's leg. Oh, she now has a father. She now has a father. Liu Fei, in turn, lifted Susie into the air and caught her as she descended. Come inside. It is inappropriate to linger at the door. After uttering this, Liu Fei carried his daughter, Susie, into his home. At that moment, Su Han hesitated at the threshold, having noticed upon first glance that Liu Fei appeared even more handsome than before. After much deliberation, she stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Is your name she? Liu Fei inquired. Yes, Daddy, it is the name Mommy chose for me. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Liu Fei replied as he settled onto the sofa, engaging in conversation with Susie. Daddy, where have you been all this time? You never came to see me. Mommy said you went far away. Is that true? Liu Fei found himself both amused and bewildered by Susie's question, glancing at Su Han. Aware of Liu Fei's gaze, Su Han offered an explanation. During that period, I knew you were still in school, so I used that as an excuse. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei contemplated how distant his future daughter-in-law seemed. Pa. Future daughter-in-law? Nothing has been established yet. Noticing Liu Fei's silence, Su Han, uncertain of his thoughts, continued. Rest assured, my intention in coming here is not to hold you accountable. I merely wish for she to know she has a father, just like the other children. After we return, I will explain everything to her. We shall not intrude upon your life. Liu Fei remained silent in response to Su Han's words. Carrying Susie into his room, he recalled that he still had several cloth dolls from when he had previously collected them with Wang Dan. Liu Fei thought it would bring some vitality to the home, so he had not discarded them. Indeed, they now served a purpose. He could use them to amuse the child. This is Daddy's favorite doll. Would you like to play with it while I speak with Mommy? Okay, but Daddy, can she get on the bed? Of course, Liu Fei affirmed. Upon hearing this, Susie removed her shoes and dashed onto Liu Fei's bed to play, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as he had intended to assist her with her shoes. However, seeing that Susie was already engaged in play, Liu Fei returned to the living room and poured a glass of water for Su Han. Please have a seat. Let us converse. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han hesitated briefly before taking a seat. She had already prepared herself for the worst-case scenario, which would merely involve giving Liu Fei a sum of money. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Fei. I am 26 years old, and I have recently graduated from Greenvine University. Upon hearing this, Su Han became perplexed by Liu Fei's intentions and turned her gaze towards him, awaiting his next words. May I inquire your name? Since you already have a daughter. Such a request should not be excessive, should it? Su Han replied coldly. Su Han, a name that resonates with an aura of frost. As she was about to retort, Liu Fei continued, Since you brought she to find me, you implicitly acknowledge me as her father. As her father, I have a responsibility towards her. She is my daughter, and I will not allow her childhood to be devoid of paternal love. No, I disagree. Our encounter was merely a coincidence. Nevertheless, that does not alter the fact that she is my daughter. Chapter 4. Negotiating terms. Liu Fei was acutely aware of Su Han's intentions. She wished to evade responsibility. However, he could not bear the thought of abandoning such a lovely daughter. and his conscience would not allow it. I sought you out previously, but unfortunately, I was unable to locate you again, and the hotel refused access to the surveillance footage. Now that you have come to me, regardless of the reason, I shall fulfill my obligations." As he spoke, Liu Fei maintained steady eye contact with Su Han, conveying a sense of sincerity, which reflected his genuine sentiments. "No, it suffices for she to know that she has a father. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself. I can provide for her needs." Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han shook her head resolutely, rejecting his proposal. Liu Fei, upon receiving her response, rose and fixed his gaze intently upon her. "You are the president of the Su Corporation?" Liu Fei recognized Su Han's identity. "Since you are aware of who I am, consider that night 2 years ago merely a dream. I understand that she will become a burden for you. Perhaps it would be best if we refrain from disrupting each other's lives." At this juncture, Liu Fei felt a surge of frustration. It was evident that she intended to prevent him from seeing his daughter in the future. This cannot be allowed. "How about this? I would like to see her occasionally. I trust you would not wish for her childhood to lack a father's love. I promise not to intrude upon your lives, only to appear when needed." Hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han reluctantly nodded in agreement, recognizing that he genuinely believed she to be his daughter. There was no dramatic request for a paternity test, and for this reason, Su Han found Liu Fei to be somewhat agreeable. In truth, Liu Fei was not lacking in physical appeal. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing only 130 pounds, he could be considered acceptable in Su Han's eyes. "Very well, you have my number. If she wishes to reach out to me, I shall always be available." Liu Fei understood that this was the best outcome he could hope for. Should he utter another word, he might unwittingly invite unforeseen consequences. He was well aware of the influence wielded by the Su group. However, reflecting on previous news, he was astounded to discover that the illegitimate daughter of the Su group's president was, in fact, his own. "Daddy, will you come play with me and my dolls?" "Of course, that's not a problem at all." Upon hearing his daughter's request, Liu Fei immediately picked up Su Cici and returned to his room, where they began to engage in a delightful game of house. Su Han, observing this scene, felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her, leaving her in deep contemplation. At the entrance of Huaqing UFU community, Chairman Zhang Ku, upon seeing his chairman's car arrive, promptly entered the vehicle of Chairman Suhi and Su Han. "The president has gone inside, but where exactly, I cannot say. She did not permit me to follow nor divulge her destination." "All right, I understand. You may return now, and do exercise caution." At this moment, Suhi was no longer anxious, knowing that she was within the vicinity of the community. He could afford to take his time investigating, as it had already been quite a while, and he was not particularly concerned about the fleeting moments. Once Zhang Ke exited the vehicle, Suhi turned to the driver beside him. "As soon as the young lady emerges, initiate an immediate review of the surveillance footage from this community. I must ascertain her identity." "Understood." Unbeknownst to Suhi, after Su Han departed, Liu Fei had moved his residence. Watching the two play inside the room, Su Han felt an unusual sense of relaxation and began to examine Liu Fei's room. It was impeccably tidy, presenting a pleasing aesthetic. It appeared that he was a person who cherished cleanliness. However, Su Han found it peculiar that there were no female items present. She had previously investigated Liu Fei and was aware that he had a fiancée, which was a primary reason she had refrained from contacting him. Ding! The host has completed a personal interaction with their child, earning one legally sourced Audi A6. Now parked in the downstairs parking space. Please check the bedside table for collection. While playing with Su Cici, Liu Fei was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. "Daddy, why'd you stop moving?" "Cici, Daddy is just going to grab something from that spot." "Let me check, all right?" Liu Fei pointed towards the bedside table. "Okay, Daddy." He swiftly approached the bedside table and upon opening it, indeed found 2 keys to an Audi A6. Liu Fei felt a surge of joy. After all, he was now a man with a car, a home, and a child. As for a wife, he thought of Su Han's demeanor and decided to postpone that discussion for another time. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. "Cici, it's time for us to leave." Su Han stood at the door, addressing her daughter. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and if Liu Fei's girlfriend were to return, misunderstandings could arise. Although the room bore no evidence of a woman's presence, one could never be certain that they did not cohabit. Mother, I wish to stay with father a little longer. Let's wait a while and have dinner before we leave. Liu Fei implored Su Han, as he had not yet had his fill of playing with his daughter. No, it might not be appropriate later. We should depart now. Is there a matter at the company? No. Sondiblade, checking Kherkiv. She had postponed numerous engagements today just to be able to step out. Is it that your secretary and driver are waiting anxiously downstairs? Not that either. At 3 o'clock, Su Han had instructed Zhang Ku and the driver to return, initially thinking their meeting would be brief. To her surprise, Liu Fei had not even inquired whether she was his biological daughter, immediately asserting his responsibility, which disrupted Su Han's plans. Thus, she had no choice but to let Zhang Ke leave first, resolving to take a taxi back later, if necessary. Then let us linger a little longer. Rest assured, no one will come. I am alone. Liu Fei seemed to sense Su Han's apprehensions and reassured her. Yet, he too felt a sigh of relief, grateful that he had discarded all of Wang Dan's belongings. Otherwise, unnecessary complications might have arisen. Mommy, can we play with Daddy a little longer? At that moment, Su Cece also made her request to Su Han. All right, Cece, let's play a little longer. Where's the supermarket around here? Cece will soon be hungry. I shall buy something to prepare for her. After responding to Su Cece, Su Han turned to Liu Fei with her inquiry. Since weaning, all of Su Cece's meals had been prepared by Su Han herself. If she didn't know how, she would learn online, as she found solace in her own creations. Allow me. Today is the perfect occasion for you both to experience my culinary skills. You stay here with her for a while. I shall return swiftly. It was a jest, as he had finally received the gift of masterful culinary skills from the system, and he could not resist the opportunity to impress Su Han. Chapter 5. The culinary skills of a good father. Are you capable? Su Han expressed disbelief upon hearing Liu Fei's declaration. Could a grown man truly cook? You both wait here. I am home alone, and no one will come. If someone knocks, do not open the door. I have the keys. Liu Fei donned his shoes and stepped outside to procure groceries, taking his car keys with him. Though Su Han was unaware of this action, Liu Fei wondered if indeed an Audi A6 awaited him downstairs. Mommy, will you come up and play with me? Su Cece asked as Liu Fei exited. After a moment's hesitation, Su Han inexplicably removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, as it was June, and she was wearing high heels. Upon reaching downstairs, Liu Fei was delighted to discover an Audi A8 parked in the space. Pressing the key fob, the Audi blinked twice. Opening the passenger door, he found the vehicle registration and insurance papers on the seat, and upon seeing his name, he felt reassured. After placing the documents in the glove compartment, he promptly headed to the market to buy groceries. As Liu Fei, who possesses masterful culinary skills, contemplated what Su Cece should eat, he decided to prepare a simple yet delightful dinner consisting of egg tofu soup with scallions, poached shrimp, braised beef with tomatoes, and lettuce sautéed in oyster sauce and garlic. With the menu firmly in mind, he set about his tasks. While Song was entertaining Su Cece, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Dad, where have you taken Cece? I haven't seen you both in the office, Su he inquired, his voice tinged with concern as the afternoon wore on without a sight of his daughter and granddaughter. I'm just taking Cece out to play. We'll be back later, Su Han replied, fabricating a small lie, careful not to reveal her true intention of seeking out Cece's father, lest Su he come rushing over. All right then, enjoy yourselves. Su he responded, sensing his daughter's reluctance to share details, and ended the call. Mom, was that Grandpa calling? Did he want us to come back? Su Cece asked eagerly after witnessing her mother hang up. Yes, he was asking when we would return, Su Han confirmed. Mom, can we stay out a bit longer? I want to sleep with Daddy, Su Cece pleaded. No, your father just returned from a long journey and needs his rest. You're the best, Cece. We mustn't disturb him, right? Su Han quickly refused, contemplating the absurdity of staying out any longer. All right then, Su Cece acquiesced, sensing her mother's growing irritation. At that moment, someone was unlocking the door. Su Han recognized it was Liu Fei returning. Daddy's home, Su Cece exclaimed, leaping off the bed and rushing towards him. Cece, slow down, Liu Fei called out, laden with items and unable to embrace her at the moment. Su Cece, undeterred, wrapped her arms around his legs. Cece, please let go of Daddy. I have something in my hands. Once I set this down, I'll lift you up high, okay? Mm. Upon hearing the promise of being lifted, Su Cece released her grip. After placing the items in the kitchen and washing his hands, Liu Fei lifted Su Cece high into the air. However, as he passed his bedroom, he noticed Su Han sitting on the edge of the bed, putting on her shoes, clearly having just played with Cece. Cece, are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat? Liu Fei inquired as he held her aloft. Yes, Daddy. I want to eat what you make. All right. Watch some TV for a bit, and I'll have dinner ready shortly. Daddy, I want to watch Chibi Maruko-chan. Of course. Liu Fei placed Su Cece on the sofa, turned on the television, and found her requested show, which began to play. Sorry for getting your bed dirty. We were just playing there for a while. Su-han said as she emerged to speak to Liu Fei. Don't worry about it. You keep an eye on her, and I'll prepare the meal for you both, he reassured her. Upon hearing Su-han's words, Liu Fei smiled and then entered the kitchen to busy himself. Meanwhile, Su-han settled onto the sofa, and this scene stirred something within her. However, she was aware that she could not linger in such thoughts. She knew that if her father were to discover that Su Cece's father was merely a recent graduate, he would undoubtedly dissuade her from associating with Liu Fei. After all, she could barely support herself, let alone the two of them. Although Su-han currently held the position of president at Su Corp, the real power still resided with Su-he. If Liu Fei were to pursue a connection with her corporation, it could lead to disastrous consequences for Su Corporation. It seemed prudent to have a conversation with Cece about limiting her interactions with her father. In the kitchen, Liu Fei swiftly began his culinary endeavors, feeling as if the knives and utensils were old friends, familiar and comfortable in his hands. Half an hour later, he had prepared egg and tofu soup, poached shrimp, and lettuce sautéed with garlic and oyster sauce, with a tomato-braised beef brisket set to finish in 10 minutes. Placing the 3 dishes on the dining table, he went to his room to fetch a new towel. Dinner is ready. Please wash your hands and prepare, he announced, holding the pristine towel, untouched until now. All right, Su-han responded, taking the towel from him. Daddy, your cooking smells wonderful, Su Cece exclaimed as she dashed over, inhaling the delightful aroma. Then hurry and wash your hands, Liu Fei urged. Okay, Su-han said, leading Su Cece to the washroom while Liu Fei returned to the kitchen to serve the final dish. Soon, the 3 of them sat together at the dining table. Daddy, this looks delicious. It's far more appealing than what Mommy makes, Su Cece remarked. Su-han was equally surprised. Liu Fei's culinary skills were indeed impressive, and the dishes were not only visually appealing, but also fragrant. All right, let us eat. Today's meal is dedicated to Cece. I'm unsure of your preferences, but next time, please do share, and I shall prepare something special for you, Liu Fei said as he offered the chopsticks. I'll fetch a towel for Cece to use as a napkin. We wouldn't stain her clothes, he added, rising to retrieve it, having forgotten to buy one earlier until he saw Su Cece seated at the table. How considerate, Suan used. Chapter 6. Future plans. Once Liu Fei returned with the towel, the family of 3 commenced their first meal together. To Su-han's astonishment, Liu Fei's culinary skills were commendable, prompting her to indulge heartily. Your cooking is quite impressive, she remarked after finishing her meal, an unusual compliment from her. Really? Thank you for the kind words. I'd be delighted to cook for you again, Liu Fei replied, genuinely pleased, knowing such praise from a mother carried significant weight. Cece, shall we be on our way? Su-han said, noticing they had finished their meal. Mommy, can I come play with Daddy again tomorrow? Cece asked sweetly. Be good, my dear. Daddy has other matters to attend to, Su-han replied gently. Upon hearing Su Cece's words, Su-han immediately felt a slight headache. However, she understood that Liu Fei had just graduated and likely had little time. She directly declined Su Cece's request, reasoning that although Liu Fei's current residence was quite splendid, one could never be certain how long he could stay there. Finding a job after graduation was indeed challenging, with salaries being rather meager. I have time lately. If you find it overwhelming, feel free to call me, Liu Fei interjected at an opportune moment. What time do you have? You should be concentrating on finding a job instead of idling at home, Su-han retorted, knowing that Liu Fei's words would undoubtedly lead Su Cece to cling to her even more. There's nothing more important than a daughter. Your work must keep you very busy, reducing your available time. I can accompany Cece then, Liu Fei replied, bending down to pinch Su Cece's cheek. Does Cece enjoy having Daddy watch over her? Yes, of course. Cece loves it when Daddy looks at me. The two of them then resumed their affectionate interaction. All right, I will call you later, Su-han conceded, realizing she had no other choice. After all, having a father's companionship during her daughter's childhood was indeed a blessing. Moreover, Liu Fei was quite handsome. Well, never mind that. Okay. Cece, let us go. Soin instructive. Goodbye, Daddy. Su Cece politely bid farewell to Liu Fei. How are you getting home? Take a taxi? I've already sent the driver away. If you don't mind, I can give you a ride. How can you give us a ride? It's not like you have a car, Su-han replied with a roll of her eyes, aware that Liu Fei was indeed without a vehicle. Surely you wouldn't expect me to take a taxi to drop you off and then return. If that's the case, it's unnecessary. Liu Fei did not argue with Su-han. Instead, he intended to astound her. After speaking, he picked up Su Cece. Yay, Daddy is taking Cece home. Watching Liu Fei and Su Cece walk out the door, Su-han felt speechless but followed them downstairs. Once they reached the ground floor, Su-han took out her phone. What are you doing? Calling a cab. If you wish to drive us, then do so. I've already told you it's not needed. I can drive you. I have a car, Liu Fei insisted, promptly pulling out his keys and pressing a button, causing the Audi parked nearby to flash its lights. Get in. Liu Fei approached and opened the car door, gesturing for Su-han to enter. Is this your car? Yes, it is. Surely, you don't think I would rent a car just to impress you? I find that unnecessary. Get in, otherwise we'll be stuck in rush hour traffic. Liu Fei signaled again, and as soon as Su Cece saw the open door, she eagerly climbed inside, followed by Su-han. Once Liu Fei entered the car, he started the engine. Where do you live? At Mingyun Tiancheng. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei immediately turned to look at Su-han, yet his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. What a coincidence. Meanwhile, Su-han, noticing Liu Fei's reaction, remained silent, believing she had startled him. After all, Mingyun Tiancheng is the premier villa district in Liftang City, inhabited by affluent individuals. Su had also purchased a villa there, and Su-han lived with her father in the very same community. It's nothing. I'll tell you later. Liu Fei chose not to disclose his ownership of a villa in Mingyun Tiancheng to Su-han, deciding it was best to postpone the conversation. He started the car and set off towards the villa district. Although Su-han was unaware of the implications behind Liu Fei's words, she refrained from probing further. Sitting quietly in the back seat and gazing out the window, no one could discern her thoughts. Ever since Liu Fei had driven off, she had been lost in contemplation. Upon arriving at Mingyun Tiancheng, Liu Fei dropped off Su-han and her sister, Su Cece. Goodbye, Daddy. Su Cece waved at Liu Fei. Goodbye, Cece. He replied to Su-han. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll come pick her up. All right. Su-han responded succinctly before leading Su Cece back to their villa. After ensuring they were inside, Liu Fei drove towards the property management office, eager to retrieve the keys to his newly awarded house. Being the top-rated villa district, it was no surprise that the property management was staffed around the clock. Hello, whom are you looking for? The property manager inquired as Liu Fei approached. Hello, my name is Liu Fei. Oh, Mr. Liu, we have a completed property for you. Here are the keys and the title deed. The manager quickly rose, fetching the document from a cabinet behind him and handing them to Liu Fei. Please take care of these, Mr. Liu, he added, offering 2 keys and the property deed. Thank you, Liu Fei replied, accepting the items before returning to his car. Driving home, upon arriving at Huaqing Ufu, he tidied up the dishes from dinner and then lay down on his bed. Honestly, this day felt surreal, as if he had stumbled into a dream, having unexpectedly gained a daughter. Ding! The system announced a reward of 1 million cash for Liu Fei returning the mother and child home. After registering the system's voice in his mind, his phone chimed again with an incoming transaction notification, which he casually set aside, choosing not to dwell on it further. Now, it was time for him to meticulously plan his future, as he was no longer in a position where one person's sustenance sufficed for all. Chapter 7. Suhi calls for Liu Fei. This day felt dreamlike, as he had inexplicably acquired a daughter. However, it cannot be deemed entirely unwarranted, for 2 years ago, I did indeed engage in a relationship with the child's mother. Subsequently, I inexplicably acquired a good father system, which miraculously augmented my bank account by 3 million. bestowed upon me an Audi, and granted me possession of the finest villa in Greenvine City. Additionally, my culinary skills have remarkably improved. In the past, such an outcome would have been unfathomable to Liu Fei. Presently, Liu Fei finds himself at a loss regarding his next steps. His university major was finance, yet, given the current circumstances, it appears that his studies may prove to be of little relevance. Su Han, the president of the Su Group, is undoubtedly occupied and likely lacks the time to attend to the needs of the child. Liu Fei contemplates assuming responsibility for the child's daily life to alleviate some of the mother's burdens. The crux of the matter is that Liu Fei's identity seems rather awkward. It appears that Su Han holds little interest in him. The only reason she acknowledges his presence is due to his connection as the father of Su Cece. Were it not for this bond, it is likely she would not even spare him a glance. Contemplating this, Liu Fei can't help but smile wryly. While preparing a meal, he has entertained the thought of pursuing Su Han, yet the disparity between them is daunting. How could he possibly pursue her? Although he possesses 3 million in savings. For someone of her stature, this amount is trivial, akin to having a few dollars compared to her wealth in the billions. Liu Fei has sought counsel from the system, but it seems indifferent, only surfacing sporadically to present choices or to acknowledge tasks he unwittingly completes, or at least that is his current belief. Take, for instance, when he recently returned Su Han and her child home. Although there was no triggered task, he still received a reward upon arrival. Perhaps it is best to stop overthinking and take each day as it comes. Having a daughter is indeed a blessing. If need be, he can simply choose to remain unmarried for life. After dismissing his convoluted thoughts, Liu Fei prepared for bed. Yet before sleeping, he saved Su Han's phone number. Upon opening his WeChat, he discovered a friend request from Su Han, which he promptly accepted. However, after doing so, she did not send him a message. Upon returning home, so he was sitting on the sofa watching television. "Grandpa, we're back," Su Cece exclaimed, bouncing over to hug him. "Cece, where did you go today?" Su inquired. "Grandpa, I visited Daddy today, and his cooking was delicious. I ate so much that my tummy is all around," Su Cece said, patting her stomach for him to see. As Su Han overheard Su Cece sharing details about Liu Fei, she quickly interjected, hoping to prevent her from disclosing their meeting. "What's wrong? Don't you want to share anything with me?" He inquired of Su Han, for previously, when he had asked, Su Han had resolutely remained silent. However, today he unexpectedly brought Su Cece to meet his biological father, prompting Su He to question him. "This matter is not one I wish to discuss," Su Han replied, steadfastly refusing to divulge Liu Fei's identity to Su He. "Child, is it truly so difficult to share this with me? I do not intend to speak ill of anyone. You both have children now. Allow me to assess his character, if you will. Should his character prove commendable, even if you two have no ties, he remains Cece's father, and I would not oppose your acquaintance. Conversely, if his character is lacking, then I shall prevent Cece from meeting him." Upon hearing his father's words, Su Han fell silent for a moment before seating himself across from Su He. "2 years ago, when my university boyfriend went abroad, I sought solace in a bar. We both became inebriated, and it was during that night that Cece came to be. He was a university student then and has only recently graduated. I am unaware of his current endeavors. However, he must possess some merit, for he drives an Audi A6 and is quite skilled in the kitchen. That is all I know." Su Han relayed to Su He all that he knew. "What is his name?" "Liu Fei, from Greenvine University." After hearing Su Han's words, Su He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Please assist me in obtaining information about a student from Greenvine University who just graduated this year, named Liu Fei." He then hung up. "Xiao Han, your mother departed early, and I raised you with great effort. Yet, living in a single-parent household has shaped your reclusive nature. I trust you do not wish for Cece to follow in your footsteps. When you have the opportunity, bring him home so I may meet him. I shall not speak ill of him." "Very well," Su Han replied, not refusing her father this time, but rather agreeing. "However, grant me some time to arrange it." "Agreed." Seeing his daughter acquiesce, Su He resumed playing with his granddaughter. "Cece, are you still hungry? If so, grandfather can have someone prepare a meal for you. What does that sound?" "Grandfather, I ate a great deal and am quite full. However, I feel a bit sleepy, and I wish to rest." "All right, let us go. I shall take you to bathe, and after you wash up, you may sleep. Su-Han led Su Cece to wash up, preparing for their bath. After half an hour, Su-He received the complete dossier on Liu Fei and began perusing the details. However, upon discovering that Liu Fei had a fiancée, he was filled with indignation. At that moment, he yearned to confront Su-Han and inquire about this fiancée. Yet, recalling that Su-Han had mentioned their encounter was a result of drunkenness, he deemed it less surprising. He resolved to clarify the matter when he first met Liu Fei. The following day, everything returned to normal. Su-Han resumed her work, bringing Su Cece along with her. Upon awakening, Liu Fei's first task was to seek out a moving company. Hello, is this a moving company? I wish to relocate. The cost? That can be negotiated. Please come to my residence at Building 7, Room 613 of Huaching Uefu, and transport my belongings to Minjianshan City, Building 1, Courtyard 1. After confirming the details, Liu Fei hung up the phone and awaited the arrival of the movers. Previously, Liu Fei would have enlisted a group of close friends to assist him with his move. However, it was now evident that hiring a moving company was the more practical choice. Once the movers arrived, they promptly began packing Liu Fei's possessions and transported them to Minjianshan City. After everything was settled, Liu Fei found himself seated in his new living room, lost in thought. He never imagined he would one day own such a spacious house, although it felt somewhat vacant when occupied solely by himself. He contemplated inviting his parents to join him, but hesitated. Revealing to them that he had a daughter might be too much for them to bear. Knowing his father's temperament, he feared he might receive a reprimand. Just then, Liu Fei's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Hello, is this Liu Fei? A middle-aged man's voice came through the receiver, leaving Liu Fei somewhat perplexed. This is Liu Fei. May I ask who is calling? My name is Su-He, the father of Su-Han and the grandfather of Cece. Liu Fei realized that this call was from Su-He. After reviewing Liu Fei's information the previous day, Su-He had been distracted and had longed to inquire about Liu Fei's relationship with Su-Han upon arriving at the office today. However, he had initially restrained himself, ultimately succumbing to the urge to reach out. Good day, uncle. Upon realizing he was speaking to Su-Han's father, Liu Fei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Where are you? I would like to meet. Uncle, Liu Fei intended to disclose his location, but reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate to summon an elder to him. Instead, he replied, Uncle, where are you? I will come to you. I am at the Su Group building. Please come over. I will notify the front desk, and you may come directly up. After relaying this information, Su-He promptly hung up. Liu Fei, wishing to say more, was met with a dial tone, eliciting a wry smile as he pondered that this must be a summons to account for himself. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Mission issued. Meet Su-Han's father, Su-He. Reward, extensive business knowledge. Refusal to meet Su-He will result in a severely negative impression, hindering future relationship improvements. Please make your choice. As Liu Fei stood in contemplation, he hesitated before responding to the system. The system acknowledged the host selection, and knowledge was promptly imparted. Moments later, Liu Fei found himself inundated with a wealth of business acumen. Within 3 minutes, he had assimilated the information, bolstering his confidence to meet Su-Han's father. He felt prepared to answer any inquiries that might arise. Subsequently, Liu Fei tidied himself and drove towards the Su Group headquarters. Upon arriving and parking, he gazed at the imposing edifice before him, feeling a sense of grandeur. Hello, I seek your chairman. My name is Liu Fei, he announced. Please follow me. The chairman has instructed that you go directly to see him upon your arrival. The receptionist replied, leading him to the elevator. Liu Fei's nerves began to surface. Chapter 8. A conversation with the father-in-law. After consulting with Su-He, the receptionist promptly guided Liu Fei to the chairman's office. At that moment, Su-He sat upright, preparing to scrutinize the young man who was soon to enter. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was increasingly anxious in the elevator, as this was his first encounter with what could potentially be his father-in-law, especially given the circumstances surrounding their daughter. The receptionist brought Liu Fei to the door of Su-He's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The chairman is ready to see you. All right, you may leave. Su-He instructed the receptionist. Upon her exit, she closed the door behind her. Please have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? No, thank you, uncle, Liu Fei replied, sitting down. The tension he initially felt began to dissipate. After all, in such encounters, dominance often hinges on perception. You are Liu Fei, Xixie's father? He inquired, his expression stern, making Liu Fei feel as though he were under scrutiny. Yes, uncle, I am Liu Fei, Xixie's father. However, I wish to clarify the circumstances surrounding the situation. At that time, there is no need for explanations. Since you are Xixie's father, I, as her grandfather, shall not interfere in her relationship with her father. However, could you elucidate why you have only now chosen to appear? Liu Fei found himself momentarily at a loss, sensing that perhaps the father-in-law was unaware of the entire situation. Uncle, the truth is, I had an unexpected encounter with Su Han after a night of revelry. I sought her out the following day and the day after that, but to no avail. The bar refused to release the surveillance footage. Had Su Han not approached me yesterday, I would remain oblivious to my fatherhood. As he concluded, a bittersweet smile crept upon his face. And what of your fiancé, Sui pressed. Upon hearing Sui's words, Liu Fei felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It appeared that his father-in-law had thoroughly investigated him. Fortunately, Wang Dan had initiated the breakup, or else it would have been quite difficult to explain. That was an arranged engagement set up by my parents, but the breakup occurred yesterday. A breakup? Why? Is it because of Cici? Not exactly. My family runs a furniture factory, which has been struggling and on the verge of bankruptcy for the past 2 years. Yesterday, she told me that she could not have the life she desired with me. Shortly thereafter, I received a call from Su Han stating that Cici wanted to see me. The breakup came first, and I was aware of my daughter's feelings afterward, unable to provide her with the life she longs for. Yet, I heard from Su Han that you possess an Audi A6. Is that not a decent lifestyle? Perhaps I had previously been more inclined to embrace life as experiences, which is why she was unaware of my vehicle. Nevertheless, it matters not. If we have broken up, then so be it. Such materialistic women are better off without. Liu Fei assessed Wang Dan with an impassive expression. Very well. Since you have already parted ways, I shall not dwell on the matter further. Do you have any plans for the future? Sui inquired of Liu Fei. Upon seeing Liu Fei for the first time, Sui felt that this young man was quite acceptable. In terms of height, weight, and appearance, he was neither exceptionally handsome nor ugly, but rather met the standards he had in mind. I have not yet formulated any concrete plans. For now, I will accompany Cici, especially since I have just graduated. Isn't Su Han busy with work? I could assist her with childcare. Regarding future matters like kindergarten and elementary school, I can handle the drop-offs and pick-ups. She has agreed to this without objection. Of course, if it were possible, I might be a frog dreaming of swan meat. But the idea of pursuing CCS mother is also appealing. Of course, uncle, I am not one to rely on others. Currently, I have 3 million in savings. And I also own a villa in Mingyan Tiancheng. I do not intend to boast. I merely wish to demonstrate my worth, proving that even if Su Han does not work, I am capable of providing for her. At this moment, Liu Fei expressed his determination to Su He. After all, having met him for the first time without being dismissed indicates that he is somewhat favorable in their eyes. If he did not assert his resolve now, he would soon find himself ejected. Mingyan Tiancheng, you also have a villa there? Indeed, the very first villa is mine. Why, uncle, do you reside there as well? Yes, I do live there. I must say, you're quite impressive. You claim your family's furniture factory is on the brink of collapse, yet you do not appear to be in any financial distress. Surely, this wealth cannot be ill-gotten? How could that be, uncle? We must not engage in illegal activities. All of this wealth was acquired through stock trading. At that time, I was fortunate, which allowed me to earn a small profit. Liu Fei explained to Su He the origins of his finances. If he were to falter in his lies, it would undoubtedly provoke an investigation by Su He, as the chairman of the Su Group, possessed such capabilities. Stock trading? What did you invest in at that time? Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su He was immediately intrigued and proceeded to inquire further, as she too was the head of a publicly listed company, keenly interested in the fluctuations of stock prices. In the past, she had invested in Bitcoin and sold it off rather early, thus earning a modest profit. However, had it been now, the outcome might have been different. This was also tied to her personality. She preferred to take her winnings and step back. Oh, I see. If that's the case, there is indeed some possibility. She mused. Young man, what are your plans for the future? Entrepreneurship, perhaps? I have a fondness for starting new ventures. It's a gamble, but it could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, wouldn't you agree? After all, wasn't it your uncle's fierce determination that brought him to where he is today? I believe young people should strive diligently. One cannot simply rely on past successes. Not bad, young man. I quite admire your character. It resonates with me, reminiscent of my own youthful spirit. Suhi nodded approvingly at Liu Fei. As for Su-han, this child has been somewhat spoiled by me since childhood, but I cannot entirely blame him. It's my fault. His mother passed away when he was young, leaving him somewhat deprived of maternal affection, leading to a rather aloof and solitary demeanor. However, I can distinctly perceive that since she's arrival, his character has indeed undergone significant transformation. Chapter 9. Su-han's collection efforts. While Su-hee and Liu Fei engaged in their lively conversation, a document lay before Su-han. President, this is the outstanding debt owed to us by Hung Shao Group. Our team has made several attempts to collect it, but to no avail. Today, their president, Su Dayan, sent word that if we wish to retrieve our funds, you must personally go and demand it, reported Zhang Ke. Su-han was already familiar with Su Dayan, who had been persistently pursuing her, seemingly unperturbed by the fact that she had a child. However, she had consistently rebuffed his advances, as Su Dayan's reputation was rather unsavory, and he simply did not appeal to her. Oh, he wants me to go in person? She mused. Very well. He is waiting for you at Royal One. Our sources inform me that if you show up, repayment will be immediate. Upon hearing Zhang Ke's words, Su-han furrowed her brow. She was aware of the debt Hung Shao Group owed to Su Shi Group. Should they repay this sum, her company's cash flow would certainly improve. Of course, if they chose not to pay, it wouldn't have catastrophic consequences, merely a couple of $100 million. Nonetheless, allowing the situation to drag on was not ideal. All right, I shall meet him today. Arrange for transportation, please, she instructed. President, should we notify the chairman? You're going alone could be Zhang Ke's words trailed off. The implication clear. It could be somewhat perilous for her to go alone. No need. Since he has requested my presence, there must be a reason behind it. Rest assured, he wouldn't dare to act against me. Besides, in broad daylight, he wouldn't risk any impropriety. Su-han responded to Zhang Ke, expressing that he shared the same sentiment. Should any situation arise, he would promptly contact the authorities. However, President, why don't I accompany you? After all, more hands make lighter work. You can simply wait for me downstairs. After contemplating Zhang Ke's words, Su-han conceded and instructed him to wait below. Very well. Zhang Ke reluctantly agreed, feeling there was little else he could say, as the decision had already been made by the president. Take Shishi to my father and let him see her, then inform him that I am heading to Hung Shao Group to collect our dues. Understood, President. Upon hearing Su-han's directive, Zhang Ke immediately sought out Su Shishi. And Zhang, where are we going? To your grandfather's place. Your mother has some matters to attend to, so you'll spend some time with him until she returns. All right, and Zhang. Upon realizing they were going to see her grandfather, Su Shishi's spirits lifted. When Zhang Ke opened the door to Su He's office, he found Su He joyfully conversing with Liu Fei. Chairman, the president is about to head to Hung Shao Group to retrieve our outstanding payments. She instructed me to bring Shishi over. Oh, did you say she's going to Hung Shao Group to collect debts? From Su Dayan? Su He's brow furrowed at Zhang Ke's words. He was well aware of Su Dayan's character, a man known for indulging in affairs and skirting the edges of legality. He had also been implicated in scandals involving young women. Previously, he had faced accusations of drugging a girl, but managed to settle the matter financially, earning the family's forgiveness, leaving no room for further pursuit. The thought of Su-han confronting him stirred a sense of unease within Su-he. Yes, at Royal One. Is she going alone? No, I will accompany her. Hearing this, Su-he felt a slight relief. All right, should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. Understood? Yes, Chairman. At that moment, Liu Fei turned in his chair. Daddy, what brings you here? Upon recognizing her father, Su Shishi rushed towards Liu Fei. I was discussing some matters with your grandfather before coming here. I didn't expect to find you here. Would you like me to play with you? Yes, yes. I want you to play with me. Come on, let us go outside. After making her request, Sushishi tugged at Liu Fei, eager to head outdoors. Observing the father-daughter duo, Su-hee smiled, appreciating Liu Fei's sincere efforts to maintain a good relationship with his daughter. Mommy, mommy, daddy's here, daddy's here. Sushishi exclaimed as she pulled Liu Fei into Su-han's office. What brings you here? Uncle called to say he needed to see me, so I came over. You didn't say anything, did you? Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-han's expression abruptly turned cold. No, I haven't said anything. But your father seems quite pleased, Liu Fei quickly remarked upon noticing Su-han's demeanor. It's fortunate that you arrived. It saves my father from watching Shishi. Please keep her company. I need to step out for a moment, but I shall return shortly. Shishi, you can play with daddy here while we wait for mommy. All right? Okay, mommy, Cici zepponde. Observing Shishi's agreement, Su-han promptly exited and proceeded towards Royal One. Meanwhile, Su-daen, upon learning of Su-han's arrival at Royal One, immediately arranged a table and discreetly added a sedative to the drinks. The true mastermind behind Royal One was Su-daen. While it presented itself as a restaurant, hotel, and club, its primary function was to serve as a venue for nefarious activities. President, may I accompany you upstairs? It would be relatively safer, Zhang Ku suggested. No need, I can manage on my own, Su-han replied, stepping out of the vehicle and entering the Royal One Club. Before crossing the threshold, she sent Liu Fei a text message along with her location. I will send you a message every 10 minutes. If you do not receive anything from me after 10 minutes, please come to this location. I may be in danger. After dispatching the message, Su-han entered the Royal One Club. I am looking for Chairman Su, she inquired. Certainly, President Su. Our chairman has instructed that upon your arrival, you be escorted directly to room 666. Please follow me, the receptionist responded, leading her onward. Upon reaching room 666, Su-daen awaited her presence. President Su, it has been a while. Please, have a seat. He greeted her, his gaze filled with avarice as he contemplated the events that were about to unfold. Su-daen reined in his emotions, aware that revealing his true intentions could drive her away. Chairman Su, when will you settle the debts owed to our group? Our representatives have come to collect on 2 or 3 occasions, Su-han stated with an air of arrogance and coldness. Su-daen's desire for conquest intensified at her demeanor. Inwardly, he mused, little girl, do not act aloof now. Soon, you shall kneel and sing my praises, and we shall see if you dare maintain that attitude. However, he maintained a fade of civility, responding, President Su, could we possibly delay repayment of the debt? As you know, our group is currently facing difficulties and cannot generate such a substantial cash flow. Of course, if you would be so gracious as to join me for a meal, I could arrange for the finance department to remit half the amount to you. What do you think? After Su-daen finished speaking, he sat down and coldly stared at Su-han. Although Su-han did not outwardly display any disdain upon seeing Su-daen's demeanor, he had already mentally cursed him hundreds of times. Chairman Su, I reiterate, please expedite the repayment of our group's debts. Our company is in dire need of funds to embark on new ventures, and I hope you can comprehend our difficulties. If we continue to evade each other like this, we will have no choice but to resort to legal measures. Prepare for our summons, Su-han declared, turning to exit the room. However, upon witnessing Su-han's actions, Su-daen hurriedly approached and grasped his arm. President Su, what do you mean by this? Did I go through all this trouble just for you to berate me and leave? At this moment, Su-han sensed an unusual tension in the air. Something was amiss. President Su, that is hardly the point. If it were not for this outstanding debt, you might not have even graced us with your presence. Has the Su group become so affluent that it can afford to disregard 300 million? Su-daen remarked, releasing his grip and returning to his seat. Swirling the glass of red wine before him, he was certain Su-han would sit down, otherwise their group would lose this debt. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Su-han seated himself once more. It seems President Su is quite astute. Let us raise a toast, Su-daen proposed, lifting his glass of wine. Apologies, Chairman Su, but I do not drink, Su-han replied, declining the offer. That poses quite a dilemma, regarding that 300 million. Su Dayan's words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. If you refuse to drink, then I shall not repay the debt. Su Han likely anticipated the ensuing predicament and discreetly texted Liu Fei, "Come pick me up, quickly." After sending the message, he raised his glass of wine in a gesture towards Su Dayan. Seeing Su Han lift his glass, Su Dayan felt his heart race, internally urging, "Drink, drink, drink." Yet he maintained an outwardly composed facade. "Well, President Su indeed possesses remarkable courage. Let us toast," Su Dayan said, gesturing to Su Han before downing his wine in one gulp. Su Han, on the other hand, merely took a sip. At that moment, Liu Fei was driving his Audi A6 swiftly towards Royal One. Upon receiving Su Han's message, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, hero saves the beauty." Option 1. The host chooses to rush to Royal One to rescue his future wife. Reward: master-level combat skills. Option 2. Choose to stand by idly, feigning ignorance, resulting in Su Han's indifference. Please make a choice. At this moment, he was playing with Su Cc when he heard the system's announcement. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. Fully aware that Su Han was in danger, he turned to Su Cc and said, "Cc, Mommy just texted, asking Daddy to pick her up. Would you mind playing here for a while? I'll go fetch her." "Okay, Daddy. I'll wait for you here. I want to have hamburgers tonight. Can we go together?" "Yes, Cc is the best. Just wait for me here, and I'll bring Mommy back shortly. Then we can enjoy hamburgers together." After ensuring Su Cc was settled, Liu Fei promptly descended the stairs and drove his Audi 6 towards Royal One. As for the task issued by the system, there was no need for deliberation. Option 1 was the clear choice. It presented a rare opportunity to enhance Su Han's feelings towards Liu Fei, and he certainly did not wish to squander such a chance. Meanwhile, Su Dayan observed Su Han take a sip of her drink, feeling a twinge of disappointment, though it quickly dissipated as he recalled the potency of the drug he had administered. It might take effect a bit later, but that was a minor concern. He could afford to wait a little longer. After consuming the alcohol, Su Han felt a slight discomfort, as she had never been one to drink. This was her first experience with alcohol, and the sudden intake left her feeling unwell. However, she maintained her composure, knowing she had no choice for the sake of the company's 300 million. "Chairman Su, now that we've had a drink, can we arrange for the financial transfer?" "President Su, don't be hasty. We've only just begun. You wouldn't wanted to stir the ambience, would you? Cool me. Let's toast again." Su Dayan, feeling uneasy, prepared to pour more alcohol for Su Han. Upon hearing his words, Su Han's expression soured. "Chairman Su, I've already shown you courtesy by drinking with you. If you're unwilling to repay the 300 million you owe us, we can settle this in court." After addressing Su Dayan, she attempted to rise and leave. However, as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she slumped back down, her limbs feeling weak. "What have you done to me?" "The wine. There is something wrong with it." At that moment, Su Han realized that the drink she had just consumed was tainted, understanding why Su Dayan had been so insistent on her drinking. "Haha, President Su, I have pursued you for a long time, yet you have always rebuffed my advances. In the realm of Ultang, who dares to disregard my Su Dayan? It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you, even with your child. You ought to appreciate it. Soon, you will have the chance to truly enjoy yourself. I assure you it will be quite pleasurable." With a lecherous grin, Su Dayan then consumed a pill, one he had been using consistently, which had proven to be remarkably effective. His nefarious deeds were greatly influenced by this drug, which provided him with an excess of confidence. After Su Dayan finished his medication, he approached Su Han, intending to lift her into his arms. The room contained private compartments, each equipped with a bed, facilitating his dubious intentions. As Su Han noticed Su Dayan drawing nearer, a wave of panic washed over her. Yet, she silently prayed that Liu Fei would see her text and arrive swiftly. "President Su, have you not always feigned an aloof demeanor? Let us see if you maintain that indifference now." Su Dayan taunted before seizing Su Han and carrying her into the inner chamber. He unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed and began to remove his clothing. Realizing the impending nature of her situation, tears welled in the corners of Su Han's eyes. Regret gnawed at her heart. Why had she come alone to meet Su Dayan? She had been fully aware of his ill intentions, yet still proceeded. A part of her lamented not heeding Zhang Ke's advice to come together. Perhaps, then, the outcome might have been different. Just as Su Han closed her eyes, resigned to the terrifying reality before her, a loud crash echoed as the door to the compartment was forcefully kicked open. Chapter 11. Do not fear. I am here. It was Liu Fei, having arrived just in time. Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish? Su Dayan exclaimed angrily. Initially filled with excitement at the prospect of his plans coming to fruition, only to be startled by this unexpected intrusion. Upon entering the compartment, Liu Fei searched for Su Han and spotted an open door leading to another private room. He saw a man with his upper body bared and Su Han lying on the bed. Noticing that Su Han's attire remained mostly intact, a sigh of relief escaped Liu Fei's lips. Thankfully, she was unharmed. However, his gaze shifted to the man, fury igniting within him as he advanced towards Su Dayan. Who the hell are you? Who permitted you to enter? Who gave you the right to disrupt my affairs? At that moment, Su Dayan seethed with rage, his loud reprimands failing to deter the intruder who continued to approach him. Yet, as Liu Fei drew nearer, a sense of foreboding settled over Su Dayan. Earlier, upon arriving at Royal Number 1, Liu Fei had noticed a vehicle belonging to the Su group. After inquiring with Zhang Ke, he learned Su Han's room number and promptly made his way to the front desk. I am a guest invited by Chairman Su. He has requested my presence, he informed the receptionist. Upon hearing this and observing Liu Fei's respectable attire, she hesitated momentarily. Are you suggesting that you do not heed Chairman Su's words? Only after Liu Fei's insistence did the receptionist grant him passage. According to previous arrangements, it was certain that he would not be allowed access. Royal One adheres to stringent operational protocols specifically designed to guard against individuals like Liu Fei and those who come to inspect. Upon reaching Su Dayan's side, Liu Fei, disregarding all else, unleashed a powerful punch directly to Su Dayan's face. Su Dayan was sent sprawling, his prior experience as an athlete and a basic understanding of Taekwondo insufficient to withstand Liu Fei's might. En route, he had preemptively accessed master-level combat techniques from the system, enabling him to deliver such a devastating blow. As Su Dayan crashed to the ground, a grimace of agony contorted his features, pain radiating throughout his body. How are you? Are you all right? I apologize for my tardiness, Liu Fei said, momentarily casting aside concern for Su Dayan as he hurried to Su Han's side. He spoke softly to her, assisting her to sit up against the bed. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Han's cheeks. Had she possessed any strength, she would have embraced Liu Fei, who appeared as a divine savior in her hour of need. Even the coldest of hearts, beneath their icy exteriors, can be shattered by such unexpected acts of heroism. After all, within every soul lies a dream of a prince on a white horse, and Liu Fei's sudden arrival embodied that very fantasy. Please wait here for me. I have matters to attend to, Liu Fei instructed Su Han before preparing to rise. However, her delicate hand gently grasped his. Understanding her unspoken plea, he released her hand, reassuring her with a smile, "Do not fear. I am here, and all will be well." With that, he approached Su Dayan. "You are Su Dayan? Listen well, young man. You must consider the consequences of provoking me. Furthermore, you have dared to strike me. What is your name? In the realm of Green Vine City, there is nothing that Su Dayan cannot resolve." Su Dayan spat venomously at Liu Fei, fully aware that his previous schemes had unraveled. "Ah, quite the bravado. Yet you remain oblivious to your predicament," Liu Fei retorted, his anger intensifying upon hearing Su Dayan's words, to the point of almost finding amusement in the situation. He lifted his foot, delivering a series of kicks to Su Dayan. "You insolent fool! Are you tired of living? Still unable to recognize the gravity of your situation? And you dare to bully my wife? You truly court death." Liu Fei began to rain blows upon Su Dayan, cursing as he did so. Hearing Liu Fei's words, Suan's face flashed crimson. She was not entirely unconscious. Rather, she was simply drained of strength, retaining her awareness. This audacious boy certainly knew how to stake his claim. Initially, Su Dayan's stance was formidable, but as the realization of his inability to contend with Liu Fei dawned upon him, his resistance waned. Stop. Please stop. If you continue, you will surely kill me, Su Dayan pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. Liu Fei halted only after hearing Su Dayan's pleas for mercy. What about the debt owed to the Su group? When will it be repaid? Su Dayan pleaded, just give me a little more time. I currently lack sufficient funds. He sought to delay the confrontation, planning to settle accounts with Liu Fei once he had escaped the immediate situation. Ah, it appears you still fail to grasp your position, Liu Fei remarked. No matter. I shall help you gain a clearer understanding. With that, Liu Fei resumed his assault on Su Dayan. Turn around, turn around. Stop hitting me. Just turn. At that moment, Su Dayan finally recognized the gravity of his predicament. Turn. He hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and called his finance department. Transfer the amount owed to the Su group immediately. Mr. Su, didn't you say to wait a bit longer? I demand you transfer the funds now. Are you incapable of understanding plain speech? Immediately, Su Dayan barked, his fear palpable. Understood, Mr. Su, we will transfer it right away. The finance team sprang into action. Mr. Su, the transfer has been completed, they reported. Su Dayan turned to Liu Fei. Look, we have settled the payment. However, Liu Fei disregarded Su Dayan's assertion. Instead, he picked up Su Han's phone, located Zhang Ku on WeChat, and sent a message. Please confirm if our group has received the funds. 2 minutes later, Zhang Ku replied, President, the payment from Hung Xiao Group has been received. Upon reading the message, Liu Fei did not respond further. He simply pocketed the phone, approached the bed, and lifted Su Han, striding toward the exit, entirely unconcerned with Su Dayan lingering nearby. Seeing Liu Fei carrying Su Han out, Zhang Ku rushed over. You should return to the company. I will take her to the hospital. After instructing Zhang Ku, Liu Fei made his way to his vehicle. Chapter 12. Heartfelt stirring as Liu Fei placed Su Han in his car, he sped towards the nearest hospital, leaving Zhang Ku in a state of astonishment. A profound question loomed in her mind. Who was he? Why was he taking the president away? Yet, recalling his anxious demeanor when he had inquired about the president, Zhang Ku surmised that Liu Fei was likely the individual Su Han had encountered at Huaqing Yufu. Meanwhile, Zhang Ku reported to Su He chairman. The president has been taken away by a man driving an Audi A6. Do not concern yourself. He is Cece's father and poses no threat to Su Han. However, what exactly transpired? It appears the president fell victim to Su Dayan's scheme. When she emerged, that same man carried her away, suggesting she may have been drugged. Nevertheless, it seems nothing untoward occurred. With a resounding clap, Su He reacted to Zhang Ku's report by decisively severing all collaborations with the Hung Xiao group. After hanging up the phone, he turned to his secretary and instructed her to carry out his orders. Yes, Chairman, she replied, before promptly departing to fulfill his command. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the hospital, Liu Fei immediately embraced Su Han and rushed her to the emergency room. After explaining the situation to the doctor, an examination revealed that there was no cause for alarm. Only a temporary weakness in her limbs, which would improve with rest. Hearing the doctor's reassurances, Liu Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Throughout this ordeal, Su Han observed Liu Fei's every action, stirring within her an inexplicable sentiment. When she first discovered her pregnancy, she had contemplated terminating it, yet the thought of extinguishing a budding life filled her with reluctance. She had even returned to her former bar, hoping for a serendipitous encounter with Liu Fei, but such a chance meeting never materialized, and the matter faded into obscurity. Although she had later commissioned a brief investigation into Liu Fei, it was merely a fleeting inquiry. Does she require any intravenous fluids to aid her recovery? Liu Fei inquired. Not at this moment. However, I can prescribe some glucose to alleviate her physical condition and expedite the detoxification process, the doctor replied. Very well. Please proceed with the prescription, Liu Fei urged. Following his request, the doctor promptly issued the medication, and shortly thereafter, a nurse began administering and forward to Su Han. Thank you for today. Su Han expressed her gratitude after some time had passed, and she began to regain her strength. No need for thanks. You are also Shishi's mother. If you were to suffer any harm, I would have no explanation for her, Liu Fei said with a warm smile. Su Han, gazing at Liu Fei's cheerful demeanor, found herself at a loss for words and gradually succumbed to a feigned slumber. Despite the effects of the sedative dissipating, she still felt unwell. Having never been one to drink, her body struggled to cope with even a sip of alcohol. "Is something troubling you? Are you feeling unwell?" Liu Fei asked, noticing her discomfort. "I'm fine. It's just a mild headache from the alcohol," she replied. "You must refrain from drinking in the future. If you cannot handle it, you should simply avoid it altogether. And as for collecting debts, must it fall solely to you, as the president? Is there no one else available?" Liu Fei's irritation flared in response to her words. Su Han, however, chose not to retort, listening quietly as though she were a contrite wife. Observing her meekness, Liu Fei found himself at a loss for further words and let out a resigned sigh. "What about she? Where is she? You should have entrusted her to your father." "The moment I received your message, I sensed that something was amiss, prompting me to rush to Royal One. Indeed, Cece mentioned that after I pick you up, she wishes to indulge in hamburgers. I believe it would be preferable for us to return home and prepare a meal. Given the circumstances, a shopping excursion seems unwise." "No worries. If she desires hamburgers, I shall take her. I can simply rest." "You may not have grasped my intent. Cece meant the three of us, not just the two of us." Just as Liu Fei finished speaking, Su Han's phone began to ring. Upon hearing the sound of his own phone vibrating in his pocket, Liu Fei swiftly retrieved it. "The situation was somewhat urgent earlier, so I placed your phone in my pocket," Liu Fei said sheepishly. "It's fine. It's just my father calling." "Hello, uncle." Liu Fei, how are things?" "Is Xiao Han all right?" "She's fine now. She is currently receiving in 4 at the hospital. Once the 4 is completed, we will head back." Nothing else occurred. I arrived in time. However, I did give Su Dan a good beating, which might. Liu Fei intentionally left his sentence unfinished, and the implication was clear. "You need to help me sort this out." "It's all right. A beating was warranted. That scoundrel deserved it for targeting my daughter. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Please take care of her. By the way, I sent to your home, also in Mingmen Tiancheng. You should return after the 4. I plan to take Cece back." "Very well." Liu Fei and Su He's conversation was overheard word for word by Su Han, and after hanging up, her curiosity became overwhelming. "You live in Mingmen Tiancheng? Aren't you in watching UFO? How did you end up in Mingmen Tiancheng?" "I just moved. I only relocated the day after you left." "So that was today?" "So I'm with estanis." "Indeed, today. Surprising, I senti it. We are neighbors." Su Han's mind went blank at this revelation. "Neighbors? Which building and unit?" "Building 1, Unit 1. Well, I must say, I didn't realize your family was so affluent, driving an Audi A6 and owning a residence in Mingmen Tiancheng. Why then are you renting and watching UFO?" "That is a secret I cannot divulge at the moment. I will tell you later." Liu Fei found it difficult to explain the system matters to Su Han, especially since their relationship was still quite tenuous, existing primarily through their daughters. "Very well." Following this, both fell into a contemplative silence, as Su Han pondered Liu Fei's reticence, and he too felt no inclination to inquire further. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Master-level combat skills acquired. Please check." Subsequently, Liu Fei shuddered as a multitude of martial arts techniques flooded his mind, as if he had been practicing them since childhood. "What is the matter?" Su Han noticed Liu Fei's shiver and inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, really." Liu Fei quickly denied it. After the 4 was concluded, Su Han felt somewhat better, though still a bit weak. "Let's go back, shall we?" Liu Fei gently assisted Su Han into the passenger seat, this time not cradling her, but supporting her as she could now manage to walk a little. Once he started the car, he directed it towards a large supermarket. "This is not the route to Mingmen Tiancheng. Where are you headed?" As they drove on, Su Han began to sense something amiss. This was not the way home. With a wary glance at Liu Fei, she wondered who could guarantee that he wouldn't have ulterior motives. Clearly, Su Han felt a tinge of fear. Perceiving her unease, Liu Fei shot her a glance and said, "Didn't she want hamburgers for dinner?" "Of course, I'm going to buy the ingredients." "Is there anything you wish to eat? We can pick it up together, and I'll prepare it for you." "Anything is fine. I don't have much appetite today." "All right, then," Liu Fei mused, acknowledging her sentiments. After such experiences, it was indeed strange to have an appetite. "Let me decide. Last time, I noticed you're not fond of spicy food, so we'll tone it down a bit. Let us go. With that, Liu Fei accelerated the car. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he gathered all the necessary ingredients for the hamburgers, including cauliflower, cabbage, and a fish. He planned to prepare Suzhou-style cauliflower, stir-fried cabbage with meat, and steamed fish, simple yet efficient. What mattered most was the flavor, and with Liu Fei's masterful culinary skills, success was assured. After returning to Mingmen Tiancheng, he parked the car in front of his villa. "You really are my neighbor," Su Han remarked, noticing that the house next to them was indeed her home. As she gazed at the front yard, "Come in and sit down. You are my first guest." After saying this, Liu Fei opened the door to his villa. "Do you need to change your shoes?" "No need, just come in. Please take a seat. I'll go prepare dinner. Your father and the others should be back shortly." Liu Fei settled Su Han on the sofa before heading straight to the kitchen to begin cooking. As Su Han sat on the sofa, watching Liu Fei busily working in the kitchen, a wave of happiness washed over her, leaving her perplexed about why she felt this way. "Here, have a glass of juice." At that moment, Liu Fei emerged from the kitchen, placing a glass of juice before Su Han. "Thank you," she replied. Liu Fei then returned to the kitchen to continue his meal preparations. Meanwhile, Su Han began to explore the villa, noticing its distinctions from her own residence. However, this was to be expected, as this villa was indeed the finest in Mingmen Tiancheng. In truth, having her as a girlfriend would not be a bad idea at all. "So I'm to herself. What am I thinking?" She chastised herself. "Come on, Suan. Remember, not a single man is trustworthy. Don't forget your college boyfriend. He abandoned you." With this thought, Su Han found herself enveloped in a swirl of conflicting emotions. However, in the end, she came to understand that Cici could not possibly lack paternal love. Thus, she decided to boldly take another chance. Chapter 13. Su Dain's Revenge. At that moment, within Royal One, Su Dain shouted angrily to his subordinate beside him, "For heaven's sake, be gentle, be gentle." "Yes, yes, Chairman, I will be more careful," the subordinate replied, clearly intimidated by Su Dain's scolding. Su Dain grimaced in pain, his teeth clenched as he continued to vent his frustrations in the room. "You all, a bunch of useless fools. What good are you? You can't even ensure that I can walk out of here unscathed. And to top it off, I was beaten." Su Dain's anger was palpable. He had been beaten to such a state, yet his subordinates remained oblivious. Had he not crawled to the door to call for help, they would have likely thought their boss was perfectly fine. After hearing Su Dain's words, his subordinates dared not utter a sound. They were well aware of his temper. Had it been before, they would never have intruded on his personal affairs. Previously, one reckless subordinate had interrupted Su Dain during a private matter and had subsequently vanished from Greenvine City. Once Su Dain finished his tirade, his anger had mostly subsided. After all, what else could he do? "Have you investigated that kid's identity?" "Chairman, we're looking into it," replied Huang Mao, who stood beside Su Dain. The group present were all Su Dain's hired muscle, tasked with handling matters that were beneath his dignity. "Find out his identity as soon as possible. I want him to wish for death, and then he must disappear from Greenvine City," Su Dain said ominously. He was indeed filled with unparalleled fury. How could someone dare to assault him in his own home, especially allowing Su Han to escape? "Rest assured, Chairman, we will take care of it," Huang Mao said before retreating. There was no alternative. He could not remain there to continue enduring Su Dain's wrath. Meanwhile, Sui had brought Su Cici to the outside of Liu Fei's villa. Ding dong, ding dong. Sui pressed the doorbell. "Could you please answer the door? It should be your uncle and the others." Liu Fei's voice came from the kitchen. At this hour, only Sui could be ringing the doorbell. Aside from him, Liu Fei had not informed anyone else about his villa in the prestigious Tiancheng area. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han stood up from the sofa and went to open the door. As the door swung open, Su Cici rushed forward upon seeing her mother. Mommy, you're back?" Su Han quickly lifted Su Cici into her arms. "Yes, I'm back. Your father is making your favorite hamburgers. You'll be able to eat them soon." "Dad, come in." Although He noticed Su Han's demeanor was somewhat puzzling, he still stepped inside from the doorway. Daddy. After Sushi entered the living room, she discovered Liu Fei busily working in the kitchen, prompting her to skip over eagerly to join him. "Oh, Sushi, don't you want to go out and play?" The kitchen can be quite hazardous, Liu Fei cautioned, his concern palpable as he feared the splattering hot oil might harm his daughter. No, I want to watch Daddy here, Sushi replied, settling in to observe Liu Fei's culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Sui took a seat in the living room. Xiao Han, you must not act like this again. Fortunately, Liu Fei was here this time. What about next time? We would rather forego that debt than see you in any trouble. Do you understand? Sui had money Suan. I understand, Dad. It won't happen again, Su Han replied, refraining from contradiction as she acknowledged the validity of her father's concerns. How about Liu Fei? He is quite impressive. Isn't accomplished at such a young age, owning a villa in a prestigious location and having 3 million in savings. Not to mention driving an Audi A6. Compared to his peers, he is indeed remarkable. I certainly did not possess such advantages at his age, Suhi remarked pointedly. Upon hearing her father's words, Su-han fixed her gaze on the kitchen, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, she queried, Dad, do you know where his wealth comes from? At such a young age, it must either be from his parents or... Her unfinished sentence hinted at illicit gains. Do not underestimate Liu Fei. He earned his money through stock trading while in university, and he previously invested in Bitcoin, although he has since exited that market, Suhi clarified. Realization dawned on Su-han as she connected the dots regarding Liu Fei's financial status. Bitcoin had indeed been highly lucrative before its recent downturn. Is this what you wanted to tell me? She mused internally. At that moment, the kitchen erupted with cheerful sounds as Liu Fei skillfully tossed a spatula, sparks flying, which excited Sushi, prompting her exuberant cheers. Look at them. Liu Fei genuinely enjoys his daughter as company. He indeed surpasses his contemporaries. If he were like others, one might question whether the child is truly his, Suhi reflected. Yet, Liu Fei hasn't mentioned his blood relation to Sushi, which suggests he trusts you, he added. But what if he has ulterior motives? After all, I am the president of the Su group, and my worth is considerable. I am not unattractive. Is it possible he has been concealing his true intentions? Even if she is not his biological daughter, it would not be a loss for him, Su-han countered. Sui found it difficult to refute his daughter's reasoning. Her points were indeed valid. Come now, let us prepare for dinner, he concluded. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, revealing Liu Fei, who emerged with a dish in hand, addressing the two individuals present. All right. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Suhi responded and stood up, making his way toward the dining table. Su-han also rose and followed suit. Uncle, would you care for a drink? After setting everything down, Liu Fei inquired of Suhi. Perhaps not. You've only just moved in today. It seems rather inappropriate. Suhi declined Liu Fei's offer, primarily out of concern that Liu Fei might lack any alcohol. I have some. I even set aside a bottle of fine wine. Besides, today marks my move. A moment to celebrate. You two should join in the festivities. With a smile, Liu Fei rose and retrieved a bottle of wine from his belongings. This particular bottle was a prize he had won during a live stream. Initially skeptical, he later ensured its authenticity upon receipt, thus preserving it. He had intended to take it home for his father, but now the time had come to put it to good use. Liu Fei felt no regret. Recognizing that this could very well be his future father-in-law, what harm could a single bottle of wine do? Oh, this wine is quite impressive. Where did you procure it? It was a lucky draw, Liu Fei replied with a grin, proceeding to produce a wine decanter. The two then began toasting and drinking. Meanwhile, Huang Mao had thoroughly investigated Liu Fei's background. Such individuals often possess connections, and since Liu Fei had left without concealing his identity, the surveillance footage clearly captured his visage, making it effortless for Huang Mao to obtain Liu Fei's information. Huang Mao approached Su Dayan with Liu Fei's dossier in hand. Chairman, I have gathered all the information. Here are the details. Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, Su Dayan brusquely pushed aside the woman in his arms and took the dossier for inspection. After reviewing it, he gestured dismissively, prompting the woman beside him to understand his intent and exit the room. Do you know where this fellow is currently residing? Room 613, Building 7. Watching UFO, Huang Mao replied. The residence in question was a reward granted to Liu Fei by the system, rendering it impervious to inquiries, even with connections. The system maintained a shroud of secrecy over this matter. Make him disappear. Understood, Chairman. Upon receiving Su Dayan's directive, Huang Mao promptly departed to orchestrate the necessary actions. Such undertakings were second nature to him. However, what he did not anticipate was that Liu Fei was no longer a watching UFO, having vacated the premises entirely. Presently, room 613 in building 7 stood vacant and empty. Ding! If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I shall retaliate. In retaliation against Su Dayan, a reward of 51% of Hung Xiao Group shares is offered. However, fleeing from the situation has led to living in constant fear of Su Dayan, and the previous rewards are now retracted. As Liu Fei found himself inebriated, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, jolting him back to lucidity. It appeared that Su Dayan had no intention of letting him off the hook. System, I choose option 1, Liu Fei responded, determined that even without the system's rewards, he would still opt for this choice. Su Dayan's actions had crossed Liu Fei's limits. I have yet to seek you out, yet you dare to approach me? This time, if I do not beat you to a pulp, I am not Liu Fei. Who are you going to hit? At that moment, he was equally perplexed, unsure of Liu Fei's intentions. Chapter 14. Uninvited Guests. No, I'm not going to hit anyone. Liu Fei quickly realized he must choose his words carefully, for it was not only himself involved, but also Su Han, and Su Cece. But your culinary skills are indeed commendable. A simple cauliflower, a cabbage, and a fish, yet you managed to make them taste exquisite. Yes, the hamburgers made by Dad are also delicious, Su Cece chimed in, pouting at Liu Fei. They're so good, just don't overindulge, or you might burst your little belly. Liu Fei replied with a smile, playfully pinching her nose. Sui felt that Liu Fei's cooking was quite satisfactory, and even Su Han had enjoyed a few extra bites. All right, we've finished our meal. Let us head back, Sui declared to Su Han and Su Cece. Okay, let us go, Su Han replied as he prepared to take Su Cece back to their room. Mommy, can I stay with Daddy tonight? Su Cece looked at Su Han with pleading eyes. No, we're going home. Su Han firmly rejected her request. All right then, goodbye, Daddy. I'll come and play with you tomorrow, Su Cece said, waving farewell. Goodbye, Cece. Liu Fei responded with a smile. Once the three departed, Liu Fei began tidying up the house. After all, guests do not help with the dishes post-meal. Fortunately, it was a quick task, having only prepared 2 or 3 dishes. Next, Liu Fei began to contemplate the entire situation. After all, Su Dayan's revenge was yet to unfold. He needed to eliminate Su Dayan, but of course, murder was not an option. He would employ commercial strategies to remove him instead. Once Su Dayan's revenge was neutralized, Liu Fei would secure 51% of Hung Xiao Group's shares, thereby becoming the de facto leader. With this thought, Liu Fei opened his phone to investigate what Hung Xiao Group was involved in. Upon research, he discovered that Hung Xiao Group had diversified interests, including automotive manufacturing, real estate, and financial insurance. Su Dayan seems quite impressive, involved in so many fields. However, how can he still owe money? Owing 300 million and dragging it out for so long. Indeed, it appears that the wealthier one becomes, the more one owes. Liu Fei remarked with a sense of contemplation, while Huang Mao had arrived at Huaching Yifang. Upon reaching Unit 613 in Building 7, he knocked on the door, only to find it empty. Is this the right place? Why is there no one here? Huang Mao inquired of his subordinate nearby. Brother Huang, this is definitely the right place. But we also don't know why no one is around. Another subordinate pointed out the rental notice posted on the bulletin board. Huang Mao approached to take a look and immediately dialed the number. Hello, is Unit 613 in Huaching Yifang available for rent? Yes. What about the previous tenant? The last tenant moved out yesterday. Are you interested in renting it? Upon hearing that Liu Fei had vacated the premises, Huang Mao hung up the phone without hesitation. Let's go back. He is no longer here. The group then left in a hurry. It seems I must pay a visit to Royal Number 1. Su Dayan doesn't he appear to be a good person? After reviewing the information on Hung Xiao Group, Liu Fei had also come across several news articles exposing Su Dayan's misdeeds involving innocent young women. Thus, Liu Fei resolved to personally visit Royal No. 1 to conclusively resolve this matter. After changing into a looser outfit, Liu Fei exited his villa and hailed a cab toward Royal Number 1. The reason he wasn't driving was that he had been drinking, making it impossible for him to drive. He knew that Royal Number 1 was Su Dayan's largest enterprise. Regardless of whether Su was present, Liu Fei was certain he would appear once Liu Fei arrived. Meanwhile, Liu Fei's parents, Liu Qingyang and Zhou Ling, were discussing their son at home. He has graduated but hasn't found a job in Liftang City. I told you not to let him get engaged so early, yet you insisted. Now look, given our family's decline and the factory's poor performance, they have cast him aside. Zhou Ling grumbled to her husband. All right, let's not dwell on that. Besides, our son hasn't said anything about it, Liu Qingyang replied. What can he say? The situation is already like this. What else can he say? Furthermore, you are well aware of the efforts he has made over the years. I worry he might do something rash. This cannot continue. Zhou Ling set aside her work and spoke to Liu Qingyang. Perhaps it's for the best. You should go check on him, offer him some guidance, and if it doesn't work out, he can return home for a few days. The employment pressure on university graduates is immense, and his major ISNT particularly advantageous. Liu Qingyang advised Zhou Ling, acknowledging that their son needed their care. All right, I understand. By the way, how is the sale of the factory progressing? Is it selling? If it can't be sold, we may have to shut it down. Continuously pouring money into it is not a viable solution. Moreover, my son is now quite grown. The money I have saved for him should eventually be used to purchase a house, allowing him to find a girlfriend with ease. Zhou Ling continued to discuss her family's factory situation with Liu Qingyang, lamenting that the factory was currently in a dire state, requiring constant financial input. In better times, Zhou Ling had managed to save a sum intended for her son Liu Fei's wedding. Now Liu Qingyang's gaze shifted towards that very sum. Naturally, Zhou Ling opposed this notion, for it represented her son's last bastion of security. Upon hearing her words, Liu Qingyang fell silent. Perhaps we should sell the factory, he finally suggested. You are right. Our son is grown and needs the funds. Let that money be for him, and we shall part ways with the factory. After speaking, he walked out, leaving Zhou Ling to observe her husband's retreating figure in silence. She understood that he must have made this decision with great resolve. Had there been any alternative, he would not have chosen this path. Yet, Zhou Ling felt powerless. The factory was in such disarray that no amount of effort could revive it. She decided to acquiesce to his decision. However, her son was different. Liu Fei was just beginning his journey. After tidying up her belongings, Zhou Ling picked up her phone to book a ticket to Greenvine City. She chose not to inform Liu Fei of her plans, intending to call him once she arrived. Meanwhile, Liu Fei took a taxi to Royal Number 1, paid the fare, and entered the lobby. The receptionist recognized him immediately, having seen him just that morning. You, she stammered, taken aback to see this man return. She had not anticipated that he would dare to come back, especially after Su Dayan had reprimanded them for a good half hour upon his departure, nearly costing her job. Wait, something bad might happen here. You should go home. Also, inform your boss that the man from this morning has returned, she urged, hastily dialing a number. What? He dares to come back? Tell him to wait downstairs. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Dayan turned to Huang Mao. Huang Mao, Liu Fei is downstairs. Come with me. Huang Mao had just returned from watching UFO and was reporting the situation to Su Dayan. The news of Liu Fei's unexpected visit thrilled him, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a group of henchmen to take the elevator down to the lobby. You dare to show your face again? This time, you won't slip away so easily, Su Dayan declared as he settled into a sofa in the lobby, lighting a cigarette and exuding an air of arrogance towards Liu Fei. I've come to settle the score from this morning, to prevent you from seeking me out later. Let us resolve our old and new grievances together. Su Han is my wife, and I am a particularly possessive individual, unwilling to allow anyone to lay a finger on her. Should you dare to do so, you shall face the consequences. Today, only one of us shall walk out of this door, and it remains to be seen whether it will be you or I. At this moment, Liu Fei spoke with great authority, fully aware that he could not show weakness. To falter now would be disastrous. His confidence was bolstered by the master-level combat skills bestowed upon him by the system. He feared nothing. Moreover, Su had assured him that, in retaliation for the recent incident involving Su Dayan, no matter the outcome of his confrontation with Su, there would be others to rectify the situation on his behalf. Ah, young man, you are rather arrogant. It seems this morning's events have clouded your self-awareness. Huang Mao, teach him a lesson in humility, Su Dayan commanded the nearby Huang Mao. Rest assured, Chairman, I will make him understand why the flowers bloom red, Huang Mao replied, receiving Su Dayan's approval. He then waved his hand, signaling the thugs he had prepared behind him to surge toward Liu Fei. The door had long been shut by Su Dayan, and given the earlier incident, he had ensured that Royal No. 1 would not open for business today. This, however, served Liu Fei well, for it meant fewer witnesses. As Liu Fei observed the approaching crowd, he felt no fear. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders and flexed his wrists before advancing toward them. Once amidst the throng, he unleashed his skills, eager to test the prowess of the combat techniques granted by the system. In mere moments, all his assailants lay groaning on the ground. Evidently, the combat skills provided by the system were indeed formidable. With this thought in mind, Liu Fei gradually made his way towards Su Dayan. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly, Su Dayan exclaimed, visibly shaken. Earlier, Liu Fei had left him incapacitated, but that had been in the absence of support. Now, however, the situation was drastically different. The men he had dispatched to confront Liu Fei now lay defeated, sending waves of panic through Su Dayan. Chapter 15. Subduing Su Dayan, why don't I come over? I told you. I'm here to settle the score, Liu Fei replied with a cheerful demeanor. Su Dayan was genuinely frightened at this moment. I apologize, I did not know President Su was your wife. I'm sorry, he pleaded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was now just the two of them, and given Liu Fei's demonstrated prowess, he understood he stood no chance. Realizing it was too late to beg for mercy, Liu Fei approached Su Dayan and delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling from a sofa. You were contemplating revenge against me, but today, I shall subdue you first to prevent any future grievances. With that, Liu Fei commenced an onslaught of strikes directed at Su Dayan. Before long, Su Dayan found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly immobilized, his breath shallow and labored, reduced to mere whispers of groans. At that moment, the attendants of Royal One dared not approach, having noticed that the security personnel lay incapacitated on the ground, and they referred to the thugs raised by Su Dayan as security guards. Liu Fei approached Su Dayan and unceremoniously hurled him onto the sofa. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again, Su Dayan pleaded, now fully aware of his dire situation. Will there be retaliation in the future? No retaliation, I will never retaliate again, Su Dayan responded hastily, fear coursing through him. For in this predicament he had no chance of victory. In any other circumstance, he would have long since been subdued by Liu Fei. Very well, if you truly mean no retaliation, then this matter is settled. However, should there be a next time, I regret to inform you that this table will be your downfall, Liu Fei declared, slamming his hand upon a nearby marble table. The force shattered the table into countless fragments, strewn across the floor, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment, well aware of the table's substantial thickness. After executing this display, Liu Fei exited the establishment. As he stepped out of Royal One, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Rewards have been credited. You now possess 51% equity in Hengxiao Group. The agreement will soon arrive at Mingmen Tiancheng. After delivering this message, the system fell silent. This system is quite commendable, Liu Fei remarked before hailing a cab to return to Mingmen Tiancheng. Meanwhile, when Su Han and Su Cece returned home, she spent some time playing with Su Cece, giving her a bath before lulling her to sleep. As Su Han stood by her bedroom window, her gaze fell towards Liu Fei's villa, just as he arrived back at his doorstep after leaving Royal One. Why has he gone out again? What would he possibly be doing? Su Han pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her mind. Given the late hour, venturing out seemed rather inappropriate. She retrieved her phone and sent Liu Fei a message. What are you doing out so late? Just as Liu Fei stepped out of the car and had yet to open the door, his phone chimed. He pulled it out to find a message from Su Han. A smirk crept across his face as he read her words. You're still awake? How'd you know I went out? He glanced back, spotting Su Han by the window, her phone screen aglow. Oh, so that's your room, he mused. Don't change the subject. You still haven't told me what you went out for. Su Han replied through the message. Are you concerned for my well-being? Upon receiving the message from Liu Fei, Su Han was immediately overwhelmed by an impulse to confront him physically. Choosing not to respond, she waited for 2 minutes. When Liu Fei noticed the absence of a reply, he seemed to realize that his jest had perhaps gone too far. I have gone to Royal No. 1. I am not a gentleman who seeks revenge after a decade. I prefer to retaliate immediately. If you bully me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. After sending this message, Liu Fei tucked his phone into his pocket, opened the door, and prepared to go to bed. Having already sent the message, he no longer cared about Su Han's thoughts. Meanwhile, after reading Liu Fei's message, Su Han indeed felt a flicker of anger and switched off her phone, ignoring him thereafter. However, she did not leave her window, but continued to watch Liu Fei. Upon receiving a subsequent message, a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. When she saw Liu Fei enter his room, she softly wished him good night before returning to her bedside to sleep. The following day unfolded in its usual manner. However, Su Han did not bring Su Cece with her to the company. As she was leaving, she sent Liu Fei a message. There are people in my house, and Cece is home too. If convenient, could you look after her today? Liu Fei's response was nearly instantaneous. After replying, Su Han heard her doorbell ring. The housekeeper opened the door and inquired, "Whom do you seek?" "Oh, I'm looking for Su Han." "Let him in, Liu Yi," came Su Han's voice from above. "Please enter." The housekeeper ushered Liu Fei inside. "Have you been glued to your phone? Your replies are quite swift." "Indeed. I must keep an eye on my phone to avoid missing your directives." "You may proceed to work. When Cece wakes, I will invite her over to play, as it is a bit inconvenient here," Liu Fei said to Su Han with a smile. "All right. In the morning, prepare something light for her to eat. But do not let her have too much. She might feel unwell. She can now eat solid foods, and she won't be needing milk anymore," Su Han instructed Liu Fei. "You may leave. I am well aware of what to do. Rest assured, when you return, I shall certainly present you with a delightful Cece." With that, Su Han took her car keys and departed towards her building. Liu Fei then entered Su Cece's room, which also doubled as Su Han's. Upon stepping inside, he noticed an abundance of toys and stuffed animals, which did not resemble a young girl's room, but rather that of a child. This was, however, precisely how Su Cece had wished for her space to be decorated. As Liu Fei settled onto the edge of the bed, Su Cece awakened, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing her father. "Daddy, you're here? Where's Mommy?" she asked. "Mommy has gone to work. Would you like to come play with me today? I can keep you company all day long," Liu Fei replied with a smile. Yes. I will put on my clothes and wash up right now. Please wait for me." Upon hearing that she could spend the entire day playing with her father, Sushi was filled with joy. She quickly donned her clothes and attended to her morning routine. Once she was ready, she accompanied Liu Fei back to his villa. Liu Fei, in turn, had ordered a delightful assortment of dishes through a delivery service, which also included a few toys. After preparing breakfast for Sushi, the two began to play on the blanket in the living room. As they were engrossed in their play, Liu Fei's phone began to ring. The melody echoed. "The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the rolling hills, flowers bloom." Liu Fei glanced at his phone and saw it was a call from his mother. "Hello, Mom. Xiao Fei. I've just arrived at the train station in Lutang." "Mom, you're at the train station in Luchun? What brings you here?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Liu Fei immediately stood up. "What's wrong? Am I not welcome?" Zhou Ling responded with a hint of displeasure, sensing something amiss in her son's tone. No, Mom. It's just that I have some matters to attend to and can't pick you up right now," Liu Fei hurriedly explained. "That's all right. I can manage on my own. Don't you still live in Huaqing Yuan, Building 7, Room 613? I can find my way there," Zhou Ling replied. She had visited Liu Fei there numerous times before. No, Mom, I don't live there anymore." Just as Liu Fei finished speaking, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Inform your mother of the truth. 1. Reward, 5 million in cash. 2. Lie to your mother and withhold the truth. Reward, 1 million in cash. Please make your choice." Upon hearing the system's voice, Liu Fei found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether he should divulge this matter to Zhou Ling's son. "What is going on? Where do you live now?" Zhou Ling's voice came through the phone again, clearly eager to ascertain her son's current residence. "Mom, I live in Mingmen, Tiancheng. Just take a taxi here, and when you arrive, I will come to meet you. I'm tied up at the moment, Liu Fei said, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. After speaking, he responded to the system in his mind. System, I choose option 1. Liu Fei had made up his mind to reveal to his mother, Zhou Ling, that he had a daughter. He resigned himself to whatever consequences may arise from his mother's reaction, hoping she might be lenient given the existence of her granddaughter. All right then, I'll take a taxi over. I really wonder what you could possibly be busy with. I'll hang up now, wait for me, Zhou Ling said before ending the call. After putting his phone away, Liu Fei turned to Sushi and said, Cece, Grandma will be here shortly. Shall I introduce you to her? Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Ah, indeed. I had thought I, too, was without a grandmother, especially since I observe that other children have theirs. How could you possibly lack a grandmother? She shall arrive shortly, and I will introduce you to her. However, Cece, could you promise your father one thing? What is it, Daddy? Susie inquired with curiosity. When your grandmother reprimands your father, would you kindly intervene on my behalf? Chapter 16. Mother, please be gentle. But, Daddy, why would grandmother scold you? Moreover, will she heed Cece's words? At that moment, Susie wore a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend her father's peculiar request. Of course, grandmother will adore you. Whatever you say, she will surely listen. Therefore, if she does strike me, you must implore her to be gentle. Do you understand? You must plead for my sake. Liu Fei reiterated to Susie. Understood, Daddy. I will certainly plead with grandmother for you. Do not worry. Susie assured Liu Fei with conviction. Excellent. That is reassuring. Yet Liu Fei knew that such certainty was rather unreliable. So he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Su Han. Are you there? He inquired. After a 2-minute wait, Su Han's indifferent response arrived, allowing Liu Fei to envision her expression at that moment. My mother has arrived. She will soon reach Mingmen Tiancheng. I hope to be saved this evening. After sending this message, Liu Fei added an emoji of supplication. Gauge my mood, Su Han replied, then resumed her own tasks. Her thoughts scattered. She was uncertain of her feelings upon meeting Liu Fei's mother. Yet, she swiftly dismissed such thoughts, contemplating that, at worst, she could simply avoid the encounter. After half an hour, Zhou Ling's call came through again. Son, I have arrived at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng. All right, Mom, I will come and fetch you now. Liu Fei responded to Zhou Ling, preparing to rise and meet her at the community entrance. Son, you haven't engaged in any unlawful activities, have you? This community appears to be quite upscale, far exceeding the standard of your residence at Huaqing Uefu. Mother, I will explain shortly, but do not be alarmed. I shall introduce you to someone. Please wait for me at the entrance. Liu Fei concluded the call with Zhou Ling Cece. Come, grandmother has arrived. Let's go greet her. Oh yay, grandmother is here. Let's go meet her. Upon hearing that her grandmother had arrived, Susie set aside her toy and promptly rose from the living room carpet, ready to put on her shoes and accompany Liu Fei to the entrance. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling stood patiently at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng. Upon noticing someone standing at the entrance, the security guard instinctively approached her, adhering to his professional duty. Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for? Oh, my son mentioned he lives inside, and he is coming out to meet me. I'm just waiting for him here. Zhou Ling replied truthfully to the guard. Why don't you wait over here at the security kiosk? The weather is rather warm, and there's air conditioning inside, which would provide some relief, the guard suggested after hearing Zhou Ling's explanation. He realized that her son resided in the prestigious Mingmen Tiancheng, a place known for housing the affluent and elite. Moreover, she had not insisted on entering the security office, so it would be wise to foster goodwill by allowing her to wait in the kiosk. No, that wouldn't be necessary. It would be too much trouble. I am fine standing here for a bit. Zhou Ling quickly declined, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She considered the possibility that her son might not come out to greet her. Or worse, that she had come to the wrong place, which would be quite awkward. Please move a bit closer. This is the main entrance of the community, and there are some vehicles passing by, making it somewhat unsafe. Additionally, there are shaded areas near the security kiosk, where you won't be exposed to the sun as much, the guard advised, noticing her reluctance to enter the kiosk. All right, I will wait over there. Thank you. Young man, Zhou Ling conceded. Not all, it's our duty. Allow me to assist you, the guard replied, stepping forward to help carry her belongings. If Liu Fei truly resides here, it would indeed be commendable. At least the security personnel are willing to lend a hand, exhibiting such excellent service. Unlike at Huaching Ufu, where everyone behaves rather aloofly, Zhou Ling thought to herself. After a couple of minutes, Liu Fei's figure finally emerged in her line of sight. However, her curiosity was piqued when she noticed he was holding the hand of a small child. "Mom, you're here. Come on, let us go inside. It's quite sunny out," Liu Fei said as he approached his mother, swiftly taking her belongings to help carry them. "Liu Fei, who is this?" Zhou Ling inquired, directing her gaze towards Su Cece without making a move. "Let us head home first. I will explain everything there," Liu Fei responded, a hint of unease in his voice. "Hello, Grandma. I'm Cece." Su Cece introduced herself directly to Zhou Ling. "Oh, hello," Zhou Ling replied, not sensing anything unusual, as it was quite appropriate for someone of Su Cece's age to address her as Grandma. "Let us go home now," Zhou Ling said, noting her son's reluctance to discuss matters now and deciding it was best to wait until they were home. "Mom, you can hold on to that. I still need to hold her hand," Liu Fei added, addressing Zhou Ling once more. "That's perfectly fine," she assured him. Yet, Zhou Ling couldn't help but wonder who this little girl was. If it were true that this child is indeed my granddaughter, how delightful that would be. Upon returning to the village, she would undoubtedly evoke the envy of the elderly, sparking a flurry of gossip among them. After Liu Fei brought Zhou Ling and Su Cece back home, he said, "Mom, please have a seat." "Grandma, please enjoy some tea," Su Cece offered, presenting a cup. "Oh, thank you, dear. You are so polite. Which family do you belong to?" Zhou Ling, noticing Su Cece's courteous demeanor, inquired further. "I am my father's daughter," Su Cece replied. "Father? Who is your father?" Zhou Ling pressed. "It's him." Su Cece pointed at Liu Fei. "Mom, let me explain. Please listen," Liu Fei urged, sensing the brewing storm. "You had better clarify this matter. If you fail to do so, beware of my wrath." Zhou Ling's expression darkened as she questioned Liu Fei, fully aware that her son had no daughter. "Mom, the truth is, 2 years ago, I had a drunken encounter with a girl at a bar. And that is how she came to be." Liu Fei hastily recounted the events to his mother. As Zhou Ling absorbed his words, her expression grew increasingly grave. Unable to contain her anger any longer, she glanced around, seized a broom, and charged toward Liu Fei. "Mom, please don't be upset. Don't be upset," Liu Fei exclaimed, realizing the precariousness of his situation and attempting to evade her. "You went to a bar at such a young age, indulging in such disgraceful behavior. Utterly shameless." Zhou Ling scolded him while swinging the broom. "Mom, please go easy on me. I know I was wrong," Liu Fei pleaded amidst the blows, fully aware that if his mother did not vent her anger, the situation would remain unresolved. At that moment, Su Cece burst into tears, halting both of their actions. "Cece, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Liu Fei, flustered and momentarily disregarding Zhou Ling's fury, rushed to Su Cece's side. "Daddy, does Grandma not like me? I saw her hitting you. Is it because of me?" Su Cece's innocent words, filled with concern, tugged at Liu Fei's heartstrings. Zhou Ling, realizing the situation, quickly dropped the broom and approached Su Cece. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Cece. It's not that Grandma doesn't like you. It's just your father's actions that are so upsetting. Grandma loves you very much. Come here, let Grandma hold you," she cooed, lifting Su Cece into her arms and reaching for a tissue to wipe her tears. After a considerable time of comforting, Zhou Ling finally managed to soothe the sobbing child. "You rascal, it's all your fault that you made my granddaughter cry." After scolding Liu Fei, Zhou Ling began to comfort Su Cece. Witnessing this scene, Liu Fei felt utterly helpless. Zhou Ling put in considerable effort to soothe Su Cece, and soon they were playing together on the carpet. Su Cece taught Zhou Ling how to play house, and Zhou Ling, in turn, joined her in the delightful game. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang from outside. "Go answer the door." "Got it, Mom," Liu Fei replied, rising from the sofa and heading to the door. "Hello, Mr. Liu, you have a package." Upon seeing the door open, the delivery person addressed Liu Fei, handing him a letter. "My package?" "Yes, please sign here." The delivery person offered a pen to Liu Fei. He accepted it and signed his name before taking the package inside. Who is it? A delivery. Liu Fei responded to his mother and then sat back down on the sofa, opening the package. To his surprise, it was the share transfer agreement from Hung Xiao Group, naming Liu Fei as the beneficiary. With his signature, he would become the largest shareholder of Hung Xiao Group. So, the system's gifted shares have arrived. I thought it was something else, Liu Fei mused to himself. He found a pen and signed his name where indicated, affixing his seal. Thus, Hung Xiao Group became his. Grandma, I'm hungry. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, it was now noon, and Su Cece spoke to Zhou Ling. All right, Grandma will go make you something to eat. Upon hearing Su Cece's declaration of hunger, Zhou Ling hurried to prepare a meal for her. Chapter 17. Their first meeting. Mom, let me handle it. Seeing his mother about to cook, Liu Fei quickly stood up to stop her. You? Can you even manage that? I know your culinary skills all too well. Zhou Ling replied with a look of disdain, fully aware of Liu Fei's limited abilities. Grandma, Daddy's cooking is really delicious. Suksik defending Liu Fei. Mom, why don't you and Cece keep playing? Meanwhile, let me show you my culinary prowess, Liu Fei said to Zhou Ling, then grabbed an apron and headed into the kitchen. Today's menu would also revolve around fish, as it is beneficial for children's cognitive development. Zhou Ling watched in disbelief as her son took charge. Pulling out her phone from her pocket. Cece, dear, Grandma will call Grandpa. Can you play by yourself for a bit? All right, Grandma, you go ahead and play. By the way, does Grandpa like me too? Absolutely. Grandpa will be overjoyed to see you. I'll call him right away. After Zhou Ling had successfully comforted Su Cece, she promptly retreated to a secluded area and dialed Lu Qingyang. Hello, my dear wife, what is it? Old man, I have some significant news to share with you. Zhou Ling whispered. Significant news? What kind of news? Has something happened to our son? Lu Qingyang's expression grew tense upon hearing Zhou Ling's words. Not at all. It's about your granddaughter. My dear wife, such jokes are not to be taken lightly. Don't tease me. Our son has just broken up. I assure you. It's true. I'm currently with Xiao Fei. He has a little girl, a result of a mistake he made 2 years ago. After Zhou Ling conveyed the news to Lu Qingyang, she swiftly sent him a photograph. Look, I've sent you the picture. Take a look. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Lu Qingyang felt she was not jesting and opened the photo. Would you believe it? The child does resemble Xiao Fei quite a bit. But is this reliable? We must not let our Xiao Fei be burdened by emotional troubles and take on this responsibility prematurely. That would be quite unfortunate. You must tell Xiao Fei that he is still young and should not act impulsively. Lu Qingyang advised Zhou Ling, rest assured. That will not happen. I will observe closely. I just wanted to inform you so you could be prepared. I will inquire further shortly. Indeed, this matter must not be taken lightly. It concerns the lineage of the Liu family. We must proceed with utmost caution. Lu Qingyang instructed Zhou Ling. Have no worries. After Zhou Ling hung up the phone, she returned to the living room to play with Su Cece. Meanwhile, Liu Fei prepared the meal and brought the dishes to the table. Mom, Cece, come wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Once the three of them were seated at the dining table, they began to eat. Zhou Ling took a bite of the dish Liu Fei had cooked, and her eyes lit up. Son, your cooking skills are impressive. Where did you learn this? I've never tasted anything so delicious from you before. Mom, I've been practicing secretly. I initially intended to put to good use, but ended up being quite fortunate. At least I can prepare some nutritious meals for Cece. If it doesn't taste good, she won't eat it, right? Liu Fei replied as he offered a piece of fish to Su Cece. Su Cece opened her mouth eagerly. Good. Let us eat. Your skills are indeed commendable. In the future, you'll have someone to cook for you at home. With your talent, you could work as a chef in a restaurant without any issues. Zhou Ling praised her son, as his skills were genuinely impressive, and being her own child, who else could she commend if not him? The three of them continued their meal together. After finishing their meal, Liu Fei tidied up a bit. Su Cece, having had her lunch, soon succumbed to sleep, and Zhou Ling gently coaxed her into slumber. Liu Fei, lacking in experience with children compared to Zhou Ling, who had been through this before, found himself at a loss. Once Su Cece was asleep, Liu Fei and Zhou Ling settled in the living room. Tell me, son, are you absolutely certain she is your daughter? I just got off the phone with your father, and he mentioned that I should confirm whether she truly belongs to the Liu family. Moreover, this event dates back 2 years. One cannot simply assume that because of a past relationship, the other party will cling to you. Liu Fei, upon hearing his mother's remarks, was both amused and exasperated. Mom, she is indeed my daughter. A paternity test has already been conducted. He found himself weaving a half-truth. Yet it did not feel entirely dishonest, for Su Cece was undeniably his child. He believed that framing it this way would lend more credibility in his mother's eyes. Well then, as long as she is part of the Liu family, who is the child's mother? She is Su Han, the president of the Su group. I'm not familiar with her, but if she is a president, why would she be interested in our family? Mom, you might have misunderstood. She merely wishes for Cece to have a father's love during her childhood, which is why she reached out to us. It's not that she is demanding any obligation from us. Do you understand? Liu Fei replied with a wry smile. Oh, I see. But Xiao Fei, since you have acknowledged this daughter, you must think carefully about your future. Finding a partner will not be easy unless you pursue her mother. However, chasing after her mother seems somewhat impractical now. If it were back when our factory was thriving, it might have been feasible. But given our current circumstances, you know the state of the factory. Your father and I have managed to save 80,000 over the years, which is meant for your marriage and home. As Zhou Ling finished speaking, Liu Fei heard a chime from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. 5 million has been credited to your account. Just as the system's announcement faded, Liu Fei's phone buzzed with a notification. He realized that the 5 million had indeed arrived. Mom's fine. We'll take things one step at a time. If she truly looks down on us, we won't say anything, right? And about that 80,000, please keep it for Dada's retirement. I don't need the funds right now. By the way, how's our factory doing? Zhou Ling, uncertain how to respond to his inquiry about the factory, sighed in resignation. Your father still doesn't want to give up on it. Before I came here, he wanted me to withdraw the 80,000 you were saving for marriage. I understand your father. You must also empathize with him. He has an emotional attachment to the factory. After all, it has supported our family all these years. Zhou Ling spoke to Liu Fei with simplicity, expressing her hope that he would not harbor resentment towards his father, who might have intentions regarding the 800,000. I understand, Mom, Liu Fei replied to his mother, then retrieved his phone and transferred 2 million to Zhou Ling. I have sent 2 million to your bank card. Once you return, please hand it over to my father for the factory's investment. I have developed a sense of attachment to our family business, and it pains me to see it collapse. Moreover, as you rightly pointed out, we ought to preserve some family legacy. Son, where did you acquire such a substantial sum? It wouldn't be from engaging in illicit activities, would it? And you haven't explained the matter regarding this house. Zhou Ling inquired, startled by Liu Fei's generous transfer. Mom, what are you suggesting? I merely made some investments in stocks during my studies and earned a bit of money. You do remember that my university major was finance, do you not? Upon hearing Liu Fei's explanation, Zhou Ling's anxiety dissipated momentarily. That's a relief. But listen, you must refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities. Understood? Understood, Liu Fei replied with a wry smile. As night fell, Su Han found herself at the Su Corporation building, uncertain whether to return home. Contemplating the message from Liu Fei, she grappled with her decision until, as if resolved, she began walking towards her home. Su Han was unaware if Liu Fei's mother had left, as her messages to him had gone unanswered. This was not due to Liu Fei's disregard. Rather, he was preoccupied and had no time to check his phone. Knock, knock, knock. With a flutter of anxiety, Su Han rapped on Liu Fei's door, reminding herself that she needed to bring Su Cece home. However, it was not Liu Fei who answered, but Zhou Ling. Upon opening the door, Zhou Ling was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman standing at the threshold. Hello, who are you looking for? Zhou Ling asked, uncertain of the visitor's identity. Su Cece, upon seeing her mother, exclaimed, Mommy, Mommy, you're back, and rushed to embrace Su Han's leg. Grandma, this is my mommy. At that moment, Zhou Ling realized that the woman before her was Su Han, who had shared night with Liu Fei. Oh, dear, please come in, Zhou Ling invited, stepping aside to allow Su Han entry. Once inside, Su Han noticed Liu Fei sitting on the carpet, tidying up the toys that Su Cece had played with. You finished work? Please sit down. I'll prepare dinner. After we eat, you can take Cece home, Liu Fei said. Su-han silently nodded, acquiescing to Liu Fei's request, as he made his way to the kitchen to begin his preparations. This left Su-han and Zhou Ling in the living room, both feeling quite awkward. Chapter 18. A gift for you. Neither Su-han nor Zhou Ling knew what to say or do next. For Zhou Ling, although she was aware that Su-han, sitting across from her, was the mother of her granddaughter, she also recognized the awkward circumstances surrounding her son and Su-han, as their relationship was far from conventional. Furthermore, Su-han had only indicated that her daughter, Su Cece, needed a father, without explicitly stating her own desires regarding a husband. Hello, Auntie, I am Su-han, Cece's mother. Su-hang felt that maintaining this awkward silence was rather impolite, and thus took the initiative to introduce herself. Greetings, dear. I am Zhou Ling, the mother of Liu Fei. I'm aware of the matters concerning my son, but rest assured, I have already spoken to him about it. Yes, Mom. Grandma even used a broom to hit Dad today, and it was quite fierce. Su Cece chimed in beside Su-han, acting as a supportive ally for Liu Fei. Auntie, that seems rather inappropriate. Our affair was rather impulsive, so there is no need for you to take it too seriously. Su-han's words were straightforward. Despite having a daughter with Liu Fei, she would not use that as leverage to entangle him further. What are you saying? Cece does need a father, after all. Let this rascal help you with the child. He has nothing else to do and can share the burden. Zhou Ling expressed her understanding as a woman, acknowledging the hardships of raising children. But no matter what, I appreciate your efforts, dear. Zhou Ling spoke with a heart full of empathy for Su-han. Recognizing the challenges of motherhood, let him make amends to you both. Utilize him fully. However, there was also a hint of self-interest in Zhou Ling's words. If their relationship could progress further, it would be wonderful. Yet, if it could not, it would simply mean they were not destined for each other. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's remarks, Su-han chose not to respond, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Liu Fei had finished preparing the meal. Come, let us eat. Wash your hands first. After saying this, he began to arrange the dishes on the table. Upon hearing Liu Fei's invitation, everyone washed their hands and prepared to sit down for dinner. Since Zhou Ling had tasted Liu Fei's cooking in the morning, she was quite satisfied with his culinary skills. Su-han had already had the pleasure of 2 meals, and one of her primary reasons for coming to pick up Su Cece was to see if she could enjoy another meal. After they had finished dining, Suantok Su Cece home. As they were leaving, Su Cece turned to Zhou Ling and Liu Fei, expressing her wish for them to pick her up the next day, as she wanted to visit them again. Zhou Ling readily agreed, and after sending the 2 off, she immediately grasped Liu Fei's ear. Take good care of those 2, do you hear me? If possible, you should pursue Cece's mother. She is not only beautiful, but also comes from a good family. Do you understand? He is 1,000 times, even 10,000 times better than that Wang Dan. I truly cannot fathom your father's thoughts when he arranged such a marriage for you. Ouch, ouch. Mother, please be gentler. I understand. Upon hearing Liu Fei's pleas, Zhou Ling finally released her grip. Liu Fei hurriedly rubbed his aching ears. The pain was excruciating. Let us go, Zhou Ling remarked, turning to enter the house. After settling his mother, Liu Fei returned to his room, opened the agreement, and contemplated the future endeavors of the Hongxiao Group. Although he was a major shareholder with absolute authority, he was aware that dissenters would exist. His next objective was to compel those who opposed him to submit. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who defy me shall perish. If all else fails, he would have to expel them from the Hongxiao Group. Are you busy? Liu Fei inquired as he pulled out his phone and messaged Su-han. After a wait of about 10 minutes, he received a reply. Just finished bathing Cece. What is up? She is playing by herself, so go ahead. What collaboration exists between the Su Group and the Hongxiao Group? He owes you a substantial amount. Upon seeing Su-han's response, Liu Fei promptly questioned her. It's South in real estate. We are the suppliers providing construction materials. Though Su-han was puzzled by Liu Fei's inquiry, she nonetheless conveyed the details of their collaboration with the Hongxiao Group. Will you consider future collaborations? Not anymore. The chairman of Hongxiao Group, Su Dayan, is utterly repugnant. Are you suggesting I should collaborate with them? What if they replace their chairman? Replace him? That's impossible. How could they possibly do that? I haven't heard anything. Su-han stared at her phone, perplexed by the information displayed on the screen, unable to grasp Liu Fei's intentions. After hearing her response, Liu Fei chose to remain silent, snapping a photo of the share transfer agreement and sending it to Su-Han. Upon seeing the image, her eyes widened in astonishment. "You are now the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group?" Following that statement, she sent 3 questioning emojis. "Indeed, I am currently the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group, which grants me decisive authority over all matters concerning it. So, do you still wish to collaborate with Hongxiao Group? Rest assured, I will not default on your payments," Liu Fei assured her. However, Su-Han fell into silence. The Hongxiao Group, being the largest real estate developer, would indeed offer significant advantages to the Su Group through collaboration. Yet, previously, Su-Han had been preoccupied with concerns over payment. Now, however, the dynamics had shifted. It was Liu Fei who held the reins. Regardless of personal or professional motives, if she sought payment, it would undoubtedly be more favorable now. "Why have you chosen this course of action? And how did you become the largest shareholder?" Liu Fei, upon receiving a message from Su-Han, found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he revealed to her the secret of how to become the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group. "I apologize, but I'm unable to respond to you at this moment. However, I assure you that I will divulge the details in due time." As for why he chose the Su family group, he added, "It is because I wish to present you with a gift." Su-Han stared at Liu Fei's message, lost in thought before letting out a sigh. "You should first ensure that Hongxiao Group remains under your control. Su Dayan is not one to relinquish his position easily." "Rest assured, I will," Liu Fei replied, putting away his phone and preparing to rest, as he planned to visit Hongxiao Group the following day to see what it was like. The next day, after arriving at work, Su-Han left Su Cece at Liu Fei's home, as Liu Fei had plans for the day, and thus entrusted Su Cece to Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling had no objections. In fact, she welcomed the opportunity. However, Su Cece felt a bit upset, but Liu Fei managed to appease her with a doll, allowing her to play with Zhou Ling at home. Meanwhile, in the office of Hongxiao Group, Su Dayan was in a foul mood. He had just been informed by the board that shares had been transferred to a young man, who now held 51% of Hongxiao Group's shares. "Those scoundrels! How dare they proceed without notifying me?" Su Dayan fumed in his office, despite holding 45% of the shares himself. Previously, the scattered nature of the shares had granted him considerable influence. However, the current situation was dire, as another individual now held a majority stake. The board members had long grown weary of Su Dayan, yet they found themselves powerless against his considerable holdings. Su Dayan's tactics had gradually solidified his dominance over Hongxiao Group, rendering him the sole authority. Upon arriving at Hongxiao Group's premises, Liu Fei entered without hesitation. Although the office building lacked the grandeur of Su's group, it was still substantial. After all, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. Given the increasingly stringent real estate climate and the market downturn, Hongxiao Group faced various challenges in its supply and capital chains. Similar to Su Dayan's reluctance to settle debts with Su's group, Hongxiao Group was in need of funds. Despite not wanting to default on Su-Han, Su Dayan found himself compelled to exploit the situation. He harbored ulterior motives regarding Su-Han's beauty, hoping to use it as leverage. Most importantly, if he could win Su-Han over, the merger of Su's group and Hongxiao Group would strengthen Hongxiao Group, potentially alleviating all the crises it currently faced. Regrettably, Liu Fei has emerged unexpectedly, causing Su Dayan's meticulously crafted plans to unravel entirely. "I am the largest shareholder of your Hongxiao Group. My name is Liu Fei," he declared to the receptionist. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was inclined to regard him as a madman on the verge of summoning security. However, Liu Fei produced a document for her inspection. Upon examining the agreement, she discerned its authenticity, and Liu Fei's demeanor made it improbable that this young man would resort to deceit. Promptly, she dialed Su Dayan's office. Chapter 19. Restructuring Hongxiao Group. The phone in Su Dayan's office rang insistently. "Who is it?" he answered with a loud voice, feeling increasingly burdened by the interruption. "Chairman, a young man has arrived, claiming to be the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group. He demands a board meeting and possesses an agreement stating he holds 51% of our shares," the receptionist informed him, unfazed by Su Dayan's tone. Upon hearing her words, Su Dayan sprang to his feet. What did you say? Where is he? He is at the front desk. Wait for me. I will descend immediately. Without hesitation, Su Dayan hung up and hurriedly exited his office, racing towards the lobby. He had already received the board's notification, confirming the veracity of the news. Furthermore, the receptionist had no reason to fabricate such a story. She merely sought confirmation. When Su Dayan reached the front desk, he was momentarily taken aback. It's you. Long time no see. Chairman Su. Liu Fei greeted him with a wave, fully anticipating Su Dayan's reaction, though the latter had not expected Liu Fei to be the visitor. What brings you here? You cannot possibly be. Su Dayan's eyes widened in disbelief. Clearly, our Chairman Su is a perceptive individual. Indeed, I am a new shareholder of Hongxiao Group. I wish to convene a board meeting. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Mr. Liu. Please proceed to the conference room. I will promptly notify everyone to attend the board meeting. Su Dayan replied, his previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by utmost respect. Liu Fei, ignoring Su Dayan's words, stepped into the elevator and ascended. Su Dayan, drenched in cold sweat, realized that if Liu Fei became the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group, his prosperous days would be irrevocably over. However, Su Dayan found himself at a loss and had no choice but to swiftly summon all the other board members and shareholders. Once everyone had gathered, Su approached Liu Fei's side. Mr. Liu, everyone is here. We may commence. However, I have a few words I wish to convey to you. Speak freely, what is it? Liu inquired. Mr. Liu, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies for my previous actions. I am truly sorry, Su Dayan stated, bowing respectfully towards Liu Fei. Liu Fei, of course, understood Su's intentions. He merely sought leniency in the forthcoming board meeting. Nevertheless, Liu Fei was no fool. He disregarded Su and rose from his chair, making his way toward the conference room. Upon witnessing Liu's movement, Su anticipated this outcome, though his eyes glinted with a hint of cold malice. Ding! The system issued a task. Punish Su Dayan. 1. Ensure he faces legal repercussions. Reward, 10 million in cash. 2. Grant him clemency. Reward, 3 million in cash. System, I choose option 1. Liu Fei declared resolutely, recognizing that such a fortuitous opportunity was surely to be seized. After all, inflicting legal consequences upon a scoundrel like Su Dayan was merely just. Upon entering the conference room, Liu took his seat at the head of the table. I am Liu Fei, the newly appointed shareholder of Hongxiao Group, with a controlling stake of 51%. I have summoned you all today to announce an important matter. The attendees turned their gaze towards him, intrigued. The current chairman of Hongxiao Group, Su Dayan, has engaged in embezzlement and repeatedly violated the law. I have decided to relieve him of his chairmanship and terminate any familial positions held within Hongxiao Group. I would like to know if anyone has any objections. After making this announcement, Liu took a sip from his teacup, while the others exchanged glances in astonishment. I concur. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated beneath the table stood, voicing his support for Liu's proposition. This man, named Jiao Yunpeng, was Su Dayan's long-standing adversary, who had always sought to unseat Su but had been unsuccessful until now. Vice Chairman Jiao, what do you mean by this? Are you simply taking advantage of my misfortune? Su Dayan retorted, alarmed by Jiao's sudden stance against him. Chairman Su, what do you think I mean? You are well aware. I have previously stated that you would not escape the law's judgment. And now, look, your chairmanship has been stripped from you. This is your just deserts. Moreover, setting that aside, do you truly believe your recent decisions were made solely for the benefit of the group? I suspect they were rather for your personal gain, particularly concerning our dealings with the Su Group. Currently, the Su family group appears to be an exceptionally poor partner, as evidenced by the deliberate delay in settling their debts, compounded by the increasingly unfavorable circumstances surrounding our Hongxiao Group. Therefore, I believe it is imperative for you to step down. At this moment, Jiao Yunpeng, with no reservations, retorted sharply at old Su, a display that Liu Fei greatly admired. After all, he was the first to stand in support of Liu Fei. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. What is your name? I am Jiao Yunpeng. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the new chairman of the Hongxiao Group. Liu Fei declared directly to Jiao Yunpeng. Yes, Mr. Liu, thank you for your trust, Jiao Yunpeng replied with gratitude, astonished by his sudden elevation. Work diligently. I have faith in you, Liu Fei encouraged him. I disagree. I am the current chairman of the Hongxiao Group, Su Dayan exclaimed, visibly flustered, while Liu Fei turned his gaze towards Jiao Yunpeng. Upon sensing Liu Fei's scrutiny, Jiao Yunpeng understood that Liu Fei was testing him. Security. Upon hearing Jiao Yunpeng's command, the security personnel immediately entered the conference hall, restrict Su Dayan's movements, and call the police. The two security guards exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to follow through with the directive. He is now the new chairman of our Hongxiao Group. Su Dayan is no longer in that position, Liu Fei interjected, prompting the guards to realize Su Dayan had been dismissed. Without hesitation, they proceeded to restrain him and notify the authorities. Liu Fei then turned his attention to Su Dayan's loyal aides and family members. When the police arrive, they will conduct an investigation. No innocent party will be wronged, but neither will any wrongdoer be spared. If you have no issues, your current positions will remain unchanged. However, should you continue to act in self-interest as before, I regret to inform you that prison awaits. Liu Fei warned the others. Upon hearing his words, they quickly grasped his intent. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, once the police arrive, we will report Su Dayan. Wang Yongmei, Su Dayan's wife, stated directly to Liu Fei, demonstrating her awareness of the situation. Although she had refrained from involvement, she was not oblivious to her husband's misdeeds. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. In times of peril, one must prioritize their own safety. Excellent. I appreciate your clarity of perception. Liu Fei responded with satisfaction to Wang Yongmei. Your position will remain unchanged, provided there are no issues. The Hongxiao Group will not forsake you. In the same vein, I reiterate my previous statement. As long as you dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to the Hongxiao Group, the Hongxiao Group shall not neglect any of you present here. Understood? Understood. Liu Fei's approach of combining a gentle persuasion with firm authority effectively won over everyone, rendering Su Dayan a mere relic of the past. Chairman Jiao, please re-establish contact with the Su Group and explore potential avenues for collaboration. Additionally, the current state of the Hongxiao Group requires no elaboration from me, does it? Let us discard what is unnecessary and streamline our operations. Moreover, I entrust the future of the Hongxiao Group into your capable hands. Liu Fei further inspired the gathering. Rest assured, you shall not be neglected. I am a person who believes in clear rewards and penalties. Have faith, Mr. Liu. At this moment, Jiao Yunpeng stood up to assure Liu Fei. Very well, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. I must take my leave now. After Liu Fei concluded, he stood to depart. Mr. Liu, allow me to see you off. Jiao Yunpeng approached Liu Fei, and after bidding him farewell, the police arrived at the Hongxiao Group's office building to take Su Dayan into custody, along with his loyal associates. Naturally, before their departure, Jiao Yunpeng advised the police to exercise leniency unless serious criminal matters were involved, in which case he urged for stringent punishment. President, we have received news from the Hongxiao Group expressing a desire to strengthen our collaboration with the Su Group. At that moment, Zhang Ku entered Su Han's office to discuss the collaboration request from the Hongxiao Group. Oh, a renewed collaboration? What audacity Su Dayan possesses to propose further cooperation. President, Su Dayan is no longer the chairman of Hongxiao Group. It is now Jiao Yunpeng. Just then, Su Han received a message on her phone. Upon reading it, she discovered it was from Liu Fei. The Hongxiao Group is now under my control. I hope for your support in fostering our collaboration. Thank you. Liu Fei had also included a smiling emoji. Chapter 20. An interlude at the amusement park. Upon seeing Liu Fei's message, Su Han couldn't help but chuckle. President? Zhang Ku, puzzled, inquired softly. Oh, it's nothing. Since the Hongxiao Group wishes to collaborate with us, we shall proceed with the standard procedures. There is no need to concern ourselves with anything else. Understood, President. I will instruct the business department to initiate contact with them immediately. After affirming Su Han's directive, Zhang Ku promptly left to attend to the matter. How did you manage to seize control of the Hongxiao Group? Would Su Dayan allow you such authority? He is a treacherous individual. Be wary of his retaliation. Liu Fei smiled upon reading Su Han's message. Su Dayan is currently in police custody. Whether he emerges again remains uncertain. By the time he is free to seek revenge, he will likely be old and frail. There is no need for concern. You certainly evoke a sense of curiosity, and I wonder how many secrets you possess. After Su Han expressed this thought, she busied herself with other matters. Liu Fei, upon reading her message, chose not to respond and instead hailed a taxi to return home. He realized that, despite owning an Audi A6, he did not particularly relish driving. Rather, he found solace in the tranquility of a taxi ride. Perhaps this is the essence of a wealthy lifestyle. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Cici spotted Liu Fei and immediately ran towards him, wrapping her arms around his legs. Daddy, let's go play at the amusement park. Grandma has already agreed. Can we go together? Of course. Let us head to the amusement park, Liu Fei replied, lifting Su Cici into his arms. Mother, are we going to the amusement park this afternoon? He confirmed with Zhou Ling. Indeed, my precious granddaughter wishes to visit the amusement park, so we shall go. I'll start packing now, and once we finish our meal, we can set off. After Zhou Ling spoke, she began to prepare for the outing, ensuring everything was in order for a day out with a child. Let us depart around 3 or 4 o'clock. The heat will be more bearable then. If we go out right after lunch, the sun will be quite intense, which may not be ideal. All right, I will follow your suggestion. Let us prepare the meal. And afterwards, she takes her afternoon nap. We shall embark on our adventure. Zhou Ling reflected on Liu Fei's words and agreed. All right, Cici, you play by yourself for a while. Afterward, take a nap, and once you wake up, we will go to the amusement park. Okay? Sure, Daddy. But I want to call Mommy to see if she is coming too. All right, go ahead and call her, Liu Fei said, opening his phone to initiate a video call to Su Han. At that moment, Su Han was having her meal. When the call rang, she was momentarily surprised to see Liu Fei's video call, but answered nonetheless, suspecting it might be Su Cici reaching out. Mommy, Cici, have you eaten yet? Upon answering, Su Han realized it was indeed Su Cici on the line. Not yet, Daddy is making lunch now. But we plan to go to the amusement park this afternoon. Mommy, will you join us? I really want you to come. Su Cici directly conveyed the purpose of her call. This afternoon, let me see. Who's going? There's Daddy, me, and Grandma, so I want Mommy to come too. You haven't accompanied me to the amusement park in a long time. Besides, since Daddy is coming, I would love for you to join us as well, all right? Su Cici sweetly pleaded with her mother. Very well, I shall accompany you to the amusement park this afternoon. Su Han, unable to resist his charm, readily agreed. Oh, that is wonderful. Mommy is coming to the amusement park too. Su Cici exclaimed with glee. What time are you all departing? Su Han glanced at Liu Fei beside him and inquired. Around 3 or 4 o'clock, I suppose? At that time, the weather isn't too hot. If we set off after lunch, it might not be ideal. The sun can be quite harsh. All right, I understand. I'll return by 3 o'clock. No need. We can drive directly and pick you up. Very well, then you all can come over. I'll make the necessary arrangements on my end. Agreed. Su Han concluded before hanging up. After finishing his meal, he summoned Zhang Ke. I'll be accompanying Shi to the amusement park this afternoon. Is there anything of great importance? Upon hearing Su Han's words, Zhang Ke opened the itinerary. President, there is nothing particularly significant, just a meeting scheduled for the afternoon. Can it be postponed? If it can be rescheduled, then let's do that. Alternatively, you could send me the meeting minutes after it concludes. If there's nothing else, I'll attend to my own affairs. Understood, President. Zhang Ke promptly exited after responding to Su Han. Once Liu Fei had prepared lunch, the three of them enjoyed their meal together. Afterward, Zhou Ling lulled Su Cici to sleep for her afternoon nap, as it would be unwise for her to lack energy during their outing. It would be quite unfortunate if she dozed off en route, given the effort it took to plan their outing. When Su Cici awoke, Liu Fei had already readied all the necessary items for their departure and placed them in the Audi A6. Cici, you're awake, Zhou Ling exclaimed as she approached Su Cici. Yes, Grandma. We're going to the amusement park. Let us set off now. All right, let us wash your face first, and then we can go. Zhou Ling lifted Su Cici from the bed and began washing her face. Afterward, she carried her to the car. As Liu Fei's vehicle was yet to be equipped with a child seat, Su Cici sat in the back seat, held securely by Zhou Ling. The first time they returned, it was also Su Han who had held her. Observing this scene, Liu Fei mused that he ought to purchase a child seat soon. Upon arriving at the Su group, Liu Fei picked up Su Han, and together they headed toward the amusement park. The sun was still bearable at that hour. Upon reaching the amusement park, they commenced their revelry. However, during the festivities, Zhou Ling refrained from excessive participation, instead creating opportunities for Liu Fei and Su Han. Given her age, she was unable to partake in certain activities. Nonetheless, there were moments when she joined Su Shishi on rides like the carousel. Zhou Ling also insisted that Liu Fei capture some photos of her. After taking the pictures, she posted them on her social media, as she felt the need to showcase this delightful outing. However, the post quickly sparked a flurry of inquiries, with friends asking, "Whose child is this?" After Zhou Ling explained, there was little further discussion. Yet, a lingering doubt resided within her heart concerning the identity of Su Cici. However, Zhou Ling was disinclined to provide any explanations, for her son had already undergone a paternity test. Could a paternity test possibly be falsified? When will you return? If you delay any longer, I shall make my way to Tang City. Upon seeing Zhou Ling's post, Liu Qingyang commented and subsequently attempted to video call her, yet Zhou Ling did not answer, much to Liu Qingyang's frustration as he fidgeted restlessly. "Have some water," Liu Fei said as he approached Su Han, offering her a bottle of mineral water after they had just engaged in a game. Zhou Ling had also brought Su Cici over, gently wiping her face and offering her water. After all, she had already arrived and could not allow Su Han to be burdened with such tasks. "Thank you," Su Han said, accepting the water and expressing her gratitude to Liu Fei. "Grandma, I need to go to the bathroom." "All right, I will carry you there." Upon hearing Su Cici's request, Zhou Ling spotted a public restroom in the distance and took her there. "Annie is a very nice person," Su Han remarked, initiating conversation with Liu Fei at that moment. Throughout the journey, Zhou Ling's efforts had not gone unnoticed by Su Han. She had continually sought to indulge herself and bring Su Cici along as much as possible. Hence, Su Han felt a deep appreciation for Zhou Ling. "My mother is always like this. That is simply her nature," Liu Fei replied, uncertain of how to respond to Su Han's observation. Just then, a stylishly dressed young man approached Su Han and said, "Miss, may we get acquainted? Could I have your contact information?" Upon hearing this, Su Han felt a wave of disgust wash over her as she observed the newcomer. "I'm sorry, but that is inconvenient." "Oh, you have quite the fiery temperament, don't you? I didn't realize anyone here would dare to refuse me. Kid, let me borrow your girlfriend." The young man, taken aback by Su Han's blatant rejection, became slightly irate. Nearby, a group of young people began to whistle. "Demao, what is going on? You haven't managed to win her over? She is not giving you any face." Upon hearing this, the young man, named Mao, felt a surge of anger. Having just made an agreement with his friends to obtain this girl's phone number, only to find her so unyielding. "Young man, did you forget to brush your teeth before leaving the house? Your breath stinks. I'll give you one more chance. Disappear from my sight immediately, or you'll regret it." Liu Fei, usually good-natured, was now somewhat incensed, especially in front of Su Han, as it was an opportune moment to be a hero. "Do you even know who you're speaking to?" Demao retorted, now equally enraged as he squared off with Liu Fei. "I don't care who you are. Apologize to my girlfriend at once." Hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han felt her cheeks flush crimson, astonished by Liu Fei's forthrightness. Initially, at Su Dane's royal one, he was quite forthright. However, following that incident, everyone tacitly agreed to let the matter fade into obscurity. Little did she expect that today, Liu Fei would speak so brazenly again. During the first encounter between the two families, Demao's temper flared. "Well, kid, aren't you quite audacious?" he exclaimed, taken aback by Liu Fei's blatant disregard for his authority. "Once more, I urge you to leave my presence immediately." Liu Fei displayed a hint of impatience in response. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Task initiated. Deliver a forceful rebuttal to Demao's provocation. Reward, 10 million in cash. Avoiding Demao's retaliation will rapidly diminish your favorability in Su Han's eyes. Please make your choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Fei opted for the first option. Since receiving the master-level combat skills from the last system reward, he had not feared anyone in a fight. Moreover, This was yet another opportunity to enhance his standing in Su-han's eyes. Come here and properly deal with this rascal. Demao commanded a group of ruffian youths nearby. Upon hearing his words, they flocked to his side. Demao, are you capable? In the end, it seems like it will be us stepping in to resolve this. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, promptly distanced themselves, eager to avoid trouble. Fine, I was willing to let you off the hook. But now it seems that is no longer an option. You think you can intimidate me with numbers? Dream on. If you do not apologize to my girlfriend today, you will not leave this amusement park. After proclaiming this, Liu Fei stood up, ready to engage in combat. Seeing this, Demao rushed forward, prepared to confront Liu Fei. Hey, are you even capable? Sois interjective. If not, we should call the police. Just as her words fell, Liu Fei had already engaged Demao in a skirmish. Evidently, he was adept at bullying the meek. However, he had now encountered a formidable opponent, and Demao was about to find that out the hard way. In a matter of moments, Liu Fei dispatched Demao with ease. Get on with it. Why are you just standing there? Demao, lying on the ground in disbelief, shouted at his group of followers. Go! Upon witnessing the advancing crowd, Liu Fei plunged into the fray, engaging in battle once more. This gang's combat prowess paled in comparison to Su Dan's trained henchmen, and Liu Fei had barely begun to warm up before they all lay sprawled on the ground. Well, are you reconsidering my earlier proposition? Liu Fei approached Demao again and spoke. I'm sorry. I was blind to your stature. My apologies. At this moment, Demao had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He realized that if he did not concede, he would be the one to suffer. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Next time, be more cautious. Not everyone is as magnanimous as I am. Liu Fei patted his head, then rose to his feet and approached Su-han's side. Let us proceed to Cece's place and then return home. I lack the spirit to engage in further amusement. All right. Su-han readily agreed upon hearing Liu Fei's words. After they met up with Cece at the restroom, they all set off home together with Zhou Ling. Meanwhile, Demao and his companions were also groaning, though no one bothered to call an ambulance, having endured the torment inflicted by that group of ruffians for far too long. They had reported to the police several times, but the law enforcement officers were unable to catch them, as the miscreants played a game of cat and mouse, leaving the police powerless. Even if they managed to apprehend someone, it only resulted in a few days of detention. Witnessing Liu Fei administer a lesson to one of the bullies, everyone internally cheered in approval. On their way home, Liu Fei passed by the vegetable market and purchased some groceries. Previously, he could manage on his own, but the circumstances had changed. Now, not only did he have himself to consider, but also his mother and his daughter, Cece. Should Su-han and Su-he decide to join for a meal, the amount of food he had bought would surely be insufficient. Upon returning home, Liu Fei unloaded the groceries. Are you all dining at my place today? Sure, Su-han replied, cradling Cece as they entered Liu Fei's room. Liu Fei felt a surge of happiness at this sight. Son, keep up the good work. Have you noticed? This girl is beginning to develop feelings for you. I am confident that you will make significant progress soon, Zhou Ling remarked from the side. Mom, what are you saying? She is merely here to share a meal. It's not as complicated as you think, Liu Fei replied, somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he understood his mother's intentions. The spoken words, however, were not entirely pleasant. Hurry and start cooking, Zhou Ling instructed, ignoring Liu Fei's protest. All right, Liu Fei said as he carried the groceries into the kitchen, ready to begin his culinary endeavor. Meanwhile, Su-han had gone to Liu Fei's room to play with Cece on the bed. Zhou Ling, at that moment, returned to her own room. Given Liu Fei's spacious villa, there were plenty of rooms available, and she connected with Liu Qingyang via video call. You finally decided to video call me. Where's my granddaughter? Let me see her, Liu Qingyang exclaimed upon recognizing his wife's call. Enough of that. I need to discuss something serious. The factory is currently struggling, but our son has provided us with 2 million. When I return, I will give it to you to see if the factory can be salvaged. There is an urgent matter. You must drop everything and come to Tang City. I will send you the address. Once you arrive, I will speak to the girl and see if our families can meet. Zhou Ling conveyed her thoughts to Liu Qingyang. Zhou Ling contemplated the idea of arranging a meeting between both sets of parents, hoping it might provide Liu Fei with some assistance from the sidelines. Naturally, prior to this encounter, she would certainly seek Su Han's consent. Should Su Han disapprove, the meeting would not take place. Nevertheless, she wished to have Liu Qingyang come over to meet his granddaughter, in the hope that Su Han might just agree. Very well. I shall promptly delegate matters regarding the factory. Once that is done, I will head towards Liftang. With a drive, it will take about 5 hours. Don't bother driving. My son has a car. Your son has a car? When did he purchase one? At this moment, Liu Qingyang expressed his surprise. If he can buy a house, what is a car in comparison? If he has a vehicle, there is no need for you to drive. Just come directly. It would likely be inconvenient for you to drive anyway. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Liu Qingyang considered her reasoning and agreed, opting not to drive after all. All right then, I will buy a ticket and head over to Liftang after that. Good, let's proceed with that plan. After concluding the video call, Zhou Ling made her way to the kitchen. Son, I've asked your father to come over. Mom, why are you inviting Dad? Isn't our family factory busy? Liu Fei turned to her, puzzled by her statement. Given the current economic downturn of the factory, investing money now would be futile. We can do that later. The main purpose of your father's visit is to address your lifelong matters. The girl seems to have developed a favorable impression of you. Shouldn't the parents meet? Mom, what are you talking about? We are still uncertain about the nature of our relationship, and you want both parents to meet? If it doesn't work out, wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? No, please tell Dad not to come. It's simply not appropriate. Liu Fei firmly rejected the notion, feeling that the timing was not right. Very well, but your father would like to come, wouldn't he? He wishes to see his granddaughter, after all. Moreover, whether the girl is against us meeting, she does not affect our family. Zhou Ling explained to Liu Fei, while not angry about the proposed meeting. Did not mind Liu Qingyang visiting his granddaughter. After all, there was no harm in the meeting. All right, but Mom, let me make this clear. Do not inquire about Su Han. Girls can be quite shy and it would be rather embarrassing. Understood? Liu Fei cautioned his mother. Rest assured, dear, I can distinguish between significant matters and trivial ones. Well then, Mom, please sit in the living room for a moment. I shall start preparing dinner now. We can discuss other matters after we eat. We've all had a long day and are rather fatigued. Very well, you go ahead. After Zhou Ling exited the kitchen, she settled down in the living room, tinkering with the photos taken earlier that day. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Su Han, who was playing with Su Cici, certainly wouldn't answer the door at that moment. Furthermore, it is their home. Why is she here? Mother, please open the door. All right, I'm coming. Zhou Ling rose and approached the door, opening it. Liu Fei, I brought a bottle. Sui appeared within Zhou Ling's sight. Oh, my apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn. Upon seeing a middle-aged woman at the door, Sui instinctively felt he had erred in his visit and was about to turn away when he suddenly recalled. No, this is indeed the right place. May I inquire if Liu Fei is at home? Yes, he is home. My son is currently preparing dinner. And you are? Zhou Ling inquired of Sui before her. Oh, so you are Xiao Fei's mother. Greetings, I am Su Han's father, the grandfather of Shishi. Sui introduced himself to Zhou Ling. Oh, you are Su Han's father? Please, come in, come in. Upon realizing he was the father of her future son-in-law, Zhou Ling promptly ushered him inside. Father, what brings you here? At that moment, Su Han emerged from the room and asked his father. I noticed no one was cooking, so I thought I would drop by for a meal, and I brought a fine bottle of wine to share with the future in-laws and have a couple of drinks with Liu Fei. Sui nearly misspoke, but quickly corrected himself. Uncle, you're here. Please have a seat. Mother, please entertain our guest. The dishes will be ready shortly. And we shall dine. Liu Fei peeked out from the kitchen door, catching sight of Sui, and spoke to Zhou Ling very well. Zhou Ling then began to attend to Sui. Chapter 22. Liu Fei requests assistance at this time. Su Han also carried Su Shishi out from the room. He understood that if he remained absent, Liu Fei's mother might feel a hint of awkwardness, so he re-emerged to alleviate the tension. However, even with Su Han present, Zhou Ling and Sui found themselves at a loss for words. Both pretended to be preoccupied with various tasks, though internally they were anxious. Fortunately, Liu Fei broke the silence. Everyone, wash your hands, dinner is ready. Upon Liu Fei's announcement, Zhou Ling sprang up and hurried into the kitchen to assist him with the dishes. Father, look at you. You've scared everyone off. Suhan remarked to Suhi. My dear daughter, I was more nervous than you can imagine. Suhi replied, acknowledging that this was indeed a first for them. Once everyone washed their hands and settled down, they began to eat. The atmosphere during this meal was notably subdued. No one knew what to say or do. Even Suhi's original intention of drinking with Liu Fei had slipped from his mind, making the dinner quite awkward. After the meal, as Liu Fei began to tidy up, Zhou Ling felt it would be inappropriate to remain silent. My dear friend, I am fully aware of the mischief that my troublesome child has been up to. I have already reprimanded him, and I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to you. I have also conveyed to him that should you have any requests, do not hesitate to express them. We hold no objections. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Sui found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Young people, after all, possess their own lives and thoughts. It is best to allow them the freedom to converse and connect while we, as their parents, simply support them. We harbor no objections or demands. We shall observe the two children. Suhi's sentiment was straightforward. It is all about fate. If destiny allows them to be together, then they shall be. If not, then they shall part ways. Zhou Ling discerned Suhi's meaning. So long as Suhi had no objections, Liu Fei would still have considerable expectations. See, let us return home, Suhi said to Su Shishi. All right, grandfather, Su Shishi replied, and they began their journey back home. At that moment, Liu Fei emerged from the kitchen and approached Su Han. Wait a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you. All right, I shall wait, Su Han replied. Settling onto the sofa. Please bear with me a moment. I still have 2 bowls to wash. I will join you shortly, Liu Fei said, before turning his attention to the dishes. Zhou Ling, observing the two, wisely retreated to her own room. Once Liu Fei had finished washing the bowls, he poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Han. Now what is it? Please speak freely. It pertains to the Hung Xiao group. I lack substantial experience in managing the group and was wondering if you might assist me in its administration. Of course, all profits will belong to you. Furthermore, I may not have the time to manage it myself. You are aware that, following the incident with Shishi, I will likely be dedicating more attention and energy to her growth. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? After all, it is a considerable enterprise. Are you not concerned that I might usurp your authority? Then let it be so, if you desire it. I shall not hesitate to hand it over to you directly, Liu Fei responded with a smile. Ultimately, it is intended for Shishi. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han fell into contemplation. I still believe it may not be entirely suitable. Perhaps you should manage it yourself. If you lack the knowledge, I can teach you. Furthermore, are you truly content to be merely a house husband? I see nothing wrong in that. It allows me to spend time with my children and family, which is quite wonderful. I am not lacking in resources. I have all I need for living, clothing, and travel. Besides, with such an expansive corporation, I have no deficiencies. My sole desire is to provide better care for Shishi. If possible, I would truly like to divest my shares in Hung Xiao Group. If you are unwilling to manage it, then I shall have no choice but to sell. No, please don't, since you have no desire to oversee it. I shall take on that responsibility. However, should it face bankruptcy? Su Han's words trailed off, implying that one should not hold him accountable. If it fails, you'll have to figure it out yourself. If you have any concerns, I can draft another share transfer agreement and hand it directly to you. Liu Fei shrugged. Very well. If that is your stance, I shall accept it. Is there anything else? No, that is the only matter at hand. All right, I shall take my leave then. By the way, do not forget to pick up Cece tomorrow. After finishing, Su Han returned home. Upon entering the door, what did Liu Fei want from you? Suhi inquired, sensing that the matter concerning his daughter was likely more private, thus piquing his curiosity. It was nothing significant. He merely requested my assistance in managing Hung Xiao Group. Hung Xiao Group? Isn't that Su Dayan's enterprise? What connection do you have with him? And what does he mean by management? Father, you may not be aware, but Liu Fei is now the largest shareholder of Hung Xiao Group. Su Dayan is a thing of the past. I believe an announcement will be made by the group soon. Oh, that is indeed surprising. What are your thoughts on Hung Xiao Group? Father, do you think there is a possibility for a merger between the two groups? If such a merger were to occur, it would undoubtedly benefit Su Corporation. Su Han's assertion held merit. Although Hung Xiao Group is currently struggling. A lean camel is still larger than a horse. The group still possesses substantial land assets. It is merely a temporary issue with their cash flow. If that is resolved, Hangxiao Group could indeed be revived. It is possible, though it depends on your perspective. Previously, I would have opposed such an idea wholeheartedly, but now the situation is different. Liu Fei is at the helm of Hangxiao Group now, so those concerns are alleviated. Of course, if you're contemplating this, take your time to reflect. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Consider it carefully. After Su He finished speaking, he rose to prepare for rest. Following a bath with Su Cece, Su Han also decided to retire. After lulling Su Cece to sleep, Su Han took out his phone. Why are you entrusting me with the management of Hangxiao Group? What if it incurs losses or faces bankruptcy? Because I have faith in you, and you are Cece's mother. Regardless of the profits or any other matters, everything is ultimately for Cece. You would not jest with her future, would you? Even if you disregard my feelings. For Cece's sake, I trust you will not treat this lightly. Su Han stared at Liu Fei's message, at a loss for words. As Liu Fei observed Su Han's delayed response to his message, he sent another note, urging her not to overthink things. He expressed, "There is something I wish to discuss with you. May I pursue you? It seems rather inappropriate for us to maintain our relationship in this manner. Therefore, I hope we can take our connection to a deeper level." At that moment, Liu Fei mustered his courage and began to articulate his feelings. Upon reading Liu Fei's message, Su Han did not reply immediately, her mind wandering to other matters. Nonetheless, her overall sentiment towards Liu Fei was not one of aversion. "Well then, do you dislike me?" Liu Fei mused, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with her reply. "Not particularly. That is good to hear. Starting today, no, from this very moment, I shall officially pursue you. After all, I wish to embrace the role of Shishi's father openly and with integrity." To this, Su Han responded, "Let us see what you're capable of." After sending her reply, her face flushed, and she promptly turned off her phone, preparing for sleep. Meanwhile, Liu Fei read Su Han's message and was filled with joy. Smiling broadly, he realized that this was an opportunity granted to him by Su Han. That night, Liu Fei enjoyed a blissful slumber, whereas Su Han was not so fortunate. The messages from Liu Fei kept her awake, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes by morning. After picking up Su Shishi, Liu Fei turned to his mother, Zhou Ling, and inquired, "Mom, when do you plan to return home? You're not considering staying here permanently, are you? What about the family factory? And what about Dad?" "Yes, I intend to stay here for the long haul. You have a room, and there's ample space for me. Do you not want me here?" "Of course I want you here. How could I not? My only concern is whether Dad is agreeable to it. Will he allow you to stay indefinitely? What does it matter to you? Whether he agrees or not is my decision. Are you trying to drive me away?" "Not at all, Mom. You're reading too much into this. I merely worry if Dad is okay with it. If he has no objections, then why not stay? Besides, you can help me look after Shishi." Liu Fei quickly reassured his mother, making sure to mask any impatience. "Yes, Grandma, don't you like Shishi? Stay here and play with her." Su Shishi chimed in, running to Zhou Ling and hugging her leg. "My dear granddaughter, rest assured, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here watching over you," Zhou Ling replied, planting a kiss on Su Shishi's cheek. Chapter 23. Cosmetics. Seeing Zhou Ling and Su Shishi enjoying their time together filled Liu Fei with warmth. He decided to attend to his own matters, comforted by the knowledge that his mother was there to help care for his daughter. Moreover, Zhou Ling was more than willing to assist Liu Fei with childcare. As for Liu Fei, he decided to let things be. After all, his only responsibility was to prepare meals for them at the designated time. "Mom, please play with Cece. I have some matters to attend to." All right, you go ahead. Just don't disturb me. And remember to cook," Zhou Ling replied without even glancing back. Observing the scene, Liu Fei shook his head in resignation, feeling the unmistakable sentiment of a grandfather who has momentarily forgotten his own son. With no other option, he returned to his room alone, contemplating his future career path. He had now become the de facto controller of Hangxiao Group, but the direction of its development would ultimately depend on Liu Fei's choices. Upon opening his computer, he checked his emails and realized that the most pressing issue facing Hangxiao Group was its financial liquidity. The greatest obstacle lay within the real estate sector. If he could revitalize the real estate division, the other issues would likely resolve themselves, primarily by fostering public confidence in Hengxiao Group. Are you busy? For such a specialized concern, Liu Fei prepared to consult an expert, thus opening a chat window to message Su Han. Just finished a meeting. What's up? Su Han responded promptly to Liu Fei's message. She was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an imperceptible pace, with Zhang Ku being the most immediate witness. She noticed that her president had become more approachable, seemingly in a better mood. Do you have any suggestions regarding Hengxiao Group? The vast array of sectors involved with Hengxiao Group has created numerous risks. I suggest you sell off what needs to be sold and focus on a singular specialty. This might allow for a revival. I'm not trying to discourage you, but it's merely a matter of time before Hengxiao Group faces a crisis. It all depends on your considerations. Of course, there's another potential avenue. What avenue? Liu Fei inquired eagerly upon hearing Su Han's words. A merger with another group, though you might be reluctant. Additionally, the resistance you would encounter would be significant. Truthfully, Hengxiao Group still possesses many advantages. Regardless of the circumstances, we still have considerable land holdings. What we lack is a steady cash flow. Currently, Su Group does not face any liquidity issues and could effectively supplement Hengxiao Group's deficiencies. To be honest, had Su Dayan still been the chairman of Hengxiao Group, I wouldn't have even considered this idea. However, the situation has changed. You are now the largest shareholder of Hengxiao Group, which opens up the possibility for slight maneuvering. Then you should come on board. Merging the two groups would undoubtedly present certain challenges. First, let's alleviate some of Hengxiao Group's burdens. All right, do you have time later? Let's head to Hengxiao Group. Liu Fei, seeing the merit in Su Han's words, extended an invitation to her. Okay, then come pick me up. Sure. After Liu Fei responded to Su Han's message, he exited his room. Mom, I'm going out to handle some matters and may not return for lunch. You all can prepare something to eat, he said, not waiting for Zhou Ling's reply before stepping out the door and speeding off in his car towards the Su Corporation. What was he in such a rush for? Zhou Ling remarked with a hint of exasperation as she watched Liu Fei hurriedly depart. The reason Liu Fei opted against taking a taxi this time was that he was going to pick up Su Han. It wouldn't be proper to have her take a cab, as it would be somewhat embarrassing. While en route to fetch Suan, Liu Fei also sent a message to Jiao Yunpeng, instructing him to wait at Hengxiao Group, assuring him that he would arrive shortly. Upon receiving the news of Liu Fei's impending arrival, Jiao Yunpeng immediately began making preparations, recognizing that Liu Fei was indeed a significant shareholder. Upon picking up Su Han, Liu Fei headed towards the grand edifice of Hengxiao Group. I have never been to Hengxiao Group's headquarters before. This is truly my first time. Thanks to you, I feel no trepidation about visiting this impressive building, Su Han remarked half-jokingly to Liu Fei. She spoke the truth, despite several invitations from Su Dayan. She had never come before, and their first meeting had been marred by an incident at Royal One. However, things were different now, with Liu Fei by her side. She felt assured that he would handle any situation that arose. Oh, is that so? Then I shall ensure to give you a thorough tour. Not just you. I too want to explore, Liu Fei replied. After parking the car, they entered the building. The receptionist recognized Liu Fei, having seen him just the day prior. Hello, Mr. Liu, she greeted. Yes, I've already spoken with Mr. Jiao. Liu Fei responded, and the receptionist informed him. Mr. Jiao has arranged everything. You may proceed directly upstairs. She escorted him to the elevator and personally guided him to Jiao Yunpeng's office. Mr. Liu, you have arrived, Jiao Yunpeng greeted, having anticipated Liu Fei's arrival at the elevator. Let us head to your office, Liu Fei said, not lingering unnecessarily, making his way directly to Jiao Yunpeng's office. Jiao Yunpeng bore no ill will. After all, if it weren't for Liu Fei, he might not have attained the position of chairman at Hengxiao Group. However, upon noticing the woman accompanying Liu Fei, he felt a surge of curiosity. He recognized her as Su Han, the president of the Su Corporation and a formidable woman in her own right. Yet, he wondered what Liu Fei's intentions were in bringing her along. Although Hengxiao Group had expressed a desire to collaborate with Su Corporation, discussions were still underway, and it seemed premature for leaders of their caliber to convene. Despite his curiosity, Jiao Yunpeng proceeded inside. This is Su Han, president of Su Corporation. I believe you are aware of her other role as my girlfriend, Liu Fei introduced. Liu Fei directly addressed Jiao Yunpeng without preamble. However, upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-Han's face flushed crimson, and she inwardly cursed, "Bah, who is your girlfriend?" Yet, she maintained an air of nonchalance, understanding the necessity of preserving Liu Fei's dignity in that moment. Had it been someone else, she would have long since departed. "Greetings, President Su. I have long been acquainted with your esteemed name. I am Jiao Yunpeng, the current chairman of Hengxiao Group. It is a pleasure to meet you." Likewise, Su-Han extended her hand, exchanging a brief handshake with Jiao Yunpeng. "The directives of President Su will henceforth be my directives. I am certain you are aware of the difficulties currently faced by Hengxiao Group, Chairman Jiao." Alas, General Manager Liu, I never anticipated that Hengxiao Group would deteriorate to this extent under Su Dane's management. I have reviewed last year's reports, and there are clear indications of fraudulent activity. The group is on the brink of catastrophe. Jiao Yunpeng exclaimed indignantly. "I am well aware of the situation. Thus, I propose we abandon all sectors in which we lack expertise. We shall divest from mineral water, automotive manufacturing, and other unrelated ventures, embarking on a streamlined approach. The goals are twofold: to recoup funds and to ensure the current projects reach successful completion, thereby bolstering confidence among the government and the public." I was just about to discuss this matter, General Manager Liu. Here is my proposed plan for the future. Since you're here, I would appreciate your insights. Upon finishing his statement, Jiao Yunpeng retrieved a planning document from his desk and handed it to Liu Fei. Liu Fei did not even glance at it. Upon receiving it, he passed it directly to Su-Han. Su-Han took the document and began to read. Such technical material was beyond her comprehension, and it was more prudent to entrust it to a professional. After approximately 10 minutes, she concluded her review. Chairman Jiao's planning document was exceptionally well crafted, if executed as outlined. Hengxiao Group stood a substantial chance of weathering the current crisis. Su-Han remarked on Jiao Yunpeng's proposal, glancing at him appreciatively. "Your planning document is indeed impressive. It reflects considerable expertise. I have confidence that under your stewardship, Hengxiao Group will not encounter significant difficulties." This sentiment was genuinely felt by Su-Han, acknowledging the quality of his work. "It seems President Su holds you in high regard, Chairman Jiao," Liu Fei remarked, satisfaction evident on his face as he regarded Jiao Yunpeng. "You flatter me," Jiao Yunpeng humbly responded. "I shall continue to rely on the support of General Manager Liu and President Su." "Very well. Should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to contact President Su directly. Report any irregularities to her, as she represents me. Moreover, pursue your endeavors with boldness. Hengxiao Group must not falter under our watch. Do you understand? Rest assured, should you excel, your efforts will not go unrewarded." Liu Fei offered Jiao Yunpeng a dose of encouragement. "Rest assured, General Liu, I shall." Ding! The system has detected that the host can resurrect the Hengxiao Group and is thus rewarding a complete formula for skin restoration balm. This balm can rejuvenate scars, stretch marks, and wrinkles to the appearance of youth at 20 years old. Upon hearing this news, Liu Fei was momentarily stunned. System, could such a miraculous item truly exist? If this were to be introduced to the world, wouldn't everyone be able to regain their youthful vitality? Host, please do not doubt the system's capabilities. The system warned Liu Fei at that moment. All right, I believe you." Liu Fei quickly responded to the system. He understood that if the system chose to disregard him, he would be at a considerable disadvantage. He then eagerly began to examine the details of the formula. Chapter 24. A shot of vitality for Hengxiao. After reviewing the data on the skin restoration balm, Liu Fei began to chuckle foolishly, which left Jiao Yunpeng and Su-Han, who were nearby, perplexed. "Hey, what are you grinning about? What's going on?" Su-Han, noticing Jiao Yunpeng's awkward expression, finally poked Liu Fei, remembering that he had just claimed her as his girlfriend. "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something quite joyous, which made me smile. By the way, Chairman Jiao, do we have a laboratory? One for cosmetics?" "General Liu, we actually do not," Jiao Yunpeng replied, puzzled. "The Hengxiao Group does not engage in the cosmetics industry, so it is unlikely we possess the laboratory you seek." "What do you need a laboratory for?" Suhan inquired. I have a formula that can restore a person's skin to its youthful state of 20. If the Hengxiao group had a laboratory, I would plan to venture into the cosmetics field. Once this product is released, it could significantly boost the morale of the Hengxiao group, and its stock index would surely rebound. Liu Fei earnestly clarified his intentions to Suhan. The Su group, however, does have such a laboratory and is somewhat involved in the cosmetics industry. If you wish to utilize it, I can arrange for you to access it. Really? Is that true? Liu Fei exclaimed with excitement, nearly jumping up to confirm with Suhan. His enthusiasm startled Suhan. It's just a laboratory. Why are you so excited? It's located above our building, and if you want to use it, you can head up there shortly. All right, let us go back now. I want to take a look. Liu Fei, disregarding everything else, was ready to pull Suhan along. However, she firmly detached his hand. I'm sorry, Chairman Jiao, but I have something urgent to attend to. I agree with your proposal. Let us proceed as you have outlined. Any matters can be directly reported to President Su. At this moment, Liu Fei sensed the inappropriateness of the situation and turned to Jiao Yunpeng. Understood, General Liu. Jiao Yunpeng responded to Liu Fei. However, it was evident that he had something on his mind. What is it? Speak, what is the matter? He inquired about the skin cream that Liu had mentioned earlier, questioning its touted effectiveness. If it truly works, could you allow me to test it? My daughter has a scar on her face from an accident in her childhood. If it is indeed effective, I would like to gift it to her. At that moment, Jiao Yunpeng prioritized his daughter's well-being above all else. It's a trivial matter. Once it's ready, I will give you a bottle. Your daughter can try it, and if the results are satisfactory, perhaps you could help us with some promotion. Liu Fei, initially curious about Jiao's urgency, waved dismissively, realizing the matter at hand was this. Well then, thank you, Liu. I'll escort you down. Hearing Liu's agreement, Jiao Yunpeng felt a wave of relief. After Liu entered the car, he rushed off with Suhan towards the Su Group headquarters. The skin cream you mentioned, can it really restore one's youth to that of 20? Suhan, after contemplating for a moment, sought clarification from Liu Fei. Of course, why do you ask? Liu Fei was puzzled by her inquiry. Do you have scars as well? Are you looking to restore your skin? He jested, though he had not noticed any apparent scars on her smooth complexion. Upon hearing Liu's words, Suhan fell silent, as if steeling herself, and lifted her shirt to reveal her abdomen. Liu, startled by her action, slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road, narrowly avoiding a potential collision. What are you doing? Suhan exclaimed, rubbing her forehead, taken aback by Liu's reaction. What's on your stomach? Liu, forgetting everything else, instinctively lifted her shirt further. What are you doing? You rogue. Suhan quickly swatted his hand away. No, that's not my intention. Liu realized his actions were inappropriate. Once he had safely parked the car, he began to question Suhan. What exactly is on your stomach? Stretch marks. They appeared when I was pregnant with Shishi. Most women who give birth have them. At least that's what the doctor told me. Have you not applied any other creams for recovery? Liu asked, having noticed the wrinkled skin. I used olive oil back then, but it didn't help much. So when you mentioned this cosmetic, I had to confirm with you. Thank you. Liu Fei found himself at a loss for words and could only express his gratitude towards Suhan. The image of the skin on Suhan's abdomen lingered in his mind. It was quite unappealing. Suddenly, he seemed to understand why Suhan preferred dark clothing, as if she were deliberately concealing those scars. Why thank me? Suhan questioned, somewhat perplexed. Thank you for bringing Shishi into this world. Observing the stretch marks on your belly makes me realize the immense determination you must have had. Let us proceed to your group's headquarters. Once we arrive, I will prepare a sample for you to try. The results are bound to be effective. It should restore you to the vitality of your 20s. At least one would hope. Should it? Suhan shot Liu Fei a sidelong glance. You were so certain just a moment ago. That was in reference to others. As for you, would I dare to make such absolute claims? I must leave myself some room for uncertainty. Besides, even if it only achieves a slight improvement, it is unlikely anyone would raise objections, correct? After Liu Fei concluded his remarks, he started the vehicle and drove towards the Su Corporation's towering edifice. Upon their arrival, Suhan escorted Liu Fei to the laboratory. Could you kindly ask everyone to step out? This is a matter of confidentiality, Suhan requested, rolling her eyes at him. Nevertheless, She cleared the laboratory of personnel. If Liu Fei's assertions held any truth, Su Han could sense the potential effects that might arise. Very well. I leave this to you. Experiment as you wish, but do ensure safety. I would rather not have my building blown up, Su Han advised before stepping outside. Upon hearing her words, Liu Fei was uncertain of how to respond. Am I truly that formidable? He muttered to himself before commencing his work. He began by taking a sheet of paper, meticulously transcribing the formula provided by the system. Following the instructions step by step, he initiated the creation of the skincare ointment, which consisted entirely of traditional Chinese medicine, devoid of any Western pharmaceuticals or hormones. It was a completely natural remedy, free from harmful side effects. Fortunately, they had a supply of Chinese herbs on hand. Otherwise, he was unsure how long it would take to procure them. Liu Fei was cautious throughout the entire preparation process, as this was his inaugural attempt at crafting such a skin cream. Any misstep could lead to significant consequences, especially since Su Han would be the first to use it. After 3 hours of diligent effort, Liu Fei successfully produced a small vial of the skincare ointment. This was indeed quite challenging to make. Mass production would likely prove to be even more difficult. Satisfied with the small vial before him, he removed his protective gear and stepped outside. Where is your president? Liu Fei inquired of the person waiting outside. The president has returned to her office. She instructed me to inform you that if you come out, you should go to her office. Understood. By the way, please ensure that the laboratory is not accessed by anyone for now. Do you understand? Liu Fei reiterated firmly. Understood. The president has already made arrangements. Once you leave, the laboratory will be locked immediately to prevent unauthorized access. Very well. Liu Fei nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards Su Han's office. At that moment, Su Han was engrossed in handling some matters concerning the group. Unlike Liu Fei, she did not have the luxury of time to indulge in back-and-forth movements. Upon reaching the office door, Liu Fei knocked lightly. Come in. After entering, Liu Fei noticed that Su Han had not yet lifted her gaze and found her current demeanor quite appealing. What is the matter? She asked, clearly unaware that it was Liu Fei who had arrived. I have created the skin cream. Would you like to try it? Liu Fei said to Su Han. Upon hearing Liu Fei's voice, Su Han realized it was him and looked up to see a small bottle in his hand, presumably the skin cream he had mentioned. How do I use it? Simply apply it to your skin, wait for half an hour, and then wipe it off with a tissue. Liu Fei explained the application method. Are you going to use it now? Liu Fei inquired. Can I? Of course. All right then, hand it over. I wish to see how effective it is. After Liu Fei's words, Su Han prepared to stand up and take the skin cream from him to experiment with it. Let me apply it for you. I fear you might not know how to apply it properly or evenly, he offered. Chapter 25. Está un Suan. You? Apply it for me? Su Han seemed unable to believe Liu Fei's suggestion. I merely want to ensure you apply it correctly. This way, you can learn for next time. I can demonstrate. Liu Fei replied, his intentions purely focused on showcasing the cream's optimal effect, thereby gauging its efficacy. Observing Su Han's expression, he began to understand her hesitation. I harbor no ulterior motives, nor do I have other intentions. I simply wish to ascertain its effectiveness, so I can have clarity in my mind, don't you think? Liu Fei hurriedly clarified to Su Han. Very well, go ahead. Just lock the door. It wouldn't be good if someone would come in. Upon entering the lounge of her office, Su Han reminded Liu Fei to secure the door. After locking it, Liu Fei joined her in the lounge of the president's office. Lie down and lift your clothes slightly. Upon hearing Liu Fei's instructions, Su Han reclined on the bed, exposing all areas marked by stretch marks. Perhaps you could lower your trousers a tad more. I noticed there are some above as well. As Liu Fei's words reached her ears, Su Han's face flushed crimson. Yet she complied with his request. Liu Fei glanced around, locating a tissue, which he then placed atop Su Han's trousers to prevent the skin cream from smudging her attire. Initially, Liu Fei contemplated asking Su Han for permission to take photographs, but upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to forego that notion, fearing a potential dismissal. With everything prepared, Liu Fei was ready to commence. He uncapped the bottle and poured a portion into his hands, rubbing them together until both were coated with the cream. He then gently applied it to Su Han's abdomen. As her skin felt the warmth of his palms, Su Han involuntarily shivered. Though they had shared intimate moments in the past, They had both been devoid of memories then. The current encounter was markedly different. Now, they faced each other directly, and Liu Fei's mind, initially occupied with various thoughts, gradually cleared as he focused solely on restoring Su Han's skin. While applying the ointment, he explained the process to her, emphasizing the importance of even application to avoid discrepancies in color during recovery, particularly as the dark pigmentation faded. After half an hour, Liu Fei had meticulously treated all areas affected by stretch marks. Is there a restroom nearby? I wish to wash my hands. They are covered in cream. Over there. Su indicati da direction. Liu Fei proceeded to wash his hands, drying them with a tissue upon his return. It will take half an hour. We must wait for now. By the way, after application, your skin may feel warm, somewhat heated. This is entirely normal, so do not be alarmed. If you experience any unusual sensations, please inform me. Understood? Suan replied. Liu Fei then settled into a chair, feigning interest in his phone. Though his thoughts were in disarray, Su Han, too, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. How long must we wait before the cream can be removed? Su Han's memory had begun to blur. Half an hour. We can remove it then. 5 minutes have already passed, Liu Fei responded. Oh, silence enveloped them, as each pondered their own thoughts, unknown to the other. However, Su Han perceived the half hour stretching on interminably. Time is up. Allow me to assist you in removing it. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han nodded. Liu Fei then picked up a piece of paper and began to apply the skin cream to Su Han's abdomen. While at home, one could use a towel, but here, we opted for paper for a cleaner alternative. During the application, Liu Fei explained the process to Su Han. Once finished, Liu Fei observed the results. His eyes fixated on Su Han's belly. Su Han, feeling Liu Fei's movements, noticed the sudden stillness and turned her gaze towards him. She realized Liu Fei was intently staring at her abdomen, prompting her to glance down. However, lying flat, she could not see her belly, obscured by her bosom. So she prepared to sit up for a better view. Her movement startled Liu Fei, who had been watching intently. My apologies, the results were quite astonishing, and I couldn't help myself. Please take a look in the bathroom mirror, Liu Fei explained, assisting Su Han in getting up from the bed. After casting a playful glare at Liu Fei, she walked into the bathroom. Upon seeing the color of her skin, she was momentarily taken aback. While it may not have reverted to the state of her youthful self at 20, it was certainly an improvement, far removed from its previous wrinkled appearance. Look here. Clearly, Su Han was astonished by the remarkable effect. However, she quickly collected herself and tidied her clothing before stepping out. Upon exiting, she noticed Liu Fei cleaning up the tissues. Ensuring the area was tidy, given the extensive application of the cream, had nearly consumed an entire pack of tissues. How does it look? The results are satisfactory, aren't they? Indeed, there's still a little left. With weekly applications, it should be nearly restored in about 4 weeks, at which point it will resemble its original state. Liu Fei responded, sealing the remaining skin cream. Will it last for 4 weeks? Perhaps you should create a bit more in the lab? I could promote it effectively for you, Su Han remarked. Her earlier embarrassment dissipated as she addressed Liu Fei. After enduring the presence of stretch marks on her abdomen for a long time, she had tried various postpartum treatments and top-tier foreign cosmetics. Yet none matched the effectiveness of Liu Fei's cream. Very well, I shall prepare more shortly, but you must adhere to the once-a-week application to avoid damaging your skin. Liu Fei cautioned. Understood, you can rest assured, Su Han replied, exiting the lounge and opening the door to her office. President, what were you doing in there? I knocked earlier, but there was no response. Zhang Ku approached Su Han as soon as the door opened, inquiring about something. However, upon seeing Liu Fei emerging from a lounge, she seemed to comprehend something. I apologize for the interruption, President. My apologies, she said, preparing to turn away. What are you thinking? It's not what you imagine. Is there something on your mind? Oh, it's nothing at all. Please continue with your work, President. After responding to Su Han, Zhang Ke exited her office. You would have been better off saying nothing. It only exacerbated the situation, Liu Fei remarked helplessly to Su Han. Please have a seat. What are your plans regarding the skin cream? Su Han, seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Ke's opinions, directly inquired about the next steps for the product. What else can we do? Mass production, followed by a market launch. Such a remarkable product. Do you think no one would want it? Even if the price is exorbitant. The wealthy will be clamoring to purchase it, especially those affluent women. After hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the cream could truly achieve effects akin to that of a 20-year-old, even 30-year-olds would likely be vying for it. I am considering merging the Su Corporation with Hongxiao Group. Once merged, I plan to have the skin cream listed under Hongxiao Group's name. This should help them navigate through their current crisis. Liu Fei shared his thoughts with Su-Han. But you could achieve that without a merger. Why combine the two groups? Su-Han questioned, perplexed, as she believed that even without merging, the launch of the product would suffice for Hongxiao Group to overcome its crisis. Thus, she did not understand Liu Fei's reasoning. What's the issue? You are the president of Su Corporation. If the merger takes place, you would then preside over both groups. Imagine managing two companies. It would certainly be quite impressive, wouldn't it? Liu Fei said with a mischievous grin. On a serious note, I believe it's unnecessary. This arrangement would allow Su Corporation to reap significant benefits. Let them benefit. After all, they are family, and the profits should remain within. Moreover, if we achieve our expected goals, the stock price of Su Corporation should rise as well. Su-Han remained silent upon hearing Liu Fei's words. A rise in stock price was indeed essential. However, she felt that such an arrangement would leave her indebted to Liu Fei. If we proceed this way, I fear my indebtedness to you will only increase. That seems inappropriate. Psychologically, I may struggle to come to terms with this. Chapter 26. Merger What's Wrong? This is my gift to you as a token of my pursuit. Isn't that acceptable? If we're speaking of debts, I owe you far more. She is already 2 years old, and it was only recently that I became aware of her existence. I find it difficult to fathom the arduousness of carrying a child for 10 months, particularly the stretch marks that adorn your abdomen. Moreover, the struggles endured since Shishi's birth have been substantial. Hence, I owe you a great deal, do you understand? However, this seems rather grandiose. Do you comprehend the implications? If the two conglomerates were to restructure, the market value of the Su family group would surely double, if not more. Su-Han addressed Liu Fei, feeling it necessary to elucidate the stakes involved. Then let us proceed with the restructuring. What is the matter? Are you afraid of failing? Not at all. I remain confident in our ability to manage both groups effectively. Then go forth with conviction. Liu Fei encouraged Su-Han. As long as we are unafraid of potential failure, we can persist. Other concerns are trivial. I believe that if the skin cream is launched, the possibility of our downfall will evaporate. Wouldn't you agree? The efficacy of the cream is evident. You have witnessed it today. While it may not revert one to the age of 20, it certainly demonstrates significant, visible results within a short span, does it not? Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-Han contemplated briefly and recognized the truth in them. Merely the existence of this skin cream could sustain both conglomerates. It was bound to incite fervent public demand. This matter is too significant for me to decide unilaterally. Kulme, let's seek my father. He is nearby. After speaking, Su-Han rose and led Liu Fei to Su-He's office. At that moment, Su-He was engaged in a meeting with his subordinates. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su-He's tone was somewhat brusque, as he detested interruptions during meetings. Xiao-Han, what brings you here? The irritation that had initially brewed within him dissipated upon seeing Su-Han. Everyone, please leave. I have important matters to discuss with the chairman. Su-Han stated, disregarding Su-He's inquiry. The others, upon hearing her words, promptly gathered their belongings and departed. What is the matter, Xiao-Han? Is there something urgent? Su-He inquired, once the room was clear, noticing Liu Fei's presence beside her. Father, observe my abdomen. Su-Han replied, lifting her garment. Upon seeing her belly, Su-He immediately stood in astonishment. What is happening? Is everything all right? Indeed, Liu Fei possesses a formula for a skin cream, and after using it, my stretch marks have diminished significantly. You are aware of how they appeared previously. Su-He gazed incredulously at Liu Fei, fully aware of the severity of the stretch marks that had once plagued Su-Han. He had previously reached out to countless institutions in search of solutions, but none had yielded satisfactory results. However, Today, he surprisingly heard that Liu Fei has developed a cream capable of eliminating stretch marks, which was rather astonishing. Did you create it? Yes, uncle, I did. It seems the results are quite promising. At the very least, my first test subject has provided positive feedback. Liu Fei remarked with a hint of jest. Do you still possess the formula? Is there anyone else aware of it? I believe not. I conducted the experiments within the laboratory, specifically the one in the Su building. However, I instructed the personnel to secure it upon my departure, and without Su Han's directive. No one is permitted to access it. So what is the purpose of your visit? Are you considering bringing this cream to market? Our Su group does have production capabilities. I don't foresee any issues. Father, Liu Fei is contemplating a merger between Su Group and Hengxiao Group, with the cream being launched under Hengxiao's name. Liu Fei's intentions tosue. Indeed, uncle, that is my plan. Ah, if that is the case, then Su Group stands to gain immensely. Are you aware of the significance of this cream? I need not elaborate. Once it is released, all challenges faced by Hengxiao Group will be effortlessly resolved. There won't be any issues with the cash flow, so you must consider this carefully. I have given it due thought, uncle. Moreover, in pursuit of someone, one must take decisive action. Otherwise, one risks being perceived as a fraud. Upon saying this, Liu Fei cast a glance at Su Han, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Observing their expressions, Su He quickly grasped the situation. Very well, since you youngsters have made your decision, I shall refrain from interfering. Pursue your endeavor with confidence. I have no objections. Father, you truly have no reservations? Su Han inquired, puzzled by Su He's swift acquiescence. Although they had discussed the merger's feasibility just yesterday, the pace at which they were proceeding today felt rather abrupt. What reason do I have to obstruct? Regardless of the outcome, Su Group emerges as the primary beneficiary. Why should I stand in the way? Furthermore, the future of the group will eventually rest in your capable hands, and I trust you. All right then. If there are no further matters, you may proceed with the merger discussions between the two groups. I have no concerns and fully endorse this. As for the board, I shall communicate with them. However, there should be no significant issues, given that I still hold the majority of shares and possess considerable influence. Sui said with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Liu Fei expressed his gratitude to Su He. Without Su He's final affirmation, Su Han might have taken longer to deliberate, even though the merger would likely occur eventually, albeit not as swiftly. What thanks? We may soon be family. Father, Su Han exclaimed, stomping her foot in exasperation upon hearing Su He's words. Once the most crucial matters have been deliberated and concluded, Liu Fei promptly placed a call to Jiao Yunpeng. Mr. Jiao, I need you to gather the board of directors from Hengxiao Group and come to Su's building immediately. I have significant news to announce. Jiao Yunpeng inquired. May I ask what this is about, Mr. Liu? He was still somewhat perplexed upon receiving the call. Liu Fei explained. As I mentioned when I departed, the skin cream I spoke of is now ready. I have produced a bottle, and the results are promising. I intend to launch it. The merger between Su's group and Hengxiao Group will facilitate this skin cream being marketed under Hengxiao's name. Once this product is unveiled, all the challenges facing Hengxiao Group will be effortlessly resolved. Understood, Mr. Liu. I will dispatch someone to Su's group immediately, Jiao Yunpeng replied, recognizing the importance of Liu Fei's directives. After all, without Liu Fei, who would Jiao Yunpeng be? Would he even have the position of chairman at Hengxiao Group? That was debatable. Thus, Jiao Yunpeng was acutely aware of his standing, and since Liu Fei had affirmed the efficacy of the cream, there was no reason for him to contest Liu Fei's authority. Once he had assembled the necessary personnel, they swiftly made their way to Su's group. I have already made the call. They will be arriving shortly. The remaining discussions are for you to handle. Regarding the production line, I believe it would be best to utilize yours at Su's group, as you already possess the existing facilities. Once production is complete, we can proceed with the necessary registration for the launch, and then it will be your show, Liu Fei remarked to Su Han before glancing at his watch. It's time for lunch. I shall return home to prepare a meal for Cici, he added, rising to depart. Are you leaving? Su Han said, noticing Liu Fei's intention to exit. What purpose would I serve here? I am not a specialist. You may handle the discussions as you see fit. Whatever is most comfortable and appropriate for you is how you should proceed. I cannot contribute significantly, and besides, The major direction has already been established. If those beneath us cannot manage this minor task, then their presence is unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Fei responded, standing up and leaving without waiting for Su Han's reply. That insufferable man, leaving everything for me without a thought for my burdens. Su Han muttered before reorienting herself to begin strategizing for the post-merger plans of the two corporations. Both entities were publicly listed companies, and merging was not a mere formality. There remained a plethora of tasks to undertake. Moreover, preparation for the skin cream's registration, planning, and promotion could commence immediately. There was no need to wait until mass production to begin marketing, as that would be rather delayed. One must always prepare for the future, ensuring everything is in place ahead of time. Upon the arrival of Jiao Yunpeng and his associates at the Su Group, they promptly engaged in discussions with the senior executives of the company. Following the finalization of their collaborative agreement, an announcement was swiftly made regarding the merger of the two entities. Liu Fei had already set the tone for the negotiations, and unless the conditions were excessively stringent, immediate consent was anticipated. Consequently, Jiao Yunpeng readily acquiesced to the terms proposed by the Su Group, agreeing to them without hesitation, provided there were no significant discrepancies. The revelation of the merger sent shockwaves throughout the business community, igniting fervent discussions among experts who opined that Hengxiao Group had surmounted a considerable hurdle. It was universally acknowledged that Hengxiao Group was in dire need of cash flow, an obvious predicament akin to lice on a bald head. This widespread awareness had deterred potential partners, as the cash flow requirements were monumental, rendering any collaboration untenable for those lacking substantial resources. In stark contrast, the Su Group possessed the requisite capabilities, leading many to harbor optimistic expectations regarding the merger, particularly among prospective homeowners who could finally alleviate their concerns about unfinished properties. Both groups swiftly issued statements following the merger announcement. Hengxiao Group's declaration primarily underscored its commitment to focusing on the real estate and cosmetic sectors, while divesting from all other ancillary industries to ensure the timely delivery of properties. However, some skeptics questioned Hengxiao Group's foray into the cosmetics industry, deeming it yet another strategic misstep. Nevertheless, following the Su Group's promotion of its new product, a skincare cream, the rationale behind Hengxiao Group's decision to venture into cosmetics became evident. Chapter 27. The arrival of Liu's father as Su Han, Liu Fei, and their associates busied themselves with matters concerning the Su Group and Hengxiao Group. Zhou Ling's phone rang. "Hello, my dear. What's wrong? Have you arrived? I just got off the train, and I'm here. What's the address? Send me your location. I'll head over immediately." Liu Qingyang responded with enthusiasm. The moment Zhou Ling suggested he purchase a ticket to Tang, he secured the earliest available fare. Eager to visit the city, not only to meet his future in-laws, but also to catch a glimpse of his granddaughter. "All right, I'll send you the location right away," Zhou Ling assured him, promptly dispatching her coordinates to Liu Qingyang. Upon receiving the information, Liu Qingyang hailed a taxi at the train station. "Driver, please take me to this location," he instructed, handing his phone to the driver for confirmation. "Sir, are you certain this is the address? It appears to be the most upscale residential community in all of Tang City," the driver remarked, disbelief evident in his tone, as he noted Liu Qingyang's modest attire, leaving him curious about the purpose of the visit to such a high-end neighborhood. "Absolutely, I am certain. My wife is inside taking care of our granddaughter, and I must hurry to meet her," Liu Qingyang affirmed. "Could you please hurry a bit on the road?" Liu Qingyang cheerfully addressed the taxi driver, completely unfazed by the skepticism evident in the driver's previous remarks. "All right, big brother, please make yourself comfortable. I'll drive as swiftly as possible." Upon hearing Liu Qingyang's words, the taxi driver promptly engaged the gear and sped off towards Mingmen Tiancheng. After all, it is wise to cultivate good relations. Those residing in Mingmen Tiancheng are either affluent or noble, and one mustn't offend them. "Cici, Grandpa's coming. Shall we wait for him at the entrance of the community?" After sending her location, Zhou Ling turned off her phone and spoke to Su Cici. "Sure, Grandpa is here. Let's go greet him," Su Cici responded, instantly setting aside her toy to rise. "All right, let me put on your shoes." Zhou Ling quickly found the shoes and helped Su Cici wear them. Given that Liu Fei's room was carpeted and children typically prefer to run barefoot, they often dashed about without shoes. Once Zhou Ling and Su Cece were ready, they stepped outside to wait at the community entrance for Lu Qingyang. They had barely waited 10 minutes when Lu Qingyang's taxi arrived. "Darling, darling." Lu Qingyang called out loudly from the taxi, glancing at the fare meter before handing money to the driver. He then opened the door and rushed towards Zhou Ling Cece. "This is Grandpa." Zhou Ling introduced the approaching figure to Su Cece, who, upon seeing Lu Qingyang sprinting towards her, felt a bit frightened and hid behind Zhou Ling's legs. Noticing Su Cece's reaction, Zhou Ling scolded Lu Qingyang. "Why are you panicking? Look at you, you frightened the child." I'm sorry. Cece, I'm your grandpa. I didn't mean to scare you." Liu Yingyan quickly assured Su Cece. "Hello, Grandpa." Su Cece greeted him shyly. All right, he said, lifting Su Cece high into the air. Upon feeling the elevation, she giggled joyfully. "Let us head home. It's about time for lunch. Be careful not to drop the child." "How could that happen? I cherish her too much for that. Come, let us go home." The three of them then made their way back home. Once they arrived, Lu Qingyang began to play with Su Cece, reveling in the joy of having such an adorable granddaughter suddenly enter his life. At that moment, Zhou Ling's phone rang. "Son, what's the matter?" "Mom, I just finished my work and I'm on my way home now. Have you started cooking? If not, please wait a bit longer. We can cook together when I get back. That way it won't be so exhausting for you." "Not yet, son. I'm just about to get started." "How long until you're home?" Upon hearing that Liu Fei was returning, Zhou Ling inquired about his arrival time. "I should be home in about 10 minutes. I'm already on the way." "All right then, since you're almost home, we'll wait for you. By the way, your dad is here and is currently playing with Shishi." "Oh, my dad has come over too. That's good. You all wait for me at home." After hanging up, Liu Fei slightly accelerated the car's speed. Once Liu Fei parked, he took out his phone and sent a message to Su Han. "My dad has come over. Let us celebrate tonight and invite Uncle as well." "Sure, but you certainly know how to dodge responsibilities, don't you? You've left all the work to us while you head home." Su Han thought to herself as she read Liu Fei's message. "ISNT it, because I'm rushing back to cook for Shishi. You know I'm quite good at cooking. I'm mainly worried that if my mom cooks, Shishi won't eat. Children are growing, and it affects their development, which is not good. All right, for Shishi's sake, I'll forgive you. I'll tell my dad that we're going to your place tonight." Liu Fei certainly had a knack for finding excuses, Su Han mused before returning to her tasks. With the merger of the two companies, a statement had to be issued, a press conference organized, and responses prepared for public inquiries. These were all essential. After receiving Su Han's agreement, Liu Fei entered the house. "Dad, you're here?" Upon opening the door, he saw Lu Qingyang in the living room. "Welcome back, son. You've done remarkably well. I'm proud of you. This move of yours was quite clever." Lu Qingyang praised Liu Fei. "And you bought a nice house. Your mother has told me about it. It's a fine addition to the Liu family." "Dad, you're exaggerating a bit. First, play with Shishi. Later, we'll go out to buy a couple of good bottles of wine for tonight when Shishi's grandfather comes over. You can share a drink with him." "All right. Son, don't worry. I'll handle it." Lu Qingyang was instantly delighted at Liu Fei's words. He anticipated that his arrival would coincide with meeting the girl's family. "Son, did the girl agree?" Zhou Ling asked Liu Fei upon hearing him. "She agreed. I just told her my dad is here. Let us have dinner together tonight and invite her father. She said that's fine. If she hadn't agreed, I would have dared to mention it to you, right? That's true. Make sure to buy 2 good bottles of wine and don't hesitate to spend a little. Also, prepare several hearty dishes tonight. Impress your future father-in-law with your culinary skills. Understood?" "Indeed, my son, your mother is correct. Let's take our time to choose wisely. After all, this is our first meeting. Furthermore, I have heard about your situation with that young lady from your mother. It is evident that you owe her an apology. We must exhibit the appropriate demeanor and not let her feel slighted. Do you understand? Although she manages a substantial corporation, we must not lose face in this encounter, right?" Lu Qingyang addressed Liu Fei. "I understand, Dad, Mom. Rest assured, I have everything planned. I will prepare dinner, and afterwards, we can stroll through the mall together. How does that sound?" "Very well. I think that is a splendid idea. Dear wife, do remember to bring the card. We must not neglect the necessary gifts and courtesies. Money is secondary. What matters is the sentiment, correct? Indeed, indeed, splendid. Once Liu Fei entered the kitchen, he began to busy himself with the preparations. However, I must say, son, your culinary skills truly need to shine tonight. Do not let us down, Zhou Ling said to Lu Qingyang with a hint of mystery. Half an hour later, Liu Fei completed the meal. When Lu Qingyang sampled his son's cooking, he remarked, "Not bad, son. When did you learn this? Your skills are commendable." During school, I was always eating. Dad, hurry and eat. We have important matters to attend to afterward. Yes, yes, important matters. Let us eat quickly. After they finished their meal, Liu Fei drove Zhou Ling, Lu Qingyang, and Su Cece towards the grand shopping mall. Upon arrival, Zhou Ling entrusted Su Cece to Liu Fei and Lu Qingyang while she ventured into a jewelry store to purchase a gold bracelet for Su Han. Intended as a gift from a future mother-in-law to her daughter-in-law, a token of their first meeting. "Hello, madam, welcome." "Hello, young lady. I would like to purchase a gold bracelet. Do you have any styles for me to see?" Zhou Ling inquired of the attendant. "Certainly, madam, right this way." The attendant led Zhou Ling to the display of gold bracelets. "These are our latest designs. Please take a look." Zhou Ling meticulously examined the selection for half an hour. "This one will do. Please wrap it up for me." "Certainly, madam, just a moment." The attendant was delighted by Zhou Ling's prompt decision, anticipating a substantial commission from the sale. As Liu Fei observed Zhou Ling finalizing her choice, he prepared to approach the counter, only to be stopped by Lu Qingyang. "So, allow your mother to pay. It is rare to have a daughter-in-law she is pleased with. What is the harm in her purchasing a gold bracelet? If you pay, it may burden her with a sense of obligation. Besides, your mother is financially capable." After reflecting on Lu Qingyang's words, Liu Fei conceded and allowed Zhou Ling to handle the payment herself. Chapter 28. The entanglement of a former girlfriend. Let us proceed to the wine cabinet. After Zhou Ling completed the payment, she meticulously wrapped the bracelet and placed it into her bag before stepping outside. Turning to Lu Qingyang and Liu Fei, she addressed the trio. Subsequently, they made their way towards the wine cabinet. "What is the finest wine you have available? I wish to take some with me." Lu Qingyang inquired of the attendant upon reaching the cabinet. "I would like 2 bottles of 1573, please." "My dear, settle the bill," he boldly declared after hearing the attendant's response. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Ling promptly took out her phone, ready to make the payment. "Oh dear, allow me to handle this. It is imperative that I do so." "No, son, this truly must be our treat. After all, it is our first meeting with the prospective in-laws," Lu Qingyang insisted, declining Liu Fei's offer. At that moment, Zhou Ling had already completed the transaction. "Here you go," the attendant said as she handed over the carefully packaged wine. "Son, now it's your turn. Make sure to carry it with care." Liu Fei, responding to Lu Qingyang's words, accepted the wine from the attendant's hands and began to weigh it. "Hey, Xiaodian, is that not your ex-boyfriend? How is he able to afford such fine wine now?" At that moment, Wang Dan and her dorm mate Tian Caijie, who were out shopping, spotted Liu Fei in the distance, and Wang Dan quickly remarked to her. Both Tian Caijie and Wang Dan were university roommates, and after graduation, they rented an apartment together and joined Su Group as sales representatives. During their university days, the relationship between Liu Fei and Wang Dan was well known among their classmates, as was the reason for their breakup. Wang Dan had chosen wealth over love, casting aside her childhood sweetheart. Upon hearing Tian Caijie's observation, Wang Dan followed her gaze. "Indeed, that is him. The middle-aged man and woman beside him are his parents," she confirmed. "What brings them here? Did you not mention that their business was struggling? How can they afford such exquisite wine?" Tian Caijie expressed her disbelief. "Business may be tough, yet their family wealth remains. Besides, what's the harm in purchasing 2 bottles of wine? You are overreacting. Let us continue shopping and not allow this to dampen our spirits. We rarely get a break." Yes, Xiaodian, you are right. Let's go shopping." With that, Tian Caijie and Wang Dan resumed their shopping excursion. When they concluded their outing and were waiting for a ride outside the mall, Liu Fei and his companions also finished their shopping. Liu Fei had procured the evening's meal and was driving towards Mingmen Tiancheng when they coincidentally crossed paths with Wang Dan and her friend. "Xiaodian, is that not Liu Fei? He is driving an Audi A6. When did he purchase a car? I recall he had none during our university days," Tian Saijia remarked to Wang Dan, who was equally perplexed. Uncertain, Wang Dan expressed her confusion, stating, I have never heard of such a thing during school. And he does not own an Audi A6 at home. Did he acquire it recently? At this moment, Wang Dan's bewilderment deepened. If you're unaware, then I'm even more in the dark. Just then, the vehicle they had summoned arrived. Driver, please follow the Audi A6 in front of us. Understood. After relaying her instructions to the driver, the taxi trailed behind Liu Fei's Audi A6. Upon entering the prestigious Mingmen Tianqing community, the taxi driver finally brought the vehicle to a halt. Sir, why aren't you coming in? Wang Dan inquired upon noticing the car had stopped. Beautiful lady. This is Mingmen Tianqing, the most esteemed community, inhabited solely by the affluent and the elite. How could our taxi possibly enter? Will you be disembarking here? What? Our taxi cannot enter? How do they manage it then? At this moment, Wang Dan's astonishment grew. Liu Fei must be a resident here. Otherwise, he would not have been granted access. The residents are all wealthy individuals or officials. If that previous vehicle did not belong to a resident, the security would not have allowed it entry. Did you notice the access control system? It only permits registered license plates. It's not as simple as scanning a temporary vehicle and gaining entry, you understand? By the way, will you be getting out or not? If not, where shall we head next? I still have to pick up more passengers. Let's disembark. Wang Dan quickly paid the fare and exited the vehicle, astonished that Liu Fei could reside in such an upscale community. Oh, Wang Dan, is Liu Fei hiding something from you? Moreover, is it true that his family has gone bankrupt? It seems unlikely, considering such a splendid community. How could he just drive in? Come, let's investigate. Wang Dan made her way towards the entrance, but access was restricted. One must swipe a card to enter. Without a card, entry was impossible. The security, noticing Wang Dan and Tian Saijia loitering at the entrance, approached them with inquiries. Hello, ladies. How may I assist you? Can we enter? The car that just went in belongs to my boyfriend. I'm afraid, miss, you'll need to call him or have him come out to escort you. Upon hearing Wang Dan's words, the security immediately grasped their intention to bypass the access control, leading to a direct refusal. But he is my boyfriend. ISNT the customer always right? What harm is there in letting us through? Wang Dan, feeling a surge of frustration, challenged the security. You claim he is your boyfriend. Why not simply call him? Have him come out to meet you. What is the issue? Alternatively, you could call him and have him inform us, and we can allow you entry. If you cannot effectively prove your relationship with that gentleman inside, I regret to inform you that entry is absolutely denied. The security guard, visibly irritated, maintained a strictly professional demeanor. The primary reason for his frustration was that he knew Liu Fei did not have a girlfriend, but he did have a daughter, whose parents were present in the vicinity. Moreover, it is common knowledge that when one visits the prestigious Mingmen Tianqing for the first time, a host must be present to prevent any potential theft incidents. Go ahead and strike, but once he emerges, you must apologize to me, Wang Dan declared as she retrieved her phone, locating Liu Fei's number and dialing it. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently in conversation. Please try again later. Upon pressing the call button, the cold mechanical voice resonated, confirming that he was indeed preoccupied. Feeling a sense of indignation, Wang Dan waited for 2 minutes before attempting again, only to hear the same message. Unsatisfied, she waited another 2 minutes, yet the outcome remained unchanged. At this point, Wang Dan's frustration was palpable. She opened her messages and found the chat with Liu Fei, sending a text. Liu Fei, I am currently at the entrance of Mingmen Tianqing. Could you please come and meet me? After hitting send, a large exclamation mark appeared, indicating that the message had been rejected. It dawned on her that she had been blocked by Liu Fei, which explained why her calls were met with the currently in conversation response. The security guard observed Wang Dan's every move, his expression reflecting disdain. Xiao Jia, please call Liu Fei. Here is his number. Overcoming the judgmental gazes of others, Wang Dan hastily showed her phone screen to Tian Saijia. Without hesitation, Tian Saijia took out her phone and dialed Liu Fei. When she pressed the call button, the familiar tone of a call being connected did not sound. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was busy unloading his belongings, having just parked his car. His parents were entirely preoccupied with Su Cici, neglecting to assist him. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Beneath the verdant mountains, flowers are in bloom. Liu Fei's phone rang. After setting down his items, he pulled it out, noticing an unfamiliar number. Without further thought, he answered, as few people possessed his number. Hello, Liu Fei. This is Tian Saijia. She quickly stated upon the call connecting. Tian Saijia? What is the matter? Is there something you need? Liu Fei realized the caller was Wang Dan's roommate. Actually, Xiao Dan and I are at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng. Could you come out and meet us? We just saw you drive your Audi A6 into the premises, and Xiao Dan wishes to see you. Oh, how did you know I was at Mingmen Tiancheng? While you were shopping at the mall, both Xiao Dan and I noticed you. Please come out to meet us. The security guard is currently blocking our entrance. What do you want to come in for? To my house. I'm sorry, but it's not convenient at the moment. Liu Fei stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. Oh dear, Xiao Dan. He hung up on me. Tian Saijia turned to Wang Dan and said, Did he mention coming out to meet us? Wang Dan inquired. No, he said it's not convenient at home and that he wants to be coming to get us. Their conversation had already caught the attention of the security guard. Excuse me, ladies, please step back past the yellow line. If you know someone inside, kindly ask them to call the security office or come out to meet you. If not, I'm afraid you cannot enter, the guard instructed, gesturing for them to move back. After stepping back past the yellow line, Wang Dan said, Xiao Jia, please call him again. All right. Tian Saijia realized Liu Fei likely did not wish to see Wang Dan, but feeling compelled, she dialed his number once more. Upon seeing his phone ring again, Liu Fei promptly hung up and blocked the number, placing his phone aside. When Tian Saijia noticed the call had been disconnected, she attempted to call back. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Hearing this, her expression shifted, casting an uneasy glance at Wang Dan. It's fine. Don't forget his parents are there, and I still have his mother's number. I'll call her. Wang Dan seemed to hold on to a glimmer of hope and retrieved Zhou Ling's number from her contacts. Her thoughts were straightforward. Driving an Audi and living in a prestigious community, there was no way they could be facing financial ruin. They must be doing exceedingly well. Regret washed over her for having broken up with Liu Fei, and she yearned to reclaim what she had lost. If she could win him back, then the Audi and the nice home would still be hers. Upon seeing her phone ring, Zhou Ling hesitated, uncertain whether to answer. Lu Qingyang was currently soothing Su Cece. What's wrong? Who's calling? Why aren't you answering? He asked upon noticing Zhou Ling's indecision. It's Wang Dan. Do you think I should answer? She pondered aloud. Of course, you should answer. After all, you both come from the same village. It's better to keep things amicable. You say that so lightly. But when her family came to call off the engagement, did she consider that we were from the same village? It was utterly embarrassing for us in the community. Zhou Ling shot Lu Qingyang a glare, but ultimately decided to pick up the phone. Hello, Annie, this is Wang Dan. She hurriedly responded as Zhou Ling answered. Oh, Wang Dan, what is the matter? Is there something you need? Zhou Ling's tone was neither overly warm nor particularly cold, yet at this moment, Wang Dan was indifferent to such nuances. Aunt, I am at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng. Could you come out to pick me up? The security guard insists that I need someone to escort me inside, or you could call the security booth from your side. I wish to see Liu Fei. Wang Dan was no longer concerned about Zhou Ling's tone. Her sole focus was on meeting Liu Fei immediately to clarify matters. Only then would there be a chance for redemption. Oh, you're at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng? Upon hearing Wang Dan's words, Zhou Ling glanced at Lu Qingyang, who hastily gestured with his hands, seemingly indicating that it was not his suggestion and that she should not involve him. Yes, Aunt, I am right here at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng, Wang Dan quickly replied, believing Zhou Ling would soon come to fetch her. What are you doing at the entrance of Mingmen Tiancheng? And what is Mingmen Tiancheng? Anyway, I am unaware of what it entails. I do not understand the purpose of your call. At this moment, Zhou Ling feigned confusion, her attitude resolute. She did not recognize Wang Dan. Moreover, what daughter-in-law could possibly compare to Su Han? Su Han, a genuine beauty and capable CEO, was not only stunning but also had a sensible daughter, and she had given birth to such an adorable granddaughter. Wasn't he that the epitome of a perfect daughter-in-law? Zhou Ling would never engage in the folly of sacrificing a larger gain for a smaller benefit. She was elated that Wang Dan had personally announced the end of their engagement. How could she allow Wang Dan to reconsider? When Wang Dan mentioned her presence at the entrance of Mingmen Tianqing, Zhou Ling understood her intentions, merely a desire for reconciliation. Zhou Ling absolutely could not entertain such discussions, nor could Liu Fei or Liu Qingyang. Today, within the Liu household, no one could thwart Zhou Ling's decision. Previously, Liu Qingyang had drunkenly agreed to this matter, leaving Zhou Ling with no choice but to acquiesce, but the circumstances had changed. Aunt, what do you mean? I know I should not have broken up with Liu Fei. I was wrong. Therefore, I wish to discuss reconciliation with him and apologize. At this moment, Wang Dan was still dazed but had grasped Zhou Ling's intent. No need. Xiao Dan, you will find a suitable match. We cannot afford your aspirations, especially since our factory has closed down and we can no longer support you. Let us leave it at that. I have matters to attend to. Zhou Ling promptly ended the call. Xiao Fei, come here for a moment. After hanging up, Zhou Ling called out to Liu Fei, who was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing her, he quickly emerged. Both of you are here today, and I must be candid. The only daughter-in-law I acknowledge is Cece's mother. All others are dismissed. You may choose whomever you wish. Recently, Wang Dan called me, expressing a desire to reconcile. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Liu Fei lifted his gaze to her. Mom, why is she calling you? What did she say? She mentioned she is at the entrance of Mingmen Tianqing, asking me to pick her up. Are you still in contact with her? Zhou Ling glared at Liu Fei, interrogating him. No, that's not the case. I have no contact with her. I've already blocked her. It was just her university roommate who called me, saying they were at the entrance of Mingmen Tianqing, but I didn't go, and I've blocked her roommate too. I thought she was calling you. You must not go. Liu Fei hurriedly clarified to Zhou Ling, distancing himself from the situation, as he knew that if she were to be angered by this, his life would become quite unbearable. At least you are sensible. Do you understand? Our Liu family does not covet or regard such women with esteem. Furthermore, I advise you, Liu Qingyang, now that she knows we reside in Mingmen Tianqing and drives an Audi 6, you must tread carefully. Wang Changzheng asserted. Regardless of what he says, I shall not acquiesce. Do you comprehend? Otherwise, we shall divorce, and you can seek whichever daughter-in-law you desire. Zhou Ling also warned Liu Qingyang. All right, I understand. I won't, besides. With such an adorable granddaughter, I no longer have any desire for anyone else, Liu Qingyang assured Zhou Ling. Now, you both go about your business. After delivering her admonition to Liu Fei and Liu Qingyang, Zhou Ling commenced tidying the house, preparing for distinguished guests that evening. Liu Fei, on his part, began to prepare the dishes, as it was imperative to host his father-in-law properly. Meanwhile, Liu Qingyang was engaged in play with Su Cece, alternating between watching television, playing house, and participating in hide-and-seek, both appearing quite occupied. However, Zhou Ling and Liu Fei chose to disregard him, and regarding Wang Dan, the three seemed to have a tacit understanding to forget about her. At that moment, Wang Dan, at Mingmen Tianqing, listened to the busy signal on the phone, perplexed. The security guard, observing the expressions of the two, could already surmise the outcome. He smirked and returned to his duties, having witnessed such occurrences far too many times. What is the matter, Xiao Dan? Are they not coming out to meet us? It's all right. Let us head back, Tian Saijia consoled Wang Dan, reminding her that this was ultimately someone else's matter, not directly related to her. Besides, it wasn't Shi who had ended things with Liu Fei. Nonetheless, when Wang Dan initially broke up with Liu Fei, Tian Saijia had harbored some disdain for her actions. They treated you so well when they were prosperous. And now that times are tough, you cast them aside. However, as they were roommates, she refrained from voicing her thoughts openly. Let us return, but this matter shall not conclude here. After Wang Dan spoke to Tian Saijia, she promptly turned and walked away, resolute in her determination to seize this opportunity. Upon returning to her residence, she intended to call her father. It was he who, upon observing the flourishing business of Liu Fei's factory, recognized its potential and arranged a betrothal between their families over drinks with Liu Qingyang. She resolved to share her observations with Wang Changzheng, urging him to engage Liu Qingyang in another drinking session to rekindle their connection. With her decision firm, Wang Dan strode onward, her steps imbued with a newfound confidence. As if the events were unfolding just as she envisioned, steering toward a promising future. Meanwhile, after finalizing certain details with Jiao Yunpeng, the Su Group and his entity jointly issued a statement, notifying prominent figures in the business community of an impending press conference scheduled for the following day, expressing hope for timely attendance from media representatives. Once all tasks were completed, Su Han arrived at Su He's office. "What is the matter, Xiao Han? Did you not drive? Shall I accompany you home?" Su He inquired, noting the timing of her visit, which typically suggested she had not driven herself. "Dad, I wish to discuss something with you. It primarily concerns Liu Fei," Su Han replied, somewhat hesitant to broach the subject. Su He, familiar with his daughter's demeanor, could surmise the nature of her concern. "Is it about dining at Liu Fei's home this evening?" he guessed. "Dad, how did you know?" Su Han exclaimed, incredulous. "Come on, let's not keep them waiting. It would be rather impolite of the Su family, would it not?" Su He remarked, beginning to gather his belongings. After Su He had organized his things, he and Su Han set off toward Mingmen Tiancheng. Meanwhile, as Lu Qingyang observed Su Cece, her phone rang. Upon returning to her rented apartment, Wang Dan immediately called her father, Wang Changzheng, to relay the developments. Though Wang Changzheng had consistently opposed contacting Lu Qingyang, given that his daughter had already annulled her engagement, he found himself swayed by her affectionate persuasion and ultimately dialed Lu Qingyang's number. During the initial annulment, Wang Changzheng had resisted, yet the insistence of Xie Ting and Wang Dan left him no choice but to communicate their decision. Nonetheless, he had fulfilled his parental duties and conveyed the situation to Lu Qingyang, expressing his helplessness in the matter. Yet, what parent does not love their child? Thus, he reluctantly swallowed his pride to reach out to Lu Qingyang once more. Upon receiving a call from Wang Changzheng, Lu Qingyang hesitated, uncertain whether to answer or not. He was well aware of the purpose behind the call. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pick up the phone. "Hello, old Wang. What brings you to call?" Old Lu, are you busy? There are a few matters I'd like to discuss with you." Wang Changzheng adopted a humble tone, recognizing his own shortcomings in this situation. "Go ahead, what is it? I still have some pressing matters to attend to, so please be quick." It was evident that Lu Qingyang had grasped the nature of Wang Changzheng's call. "Well, it's like this. I just received a call from Xiao Dan, expressing a desire for her marriage with Liu Fei to continue. The child is quite naive and doesn't understand the situation. ID initially opposed the idea of her withdrawing from the engagement, but alas, children will be children. They must learn from their mistakes, and now she understands the consequences. Thus, I humbly seek your forgiveness and would like to propose maintaining the status quo regarding the children's affairs. What do you think, old Wang? I'm afraid that one to do it all. Matters concerning the children should be left to them to decide. As parents, we ought not to interfere. Let us see what Xiao Fei has to say." Lu Qingyang promptly declined Wang Changzheng's request, recalling that Zhou Ling had just mentioned that if he agreed, he might have to return to his hometown. "But, old Lu, the children lack experience and are bound to make mistakes. They deserve a chance to rectify them. Old Wang, I must insist that my opinion holds little weight in this matter. The children are now grown, with their own thoughts and feelings. Unlike in our time, when we could arrange marriages for them, love, romance, and marriage are now matters of personal choice. Let them decide for themselves. As parents, we should refrain from meddling in their affairs. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up, as I have other matters to attend to." After saying this, Lu Qingyang ended the call and set his phone aside, returning to play with Su Cece. He jested to himself that although he had never seen Su Han, judging by the appearance of his granddaughter Su Cece, her mother must not be lacking in beauty either. Moreover, since his wife favored this daughter-in-law, he certainly would not want to disrupt that harmony. Otherwise, he might find himself in a predicament. "Who was that?" Zhou Ling inquired of Lu Qingyang. It was Wang Changzheng. Tried to mediate between Xiao Fei and Wang Dan, but I turned him down. "Well done. Henceforth, do not answer any more of their calls. Look at what they are up to. Now that our Xiao Fei has found success, they dare to reach out again? Absolutely not. Do you understand?" Zhou Ling's voice rose with indignation upon hearing that it was Wang Changzheng calling. "It seems somewhat inappropriate to ignore the call. I shall answer it. Yet I assure you that I will not discuss Xiao Fei. As long as the topic of Xiao Fei is avoided, everything else can be negotiated. This should suffice, right?" After all, we reside in the same village, where we inevitably encounter one another. Do as you wish. I, for one, refuse to accept Wang Dan into our family. Beyond that, let things unfold as they may. Following this declaration, Zhou Ling resumed tidying up the house, noting that it was nearly time for the guest to arrive. After Wang Changzheng ended the call, he let out a deep sigh. What do they say? Xie inquired eagerly, already aware of the situation concerning Liu Fei's family. What else could they say? They are no longer concerned about the children's affairs. I had previously advised against your annulment, yet you insisted on it. Now that their lives have improved, you seek to ingratiate yourselves with them, only to find yourselves ignored. Wang Changzheng's tone reflected displeasure, as he lamented that women often lack foresight. What do you mean by that? Wang's family member retorted. Is it not my desire for my daughter to lead a good life? Do you presume that everyone should endure hardship as I have alongside you? Am I to be blamed for this? Upon hearing Wang Changzheng's words, Xie erupted in indignation, directly accusing him. Wang Changzheng fell silent, taking out a cigarette to smoke. Acknowledging that Xie had indeed endured her share of suffering, thus her sentiments were not unfounded. Speak with them if you wish. I have already conveyed my thoughts. But they remain unyielding. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Changzheng uttered this and exited. At that moment, Xie took out her phone to call Zhou Ling. After 2 rings, the call was abruptly terminated. A subsequent attempt to reach her resulted in a message indicating that the line was busy. Zhou Ling had blocked Xie, yet she remained undeterred and continued to call Liu Qingyang, who similarly blocked her number. As Suhan and Su He walked along the road, Suhan's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was an unfamiliar number, leaving her uncertain whether to answer. You should pick up. What if it's someone from the Heng Xiao group reaching out to you? Su He, noticing Su Han's hesitation, offered this suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, Su Han decided to answer the call. Hello. Upon connecting, there was an initial silence from the other end. After a couple of attempts to elicit a response, just as she was about to hang up, a voice emerged that left Su Han in shock, one she had not heard in 2 years. Xiao Han, how have you been lately? It was her university boyfriend, Sun Jia, reaching out. How did you get my phone number? She asked. That is of little consequence. Do you have time this evening? Would you care to join me for dinner, or shall I come to the Su group to collect you? Sun Jia did not answer her question directly, instead extending an invitation. Apologies, but I do not know you, and please refrain from calling me in the future. Having said this, Su Han promptly ended the call. Who was that? Whose call was it? Su He inquired, noticing Su Han's somewhat displeased expression after hanging up. It was Sun Jia. He has returned, though I am a loss as to how he acquired my phone number. Are we still going out for dinner tonight? Su He pressed further, aware of the emotional weight Sun Jia bore for Su Han. After all, it was not without reason that Su Han had resorted to drinking away his sorrows at a bar when Sun Jia went abroad. They had shared 4 years together during their university days. Of course we were going. Why wouldn't we? Liu Fei has already extended an invitation, and it would be rather impolite not to attend. I understand your sentiments, Dad, and I am aware of what you are implying. However, I have Shishi now, and I shall not entertain any other matters. Su Han continued. Moreover, Liu Fei has treated me quite well and has not questioned Shishi's parentage. If it were anyone else, they would have likely insisted on a paternity test by now. Su Han remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall support you. Let us proceed to dinner, and on our way to the mall, we can purchase some gifts. It would indeed be rather inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Wouldn't you agree? Su He replied, turning towards the direction of the mall. Su He, inexperienced in such matters, found himself at a loss. Meeting the in-laws was an entirely new experience for him, unlike hosting a dinner or giving gifts. Ultimately, he settled on purchasing 2 fine bottles of wine. As for Su Han, he chose to buy a necklace and a piece of clothing for Zhou Ling. As for Liu Qingyang, Liu Fei's father, he brought no gifts, having never met him and unsure of what would be appropriate. When the father and daughter returned to the car, they exchanged bewildered glances. You bought only 2 bottles of wine. Little Han, you only bought a dress and a necklace. The two shared a laugh at their mutual predicament. Let's go. I trust they will not mind such trivialities. Besides, we have never experienced this before. We can always offer our apologies later, Su He said as he started the car, heading towards Mingmen Tiancheng. Meanwhile, in a well-known hotel. Sun Jie placed his phone on the table and stood to gaze out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the view. After Su Han had hung up on him, he remained undeterred. He had returned with the intent of rekindling his pursuit of Su Han. Firstly, Su Han was now the president of the Su Group. Should they rekindle their relationship as they had during their university years, the Su Group would be his as well. Secondly, upon disembarking, he had noticed the announcement jointly issued by the Su Group and Hung Shao Group. Thirdly, while he was aware that Su Han had a daughter, the information he had gathered suggested that Su Han was currently single, with no one knowing the identity of the child's father. At that time, I could leverage this to become the nominal father of Su Han's child. Thus, my chances of success would significantly increase. After all, once the two conglomerates merge, Su Han would undoubtedly be mindful of his influence. Otherwise, it would adversely affect their stock market. With this thought, Sun Jie felt a flicker of confidence. Suan, you cannot escape my grasp this time. 4 years ago, I lost you, and I have regretted it ever since. This time, I will undoubtedly reclaim you. Sun Jie mused to himself. However, had he known back then that the Su Group belonged to Su Han, he would never have left the country. Chapter 31. The formal meeting. Upon arriving at the prestigious Mingmen Tianqing, Sui parked the car and brought gifts to Liu Fei's home. Ah, Xiaoan. People usually say that the girl visits the boy's parents, but here we are, going directly to meet the boy's parents. Isn't that a bit unconventional? Sui jested with the girl, Su Han. Dad, let's go inside. Hurry and ring the doorbell. Don't you smell that delightful aroma of food? Su Han retorted coolly to her father. Right. Let's open the door, Suhi replied, pressing the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Coming. Zhou Ling's voice echoed from inside as she opened the door. Oh my goodness. Big brother, daughter, you've arrived. Come in. Zhou Ling exclaimed upon seeing Su He and Su Han, promptly ushering them inside. Lu Qingyang, who had been playing on the carpet with Su Cece, stood up in a hurry. Meanwhile, Liu Fei emerged from the kitchen. This marked the formal introduction between the two families. Uncle, Su Han, you're here. Mom, Dad, let me introduce you. This is Su Han's father, Su He. Liu Fei introduced both parties. Hello. I am Lu Qingyang, Liu Fei's father. I am Zhou Ling, Liu Fei's mother. Hello, I am Su He, Su Han's father. The three exchanged pleasantries. Please take a seat. Uncle, Dad, Mom, the meal is ready. Let us eat. Liu Fei suggested to Lu Qingyang, Su He, and Zhou Ling, while Su Han had already joined Su Cece on the carpet to play. Upon hearing Liu Fei announce that dinner was ready, Su Han picked up Su Cece to wash her hands, preparing for the meal. Come, big brother, take a seat. Dinner is served. Lu Qingyang welcomed Su He inside. All right. Su He said nothing further. However, he found the term big brother somewhat amusing, as he did not appear to be younger than Lu Qingyang. Yet that was not the main concern. They could discuss it at the dinner table. Meanwhile, Liu Fei returned to the kitchen, carefully bringing out each dish he had prepared. This occasion was significant, as it was to meet the in-laws. Hence, Liu Fei was particularly attentive. Lu Qingyang, in a hurry, retrieved his finest cigarettes, a pack of soft Zhonghua, which, in his perception, ranked among the most expensive. He also produced 2 bottles of wine he had purchased that afternoon. Come, my brother, have a smoke. Sui uttered no response, but accepted the cigarette. He seldom indulged in smoking, believing it detrimental to health. What are you smoking for? The child is still here. No smoking. If you must, do so on the balcony. Zhou Ling interjected as she saw Lu Qingyang distributing cigarettes. All right, my apologies, brother. Since Cece is present, let us refrain. If the urge strikes us, we shall go to the balcony. Brother, perhaps it's best not to smoke. We can enjoy a few more drinks. I don't smoke often either, just occasionally. It's nothing serious, Suhi remarked, smiling at Lu Qingyang. No problem. Lu Qingyang then stood to fetch wine glasses. Son, where did you put the wine glasses? In that cupboard, Liu Fei replied without turning. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyang indeed found the glasses there and retrieved 2. Since he recalled that Liu Fei did not drink alcohol, he proceeded to set the glasses on the table and open the wine, beginning to pour. Liu Fei, meanwhile, had busied himself bringing all the dishes to the dining table. Brother, may I ask how old you are this year? Suhi inquired of Lu Qingyang. I'm 49. Why do you ask? Lu Qingyang responded, a hint of curiosity in his tone. If you're 49, then it is indeed correct for you to address me as brother. Oh, I see now. If it bothers you, I shall refrain from calling you that, Lu Qingyang acknowledged, returning to the moment. No, carry on calling me brother. It feels warm and friendly, Suhi insisted, waving his hand. At this juncture, Lu Qingyang lifted his glass. You all should eat. We men shall drink, he declared before turning to Suhi. Brother, I must apologize on behalf of my family for our shortcomings. Please allow me to make amends with this drink. After speaking, Lu Qingyang downed his glass in one gulp, and neither Liu Fei nor Zhou Ling intervened, recognizing that, regardless of the circumstances, his actions had indeed been inappropriate. Once he finished, he filled his glass again. Moreover, this next glass is a toast to you for raising such an outstanding daughter, and for 2 years managing Cici has not been easy. I wonder, brother, could you grant our Liu Fei an opportunity to atone for his mistakes? At this moment, Suhi lifted his glass, addressing Lu Qingyang. As parents, our primary concern is to see our children thrive. Beyond that, we shall not interfere. We follow their lead. Whatever they decide, we shall support. Right? Isn't it all about advocating for love and the freedom of marriage these days? Listen to the child. Dear brother, your son is quite remarkable indeed. With that, their glasses clinked together, and both families commenced their revelry. As they indulged in their feast, Lu Qingyang and Suhi found themselves increasingly spirited. Xiaohan, please bring forth the gifts you purchased. Upon hearing Suhi's request, Suhan hurriedly fetched her offerings. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyang poured a bowl of liquor into their empty glasses. By now, both had consumed a substantial amount, having finished 2 bottles of wine. Son, do you have any more liquor? Lu Qingyang inquired of Liu Fei. Father, there is none left here. The last bottle was consumed, and when I asked you to buy 2 more in the afternoon, you refused. Now look, we are out of drink. Brother, I have some. Xiaohan, please bring out the wine I bought. Suhi chimed in. Very well. Suhan complied and brought the wine over. Come, dear brother, let us continue our drinking. With her gifts in hand, Suhan approached Zhou Ling. Auntie, though this is our first meeting, I have brought you a necklace and a garment, and I hope you will accept them. After presenting the necklace, Zhou Ling responded, My dear, this is too much. How could I accept your gifts? By all rights, I should be giving you a present. Allow me to take your hand. Initially hesitant, Suhan was gently pulled closer, and from her pocket, she produced a meticulously prepared present, a grand gold bracelet, which Zhou Ling placed upon her wrist. Annie has nothing to offer you. Traditionally, I should have gifted you something during our first encounter, but we were both too shy. Now, let this be my offering to you. Auntie, this is rather extravagant. I cannot accept it. Suhan protested, aware of the uncertain nature of their relationship. Please accept it. This is rightfully yours as Shishi's mother. What your father said is true. The rest is up to you young ones. Regardless, Shishi is my granddaughter, and you are her mother. Nothing else matters. Do you understand? Zhou Ling spoke earnestly to Suhan. Very well. Auntie, I shall accept it. Understanding Zhou Ling's sentiments, Suhan conceded, leaving the bracelet on her wrist. Uncle, as this is our first meeting, I was unsure of what gift to bring you, so I did not prepare anything. Next time, I will certainly bring something. Oh, daughter, do not say such things. It is of no consequence. Shishi is the best gift you could give me. Lu Qingyang added, showering compliments. Come, dear brother, let us continue our drinking. Suhi once again enticed Lu Qingyang to indulge in drinks, and soon the dining table became lively once more. Surprisingly, both Suhi and Lu Qingyang displayed commendable drinking capacities, having consumed a full gin of liquor, each managing to down an additional bottle, while also engaging in playful banter, which filled the living room with merriment. Meanwhile, Suhi and Liu Fei had retreated to the balcony. Zhou Ling had taken it upon herself to entertain Su Cici. How are preparations for the merger between our 2 families' groups progressing? Liu Fei inquired of Suhan. It is all set. The main matters have been settled. A press conference will be held at the Su group tomorrow afternoon, Suhan replied. That's excellent news. Congratulations, Liu Fei expressed. Actually, the gratitude should be directed towards you. Without your support, the Su group might not have reached this point. If congratulations are in order, they should be for you. Su-han responded. Ah, consider it a gift for pursuing you, Liu Fei jested. By the way, I noticed you seemed distracted during dinner. Is something troubling you? Is it about the merger? But from what you just said, everything seems resolved? Liu Fei probed, having noticed Su-han's preoccupation, particularly as she occasionally glanced at the gold bracelet on her wrist. However, he suspected that her distraction stemmed from deeper, more personal concerns. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-han fell silent, and Liu Fei refrained from interrupting, trusting that she would eventually share her thoughts. Today, on my way back, my ex-boyfriend, my college partner for 4 years, called to ask if I was free tonight, but I turned him down, Su-han finally disclosed. Oh, your ex is back in the picture. How melodramatic, Liu Fei remarked in jest. Are you not worried? Su-han asked, her expression serious as she gazed at Liu Fei. Worried about what? That you might rekindle your relationship with your ex? I'm not concerned about that at all. If you intended to seek him out, you would have done so long ago, not waited 2 years, right? Moreover, if you truly harbored feelings for reconciliation, you wouldn't be here having dinner tonight. The very fact that you're sharing this with me indicates you have entirely let him go. Liu Fei smiled at Su-han. Suandiman Saident, contemplating Liu Fei's words. Indeed, he was correct. If she truly wished to reconcile, she would not have accepted this dinner invitation, which held significant meaning. Liu Fei continued to observe her quietly, as if encouraging her to come to a realization. After a prolonged silence, Su-han finally sighed, as though a resolution had been reached. With a smile, she introduced herself to Liu Fei. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Su-han. I am 26 years old, a mother to a daughter, and currently the president of the Su Group. After finishing his words, he extended his right hand. Liu Fei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile, realizing that Su-han had completely bid farewell to her past self. Hello, my name is Liu Fei, 24 years old, the largest shareholder of Hung Xiao Group, and I also have a daughter. Liu Fei introduced himself to Su-han, extending his right hand, and their hands clasped together. Beautiful lady, would you be my girlfriend? Liu Fei once again professed his feelings to Su-han, who, at that moment, seemed devoid of any shyness and replied with a smile, sure. Upon hearing her response, Liu Fei pulled Su-han into an embrace, and they held each other tightly. At that moment, Liu Qingyang was toasting to Su-he and, seeing the couple on the windowsill in an affectionate embrace, gestured toward Su-he. After observing, Su-he glanced at the balcony and smiled contentedly. Come, let us drink. The two resumed their drinking. In truth, Su-he held a favorable opinion of Liu Fei. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu Fei had contributed to the growth of the family business, which pleased Liu Qingyang even more. He had noted that she was no less attractive than Wang Dan, and the fact that she owned such a significant company made her far superior to Wang Changjing's daughter. After the dinner concluded, Liu Fei escorted his father-in-law, Su-he, back home. Once Su-he was settled, Liu Fei spent a little more time with Su-han before returning to his own room. Although she had agreed to be his girlfriend, they had yet to reach the stage of cohabitation. Moreover, with both families present, Liu Fei could foresee the dire consequences of any indiscretions. Dad, why have you drunk so much? Liu Fei remarked weakly as he placed Liu Qingyang onto the bed. Of course, your dad has had quite a bit to drink. Today is a special day. It is a day of joy, happiness, and celebration. Shouldn't you let your father indulge and enjoy himself a bit more? He replied, besides, your dad has consumed 2 jin of liquor today, 2 bottles of baijiu he bought himself, along with 2 bottles brought by Su-han's father. Your dad has truly let loose this time. But son, you've made me proud. You've managed to win over Su-han as your girlfriend. Hearing this, Zhou Ling leaned in curiously, as if seeking a little secret from Liu Fei. Indeed, Mom, I've successfully captured her heart. Now we will proceed through the normal stages of our relationship. I believe it won't be long before I bring home the daughter-in-law you've chosen. Liu Fei felt a surge of pride as he boasted to his mother. Listen well, if you fail to bring her into our family, be careful. I might just give you a beating, understand? Don't mess things up. Furthermore, Wang Dan has recently been inquiring about you. Her mother just called me, but I did not answer. You must be cautious. If I discover any lingering connection between you and her, beware of my wrath. Do you understand? Zhou Ling continued to admonish her son, Liu Fei, as she feared he might make a grievous mistake that could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, mother, I am fully aware of what is of paramount importance. For the sake of Shishi, your granddaughter, I would never engage in such reckless behavior, would I? That is more like it. Remember, I have walked this path before. While one cannot discern good from evil at a glance, I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. Listening to one's parents is invariably wise. Do you comprehend this? At the very least, parents will not lead you astray. I understand, mother. After ensuring everything was in order for the two of them, Liu Fei spent some time exchanging messages with Su Han before retiring for the night. However, during their conversation, Su Han extended an invitation to Liu Fei for the press conference scheduled for the following afternoon, hoping he could attend and possibly speak. Liu Fei, however, declined, fully aware that speaking would expose his true identity. Moreover, he found satisfaction in being a behind-the-scenes operator, which he preferred without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Liu Fei, he would indeed take the stage to speak the next day. The following afternoon, in the lobby of the Su Group, preparations for the press conference were in full swing. Liu Fei and Su Shishi arrived at the Su building, but they were situated in the office upstairs. Liu Fei observed Su Shishi at play, while Su Han diligently prepared for her upcoming speech. Although she was well acquainted with such events, she felt an inexplicable nervousness that day. Relax, just act naturally. Besides, this company belongs to both of us. Let others say what they will. It is of no concern to us. Liu Fei reassured the visibly anxious Su Han. This is critical for the image of the Su Group. We must excel, especially as this is our first joint press conference. It deserves our utmost attention. Su Han shot Liu Fei a disapproving glance before returning to her preparations. As the time approached, they all descended, but Su Han was taken aback when she spotted Sun Jie at the venue. Xiao Han, Sun Jie greeted her warmly. Upon seeing him, Su Han was momentarily surprised. I called you. Why didn't you come over? Liu Fei, initially mistaking Sun Jie for another staff member, found it curious that he addressed his future fiancé so familiarly. He is the ex-boyfriend I mentioned to you yesterday, Su Han whispered to Liu Fei. Oh, it's him. I thought he was someone else, Liu Fei replied, before picking up Su Shishi and striding over to Sun Jie. At this moment, Sun Jie was still waving and greeting Su Han, but upon noticing a man standing in his way, he felt somewhat irritated. Despite his annoyance, he refrained from saying anything and attempted to sidestep to continue his conversation with Su Han. However, Liu Fei anticipated his move and obstructed him once more. This back and forth eventually vexed Sun Jie. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Fei, Su Han's boyfriend. Upon hearing Sun Jie's words, Liu Fei did not budge. Instead, he generously introduced himself. You're Su Han's boyfriend? Sun Jie, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to halt. Yes, indeed. What of it? I am Su Han's boyfriend. Shishi, say hello to Uncle. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Uncle. At this moment, Su Shishi chimed in with a supportive remark directed at Sun Jie. What? You're this child's father? Who else could it be if not me? Impossible. Su Han is a traditional person, and I've heard nothing about her getting married. You must be pretending, right? Sun Jie's expression conveyed disbelief. Just then, Su Han approached Liu Fei and confidently linked her arm with his. Sun Jie, this is my partner. After you left all those years ago, we began our relationship and subsequently got married. As for the rumors you've heard about us not being married, the announcement will come soon. Please, do not trouble yourself further or continue to interfere with my life. What? Interfere with you? Let me clarify. My friend, what do you mean by that? If you wish to chat with Su Han, I have no objections. After all, you are her ex-boyfriend, and to claim there are no lingering feelings would be disingenuous. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han immediately gave him a playful twist at his waist. Feeling the pinch, Liu Fei quickly shifted his tone. However, your interference with my girlfriend, my wife, is quite another matter. We need to address this properly. Liu Fei's voice was not loud, yet it resonated, especially since Su Han had been the center of attention. Everyone, particularly the media, who were curious about the man beside her, perked up at Liu Fei's words. Upon noticing the media gathering, Liu Fei openly declared, I am Liu Fei, the fiancé of Su Han, the president of the Su Group, and the biological father of her child. I kindly request the media to help disseminate this news to prevent anyone from harassing or bothering our beloved Su-han. Furthermore, I will be addressing the upcoming press conference. Thank you all for your attention. With that, Liu Fei took Su-han's hand and led her toward the seating area for the press conference, leaving Sun Jie in a state of utter bewilderment. Sun Jie initially believed he could impersonate Su Cici's father to garner public support. However, Liu Fei's blunt remark about being her biological father shattered his hopes. He had intended to use the press conference as an opportunity to meet Su-han and perhaps persuade her to stay. Now all was lost. Nevertheless, he composed himself and took a seat, eager to discern Liu Fei's true identity as the latter prepared to speak at the forthcoming event. As the time for the press conference arrived, the host promptly took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the media, welcome to the joint press conference of Su Group and Hung Xiao Group. On behalf of both companies, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. The host's words were met with immediate applause. Next, the audience was invited to welcome Ms. Su-han, the president of Su Group, to the podium. As the host concluded, all eyes turned towards Su-han, who gracefully rose to acknowledge the crowd before making her way to the stage. Good day, everyone. It is a pleasure to have you join us at the press conference of Su Group and Hung Xiao Group. The merger of our two entities aligns with the demands of our time. Moreover, this collaboration will enhance our ability to serve the public and deliver exceptional products. She continued, in regard to the debt issues facing Hung Xiao Group, I assure you that we are diligently addressing these matters. We are prioritizing the real estate sector within Hung Xiao Group's operations. Additionally, Su Group is injecting capital into Hung Xiao Group to ensure that existing projects are completed timely and efficiently. Upon hearing Su-han's assurances, the audience erupted in excitement. As her words addressed their primary concern, the merger's implications for Hung Xiao Group's debt. Resolving these financial issues would restore public confidence in the company. Sun Jie clenched his fists, filled with regret and anger. He lamented his decision to go abroad and seethed at the thought that everything had been seized by that man. Had it not been for Liu Fei's intervention, all of this would have been his. With only one daughter, Su He, the chairman of Su Group, intended for the company to be inherited by Su-han, which left Sun Jie feeling immensely frustrated. My remarks conclude here. Now, I invite Mr. Jiao Yunpeng, chairman of Hung Xiao Group, to address us. With that, Su-han finished her speech. Jiao Yunpeng rose in response to her words, waving to the audience as he ascended to the podium. As Su-han took her seat, Liu Fei leaned towards her and remarked, "You spoke splendidly just now. Embrace your confidence. Do not overly concern yourself with others' perceptions." Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-han cast him a glance, then gently lifted Su Cici from his embrace. As Liu Fei was soon to take the stage to speak, Jiao Yunpeng's remarks were notably brief, for the true protagonist was Liu Fei, who had just sent him a message indicating his forthcoming address. Liu Fei's purpose for speaking was straightforward. Firstly, to declare his sovereignty, and secondly, to restore confidence in Hung Xiao Group. Additionally, Jiao Yunpeng's daughter, Jiao Xiao, had also arrived, being an excellent candidate for promoting the skin cream. Thank you all. My speech concludes here. Now, I invite Mr. Liu Fei, the largest shareholder of Hung Xiao Group, to the stage to address us. Please give him a warm welcome. Jiao Yunpeng announced, stepping aside rather than leaving the stage. At this moment, his words left the audience in a state of bewilderment, as they were unaware of the implications behind them. Could it be that Hung Xiao Group had undergone a change in leadership? Two individuals, however, were particularly taken aback by Jiao Yunpeng's proclamation: Sun Jie and Wang Dan. Wang Dan, currently a sales representative for the Su Group, felt compelled to listen to her president's address during such a significant event. Upon hearing Jiao Yunpeng's remarks, Wang Dan was momentarily stunned. "Co Dun, could it be that Liu Fei is your ex-boyfriend?" inquired Tian Saijia, nudging Wang Dan for clarification. Wang Dan, lost in thought, did not respond. Her eyes fixed on the stage, eager to ascertain if it truly was Liu Fei. Alas, her hopes were dashed. It was indeed him. As Liu Fei absorbed Jiao Yunpeng's words, he promptly rose, waved to the audience, and made his way to the microphone. "Hello, everyone. I am delighted to meet you in this manner. I am Liu Fei, the largest shareholder and the driving force behind Hung Xiao Group. A round of applause erupted from the crowd, particularly from the media, who were eager to capture this monumental revelation with their cameras. Liu Fei continued. The former chairman of Hung Xiao Group, Su Dayan, has been handed over to the authorities due to legal infractions. I urge anyone with information regarding unlawful activities to report them to the police. He then introduced an upcoming product from Hung Xiao Group, a skin cream designed to eliminate all scars and rejuvenate women's skin to its youthful state. His words ignited whispers among the audience, as the promotional language lacked impact, having been overused by numerous cosmetic brands. Noticing the murmurs of skepticism, Liu Fei turned to Jiao Yunpeng and asked, Chairman Jiao, is your daughter present today? Yes, indeed, Mr. Liu. She is here, right in the audience, Jiao responded. Then let us invite her to join us, Liu Fei urged. Certainly, Jiao Yunpeng replied. Upon hearing Liu Fei's instructions, Jiao Yunpeng immediately called out to his daughter, Jiao Xiao, who was seated in the audience. Xiao, come up here. Upon hearing her father's words, Jiao Xiao promptly ascended the stage, albeit clad in a mask and sunglasses. The onlookers, witnessing this peculiar sight, grew increasingly perplexed. Knowing that today's event was not merely a merger announcement between two conglomerates, but also the launch of new products from Hung Xiao Group. This is Jiao Yunpeng, the current chairman of Hung Xiao Group, alongside his daughter, Jiao Xiao. From a young age, she bore a prominent scar on her face, which had led her into a spiral of self-doubt. The purpose of today's gathering was to allow everyone to witness this moment and simultaneously to promote Hung Xiao Group. Jiao, let us begin, Liu Fei remarked, retrieving a jar of skin cream from his pocket and handing it to Jiao Yunpeng. Receiving the cream, Jiao Yunpeng encouraged his daughter to remove her mask and sunglasses. Hesitant at first, due to the noticeable scar on her face, Jiao Xiao froze in place. Xiao, trust your father. I will help you return to your former self, Jiao Yunpeng reassured her. Inspired by her father's words, Jiao Xiao resolved to remove her mask and glasses. As she did so, gasps of shock resonated throughout the audience. The long, stark scar on her face was now fully visible. We must commend the courage of Chairman Jiao's daughter for revealing her scar in such a public setting. It indeed requires immense bravery. However, let us remember that scars, once formed, cannot be erased. Chairman Jiao, please apply the skin cream to your daughter's face, Liu Fei suggested. Jiao Yunpeng promptly opened the jar of cream and applied it to his hands, warming it between his palms for optimal effect, following Liu Fei's guidance. With a trembling hand, he reached towards his daughter's face. Initially resistant, Jiao Xiao ultimately surrendered to the moment. She had tried countless remedies, both domestically and internationally, visiting renowned hospitals and beauty institutions, yet all had proven ineffective. Her current appearance was the best result she could hope for. Had it not been for her father's insistence the previous night, she would not have mustered the courage to attend today. Once Jiao Yunpeng had finished applying the cream, Liu Fei addressed the audience once more. I trust you have captured the appearance of Chairman Jiao's daughter. Now, let us wait for half an hour, after which we shall witness the results. Firstly, today's event is being conducted in a completely public setting. Furthermore, our skin cream is entirely crafted from pure traditional Chinese herbal medicine, causing no allergic reactions or harm to the skin, allowing everyone to use it with confidence. This particular product will also be the flagship offering of Hung Xiao Group moving forward. A portion of the funds generated will be invested in our real estate projects to ensure the smooth delivery of our buildings, while another part will enhance our modest brand recognition. I am aware that under Su Dayan's leadership, the credibility of Hung Xiao Group has significantly diminished, leading many to lose faith in us. However, I solemnly assure you that Hung Xiao Group is no longer the same entity it once was. As President Su has already mentioned, Su Group will provide us with capital infusion, which is one aspect of our revitalization. Additionally, Hung Xiao Group is fully capable of sustaining itself independently. Please await the results in 30 minutes. I would also like to take a moment to introduce my spouse, Su Han, the president of Su Group. After Liu Fei concluded his remarks, he gestured towards Su Han's position. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, The audience was struck with astonishment, as they all knew that the beautiful president of Su Group, Su Han, was single and yet somehow had a daughter. The announcement today, however, sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. At that moment, a journalist from Penguin Media raised their hand, eager to pose a question. Liu Fei, recognizing the curiosity among the attending media, graciously allowed the inquiry, despite not having scheduled a QA segment. Hello, Mr. Liu. I would like to ask, during the past 2 years, have you been so engrossed in the development of your so-called skin cream that you neglected to spend time with your family? Upon hearing the journalist's question, Liu Fei smiled. Indeed, the Hongxiao Group, along with the skin cream, has successfully launched. Moving forward, I will dedicate more time to my family and my children. At the same time, I kindly ask everyone to spread the word that the president of Su Group is already taken, so those with inappropriate intentions should dismiss such thoughts. After finishing his statement, Liu Fei gestured for her to take her seat. Subsequently, several mainstream media representatives posed questions to Liu Fei, who answered each with poise, much to Su Han's satisfaction as she observed his performance. She had not anticipated that Liu Fei, a recent university graduate, harbored such a wealth of hidden talents, particularly his remarkable composure in this setting, adeptly responding to even the most challenging questions with exceptional emotional intelligence. Half an hour passed unnoticed, as each question and answer took about 7 or 8 minutes. All right, media friends, please hold on for a moment. Next, let us take a look at the effects of our skin cream, Liu Fei announced, nodding towards Jiao Yunpeng to signal the next segment. Jiao Yunpeng promptly took the paper from the staff beside him and began to wipe Jiao Xiaoxiao's face. As he continued, his hand began to tremble. Once he was done, all eyes turned to Jiao Xiaoxiao's visage, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Liu Fei, observing the shocked expressions of those below, seemed to have anticipated their reaction. He urged everyone to promote their work, emphasizing that this experiment was conducted in a transparent and fair setting, under the scrutiny of numerous observers, unlike the successes often claimed in laboratory environments. Thus, the remarkable effects that this product could potentially deliver need not be elaborated upon. He asserted that their product could rejuvenate a woman's skin to that of approximately 30 years of age, or even possibly to that of 20. Liu Fei's statements left the entire audience in a state of profound astonishment. In Chapter 34, the atmosphere shifted as the excitement grew. Had they merely screened a documentary or presented data, the audience might not have been as deeply moved. Rather, skepticism towards the product would have prevailed. However, the situation was now different. They had witnessed the results firsthand, making any claims of deceit implausible, given the collective oversight in the room. Liu Fei then invited several media representatives to the stage to examine Jiao Xiaoxiao's face, ostensibly to verify the authenticity of the results. Upon hearing his request, the audience erupted into a frenzy of raised hands. Liu Fei casually selected a few journalists to come forward, and they began inspecting Jiao Xiaoxiao's face, touching and examining as if it were a genuine inquiry. All present settled back into their seats, still in awe. Liu, what is the pricing of this product? With such impressive results, it must be quite expensive, right? One journalist inquired. Liu Fei responded, I believe this is not only your concern, but also that of many others. This product is not costly. It will be priced between 100 to 200 yuan. Our goal is to create an accessible product, genuinely serving the people. Rest assured, we aim to make it affordable for everyone. He added with a smile, of course, if we were to export it, I wouldn't mind adding a 0 or even 2. Laughter ensued among the audience at his remark. Furthermore, regarding the overseas debts of our Hongxiao Group, I am confident that upon the product's launch, we will swiftly resolve those issues. What do you all think? No one contradicted Liu Fei. They did not perceive him as jesting. Regarding this product, once it is launched, it is not simply a matter of adding 2 zeros. Even 3 or 4 zeros may be added, and it is likely that there will be a frenzy of enthusiasts, particularly among affluent women who will undoubtedly spend lavishly to acquire it. The perception that Liu Fei is joking has vanished. So, General Liu, when will this product be available? We have just successfully completed the research and development of this product. However, it will still take some time before its launch. Rest assured, it will not exceed 2 months. We are currently in the process of actively applying to the government, and once we obtain the product certification and industry approval, we will immediately ramp up production. Based on our existing production line, we are fully capable of meeting the demand. General Liu, to my knowledge, Hangxiao Group previously did not possess a cosmetics production line. Where did your production line come from? Upon hearing this question, Liu Fei smiled. This journalist poses an excellent question. The two groups have now merged. Our lack of a production line does not imply that the Su family group does not have one. Are there any further inquiries? Noticing that no journalists raised their hands, Liu Fei descended and took a seat beside Su Han. Once the host announced the conclusion of the press conference, everyone began to disperse. Liu Fei, Su Han, and Su Cece returned to their office, while Wang Dan gazed at Liu Fei's retreating figure, lost in thought. From a moment, Liu Fei took the stage. She recognized him as her former boyfriend. Tian Saijia also noticed this, but chose not to comment, as Wang Dan had remained silent. It would have seemed inappropriate for her to speak up. Furthermore, she harbored sympathy for Wang Dan, recalling the past when she had dismissed him, and now found herself unable to reach his heights. Similarly, Sun Jie watched as Su Han and the others walked away, feeling a mix of emotions that left him unsettled. The media quickly disseminated information about Liu Fei's product and Hangxiao Group's impending launch. As news spread, Hangxiao Group's stock market began to rise. As everyone recognized that if his product could indeed deliver such results, the company would thrive, with an influx of wealth flowing in. The price point was remarkably accessible. As if, in that moment, everyone had restored their faith in Hangxiao Group. General Liu, General Liu. At that moment, Jiao Yunpeng rushed in, addressing Liu Fei. What is it? Chairman Jiao? You seem flustered. General Liu, our stock has risen. This is the first increase in 2 years. Our shares are valuable again. Jiao Yunpeng exclaimed excitedly. Since Su Dan's decline of Hangxiao Group 2 years ago, their stock had plummeted, leading to significant financial strain. However, the situation has changed dramatically, with a sudden influx of cash flow purchasing their stocks. Chairman Jiao, please exercise caution to prevent anyone from short-selling our stock. At this moment, Su Han offered a reminder to Jiao Yunpeng. Do not fret. Once our product officially debuts, even if you wish to short it, could you truly manage to do so? Liu Fei consoled Su Han, as his expertise lay in finance, his forte. There is no need for alarm. Appreciation is merely appreciation. Our primary focus henceforth should be the vigorous promotion of the skin cream, ensuring that everyone is aware of its existence. Secondly, we must collaborate closely with the production line of the Su Corporation to initiate mass production immediately. Once this skin cream is in mass production and hits the market, everything else will fall into place. Additionally, we must resolve any issues concerning our real estate project. Understood? Liu Fei further advised Jiao Yunpeng. Rest assured, President Liu understood. Jiao Yunpeng responded before bidding farewell to Liu Fei and promptly attending to his own matters, wishing not to be a third wheel. After all, lingering would only diminish his standing in Liu Fei's eyes. Do we have any other matters to attend to this afternoon? Liu Fei inquired of Su Han. There is nothing else. All important tasks have been completed. What else could possibly be significant? Is there something on your mind? Suan somewhat puzzled by Liu Fei's question. How about we take a trip to the mall? Liu Fei suggested. All right, let us go to the mall. Su Cece exclaimed. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of escaping the oppressive atmosphere. Very well, let us depart. Look how delighted Cece is. Su Han chuckled at Liu Fei's words and Cece's reaction. Wait here for a moment. I will inform my father, then we shall leave. After 2 minutes spent in Su He's office, Su Han returned. Let us go, we are ready. Thus, the trio began their descent, prepared for a shopping excursion. However, as they approached the exit, Liu Fei encountered an unwelcome figure. Liu Fei. A voice called out, prompting him to turn and confront a face he despised. Wang Dan. Upon reaching him, Wang Dan demanded, Why have you blocked me? You did not answer my calls, and you added me to your blacklist. Apologies, but I do not recognize you, and our communication is a thing of the past, is it not? My future is now devoid of any connection to you. Please do not disturb me again, Liu Fei replied coldly, taking Su Han's hand and walking away. Wang Dan, taken aback by his words, could hardly believe it. Do you truly not care about the years we spent together? Liu Fei did not respond to her, with one arm embracing Su Cici and the other grasping Su Han. He strode out. Once in the car, they sped toward a large shopping mall. That was your former fiancée, wasn't it? Indeed, it was her, but I no longer have any ties to her. Moreover, my mother has warned me that if I maintain any contact with her, she will break my legs. So rest assured, I shall not entangle myself with her any further, Liu Fei assured Su Han, genuinely fearing any misunderstandings on her part. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, "So unchecked softly. It's fine, I was merely inquiring. As for your relationship, I am indifferent. Your recent actions have already affirmed your resolve. That's good to hear. However, I truly wish to sever all connections with her. Yet, from her demeanor just now, it seems she is an employee of your Su group. Perhaps you should consider dismissing her?" Liu Fei suggested to Su Han. "Very well. Since you propose it, I shall terminate her employment immediately." "No, I will notify HR right now," Su Han responded, promptly retrieving her phone to call the HR manager. "Could you check if we have an employee named Wang Dan?" "Yes, President. She is currently working in the sales department and is interning with our group. Provide her with 2 months' salary and let her go," Su Han instructed the HR manager. After hanging up, although the HR manager was perplexed by Su Han's decision, there was little he could do. He relayed her directive to the sales department manager. Upon receiving this information, the sales manager felt a twinge of regret, as Wang Dan's capabilities were acknowledged by many. However, following the president's orders left him no choice but to dismiss her. While Wang Dan was let go, Tang Kai Jie remained unharmed in her position. Meanwhile, another individual seethed with resentment, Sun Jie. Upon witnessing Liu Fei depart with Su Han and Su Cici, he ground his teeth in frustration, vowed to make Liu Fei pay dearly. After arriving at the mall, Liu Fei and Su Han began to indulge in their outing, seemingly casting aside all worries and fully embracing the joy of life, indifferent to everything else. Before embarking on their adventure, Liu Fei had already sent a message to Zhou Ling Mom. "Today Su Han, Cici, and I are out enjoying ourselves. We won't be returning for dinner, so please cook something for yourself and Dad." He then set his phone aside, not wishing for any disturbances to interrupt their blissful family time. Upon receiving Liu Fei's message, Zhou Ling promptly summoned Liu Qingyang. "Our son won't be returning tonight. We need to seriously consider the issues concerning our factory. What are your plans for it? Our son has provided me with 2 million. Will you continue operations, or should we let close down? Will you come to help Liu Fei with the child?" Chapter 35. The launch of skin cream. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Liu Qingyang fell into a contemplative silence, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. "Let South just close it down. After all, your son's current worth likely won't necessitated. Let us begin to relish life and take care of the little one." As Liu Qingyang uttered these words, it felt as though a heavy stone had finally dropped from his heart, as if a significant burden had been lifted. Zhou Ling, absorbing Liu Qingyang's sentiment, remained quiet, fully aware that his partner must have made a considerable decision to express such a sentiment. Otherwise, he would never have considered shutting down the factory. However, this decision was also intertwined with their son's achievements. Had Liu Fei not reached such heights, they would have been unwilling to close the factory, especially with the anticipation of witnessing him marry and start a family. Yet now, with a daughter-in-law, a home, a car, and even a granddaughter in the picture, it was evident that the couple was ready to embrace a well-deserved respite. "Very well, since you have made up your mind, you should return to your hometown to handle the matters there. Once everything is settled, you can come back. What do you think?" Zhou Ling suggested. Liu Qingyang nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall return tomorrow. Once I take care of things, it doesn't matter much since our family has dwindled, and there's little left to manage." "Good, it's settled then." Meanwhile, Liu Fei and Su Han were indulging in the quintessential experiences of a young couple, enjoying outings to the amusement park, dining, and watching films together. As the evening drew to a close, they shared a warm embrace, a tender farewell. Passion often wanes into tranquility, and the couple gradually transitioned from the fervor of romance back to a more placid rhythm. In contrast, the operations concerning the skin cream showed no signs of slowing. At the Su Group, the production line for cosmetics was busily processing products, and the governmental approvals for the skin cream had been finalized. The authorities were supportive of Hongxiao Group's new product launch, recognizing it as a form of self-rescue. And thus there was no reason to impede progress. Coupled with favorable policies, everything was proceeding smoothly. Moreover, Hongxiao Group had established a dedicated webpage and launched an online shop on e-commerce platforms, facilitating a reservation system. Each day, real-time data reflected the number of reservations for the skin cream, with stock being prepared based on these figures. President Su, the stock for the skin cream has now surpassed 10 million bottles, and we are actively processing the export procedures with the government as cooperation. Jiao Yunpeng reported as he approached Su Han. Following the merger of the two groups, their executives had convened for a more efficient collaboration in meetings and notifications. Splendid news. Su Han responded with evident delight, fully aware of the significance that 10 million bottles represented for their enterprise. The cost of the skin cream is already known to them, calculated to be less than 50 yuan. The price is set at 99 yuan, a sum affordable to the general populace, neither exorbitant nor unreasonable, yet the efficacy is remarkably impressive. President Su, I need to discuss an important matter with you. Chairman Jiao stated. Oh, what is it, Chairman Jiao? Speak freely, Su Han replied. It concerns the pricing for our exports. We have already established domestic prices. But what should our prices be for overseas markets? Su Han placed his hand thoughtfully on his chin. Chairman Jiao, what do you consider to be a suitable price? 9,919 per bottle, Jiao Yunpeng answered, revealing the figure he had already contemplated. Isn't that somewhat expensive? Suan questioned. Not all. I have already consulted with General Manager Liu, who initially suggested this pricing strategy. We intend to price higher internationally, as all revenue from this segment will be used to repay our overseas debts. Have you taken taxes into account? Such a high price may attract taxation. That's not a concern. If taxes arise, we can simply adjust the price upward. After all, with such effective results, can we truly fear a lack of buyers? Upon reflecting on Jiao Yunpeng's words, Su Han realized the validity of this approach. Very well, since we have reached a decision, we shall proceed with the pricing as you suggested. Additionally, is there any issue with the property development? None, President. Everything is progressing according to plan. We are currently settling accounts with our suppliers, and all is moving in a positive direction. I am personally overseeing this matter to ensure there are no complications. Xiao Yunben is Suan. After the merger of the two groups, the Su Group invested significantly in the Hongxiao Group. Upon receiving the funds, Hongxiao Group promptly began settling payments with contractors and suppliers. Following these settlements, they also inquired whether further collaboration was possible. For those contractors and builders who chose not to continue, Hongxiao Group held no grievances, acknowledging their own prior missteps. Should they decide to continue collaboration, an initial payment of 50% would be made, deposited into a supervised account under government oversight. As construction progressed, subsequent payments would be disbursed by the government, which is keenly attentive to this matter of public welfare. In light of the smooth financial settlements, many continued their partnerships with Hongxiao Group, resulting in orderly advancement of various projects, some of which are progressing quite swiftly. The repayment to the bank is also being managed by the Su Group. Naturally, once the skin cream is launched, profits will first be directed back to the Su Group. Currently, Liu Fei has set a definitive goal for Jiao Yunpeng, emphasizing that all matters should revolve around cash flow. In other words, the extent of our endeavors is dictated by the funds available. If there are insufficient resources, we shall refrain from pursuing loans or similar financial maneuvers. A significant issue for Hongxiao Group has been the excessive borrowing, leading to an untenable repayment situation. Consequently, Liu Fei has resolved to address this issue fundamentally. As for the launch of our skin cream, production has already reached 10 million bottles, and we are striving to enhance our output at the utmost speed. It is anticipated that within 2 months, our inventory will swell to 30 million bottles, at which point we will be poised for release. In 2 months, we shall officially unveil the skin cream, Su Han decisively stated. Additionally, we must disseminate this news. All major e-commerce platforms, along with our authorized stores and self-operated outlets, will synchronize their listings. Upon hearing Su Han's directive, Jiao Yunpeng promptly set about the preparations. Before long, This announcement sparked a tremendous wave of excitement, resulting in a surge of pre-orders. Notably, this pre-order process incurs no financial obligation. Potential customers merely need to express their interest without any cost. While some remain skeptical about the product, Liu Fei had already anticipated such reservations. Ultimately, exceptional products will speak for themselves, and quality will prevail. 2 months later, the day of the skin cream's debut has arrived. All e-commerce platforms and physical stores are fully prepared. In cities with authorized outlets, the atmosphere is bustling, predominantly filled with women, though many men, especially those with scars, are present as well. The launch of the skin cream is a boon for individuals with burn injuries. In light of this, Liu Fei generously donated 100,000 bottles to the dermatology department of a hospital for the treatment of burn victims. This donation was made in advance, as saving lives takes precedence. Additionally, individuals whose skin has almost fully recovered have arrived at the authorized stores to participate in promotional activities for Liu Fei skin cream, endorsing its efficacy. Without this product, their skin would not have returned to its former state. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the stores opened their doors, and eager customers had already streamed in. Please form an orderly line, the staff instructed, though the atmosphere remained somewhat chaotic and noisy. Many in line were burn survivors who had already experienced the product's benefits and returned to purchase it, while most were curious and skeptical about the cream's promises. They could hardly believe that it could restore their skin to its youthful condition of 20 or 30 years of age. However, as an increasing number of individuals acquired this skin cream, their astonishment grew after use. The results exceeded even the promotional claims made by the Su Group and the Hongxiao Group. These experiences were genuine, and thus the skin cream gained renewed popularity. Despite a stockpile of 30 million bottles, demand still outstripped supply. Consequently, a phenomenon of reselling emerged in the market. After all, this product was launched domestically first, with no availability abroad. Foreign consumers, not lacking in discernment, quickly began to inflate prices upon witnessing its efficacy, compelling the Su Group to announce a 1-bottle purchase limit per person, enforced through identity verification. Customers were required to return their empty bottles for repurchase, all to prevent reselling and ensure availability for those truly in need. At this moment, in Su Han's office, Su Han, Liu Fei, and Jiao Yunpeng convened to discuss the remarkable effects resulting from the skin cream's launch. Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, the outcomes brought forth by this skin cream are simply astounding. To date, despite our preparation of 30 million bottles, they have all been sold out. If this trend continues, I believe we will swiftly transition from losses to profits. Jiao Yunpeng said, his face alight with joy. When he initially took over the Hongxiao Group, it was riddled with deficits, and even attempts to remedy the situation were futile, leading to a bankruptcy that the government would not permit. During that time, he felt utterly isolated and faced insurmountable challenges. However, the current situation was vastly different. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, largely thanks to the young man before him. Although Jiao Yunpeng had once been skeptical of Liu Fei, he now held him in high esteem. Given this, let us expedite the expansion of the production line to ensure that everyone can access this product. I firmly believe that as long as we maintain our current sales volume, it will be no challenge for the Hongxiao Group to overcome this crisis. Liu Fei asserted to Su Han. Absolutely, the plan to expand the production line is already underway. Construction is in progress and is expected to conclude within a month. At that point, our monthly output will reach 40 million bottles, and our calculations indicate that this quantity will suffice. Su Han nodded in acknowledgement of Liu Fei's statement. Furthermore, we can develop additional products and create a complete series of skincare sets to broaden our business scope. What do you all think? Liu Fei proposed, turning to Jiao Yunpeng and Su Han for their opinions. That will depend on you. The formula originated from you, and the rest is up to your discretion. Su Han replied with a smile. Very well, I shall strive to make it happen, Liu Fei responded, though in truth, he possessed no unique formula. The skin cream's formulation had been provided by the system, which had now fallen silent. Thus, one can only wait and see what concoctions the next system task will bring. Ding! The system has released a task, thwart Wang Dan's nefarious plot. The reward shall be the complete formula for skincare products. including face masks, cleansers, and conditioners. Just as Liu Fei pondered this, the system's voice resonated within his mind, prompting him to exclaim in exasperation, "Is this a matter concerning cosmetics?" Nonetheless, this thought was fleeting. As he understood the gravity of the task presented by the system, it appears that Wang Dan is up to her old tricks again. It would be wise for him to maintain his distance. Liu Fei mused to himself. Meanwhile, upon returning to her rented apartment, Wang Dan's emotions were a tumultuous mix. At Su's tower, Liu Fei had rejected her, blacklisting all means of contact, and even had the Su group terminate her employment. "Liu Fei, I must have you. After all, this was rightfully mine." Wang Dan contemplated a scheme, the art of seduction. If she could engage Liu Fei intimately, then the rest would be beyond his control. During their romantic escapades, Wang Dan had often cited their unmarried status as a reason for their physical relations, and Liu Fei had not objected, reasoning that it was indeed inappropriate before marriage. However, her perspective had shifted. If they were to become intimate now, she could ensnare Liu Fei, reclaiming all that belonged to her. With this plan in mind, Wang Dan began to strategize. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Fei had already begun to sense her intentions. After concluding his conversation with Su Han and Jiao Yunpeng, Liu Fei, alongside Su Han, drove home. Interestingly, Liu Fei did not take the wheel today. Instead, he occupied the passenger seat, allowing Su Han to drive. "What is the matter? Ever since you got out of that meeting, you seemed restless. Is something troubling you?" Su Han inquired, unable to contain her curiosity upon observing Liu Fei's demeanor. "I fear our days ahead may become rather challenging." "Challenging? In what way? What's going on?" Wang Dan is a person of very narrow-minded disposition. "I believe she will seek revenge for being dismissed." "Revenge? How so?" "You don't mean she'll hire an assassin to come after us, do you?" "Isu hen final hole, her admiration for Liu Fei's dramatics evident." "Enough with the theatrics. An assassin? You watch too many dramas. I suspect she will resort to underhanded tactics. Therefore, in the coming days, we must remain vigilant and avoid any contact with her. Under the bright light of day, she may not dare to act, but you must be cautious. If you were to secretly meet her in my absence, she might attempt something against you." Liu Fei earnestly advised Su Han not to meet Wang Dan alone. "Ah, in that case, I suppose she has no opportunity with me now. My routine is essentially a straight line between 2 points, the company and Mingmen Tiancheng. If we speak in your terms, it is you who should exercise caution. Be careful. If you secretly meet her behind my back, I would be none the wiser." After Liu Fei's admonition, Su Han started the car, steering it towards Mingmen Tiancheng. "What do you mean by that? Am I really going to sneak off to meet her behind your back?" "Rest assured, that won't happen. I'm still trying to avoid her. Meeting her even once would surely lead my mother to nag me incessantly." Liu Fei promptly reassured Su Han, determined to dissuade her from thinking he harbored such notions. He feared that if this thought reached his mother, Zhou Ling, it would spell trouble for him. "All right, I trust you. Let us head home and see Cici. It's been a day since I last saw her, and I miss her." With that, Su Han ended the discussion, recognizing that further deliberation on the matter would bear little fruit, as it was merely Liu Fei's speculation. The true nature of things would unfold with time. As Su Han parked the car at the entrance of the courtyard, Su Cici, upon spotting the vehicle's return, immediately deduced that her parents were back and rushed to open the door. "Cici, be careful." Zhou Ling, who had been nearby, hurried over to ensure Su Cici's safety, wary of any potential mishaps. Despite Mingmen Tiancheng being the most secure neighborhood in Luteng City, it was always wise to remain vigilant against untrustworthy individuals. Lu Qingyang had already returned to his village that morning to handle matters related to his factory and tidy up his home before returning. "Daddy, Mommy." As soon as Su Cici opened the door, she dashed towards Liu Fei and Su Han. Upon finishing work, Su Han did not head straight home, but instead chose to come to Liu Fei's place first. Here, the atmosphere was livelier. Returning home meant facing only the nanny, which had grown tiresome. Moreover, Zhou Ling treated Su Han exceptionally well, embracing her as if she were her own daughter, which made Su Han feel entirely at ease. Thus, she hurried over to Liu Fei's residence, where the primary allure was Liu Fei's culinary skills, allowing her to enjoy delicious meals. Liu Fei scooped up Su Cici in his arms. Cece, were you good today? Did you listen to Grandma? I was very good, Daddy. I listened to Grandma. Cece eagerly replied, beaming with pride. Well, that is splendid. As long as you're good, Liu Fei responded contentedly. Continuing on, Liu Fei grasped Su-han's hand and began their journey homeward. Mom, we're back. They greeted Zhou Ling all right. It's good that you're back. By the way, I bought the ingredients. Cece mentioned she wanted fish for dinner, so you can prepare that. Zhou Ling replied to Liu Fei. Okay, Mom. After setting Cece down, Liu Fei donned an apron and made his way to the kitchen, immersing himself in preparations. Meanwhile, Su-han changed into slippers and joined Cece in play. Zhou Ling commenced tidying up the house, aware that a larger home necessitated daily cleaning. However, this task was time-consuming and labor-intensive. It was only when Liu Fei and Su-han returned that she could manage the cleaning, as there was no one else to look after Cece in their absence. When Liu Qingyang had been around, she could afford moments of leisure and attend to her own matters. But with his departure, the responsibility fell entirely upon her. Andy, stop cleaning. Let me take care of it. You've been working all day, Su-han remarked upon seeing Zhou Ling pick up the mop. If it's too much, I'll buy a robotic vacuum cleaner so you can have an easier time. No need for that, dear. Why spend the money? I'm just keeping busy, and it's good exercise. Besides, when you're not here, I have to keep an eye on Cece. Now that you're back, I can take the opportunity to clean. A large house can be quite a chore. Zhou Ling responded with a smile before resuming her task. Observing Zhou Ling's determination, Su-han chose to refrain from further protest, but she took out her phone to search for robotic vacuums, realizing that even mopping required supervision. Liu Fei discovered a suitable model and promptly placed an order, setting his phone aside to resume his leisure activities. As Zhou Ling mopped the floor, her phone buzzed several times. It was a call from Wang Dan. After their last conversation, Zhou Ling had not blocked her number, having forgotten in the heat of the moment. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Dan sent her a few messages, expressing a desire to see Liu Fei once more, conveying heartfelt sentiments that would lead anyone to believe her intentions were genuine. Chapter 37. Sun Jie's Revenge at Sun Jie's residence. He was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, attributing all his woes to Liu Fei. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his cousin calling, prompting him to answer immediately. Hello, Xiaogu, how are things going? Have you accomplished the task? After Sun Jie answered the call, he spoke to his cousin Sun Gu over the phone. Brother, everything has been arranged, and the investigation is complete. He resides in Mingmen Tiansheng, but we cannot enter there. However, we can take action while on the way, and I have already dispatched someone to keep an eye on Mingmen Tiansheng. Rest assured, once that brat steps out, I will ensure you have your vengeance. Sun Gu replied to Sun Jie, having received some information about Liu Fei from him. Sun Gu, a man entrenched in the underworld with his own gang, readily agreed to help upon receiving the call from his elder cousin. However, his consent came with a condition, a payment of 1 million as compensation. After all, even among brothers, clear accounts must be maintained. All right, Xiao Gu, since we have located him, you must ensure I get my revenge, Sun Jie urged. No problem, brother. It's a minor task. However, as we initially agreed, let's start with a deposit of 500,000. Ah, Xiao Gu, we haven't even begun the operation. And you're already asking for a deposit? Brother, there are rules in our line of work. Besides, this is not just my personal affair. I have my brothers to feed as well. Everything requires proper arrangements, including dealings with government officials. Do you understand? Sun Gu replied, secretly scoffing at his cousin for failing to handle his own rival and relying on him to clean up the mess. Very well, send me your bank account number, and I will transfer the funds shortly. Sun Jie conceded to Sun Gu's demands, realizing that apart from him, there was likely no one else who could assist with this matter. However, the cost of this endeavor seemed quite steep, 1 million, a sum that represented 2 years of savings for Sun Jie. Don't worry, brother, I will handle this beautifully, Sun Gu assured him before hanging up and sending his bank account details. Upon receiving the information, Sun Jie promptly transferred 500,000. Damn, money disappears too quickly. I need to find a job soon, Sun Jie muttered. He then opened a job recruitment website and began submitting his resume. Confident in his overseas education and experience, he believed he would be a sought-after talent. Indeed, as Sun Jie anticipated, His resume garnered immediate responses from several headhunters and HR departments. Focusing solely on the resume rather than capabilities, Sun Jie's application stood out impressively. Before long, his phone buzzed incessantly with interview invitations. Meanwhile, after Sun Gu received the 500,000 deposit, he contentedly tucked his phone away. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence our work," he instructed a nearby individual with dyed yellow hair. Indeed, he was Huang Mao, a hired hand under Su Dayan. After Su Dayan's downfall, Huang Mao managed to escape, and even now, the police are actively pursuing him. However, upon his escape, he immediately transformed his appearance, though his most distinctive feature, his striking yellow hair, remained unchanged. "Rest assured, Gu, everything is ready," Huang Mao responded to Sun Gu. Had Huang Mao been aware that Sun Gu's target was Liu Fei, he would have resolutely refused to participate. Nevertheless, Sun Gu did not disclose the identity of the next target, merely indicating that this individual resided in Mingmen Tiancheng. Unbeknownst to Huang Mao, Liu Fei lived in Mingmen Tiancheng. Initially, he had sought Liu Fei at Huaqing Yuefu, with Liu Fei later coming to Hangzhou Dasha. After preparing a meal, Liu Fei set the dishes on the dining table and invited Su Han, Su Sisi, and Zhou Ling to dine. The atmosphere at the table was filled with joy, and following their meal, Liu Fei proceeded to wash the pots and pans. Once finished, he spent some time watching television with Su Han and Su Sisi before escorting them home. At Su Han's residence, Liu Fei chatted with Su He for a while, and after their conversation, he returned to his own home to rest. The next morning, as Liu Fei ventured out to purchase breakfast, he encountered a rather infuriating situation. Initially, he had intended to prepare breakfast at home, but upon discovering the lack of ingredients, he decided to step out and buy some. Considering the distance was not too far, he opted to walk instead of driving. As he exited the community gate, he was promptly spotted by Sun Gu's men, who had been lying in wait outside Mingmen Tiancheng. "Gu, he's out. Is that him?" shouted one of the younger subordinates, waking Sun Gu and pointing toward Liu Fei. Upon awakening, Sun Gu squinted at Liu Fei and confirmed, "Indeed, that's him. Follow closely. Today he hasn't driven, so we must teach him a proper lesson. Is that understood? Rest assured, every one of you will receive 10,000 yuan." His words invigorated the group, who were thrilled at the prospect of confronting someone they deemed easy prey. Meanwhile, Huang Mao caught sight of Liu Fei and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this person before, yet he could not recall where. "Start the car and follow him. Once he reaches a secluded area, we will make our move," Sun Gu instructed the driver. The subordinate immediately started the vehicle, engaged the first gear, and slowly trailed Liu Fei. Initially, Liu Fei noticed a van following him but thought little of it. Perhaps the driver was simply moving slowly, and considering the large letters on the van that read waterproof, he assumed they were waiting for a job nearby, thus paying little attention to the situation. Sun Gu had been trailing Liu Fei all the way to the breakfast shop. After observing Liu Fei purchase his meal and return, he continued to follow him. At this juncture, Liu Fei began to sense something amiss. The fact that Sun Gu followed him to the breakfast shop could be deemed coincidental. However, upon his return to Mingmen Tiancheng, the van remained persistently behind him, moving at a leisurely pace. This development raised his suspicions. Upon realizing this, Liu Fei spotted a secluded area ahead and swiftly darted toward it. Noticing Liu Fei's sudden movement, Sun Gu immediately instructed the driver, "Hurry, keep up." The driver, upon hearing this, promptly shifted into third gear and pursued the direction in which Liu Fei had vanished. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Fei was waiting for them at that very spot. As the van approached, Liu Fei deduced that this Group S objective was none other than himself. He then approached the van and knocked on the glass. "Hey, what do you want? Who sent you to follow me?" The group was momentarily taken aback by Liu Fei's boldness. Is he that brave? However, Sun Gu and his companions soon disembarked. At that moment, Huang Mao realized that the person before him was indeed Liu Fei. Upon this realization, he felt an urge to retreat, though backing down now seemed rather inappropriate. He chose to remain inside the vehicle, fully aware of Liu Fei's prowess. "You are Liu Fei?" Sun Gu inquired as he stepped out. "Indeed, I am Liu Fei. What is the matter?" Liu Fei responded, perplexed by their intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that these individuals might be sent by Wang Dan. Since you're a Liu Fei, then it's settled. Brothers, let us go. Attack him fiercely. Upon confirming Liu Fei's identity, Sun Gu waved his hand, and 8 men descended from the van, charging towards Liu Fei. Seeing the oncoming assailants, Liu Fei felt a tightening in his core. Are they really this audacious? So many of them are coming to attack me. After a brief pause, he surged into the fray, engaging in a tumultuous skirmish. Initially, the onlookers scoffed at Liu Fei's audacity, but soon they realized their grave misjudgment as Liu Fei's exceptional skills became evident. Before long, all of Sun Gu's men lay sprawled on the ground, leaving only Sun Gu standing there, astonished as he gazed at Liu Fei. Liu Fei, holding a cup of soy milk and a steamed bun, approached Sun Gu. You, don't come any closer. Stay back. Why? Is it permissible for you to strike me, but not the other way around? Now, tell me, who sent you here? At this moment, Sun Gu was inwardly cursing Sun Jie mercilessly. He had been told that Liu Fei was merely a young lad with no real prowess, yet he never anticipated the formidable strength and remarkable skills Liu Fei possessed. Yes, it was Sun Jie who sent me to seek you out, he confessed without hesitation, betraying Sun Jie without a second thought. Otherwise, if Liu Fei were to commit any egregious act, he would find himself in dire straits. Sun Jie, he sent you to provoke me? Liu Fei was taken aback to discover that the instigator was Sun Jie, rather than Wang Dan, whom he had initially suspected, as Wang Dan's involvement was somewhat justifiable given the system's alerts. However, he did not expect it to be Sun Jie, the former boyfriend of Su-Han. Indeed, it was Sun Jie. He offered me 500,000 to give you a thorough beating and to keep you away from Su-Han, claiming you stole his girlfriend. Without a moment's thought, Sun Gu divulged everything he knew to Liu Fei. I need to call him immediately. All right, I will call him right away, Sun Gu stammered, frantically retrieving his phone and dialing Sun Jie's number. At that moment, Sun Jie had just finished tidying himself up, preparing for a crucial interview that he was determined not to miss, especially since the HR manager had presented him with a rather generous offer. Just as he was fussing with his hair, his phone rang. Seeing it was Sun Gu calling, he answered without hesitation. Hey, cousin, how's it going? Has everything been taken care of? Taken care of? You've doomed me. Do you realize that? Sun Gu exploded as soon as he heard Sun Jie's voice. What's wrong with you? My uncle is also your uncle, isn't he? Sun Jie retorted, displeased by Sun Gu's tone. Sun Jie, I never expected you to be such a person, sending someone to ambush me. Aren't you afraid of being dealt with when you're out at night? At this point, Liu Fei had seized the phone from Sun Gu and addressed Sun Jie directly. Liu Fei, why are you on the line? Sun Jie was perplexed and curious. Why wouldn't it be me? Just be cautious when you're out at night. Liu Fei warned before abruptly ending the call. You all possess a modicum of courage, it seems. Daring to take action. Do you now comprehend my prowess? Will you still seek to provoke me in the future? Liu Fei stated, directing his words at Sun Gu. Big brother, I was wrong. I will never provoke you again. Sun Gu hastily pleaded with Liu Fei. He had witnessed the earlier events clearly. Liu Fei had single-handedly infiltrated their group of 8, all while holding a cup of soybean milk, which remained untouched in his grasp. Very well. Take your time to consider your options, Liu Fei concluded. After Liu Fei finished speaking, he returned the phone to Sun Gu, silently memorizing Sun Jie's number. If you ever need to find me, feel free to come, as long as you can endure the consequences. With that, Liu Fei took his breakfast and began to head back to his villa. Meanwhile, on the car, Huang Mao, upon seeing Liu Fei leave, cautiously hurried down. Where the hell have you been? Sun Gu immediately berated him upon his descent. Brother Gu, I sensed something was off about that man. His skills are exceptional, far beyond the ordinary. I've encountered him before. You're only 8 now. Back then, we had over 10 people, and he single-handedly took us all down. Much worse than you lying here now. Huang Mao quickly explained to Sun Gu. Why the hell didn't you mention this sooner? You let so many brothers lie there. Sun Gu, infuriated by Huang Mao's words, realized that with so many injured, they would surely require hospitalization, and medical expenses equate to money. Brother Gu, you never mentioned it was him. I only recognized him when I saw his figure. Had I known it was him, I would have definitely advised you against taking this job. Huang Mao replied with a wry smile. Enough talk. Hurry and call an ambulance to take the brothers to the hospital, Sun Gu shouted at Huang Mao. After that, he pulled out his phone to call Sun Jie. Sun Jie, transfer the remaining 500,000 to me immediately, or I swear I won't let this go. Why didn't you inform me of his skill back then? I've suffered a significant loss, do you understand? Sun Gu, you didn't complete the job, and you still expect the remaining payment? Where's your sense of integrity? Integrity? You talk to me about integrity? Let me tell you, if you don't transfer the remaining 500,000 to me, you'll see what happens. Sun Gu hung up the phone decisively. Upon hearing Sun Gu's words, Sun Jie contemplated for a moment and decided it was unnecessary to entangle himself further with such a person. He transferred the remaining 500,000 to Sun Gu and subsequently blocked him, ensuring that their paths would no longer cross. When Liu Fei returned home, Zhou was already up. Why'd you go out for breakfast? There are ingredients at home. Mom, there wasn't anything suitable for breakfast, so I bought some outside. You eat first. I'll go call Su Han and Su Sisi, Liu Fei replied, arranging the soy milk and buns on the table before stepping out to fetch Su Han and Su Sisi. This young man, now with a child and a girlfriend, has certainly changed. He is much more diligent than when he was with Wang Dan, Zhou Ling mused. However, she did not sit down to eat. Instead, she waited in the living room for her daughter-in-law and granddaughter to arrive before beginning the meal. Yesterday, during dinner, Zhou Ling had already seen the message sent by Wang Dan. However, she chose to delete it, deeming it unnecessary to engage further, as she had resolved to sever all ties with them. She did not share this with Liu Fei, fearing that it might spark a revival of old feelings, which could lead him to seek out Wang Dan, and that would create complications. Thus, Zhou Ling buried this matter deep within her heart, keeping it to herself to prevent anyone else from discovering it. Meanwhile, Su Han had begun to rise and prepare for the day, while Su Shishi continued to indulge in slumber. Ding dong, ding dong. Liu Fei knocked on Su Han's door. Upon noticing this, Su Han promptly opened the door. Since Liu Fei's arrival, both Su Han and Su He had decided to dismiss their housekeeper, for hiring one was primarily to prepare meals for Su Shishi and themselves, and they found little need for additional assistance. With Liu Fei's culinary skills having already been tasted by the two of them, and Su Shishi having praised the food, they found no reason to retain the housekeeper. You've arrived, Su Han greeted Liu Fei upon opening the door. Next time, take a key so you won't need to knock. You can simply let yourself in. As Su Han turned to re-enter, he mentioned this to Liu Fei. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Questioned Liu Fei. What could possibly be inappropriate about it? Just give me a key to your place as well, and we can avoid knocking altogether, Su Han replied nonchalantly. However, Liu Fei became quite animated at this suggestion. All right, I'll bring you a key when I go back, he responded, perhaps unaware of the implications of his words. And where is she? She is still asleep. Go wake her up and tell her to wash her face and brush her teeth. Okay, I'll go call her. I prepared breakfast, so let us eat together once she is up. After breakfast, I'll take you home, Liu Fei said as he entered Su Han's private chamber. Hey, Su Han called after him. What is it? Liu Fei replied. Nothing, just go wake Shishi. After a moment's consideration, Su Han decided to let it go. After all, Liu Fei had seen it all before. It was just a few intimate garments, and he would eventually see them anyway. With that thought, Su Han proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. Upon entering the room, Liu Fei quickly understood why Su Han had called out to him. There were indeed some private items among the laundry. Approaching the bedside, he called out to Su Shishi, Shishi, wake up, sleepyhead. It's time to get up. Upon opening her eyes and seeing her father, Su Shishi murmured, Daddy, let me sleep a little longer. All right, but just for 10 more minutes. We must get up after that, or else your mother will leave without you. Liu Fei turned to Su Sisi and watched her quietly. This was the first time he had witnessed her awakening. After a 10-minute wait, he called Su Sisi up again. At that moment, she was still in a daze. But eventually, under Liu Fei's guidance, she managed to rise. Once up, he led her to the restroom, where Su Hua had already finished her preparations. Suan, possessing a naturally fine complexion and good skin, typically refrained from heavy makeup for work, opting instead for a fresh-faced appearance. Upon seeing Liu Fei escorting Su Sisi, she immediately took Su Sisi from his hands and began to coax her into washing her face and brushing her teeth. I encountered a group while buying breakfast. Liu Fei remarked, addressing the busy Su-Han. Who were they? People sent by Sun Jie to deal with me. But I took care of them, Liu Fei replied. Sun Jie, are you unharmed? Su-Han's concern was evident as she gazed at him. I'm fine, merely a buffoon. I plan to confront him today to clarify the situation and ascertain his intentions. Is that really necessary? You have already sent his men packing. He is aware of his own limitations and standing. There is no need to complicate matters. Liu Fei chuckled at Su-Han's words. Very well, I shall heed your advice. However, let be known that this is the first and last time. Should there be a recurrence, his fate would not differ significantly from Su Dayan's. Chapter 39. Liu Father's resoluteness. All right, I will follow your counsel. Su-Han nodded, then turned her attention to Su Cici, beginning to tidy her appearance with a comb and a gentle touch to her face. Once the preparations were complete, they made their way to Liu Fei. Upon seeing them arrive, Zhou Ling welcomed them, saying, Please have a seat and eat quickly. Otherwise, your meal will cool down. The temperature is just right now. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Grandma. As the three settled down to dine, once their meal was finished, Liu Fei drove Su-Han to the Su Corporation building to commence her workday. Should I pick you up tonight? Liu Fei inquired as she stepped out of the car. What do you think? Su-Han rolled her eyes at him before turning to enter the building. Liu Fei, hearing her response, shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the complexities of women. He then turned the car around and retrieved his phone from his pocket to return a call. Indeed, he was dialing Sun Jie's number. Meanwhile, Sun Jie was already in his car, en route to a job interview, when he noticed an unfamiliar number calling him. One Liu Fei had discreetly noted down when Sun Gu contacted Sun Jie. Hello, who is this? Did you forget me so soon after sending someone to deal with me this morning? Upon hearing the voice emanating from the telephone, Sun Jie immediately discerned the identity of the caller. You are Liu Fei. What is it that you wish to discuss? Liu Fei replied, I have no particular intentions, but there is a message I must convey. Since you have already sought someone to confront me, I must advise you to be cautious on your way home from work. Do you comprehend? It is quite possible that a man wielding a stick may emerge unexpectedly. After delivering this ominous statement, Liu Fei abruptly hung up. Sun Jie, unsettled by Liu Fei's words, glanced around anxiously, his heart beginning to race. The purpose of Liu Fei's call was quite straightforward. He aimed to instill a sense of perpetual unease and dread in Sun Jie. Meanwhile, Wang Dan awaited a response from Zhou Ling in her rented apartment. After sending a text the previous evening, she had remained glued to her phone, not daring to stray far even for a moment, eager to check for any notifications. Suddenly, her phone rang. Wang Dan immediately picked it up, expecting it to be Liu Fei, but it was in fact her mother, Xie Ting, calling. Hello, Mom, she answered. Xiao Dan, have you started work yet? No, I have the day off, Wang Dan lied to her mother, not wanting to reveal the extent of her difficulties. Well, I heard from your father that Liu Fei's father has returned. They're planning to sell the factory. Isn't the information you gathered inaccurate? If it were true, why would they be selling the factory? Xie Ting relayed what she had learned and encountered. Mom, it's clear that they have moved on to better lives and no longer rely on the factory for income. Liu Fei is now the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group, and he has even launched a cosmetics line. Do you think they still have any hopes pinned on that small furniture factory? Wang Dan retorted with a hint of self-mockery. And how is your relationship with Liu Fei? Has it improved? Have you reconciled? Xie Ting inquired hurriedly. She was somewhat aware of Hongxiao Group, recalling how her daughter's friends had purchased modest homes in their village. However, after the project stalled, she had often mocked them. Yet recently, they had received notifications indicating that construction was resuming. In 2 months, they were to receive their properties, which might even come with compensation due to the lengthy delays, with each square meter reportedly reduced by 2,000 yuan, stirring envy in Xie Ting. No, he has blocked my contact information and ignores my messages, Wang Dan confessed. Then I shall send your father to speak with him. Perhaps he can persuade him. If all else fails, your father could invite his father for a drink, Xie Ting suggested before concluding the call to attend to this matter. Don't just sit there. Lu Qingyang has returned, hasn't he? Quickly arrange a meeting for drinks to see if we can rekindle the prospect of their marriage. Xie glanced at Wang Changzheng, who was smoking in the living room, and immediately addressed him. Did I not mention that I am no longer involved in this matter? Why must you continue to discuss it? Wang Changzheng felt a surge of anger upon hearing Xie words. What about our daughter? Are you truly going to abandon your responsibilities? He retorted. If you refuse to go, I shall take the wine to their home myself. At this moment, Xie moved closer and shouted at Wang Changzheng in frustration. Enough, enough! Wang Changzheng, irked by her words, grew increasingly restless. Just stay at home, he declared, rising to seek out Liu Qingyang. Meanwhile, Liu Qingyang was entertaining guests who had come to view his establishment. Selling the place was out of the question. He could only lease it out for other purposes. His ancestral home would be locked, and he planned to return periodically to ensure it remained in good condition. As for his land, he entrusted it to a local elder brother who was well-liked in the community. In the past, when Liu Qingyang's factory flourished, he had often lent a helping hand to this man. Graciously, the elder brother agreed to tend to the fields, but made it clear that any produce harvested would need to be collected by Liu Qingyang himself, with the profits going to him. Upon hearing this stipulation, Liu Qingyang initially resisted, but he could not withstand the elder brother's enthusiasm. After all, he had received kindness in the past, and it was crucial to uphold familial bonds in the countryside. Reluctantly, Liu Qingyang acquiesced, reflecting inwardly that doing good deeds was indeed a noble pursuit. Once Liu Qingyang had seen off his guests, having successfully navigated most of the negotiations, with only minor details left to discuss, he expressed his urgency to finalize matters since he needed to return home to care for his granddaughter. As long as there was no undue pressure, he was willing to agree to most terms. This assurance put the other party at ease, bolstered by Liu Qingyang's respectable standing in the community. After concluding the discussions, Liu Qingyang locked the door and handed over the key, leaving only the payment to be settled. However, he was not overly concerned, as they were all familiar faces within the village, and trust was easily established among them. Just as Liu Qingyang was about to head home, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned to see Wang Changzheng approaching. "Old Wang, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Liu Qingyang greeted Wang Changzheng warmly. Their relationship had been strong, and had it not been for the broken engagement, they might still share the same camaraderie. Despite the dissolution of the engagement, they remained neighbors, and Liu Qingyang chose not to hold any animosity toward Wang Changzheng's family. "It's mealtime, isn't it? Come, let's go to a restaurant for a drink," Wang Changzheng invited Liu Qingyang enthusiastically. Liu Qingyang pondered for a moment, realizing that certain matters ought to be clarified with Wang Changzheng. Their relationship needed to be preserved. "All right, let's go, Lao Wang, but this meal is on me." Subsequently, the two of them strolled into a quaint little restaurant in their village, arms draped casually over each other's shoulders. Once seated, Liu Qingyang ordered 4 dishes and procured a bottle of wine, fully aware that a meal devoid of libations would be lacking. "Here's to you, Lao Lu. I owe you an apology," Wang Changzheng declared as he raised his glass. "Ah, Lao Wang, what are you saying? Each generation has its own fortunes. Today we reminisce. Let us drink heartily. It has been ages since we shared a drink together," Liu Qingyang replied, lifting his glass and downing a generous gulp. This statement served to silence Wang Changzheng. After all, Liu had already asserted that this gathering was merely for nostalgia, and any further discourse should be avoided. Upon hearing Liu Qingyang's words, Wang Changzheng felt a pang of realization, but ultimately followed suit, finishing his own glass of wine. Liu's intent was clear, so he chose to keep the matter concerning Wang Dan to himself. After their meal, the two parted ways, both cognizant that this dinner marked their farewell. It was likely that future encounters would merely consist of formal greetings. Nevertheless, Liu Qingyang felt an air of relief after the meal. At least the matter had been settled, and Wang Changzheng would likely refrain from broaching it again. Upon returning home, Wang Changzheng collapsed into a chair, pouring himself a glass of water and gulping it down. "So, what did Liu Qingyang say?" Xie inquired, rushing to him as he entered. "What could he possibly say? He didn't even give me a chance to speak." "So, I reckon the engagement between our families is off the table. You might as well call Xiao Dan and let her know to abandon any hopes," Wang Changzheng replied, lighting a cigarette. "What? Didn't he work out?" Xie exclaimed, springing to her feet. "What can be done? Should you go instead?" He didn't afford me the opportunity to speak. If you still care about your dignity, then by all means go. I am indifferent, Wang Changzheng said as he rose and headed toward the bedroom, feeling slightly inebriated and desiring some rest. Chapter 40. Let Xieting completely give up, you heartless wretch. Ever since I married into your Wang family, I have not known a single day of happiness. Just when my daughter had a promising opportunity for a better life, you failed to fight for it. Xieting erupted, her frustration boiling over as she confronted Wang Changzheng. You reckless spendthrift, clarify this. Who prevented her from pursuing it? When you two broke off the engagement, did I not counsel you? You ignored my words. Now that Liu Fei's family seems prosperous, you wish to cling to them. Reflect on this. If you were in her position, would you agree? I have declared that I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. My daughter has her own life to lead. The fortunes of one's descendants are destined for them alone. If she possesses the means to live luxuriously, then let her embrace that life. If not, then a humble existence as a commoner's wife will suffice. After reprimanding Xieting, Wang Changzheng retreated to his room to sleep. He felt somewhat bewildered and also harbored a desire to teach Xieting a lesson, perceiving her behavior as excessively unreasonable. At that moment, Xieting chose to ignore Wang Changzheng and exited her home. Indeed, she intended to confront Liu Qingyang personally, who likely anticipated that Xieting would not relent easily. Upon returning home, Liu Qingyang locked his door and lay down to sleep, quickly drifting into slumber. He had indulged quite a bit during lunch, consuming a full jin and sharing 2 bottles of erguotu with Wang Changzheng. Despite his tolerance for alcohol, one jin had left him somewhat dazed. Xieting arrived at Liu Qingyang's home, knocking on the door, but received no response. She called out and knocked again, yet still no answer. Meanwhile, nearby women observed her actions and began to whisper among themselves. Perhaps some of their remarks were too harsh for Xieting to bear, prompting her to retreat in shame. She felt utterly humiliated to continue knocking on Liu Qingyang's door. Look at how splendid a match they could have been, now tarnished by her actions. Alas, witnessing their newfound happiness, she sought to reconcile. How shameless. The women nearby directed judgmental glances and comments at Xieting. How is this shameless? She pondered. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she engaged in a heated argument with the women seated in the corner. Aware of Xieting's reputation as a shrew, the women eventually dispersed, yet their gazes lingered with a sense of deserved fate. This was her outcome. Ultimately, Xieting could not gain entry to Liu Qingyang's home and departed in a fit of anger. Liu Qingyang slept soundly until the afternoon, only to be informed by a neighbor that Xieting had visited. Realizing he could no longer remain in the village, uncertain of when that troublesome woman might seek him out again, he purchased the next train ticket to Green City, having already disposed of his car. Once he arrived in Greenvine, it was unlikely he would need a vehicle, as his son might eventually provide him with one. As Liu Qingyang departed, Xieting followed closely behind, unwilling to accept that he would remain hidden away indefinitely. However, upon arriving at his door, she discovered it securely locked. A neighbor informed her that he had already left for Greenvine, with no indication of when he might return. Liu Qingyang's actions have utterly extinguished Xieting's hopes. Upon returning home, Xieting found Wang Changzheng preparing dinner. Noticing her troubled expression, he chose to refrain from engaging with her, wary of inciting her ire, which would certainly be undesirable. He decided instead to focus on his culinary tasks. Once the meal was prepared, he placed it on the dining table without uttering a word, proceeding to eat in silence. Given the current tension, he wisely avoided any interaction with Xieting, knowing that even the slightest provocation could ignite her simmering anger. Although Sun Jie successfully passed the interview, he later called Sun Gu to confirm Liu Fei's situation. From Sun Gu, he learned that Liu Fei was exceptionally formidable, possessing commendable skills. Consequently, Sun Jie resolved to leave the country without delay, purchasing a plane ticket for an immediate flight abroad. He feared the very scenario Liu Fei had described. An unexpected blow while traversing dark paths could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he opted to distance himself from Liu Fei, reasoning that no matter how capable Liu Fei was, he could not possibly travel abroad to find him. Furthermore, Sun Jie decided to change his contact information, apprehensive that Liu Fei might locate him. Of course, at this moment, Liu Fei had no time to spare for Sun Jie. His intent in calling was merely to instill a sense of trepidation, as he was now en route to pick up Su Han. In the rear seat of his car lay the ingredients for the evening's meal. At that moment, Liu Fei embodied the quintessential image of a devoted homemaker, entrusting all external affairs to Su Han. Upon arriving at the base of Su's tower, Liu Fei parked in the most conspicuous spot, right at the entrance. The security personnel dared not intervene. After all, he was the husband of their president and the son-in-law of their chairman. To displace Liu Fei would likely jeopardize their own positions. Liu Fei, amiable and approachable, engaged in friendly conversation with the security staff while waiting for Su Han, dispelling the notion of aloofness often associated with his status. As was customary, Liu Fei parked his car and sent a message to Su Han. "I have arrived downstairs. Once you finish, you can come down. I will take you home." After sending the message, he continued his casual chat with the nearby security personnel. Although Liu Fei did not smoke, he always carried cigarettes, believing that such gestures could foster camaraderie among men. He even shared some cigarettes with the guards at the security booth, who greeted him with warmth. "Brother Liu is here," the guards exclaimed, their enthusiasm palpable. "Just here to pick up my wife." Liu Fei responded cheerfully, acknowledging that everyone was working hard, and that it was often those in modest positions who contributed the most to society. Without the diligent commitment of the security staff, the Su group would certainly lack its orderly atmosphere. Their efforts were indeed commendable. Our esteemed President Su is renowned far and wide for her beauty, a frosty yet captivating figure. How did you manage to win her heart? Please impart your wisdom upon us, so that we too may find our own partners. Such an unapproachable person has succumbed to your charm. Surely, if it had been anyone else, it would have been a mere whim. A young security guard, Zhang Xiaowan, inquired of Liu Fei. Beside him, the security team leader, Gao Dalai, promptly smacked him on the head. "How dare you speak so?" Feeling the sting of the reprimand, Zhang Xiaowan merely chuckled. "Come on, leader, I'm just asking. Aren't you curious how such a stunning beauty like the president was won over?" Undeterred, he continued to address the others. "Oh, no need to resort to violence." Liu Fei chastised Gao Dalai. "All right, Liu Gu," Gao Dalai conceded, bowing his head in response. "Truth be told, it's quite simple. It's mainly due to our handsome appearance. There are countless good-looking individuals, and many have professed their love for the president beneath the building, showering her with sports cars and romantic flowers, yet she remained indifferent, not even casting a glance. So, Liu Gu, that cannot be the primary reason," Zhang Xiaowan replied, having witnessed numerous affluent suitors from the Green Vine City vying for Su Han's affection, many of whom were more handsome than Liu Fei, proving that mere looks were insufficient. "You've discerned this, young man. You have a promising future ahead. Let me share the most crucial secret with you: culinary skills. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Yes, you. My culinary prowess surpasses even that of five-star chefs," Liu Fei boasted. "Come now, Liu Gu, with hands that have never touched a drop of water. You speak of culinary excellence?" Zhang Xiaowan retorted, inciting Liu Fei's ire. "Do we have a pot? Allow me to demonstrate. So you no longer think I rely solely on my looks to get by. I will show you how to truly win a woman's affections." Upon hearing this, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase his skills. "Yes, we have a gas stove, but it seems we only have a few potatoes left," Gao Dalai informed Liu Fei, leading them to the innermost security booth. This area was originally meant for their night shifts or for when the cafeteria was closed, compelling them to prepare their own meager meals. "Fine, potatoes it is," Liu Fei replied, immediately getting to work. "Oh, Liu Gu, please do not. Forget it," Zhang Xiaowan hastily protested, fearing Liu Fei might truly cook. "Relax, we're all brothers here. If you regard me as Liu Gu, I shall consider you true brothers as well. Do you not trust my culinary skills? Allow me to show you. Once you taste my cooking, you'll forget all about dining out. It is essential for a man to possess culinary skills, and even more so for a woman. If you excel in the kitchen, winning someone's affection may be as simple as allowing them to sample your culinary prowess, which significantly increases your chances of success." Chapter 41. Liu Fei's plan. After Liu Fei finished speaking, he picked up a knife and began peeling the potatoes. The others were astonished by Liu Fei's technique. His knife skills were impeccable, particularly his method of peeling potatoes, which clearly indicated he was no novice. "Goodness, Liu, I had no idea your knife skills were this remarkable," Zhang Xiaowan exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Although Liu Fei might not be an exceptional cook, his knife skills alone could earn him a substantial income in a restaurant. Probably around 7 or 8,000 yuan. What is this? This is merely fundamental technique. From your expressions, it's evident that you all need further practice, Liu Fei remarked, before proceeding to slice the potatoes into thin strips, showcasing his skills further. As Liu Fei completed the potato strips, the others began to believe in his culinary abilities. He quickly soaked the strips in water, heated oil in a pan, and began to stir-fry with an effortless grace that belied his inexperience, moving like a five-star chef. The gas stove and pan seemed to be at his command, leaving the security personnel astonished, wondering if this was indeed their stove. In less than 10 minutes, a delectable dish of spicy and sour potato strips was ready. Liu Fei plated it and set on the table. "Come, take some chopsticks and taste my potato strips. What do you think?" he invited. Zhang Xiaowan, unable to contain himself, eagerly reached for a pair of chopsticks. However, Gao Dali immediately intervened, prompting Zhang Xiaowan to yield his place, recognizing that Gao Dali was, after all, their security team leader. Upon tasting a bite, Gao Dali's eyes lit up. It was perhaps the best spicy and sour potato strips he had ever eaten, perfectly balanced in flavor, even surpassing those from five-star establishments. "Liu, your culinary skills are truly impressive," Gao Dali proclaimed before taking another bite. The others, hearing his compliment, initially assumed he was merely flattering Liu Fei. "Hurry, take some chopsticks and try Liu's cooking. Otherwise, you might think I'm just flattering him," Gao Dali urged. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly grabbed chopsticks and sampled the potato strips. Their expressions mirrored one another's, shock followed by rapid consumption. "Liu, your skills are exceptional. This is the best potato strips I have ever tasted," Zhang Xiaowan exclaimed, giving Liu Fei a thumbs up while savoring the dish. "Delicious indeed. I could eat this all day." Liu Fei washed his hands and stepped outside, where several security guards, having finished their playful tussle, returned to him, ready to engage in conversation once more. "Do you believe it now? A man must master the culinary arts, for proficiency in cooking can yield unexpectedly delightful outcomes. At the very least, it assures the mother-in-law that her daughter will not go hungry. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the security guards nodded in agreement. After all, Liu Fei spoke the truth, and indeed, his culinary skills were quite impressive. At that moment, Liu Fei's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was a message from Suhan. "Well, your president is about to finish work, and I must become her chauffeur. Please remain vigilant at your posts, and remember, practice your culinary skills diligently. Practice your culinary skills diligently. Practice your culinary skills diligently. The importance of this cannot be overstated. Good luck. May those in love find their happiness." Having said this, Liu Fei hurried to his car. "What were you all discussing so animatedly?" Suhan inquired as she observed Liu Fei approaching from the security booth. "Oh, nothing much, just exchanging some culinary tips. Let us head home now," Liu Fei replied, promptly unlocking the car. Seeing this, Suhan took her seat in the passenger side. "Let us go home, then." Upon hearing her words, Liu Fei started the engine and drove toward Mingmen Tiancheng, while the security guards, Zhang Xiaoguan and his colleagues, stood in a row saluting Liu Fei's vehicle. They genuinely admired Liu Fei, for his skills were truly remarkable. Watching Liu Fei's car disappear into the distance, Zhang Xiaoqing remarked, "I must practice my cooking diligently to find a girlfriend soon. In that case, you will be responsible for cooking from now on, and we shall serve as your taste testers, your judges." The voice of Gao Dalai echoed from nearby. "Ah, Captain, I mean that is not. No excuses." "It's settled then." Gao Dalai did not give Zhang Xiaowan a chance to argue, and after finishing, he took two others to patrol. The remaining security guards patted Zhang Xiaoqing on the shoulder, shaking their heads, yet their faces bore proud smiles. "What shall we have for dinner tonight? Look, I've already bought the ingredients. Also, could you check with your father to see if we should visit him this evening?" Liu Fei responded to Su Han. Last night, Su had social obligations and could not dine at home, but today he mentioned any engagements, so Liu Fei felt it prudent for Su Han to inquire. Regardless of whether he could go or not, as an aspiring son-in-law, it was his duty to ask. All right, I'll give my dad a call to check. Or send him a message, just in case he is busy. After considering Liu Fei's suggestion, Su Han decided to text her father, placing her phone aside afterward. Ding dong. Su Han's phone chimed, and upon looking at it, she turned to Liu Fei and said, "He will be home for dinner tonight. It seems he has something to discuss with us." "All right, let's return home," Liu Fei declared, urging the vehicle to accelerate. Upon their arrival, Su Han and Su Cici engaged in playful activities while addressing Aunt Zhou. "Auntie, please take a moment to rest. I will look after Cici. You've been watching her all day, and I imagine you must be quite weary. Why not take a break?" "I'm not tired at all. Watching my granddaughter is a joy. And even if it were tiring, it brings happiness," Zhou Ling replied with a smile. "You should rest for a bit. I will accompany Cici for a while longer, and then you can play with her again." "Really, Annie, let me take over for a bit. I've been sitting in the office all day, and I'm not weary," Su Han insisted. "That is not quite true. Sitting in an office is the most exhausting. It wears on the heart and mind. You should relax for a moment." "I'm not fatigued, but you should take a break. We are family. After all, there is no need for formality," Zhou Ling reassured her. "Just take a good rest. If my mother says she isn't tired, she truly isn't. If she were, she would certainly tell you. Rest assured, she is quite straightforward." Liu Fei interjected from the kitchen. "Very well. Andy, if you feel tired, do let me know. I'll take care of Cici," Su Han conceded, accepting Zhou Ling's kindness. "Everything is fine. You should rest," Liu Fei said, bringing the prepared meal to the table. Zhou Ling used a baby plate to serve food for Su Cici, allowing her to eat first. The meal was catered to Su Cici's tastes, with a slightly sweet flavor profile, as children cannot handle overly spicy food. "In the future, our dishes may lean toward the sweeter side, but do not worry. They are balanced and will not lead to weight gain," Liu Fei explained to Su Han, concerned about any potential misunderstandings. "Could you send a message to your father to see if he has returned? We could begin dining once he is here," Liu Fei suggested. "Alright, soin de plaive." Retrieving her phone to call her father, Su He. Just as she was about to dial, a knock echoed at the door. "That must be my dad," Su Han remarked, heading to open the door. Upon opening it, she found indeed that it was Su He. "Uncle, come in. The meal is ready. Let's eat." Liu Fei greeted Su He warmly. "Apologies for the delay, everyone," Su He said sheepishly to Zhou Ling. "Not at all. Liu Fei just finished cooking. And since Cici was a bit hungry, I served her some food first," Zhou Ling explained to Su He. "Everything is fine," Su He reassured her. "Now that everyone is here, let us begin our meal," Liu Fei announced, inviting everyone to partake in the feast. During their meal, Su He, Liu Fei, and Su Han engaged in conversation, while Zhou Ling, who was oblivious to the company's operations, listened in confusion. However, she focused on feeding Su Cici, coaxing her to eat. "Liu Fei, I have a plan," Su He remarked. "The two groups have merged, and you can't just stay at home looking after the child. Here's what I propose. I'll hand over the position of chairman of the Su Corporation to you. It's time for me to retire and enjoy the pleasures of parenting. What do you think?" Su He expressed his intentions, yet Su Han felt a twinge of concern. He estimated he would need to remain in the chairman's role for another 4 or 5 years, given Su He's youth. However, with Liu Fei's arrival and his satisfaction with him, Su He contemplated stepping aside. "Uncle, that won't do. I can't take your position," Liu Fei responded, refusing politely. "It's absurd to think I would step into the role of chairman of the Su Corporation when I haven't even assumed the position of major shareholder at Hongxiao Group. That would only bring me trouble." Chapter 42. Educating Liu Fei. Upon hearing Liu Fei's response, Su He's expression soured. "Young man, why are you so lazy? At your age, you should be striving for success, not seeking comfort and ease. Do you understand?" Liu Fei chuckled at Su He's attitude, feeling no offense. Rather, he was pleased that Su He considered him family. "Uncle, I'm already the largest shareholder of Hongxiao Group. With such a formidable grandfather and an exceptional mother, Su Cici has enough to thrive. Besides, managing 2 large corporations is exhausting. I'd rather stay home, prepare meals for Cece, and ensure everything runs smoothly for you. No, that is absolutely not acceptable. The logistical support is my responsibility. You young people are always looking for shortcuts. That one do. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany Su Han to the company and let her guide you through the work. You think after toiling for most of my life, I should just rest? You are living in comfort and unaware of your fortune. If it were someone else, they would eagerly accept, yet you wish to decline. That is settled. Suan, take him to work tomorrow and help him familiarize himself with the business. It's fine to take it slow. He can learn at his own pace, Suhi instructed, before turning to Su-han. Sure, Dad. I'll take him and help him get acquainted with the operations, Su-han replied. As Liu Fei contemplated interjecting, Zhou Ling chimed in, You, young man, your uncle has already spoken. If he says you should go, then you should go. There is no need for all this fuss. Am I not allowed to cook for Cece anymore? Just as Zhou Ling uttered these words, Su Cece's retort elicited a chorus of laughter. Grandma's cooking isn't as delectable as Dad's. You cheeky little one, Zhou Ling remarked, playfully pinching her nose. All right, Uncle. I shall familiarize myself with the operations of the Su Corporation and Hengxiao Group starting tomorrow. Given your insistence, it would be rather awkward for me to decline. At that moment, Liu Fei concurred with Su He. That's the spirit. Come, let's share a drink today. I will fetch some wine from over there. You need to quickly acclimatize yourself to the company's affairs. Once you do, I can retire in peace, Sui declared, rising to retrieve the wine. Won't you say anything? Your father just spoke so, and you don't even attempt to persuade him, Liu Fei remarked to Su Han, casting a reproachful glance his way after Sui departed. What does it matter? Ultimately, it will all belong to you anyway. Besides, if he wishes to hand it over, then let him do so, Su Han replied, somewhat irked. You truly are oblivious to your fortune. Why did Sun Jie return? Isn't it because he has his eyes set on our family business? After saying this, Su Han resumed eating, and it must be said, Liu Fei's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Well then, I shall assume the role of chairman. However, I must make it clear that I want to engage in social gatherings tonight. I still have to return a prepared dinner for Cece and the others, Liu Fei asserted, laying down his terms. You need not attend your social engagements if you prefer not to. Besides, will you truly seek help from others in the future? It seems unlikely. From now on, your esteemed reputation will solely rest upon this skincare cream, Su Han retorted. Liu Fei intended to respond, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon answering, he found Su He had returned. Gulme, Gulme. Today, let us drink heartily in anticipation of my retirement, Su He proclaimed, filling the glasses as Liu Fei joined him in the toast. The following day, Liu Fei meticulously organized everything and set off with Su Han towards the Su Corporation. This time, Su He accompanied Liu Fei to the company, intent on closely observing him to ascertain his capabilities. However, he had a premonition that Liu Fei would prove to be satisfactory. Upon their arrival, Su He gathered all the senior executives to introduce Liu Fei. This is Liu Fei, who will gradually take over my responsibilities. I hope everyone will extend their support to this young talent in their endeavors, Su He stated. Furthermore, I trust you are all aware that he is Xiao Han's boyfriend and fiancé. I hope you will assist him in his future work. Su He's statement was quite explicit. This is my future son-in-law, the designated successor. If anyone attempts to undermine him in the workplace, do not be surprised if I sever ties. Upon hearing Su He's introduction, others immediately applauded and introduced themselves to Liu Fei. After the meeting concluded, Liu Fei accompanied Su Han to her office, where she provided him with some brief introductions and training, gradually entrusting him with various tasks. Let's start with cosmetics. Isn't that your specialty? Su Han suggested. Liu Fei, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but scoff internally. Specialty? This is merely the formula provided by the system. However, he could not voice such sentiments openly. The workings of the system were not something he could disclose to anyone. All right, I shall take charge of the cosmetics business and gradually expand it, Liu Fei confidently replied to Su Han, though this bravado was primarily for her benefit. He knew that if others perceived him as less than diligent, particularly Su He, they might very well wish to extinguish his enthusiasm. Very well, here are some business materials for you to familiarize yourself with. If you have any questions or uncertainties, feel free to ask. That is your desk. You may work there. Suhan instructed before turning her attention back to her own responsibilities. With the merging of the two groups, there were numerous documents requiring her signature and decisions to be made, a veritable whirlwind of tasks. At that moment, Liu Fei hurried to his desk and began to familiarize himself with the operations of the Su group, while Lu Qingyang returned to Mingmen Tianqing. "Why are you back? Have you settled matters at home?" Zhou Ling inquired upon opening the door and seeing Lu Qingyang. "Yes, everything is taken care of. I didn't T-sell the factory. I leased it instead," Lu Qingyang replied before rushing to embrace Su Cece. "Cece, did you miss your grandpa?" "I missed you, Grandpa," Su Cece exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lu Qingyang's cheek, which filled him with unbounded joy. "How would you lease it? Wasn't it agreed that we would sell?" "Sell? Absolutely not. That factory is our foundation. How could we uproot it? We leased it, and if necessary, we can always return later. Besides, if my son gets married and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship becomes strained, we might need to go back home anyway," Lu Qingyang jested. "Nonsense. How could that possibly go wrong? Suhan's daughter is hardly unreasonable. Besides, as long as we treat her well, she would not treat us poorly in return, would she? After all, she is educated. She wouldn't act like an unsophisticated village woman," Zhou Ling responded. Zhou Ling cast a glance at Lu Qingyang, feeling quite irritated by his words. "Indeed, yesterday our in-laws dined here, and he intends to hand over the group company to our son." Zhou Ling then spoke to Lu Qingyang about another matter. "Oh, is that so? It seems he has consented to our son taking over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned transferring the company to him, would he?" Upon hearing Zhou Ling's remarks, Lu Qingyang straightened up. "Indeed, when you return, you should give our son a lesson. He actually refused the offer yesterday. Can you believe that, child? It's truly infuriating. If necessary, a good spanking might do the trick. Let us see if he would still refuse. He is undoubtedly oblivious to the blessings he possesses." "What? There's more to this? Someone who refuses the opportunity? It appears that the time has come to unleash my 7 wolves." Lu Qingyang felt an immediate surge of anger upon Zhou Ling's words. "Grandpa, please don't be angry. You look quite frightening like this." Su Cece, observing Lu Qingyang's expression, slightly turned her body away and addressed him. All right, Cece, I hear you. Grandpa won't be angry. Not at all. Come, let us play together. I'll accompany you in driving the little car." After Lu Qingyang finished speaking, he picked up Su Cece and returned to the carpet, engaging her in play. Zhou Ling, feeling relieved, began tidying up the house. After completing her chores, she retreated to her room, though a twinge of regret lingered in her heart. After all, Liu Fei was the sole heir of the Liu family, a lineage passed down through 3 generations. If they only had a daughter, the family's roots might very well be severed. Though Zhou Ling was not overly traditional, having just one child felt somewhat inadequate. The home lacked a certain liveliness. It seemed imperative to encourage her son to consider having another child, especially with the country advocating for a 2-child policy. They could certainly afford it, and perhaps she could persuade him to entertain the idea. Zhou Ling mused quietly to herself. "Dear, I'm taking Cece out for a stroll." Lu Qingyang's voice resonated from the living room. "Go ahead, but ensure Cece doesn't eat anything unhealthy. The food outside could upset her stomach," Zhou Ling cautioned Lu Qingyang. "I know." Chapter 43. The beginning of Wang Dan's scheme at the entrance of the Su Corporation building. Wang Dan paced back and forth, having done so several times. Indeed, her intention was to intercept Liu Fei's car. Once she succeeded, she would articulate the words she longed to share with him, drawing a crowd and creating the impression that he had abandoned his fiancée for a mistress. Especially at the gates of the Su Corporation, if she managed to execute her plan successfully, it would deal a significant blow to both Liu Fei and Su Han, particularly to their reputations. However, after several laps, she had yet to catch sight of Liu Fei, or rather, to see him driving alone. Furthermore, the imposing security personnel, including the likes of Lei and his team, were diligently performing their duties, leaving Wang Dan with no opportunity to act. As Wang Dan is no longer affiliated with the Su Group, she finds herself unable to gain entry. However, She remains oblivious to the fact that Zhang Xiaoguan has taken note of her presence, having observed her loitering repeatedly at the entrance of the Su group. Captain, look at this individual. She has been here both today and yesterday, seemingly surveilling us with a suspicious demeanor, Zhang Xiaoguan remarked to the imposing Gao Dali. Oh, let me take a look, Gao Dali replied. Upon directing the surveillance towards Wang Dan and zooming in, he discerned her features clearly. This person was previously employed by our company, though the reasons for her termination remain unclear. She interned here under my supervision. Keep an eye on her, and I shall inquire with the HR manager regarding the circumstances of her dismissal. After issuing his instructions, Gao Dali proceeded to seek out the HR manager. Upon hearing Gao Dali's inquiry, the HR manager simply stated the decision to terminate her was made by the president. This revelation piqued Gao Dali's curiosity. During lunchtime, Liu Fei descended to relax and engage in conversation with the security personnel, where Gao Dali broached the topic. Brother Liu, the president previously dismissed someone, and now she is lurking around our entrance, seemingly connected to you. Liu Fei had made a statement during the merger of Hongxiao Group and Su Group, and the security team was well aware of the incident when Wang Dan had confronted him, coinciding with their duty to maintain order. Oh, who dares to be so clandestine at the entrance of our esteemed Su Group? It seems rather reckless for such a large corporation to create a disturbance here. Liu Fei jested. She certainly does not regard you with the respect you deserve, Brother Gao, Gao Dali replied. After presenting the image of Wang Dan captured from the surveillance footage, Liu Fei felt an unsettling intuition. It seemed likely that Wang Dan was plotting something. Monitor this individual closely. She appears highly suspicious and must not be allowed to cause any disruption. Understood? If necessary, we may need to contact the authorities. Rest assured, Brother Liu, the captain has been vigilant concerning her, and no unforeseen incidents will occur, Zhang Xiaoguan assured Liu Fei confidently. Earlier that morning, the executive meeting convened by Su he had been disseminated through various channels, reaching all personnel. Now, everyone within the Su group was aware that Liu Fei might assume leadership, as he was being groomed as Su He's successor. His photograph had been circulated among various departments to prevent any unfortunate encounters. It is essential to greet her appropriately, ensuring we do not provoke her ire. The security team has also been informed. Very well, I shall arrange for bonuses for you all. After such arduous work, my brothers, you deserve a meal, some skewers, and a beer after your shift. Liu Fei, upon hearing Zhang Xiaoguan's words, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, one could not dispute the attitude exhibited by the individual. Thank you, Brother Liu. Thank you, Brother Liu. The security guard in the booth expressed his gratitude after Liu Fei's remarks. After all, receiving a bonus, no matter the amount, was certainly preferable to having none. Furthermore, given the immense scale of the Su Corporation, one could reasonably expect a minimum bonus of 500, who would turn away for financial incentives. After approaching, Liu Fei conveyed the security guard's concerns to Su Han, deeming it unnecessary to conceal this matter from him. Besides, Su Han had already shared details about his former partner seeking him out, making it rather inappropriate for Liu Fei to withhold information. You mentioned that Wang Dan has been lurking around our entrance. Could it be that she intends to create a scene? Su Hang remarked with a smile directed at Liu Fei. Liu Fei, upon hearing Su Han's words, responded with seriousness. You raise a valid point. There is indeed a possibility. One might mistakenly think you're the other party involved. Back when she was around, we were engaged after all. This served as a reminder for him. I must inform the security to keep a vigilant eye on the situation. After speaking, Liu Fei turned and exited to communicate with Gao Dali and the others. Once he had relayed the necessary instructions, he returned, contemplating the need for a dash cam for his vehicle. Why not have the drivers take the car to install it? The shop isn't far from here. We can drop it off and retrieve it later, Su Han suggested. Liu Fei, realizing the wisdom in Su Han's words, exclaimed, You are absolutely right. How did I overlook that? You have drivers, after all. He promptly reached out to the driver team. Zhang Dalong, the team leader, readily acquiesced to Liu Fei's request, recognizing the significance of assisting the future head of the company. Later that afternoon, upon returning to work, Zhang Xiaoguan noticed Wang Dan stealthily approaching once more. Captain, that individual has returned. Please warn her, while we do not intervene elsewhere. If she intends to cause a disturbance at the entrance of the Sioux Corporation, she has chosen the wrong place. Gao Dalai instructed Zhang Xiaoguan. Understood, Zhang Xiaoguan replied, stepping out of the security booth to approach Wang Dan. Good day, madam. I have been observing you for some time now. You have been loitering at our corporation's entrance for 2 days. If you have no other business, I kindly ask you to leave. Of course, you may choose to remain. But I must inform you that you are under constant surveillance from our comprehensive monitoring system. Therefore, please act with caution, Zhang Xiaoguan stated before turning away, opting not to engage further with Wang Dan. After all, the words had been spoken. Her subsequent actions were entirely her own decision. Moreover, she was free to stay at the entrance of the Sioux Corporation, and he had no authority to impose restrictions upon her. However, if they were to stir up trouble, they would undoubtedly retaliate with great force. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoguan's words, Wang Dan clenched his fists tightly, yet there was little he could do but ultimately take his leave. After all, the timing was not quite ripe. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Moreover, he had already attracted their attention, and remaining in the vicinity would create an impression of ulterior motives. Liu Fei, just you wait, Wang Dan muttered to himself before departing. At that moment, Liu Fei let out a loud sneeze. Is someone speaking ill of me? He wondered, rubbing his nose before returning to his documents. Suan, observing Liu Fei's actions, could only shake his head in resignation. Nonetheless, throughout the day, Liu Fei was diligently studying the materials, familiarizing himself with the operations of his group, and inquiring about anything he found unclear, which brought Su Han considerable comfort. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Su Han called. The door swung open to reveal Jiao Yunpeng. Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, you are both here? Jiao Yunpeng noted Liu Fei's presence and greeted him warmly. Liu Fei, hearing Jiao Yunpeng's words, looked up and offered a smile in return. What brings you here, Chairman Jiao? Mr. Su, the construction sites of Hengxiao Group have now fully resumed operations, achieving complete coverage. I wanted to report this good news to you. Jiao Yunpeng promptly conveyed the purpose of his visit. Ah, splendid. Immediately contact the media to announce this good news to the public. Additionally, let our group issue a statement to reassure our clients who are still awaiting updates from Hengxiao Group, Su Han instructed. Furthermore, we must expedite the construction process while maintaining quality and standards. You must oversee this personally, as it was agreed that you would take full responsibility. There must be no errors. We need to actively communicate and liaise with the government to ensure the properties are delivered in the shortest possible time and with the highest quality. We must also manage public relations effectively. This is our opportunity to restore our positive image. Understand? Rest assured, President Su, I will personally ensure this matter is handled well. Should anything go amiss, I am prepared to accept full responsibility. Jiao Yunpeng assured Su Han before promptly exiting to attend to the tasks at hand. Your skincare cream seems to be selling exceptionally well, and now that Hengxiao Group's real estate projects have fully resumed, it's quite impressive. You are indeed a significant contributor. Su Han praised Liu Fei after Jiao Yunpeng departed. What's the big deal? Moving forward, we will focus solely on real estate, just as our original advertising slogan suggested. However, we will avoid pre-sales. Instead, we will sell only after completing the constructions, Liu Fei replied. Now, financial constraints are no longer an issue for us. Our ambition is to conquer the national real estate market and rejuvenate it within our country, Liu Fei declared with great enthusiasm, while Su Han cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating the current circumstances. Is he still oblivious to the reality? His dreams are rather grandiose, and the day has yet to fade into night. Chapter 44. Liu Fei's prolonged pursuit of love. Liu Fei, aware of Su Han's dismissive gaze, chose to remain silent and continued to peruse his materials. Even if he wished to voice his thoughts, he restrained himself. Liu Fei's resolve was that a true gentleman ought not to quibble with a woman over trifles. His primary focus was to swiftly expand the cosmetics division of the Sioux Corporation, demonstrating to all the true extent of his capabilities. He wanted them to perceive him not merely as a behind-the-scenes shareholder, but as a formidable man who could face challenges head-on. Meanwhile, Su Han decided to disregard Liu Fei and busied herself with her own affairs. In Su He's office, his secretary, Fu Xiaotai, was reporting Liu Fei's progress. Having served him for 20 years, Fu Xiaotai had been by his side since the inception of the Su Corporation. President Su, Liu is currently studying our cosmetics business. He seems to be doing well. At least since he started, he has been in the president's office reviewing documents. He did take a moment to chat with the security guard downstairs, Fu Xiaotai informed. Upon hearing this, Su He was taken aback and looked at him incredulously. Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Old Fu, while you've been with me for a considerable time, you know my temperament. I detest deceit. President Su, how could I possibly deceive you? The rumor mill is buzzing that Liu is your successor, so I must report his true character to you. If his abilities are lacking, we can cultivate him further. I have no reason to conceal anything from you. Furthermore, I've dedicated my life to the Su Corporation, and I regard it as my own child. Should you choose an unsuitable successor, it is my duty to inform you. Thus, there is no need for falsehoods. Fu Xiaotai said with a smile, and Su He chuckled in response. You sly old fox, your words are laden with meaning. Are you contemplating a change of career? Do you no longer wish to be my secretary? Not all, President Su. That is not my intention. What I meant to express is my unwavering support for your decisions. Even if your choices may prove erroneous, I shall strive to minimize any resultant losses. Fu Xiaotai asserted earnestly. Su He nodded in acknowledgement of his words. Indeed, it is true that even though Su He is now the chairman of the Su Group, everyone refers to him as Chairman Su. He is still called Su Zong by Fu Xiaotai. This is due to the long-standing habit formed during their early struggles. Fu Xiaotai has always addressed him as Su Zong, and this has persisted until now. One of the primary reasons Su He has retained Fu Xiaotai by his side is that, regardless of time or place, Fu Xiaotai consistently executes his decisions without hesitation. His unwavering commitment to execution is something Su He greatly admires. I have brought you here to assist me, not to create obstacles, he stated. All right, Liu Fu, please keep a close eye on Liu Fei, assist him and mentor him. As you mentioned, he is indeed the successor I wish to cultivate. He is Xiaohan's boyfriend, and I sense he has great potential. Thus, I intend to entrust both my daughter and the group to him. Rest assured, Su Zong, I will certainly do so. I have watched that young lady grow step by step, treating her as if she were my own daughter. I will certainly lend my support. Fu Xiaotai nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Su He's decision. On the other hand, Liu Fei found himself growing weary of reviewing documents. His eyes felt strained, so he turned to glance at Su Han, who was diligently working. An immature thought suddenly crossed his mind. He opened his phone, intending to order 2 cups of milk tea. I haven't treated you to milk tea yet, so this time, let me do so. He located a store called Snow King in the app and ordered 2 cups, then patiently awaited the arrival of the delivery person. 30 minutes later, his phone rang. Hello? Hello? I'm at the entrance of the Su Group, but they won't let me in. All right, please wait a moment. I will come out to retrieve it. After hanging up, Liu Fei turned to Su Han and said, I'll step out for a moment. Without waiting for a response, he opened the door and left. What's the rush? Besides, you don't need to inform me if you're stepping out. I'm not keeping you imprisoned, Su Han muttered before resuming her tasks. Upon reaching the security booth, Liu Fei was greeted by Zhang Xiaowan, who appeared surprised. Liu Gu, is that your delivery? Yes, it's my order. Liu Fei replied as he took the 2 cups of milk tea from the delivery person. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have collected it for you and brought it up, Zhang Xiaowan remarked. No need, you're still on duty. It wouldn't be proper for you to handle personal matters, lest others gossip about it. Liu Fei declined the kind offer and ascended the stairs with the milk tea in hand. Good day, Liu Zong. Good day. Hello, hello. On the road, employees of the Su Group greeted Liu Fei, who responded to each with exuberance. Liu Fei had become a prominent figure within the Su Group, recognized by all, and it was prudent for everyone to acknowledge him. Crossing him could lead to significant trouble. Upon arriving at Su Han's office, Liu Fei carried a cup of milk tea behind his back. What have you been up to? In a rush, were you? Off to the restroom? If that is the case, you need not share it with me. I'm not your captor, Su Han remarked, looking up to see Liu Fei had returned. No, I went out to fetch something, just got back now. Here, I brought you a cup of milk tea, Liu Fei replied, placing the cup before her. Oh, Ming Dea. What prompted you to bring this for me all of a sudden? Suhan expressed her surprise upon seeing the cup on her desk. She recognized the beverage, having enjoyed it in the past, but it had been 2 years since she had accepted such a gesture from a male acquaintance. Typically, it was the suitors who would offer such treats to their romantic interests. I simply had a sudden craving for milk tea and thought to share the good fortune with you. Good things ought to be shared, don't you think? Liu Fei explained. Taken aback by his reasoning, Suhan hesitated before taking the cup, inserting a straw and beginning to sip. It's quite sweet and delicious. Thank you for the milk tea, she acknowledged before returning to her work. Liu Fei observed her reaction but chose not to comment, settling into his own seat. After inserting a straw and taking a sip of his own milk tea, he resumed his tasks. Suhan's demeanor was neither overtly warm nor particularly cold, leaving her to ponder her own response. Was she too aloof? Should she engage with him more? Yet, they were no longer children. Perhaps it was best to focus on their work. With that thought, she turned her attention back to the documents at hand. Since the previous night, when Sui had mentioned Liu Fei succeeding her in the Su group, Suhan felt her workload had doubled, leaving her little room to concern herself with other matters. Meanwhile, Liu Fei harbored no other thoughts, save for one. The pursuit of his beloved remained unfulfilled, and he must strive harder. As he immersed himself in his work, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Host has temporarily repelled the revenge of the former fiancé. Special reward, a complete set of facial cleanser formulas. Startled by the system's announcement, Liu Fei inquired, System, may I now accept part of the reward? Indeed. Host, it is imperative to remain vigilant, as the task remains unfulfilled. One must not be complacent, for failure could result in the forfeiture of everything the host possesses. After the system's response to Liu Fei, it fell silent, leaving him on the brink of exhilaration. If he exercised caution, there was an 80% likelihood of repelling Wang Dan's retaliation. Promptly, he extracted the formulation for the facial cleanser from the system. Could you provide me with a computer? I need to print some documents, Liu Fei interjected, addressing Suhan, who was engrossed in handling files. After contemplating Liu Fei's request, Suhan acknowledged the necessity of a computer and contacted the logistics department. Before long, within half an hour, the logistics team delivered the new computer to Liu Fei. Su, the computer is set up, reported Ma Daxing, the head of logistics, to Suhan. Thank you for your efforts, Suhan responded. Once Ma Daxing left her office, she turned to Liu Fei. The computer is ready for you. But what do you need it for? You haven't indicated any immediate need for it. Suhan was perplexed by Liu Fei's request, not opposed to providing him with a computer, but questioning its necessity at this moment. I have some documents to print and other tasks that require a computer, such as researching online. Given your current busyness at the computer, I thought it prudent to have my own. Liu Fei explained his rationale to Suhan. Very well. You may use it, Suhan acquiesced, returning to her paperwork. Liu Fei, however, spoke up again. May I meet with the person responsible for cosmetics? I have some ideas to discuss. Certainly, I will summon them now, Suhan replied, recognizing the validity of Liu Fei's request. As he was soon to oversee the cosmetics sector, it was essential for him to be acquainted with his team. She promptly called the head of the cosmetics division and, after the call, instructed Liu Fei, come, let us proceed to the conference room. Liu Fei gathered the facial cleanser formulation and followed Suhan to the conference room. In charge of the cosmetics business at Su Group was Zhang Daowei, who oversaw all operations in this domain. Zhang Daowei had just received Suhan's call, instructing him to wait in the conference room for an important matter to discuss, which filled him with anxiety. While he was currently managing the skincare line and the company's prospects were flourishing, he sensed the gravity of the situation. However, the skincare cream ultimately falls under the auspices of the Hengxiao Group. To put it plainly, I am merely a figurehead with no substantial connection or vested interest with Zhang Daowei. At this critical moment, Zhang Daowei received a call from Suhan, which left him feeling quite uneasy, as he sensed that Suhan might be contemplating his dismissal. After Suhan and Liu Fei entered the conference room, Zhang Daowei had already been waiting there for some time. President Su, General Manager Liu, Zhang Daowei greeted them upon their arrival. Though a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. Why would they need Liu Fei to listen in on the dismissal of an employee? Please take a seat. General Manager Zhang, Liu Fei said, as they settled down. Thank you, President, Zhang Dawei replied, immediately taking his seat. The primary purpose of today's meeting is to discuss a few matters with you, Su Han stated. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dawei felt a jolt in his heart and could not help but smile wryly. Could it be happening so soon? After all, I have been a part of the Su group for quite some time. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward appearance of calm. Please, go ahead, President, he said. Noticing Zhang Dawei's formal demeanor, Su Han felt a twinge of curiosity. He had never perceived Zhang Dawei as such a serious individual. What's wrong, General Manager Zhang? You seem rather tense. Is there something amiss? Su Han inquired. Zhang Dawei, hearing Su Han's question, chose to remain silent and instead continued. President Su, please proceed. Whatever the outcome, I will accept it with composure. Upon hearing this, Su Han glanced at Liu Fei, who appeared equally perplexed and shrugged in response. Indeed, General Manager Zhang. How is our cosmetics division faring at the moment? Suanaskiv, President, our group's cosmetics business is currently performing reasonably well. However, as you are aware, the skincare cream is under the Hengxiao Group's banner, which has inevitably impacted us, Zhang Dawei replied with a rueful smile. If the impact were not significant, perhaps this conversation would not have taken place today. Nonetheless, President, it is fortunate that the group is still making profits. After all, the Su Group and Hengxiao Group are now one entity, so I will comply with the forthcoming company directives. Excellent, General Manager Zhang. Since you are amenable to the company's arrangements, that is reassuring. I feared you might have objections. The company intends to integrate the cosmetics operations of the Su Group and Hengxiao Group, with Liu Fei as the overall supervisor. Moving forward, you will report directly to him regarding all matters concerning the cosmetics division. How do you feel about this arrangement? Do you have any concerns? Zhang Dawei was momentarily taken aback by Su Han's words. But, President Su, weren't you here to dismiss me today? Dismiss you, General Manager Zhang? Why would you say such a thing? Regardless of the circumstances, you have become one of the veterans. When my father and his contemporaries first entered the fray, it should not be my responsibility to discuss your potential dismissal. That duty should fall upon my father. Su Han wore a bemused expression, finding Zhang Dawei's inquiry rather perplexing. Furthermore, you have diligently served the company for many years. While you may not possess remarkable achievements, your hard work is undeniable. There is no way you would be dismissed. Even if we were to assign you to a less active role or change your position, it would be impossible for you to leave. The Su Group would never engage in such heartless actions. Upon hearing Su Han's words, a weight lifted from Zhang Dawei's heart. As long as he was not being dismissed, everything else was negotiable, especially given the significant economic pressure he was facing. Moreover, if he were to be terminated, finding another job would not be easy. It appeared that President Zhang had misunderstood our intentions. At this moment, Liu Fei seemed to sense the underlying tension and smiled, attempting to ease the atmosphere. No. I will comply with the company's arrangements. Rest assured, President Su, I will fully cooperate with President Liu to strengthen our cosmetics business. Zhang Dawei promptly assured both Su Han and Liu Fei. Excellent, President Zhang. I admire your bold spirit. I aim to lead you to carve out a path in the cosmetics industry and establish a brand that belongs to us, Liu Fei declared with fervor. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Zhang Dawei could not help but smile wryly. Carving out a path is no simple task. The competition in the cosmetics sector is fierce. If it weren't for the skin cream improving the fortunes of the Su Group, they might have struggled to maintain their position in the industry. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken in Zhang Dawei's mind. All right, President Liu, let's strive together and work hard. Zhang Dawei responded with enthusiasm. You two continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to. After Su Han felt that everything had been clarified and the work arranged, she deemed it inappropriate to linger any longer and prepared to return to her own tasks. After her departure, Liu Fei addressed Zhang Dawei. I will not interfere with your work. However, your reporting line will now shift from President Su to me. Everything else will remain unchanged. Additionally, the skin cream from Hengxiao Group and the cosmetics from Su Group will be integrated to form a new brand. You're responsible for conceptualizing the brand. This should be manageable, correct? Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Zhang Dawei realized that Liu Fei was testing him, which ignited a spark of determination within him. Rest assured, President Liu, leave it to me. If I fail, I will accept any punishment you deem necessary. Good. I appreciate your attitude. I am results-oriented. Here is a new formula for a facial cleanser that shares the same efficacy as the skin cream. We will launch it and create our own brand to compete in the cosmetics industry. Once again, we must carve a path through blood. What do you think? Are you confident? Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Zhang Dawei was filled with fervor. Rest assured, Chairman Liu. Good. This facial cleanser is currently under confidentiality. You are personally responsible for overseeing it. Do not let any secrets slip. If they do, it will be detrimental. This cleanser is on par with skin creams. Do you understand? Liu Fei further admonished Zhang Dawei, who he feared might falter in maintaining discretion. Do not worry, Chairman Liu. I am well-versed in confidentiality protocols and will ensure everything is secure. Furthermore, our laboratory is situated right in the center of our building, so there should be no issues. Exercise caution. It is always prudent to avoid carelessness. Yes, Chairman Liu. Well, I have nothing else to attend to, so go and focus on your tasks. Be bold in your endeavors. I am your steadfast support, Liu Fei declared with authority. Understood, Chairman Liu. After bidding farewell to Liu Fei, Zhang Dawei exited with an impressive demeanor, radiating an aura that made it seem as though he had been rejuvenated. Zhang, what is you in such high spirits? You seem to be walking on air. Share with us, a colleague in the hallway inquired, intrigued by Zhang Dawei's demeanor. Zhang Dawei chose not to respond, instead immersing himself in his own tasks. After all, he had just promised Liu Fei to produce results. He did not wish to face any repercussions. The other colleagues, knowing Zhang Dawei's character and that he meant no harm, did not press him further and returned to their own work. Meanwhile, Liu Fei stepped out of the conference room and returned to Su-Han's office. How are things progressing? Have all arrangements been made? Su-Han asked upon Liu Fei's entrance. Everything has been arranged. You can rest easy. The cosmetics industry will certainly surprise you. Liu Fei confidently responded before returning to his seat to begin researching his competitors online, eager to discover if they had launched any new products. Given his new responsibilities in cosmetics, he understood the importance of being informed about his rivals. After approximately half an hour, Liu Fei had thoroughly reviewed the product information of the primary competitors. At that moment, he noticed a critical issue and flipped through the documents before him. Do we not possess a distinct brand for our cosmetics? Or are we merely engaging in scattered skirmishes like guerrilla fighters? Liu Fei inquired, looking up at Su-Han. Indeed, we lack a cohesive brand strategy. Our product range is rather limited. To be frank, the Su Group has not intended to profit from cosmetics. It is merely an extension of our business, and therefore, we have not invested heavily in it. Su-Han lifted her head and responded to Liu Fei. What is the purpose of asking this? I have just browsed through the products of various major brands and their key information, and I noticed they all extend and promote their own brand series. Whereas we have not done so, I am uncertain whether this is due to a lack of information or if the Su Group has never engaged in such operations, which is why I sought your confirmation. We have never had our own brand, as I mentioned earlier, and the Su Group does not intend to rely on cosmetics for profit. Furthermore, you are aware that cosmetics require significant financial investment, yet they must not harm human skin. Otherwise, subsequent after-sales issues may become quite troublesome. Of course, you could also put more thought into this aspect. If we could launch a cosmetics line of our own, that would be feasible. Su-Han proposed to Liu Fei. I indeed have such ideas. I have already thought of a name for the brand, Han Fei. What do you think? Combining your name with mine carries a significant sentimental value. Liu Fei shared his contemplations with Su-Han. Han Fei. ISNT, that rather glitch? Don't you think it sounds rather ordinary? Not at all. I find it quite appealing. It has a certain charm. Han Fei symbolizes our unity, doesn't it? Su-Han rolled her eyes at Liu Fei's comments. Do as you wish. It's your call. After all, the cosmetics business has been entrusted to you. All right. After saying this, Liu Fei picked up the phone on the table and called Zhang Dawei. Hello, this is Zhang Dawei. I noticed a call from an unknown landline number and answered. This is Liu Fei. Hello, Mr. Liu. I need you to check if the trademark Han Fei is already registered. If not, we should register it. All cosmetics we produce will be categorized under the Han Fei series. Understood? Understood, Mr. Liu. I will get started on this immediately. After hanging up with Liu Fei, Zhang Due murmured to himself, Han Fei, though somewhat plain, carries a decent connotation. After his musings, he promptly began to take action. Fortunately, the brand Han Fei had not been registered by anyone, and Zhang Due quickly arranged for its registration. The phone on Liu Fei's desk rang. Hello, Mr. Liu. This is Zhang Due. The Han Fei brand is currently unregistered, and I have already initiated the paperwork for its registration. Good job, Mr. Zhang. Additionally, expedite the samples for the facial cleanser. Once they are ready, begin the testing process and ensure that the documentation for government registration is prepared as well. We aim to launch as soon as possible. Liu Fei directed Zhang Due. Understood, Mr. Liu. Rest assured, there will be no issues. After that, the two ended the call. Are you truly considering using Han Fei as our brand? Liu Fei inquired. Indeed, using your name and mine makes it incredibly memorable. Moreover, it carries significant sentimental value. Don't you feel that way? Liu Fei continued to speak to Su Han. It's up to you. I won't interject, Su Han replied, returning to her work. As the clock struck 5, Liu Fei turned to Su Han and said, It's already 5 o'clock. Let's call it a day. Wait a moment. I still have 2 documents to finalize. Once I am done, we can leave, Su Han said without looking back. Liu Fei shrugged in resignation. Very well. I shall wait for you. He then sat back down, opened his computer, and decided to play a game of solitaire to pass the time. Although Su Han mentioned 2 documents, who could say when they would be completed? Thus, he merely waited in silence. After half an hour had passed, Su Han announced, All right, I have finished. Let's go home. She began to gather her belongings and slung her bag over her shoulder, preparing to depart. Shouldn't we wait for Uncle? He came with us, Liu Fei suggested. No need. He has a driver. We can head back first. Oh, and we need to buy groceries on the way home to prepare dinner, Su Han replied, not glancing back, and promptly exited the room. Liu Fei swiftly followed, retrieving the keys from Zhang Dalong, the head of the drivers. After Zhang Dalong drove the car into the service center, he awaited the installation of the dashcam. Once it was installed, he returned promptly, as this was the vehicle of their future president's husband, and they wanted to ensure everything was executed flawlessly. How much do I owe you? I can transfer it now, Liu Fei inquired. No need, Mr. Liu. I have already prepared the invoice. You can reimburse it through the finance department later, Zhang Dalong responded. That won't do. Business is business, and personal is personal. Did you cover the expenses initially? Liu Fei pressed. Yes, I did, but I will receive reimbursement from finance later, Zhang Dalong replied. Let us not complicate matters. I will transfer the amount to you. This is my personal vehicle, not a company one, and there is no need for public funds, Liu Fei stated firmly, wishing to avoid taking advantage of the Su family business. Though ultimately, the Su family business belonged to both Liu Fei and Su Han. It had not yet been formally handed over to Liu Fei. The total is 700. Here, that's the invoice, Zhang Dalong said, pulling the invoice from his pocket for Liu Fei to see. I don't need to see it. 700, right? All right, please open your payment code. And I will scan it, Liu Fei replied, pulling out his phone to access the payment app. Zhang Dalong had no choice but to display his payment code for Liu Fei to scan. Once the moment had passed, Liu Fei took the keys from Zhang Dalong and drove to the entrance of the Su Group. After picking up Su Han, they proceeded to the local market, purchasing groceries before heading home. Mom, we're back, Liu Fei announced as he opened the door, his voice echoing through the house. Returning is one thing. There is no need to shout about it, Zhou Ling retorted from the sofa, her attention still absorbed by the television. Aunt, Su Han greeted Zhou Ling warmly. Oh, my dear girl, you're back. Zhou Ling's demeanor shifted completely, exuding warmth unlike her earlier response to Liu Fei. Mom, have you forgotten your son now that you have a daughter-in-law? Liu Fei joked, causing Su Han to blush profusely. Hurry and prepare dinner. Save the banter for later, Zhou Ling playfully admonished. All right, Liu Fei replied, heading towards the kitchen with the groceries in hand. Where's Cece, Aunt? Cece is out playing with your uncle, but they should be back soon. You can take a moment to rest here while we wait for them, Zhou Ling said, just as the sound of keys unlocking the door reached their ears. As anticipated, Lu Qingyang entered, cradling Su Cece in his arms. Mommy, Mommy, you're back, Su Cece exclaimed upon spotting her mother, rushing towards Su Han. Lu Qingyang gently set her down. Did you finish work, dear? Yes, Uncle, you're back. They exchanged pleasantries. I returned as soon as I wrapped up matters at home. After a brief exchange of niceties, Su Han retreated to Liu Fei's study to attend to her work. Mommy, will you play with Cece? You haven't played with me all day, Su Cece pouted, approaching her mother. Of course, Cece, let us go play. Mommy will put work aside, Su Han responded, instantly setting aside her tasks to join Su Cece in the living room. Seeing this, Zhou Ling and Lu Qingyang decided to retreat to their own quarters, recognizing that their presence in the living room might intrude upon the intimate moments between mother and daughter. At that moment, Fu Xiaodai was in Su He's office, reporting on Liu Fei's latest developments. General Manager Su, this afternoon President Su gathered General Liu and the head of the cosmetics division, Zhang Daowei, introducing them to one another and entrusted him with a facial cleanser formula. Currently, Zhang Daowei is overseeing this matter. Meanwhile, General Manager Liu is preparing to register a new cosmetics brand named Hanfei. Hanfei? What a peculiar name that rascal has chosen, Sui remarked with a chuckle upon hearing Fu Xiaotai's words. Indeed, it seems to commemorate the love shared between the president and General Manager Liu. However, Su, don't you find the name somewhat outdated? Fu Xiaodai responded with an awkward smile directed at Su He. What are you implying, you old fellow? Let me tell you, my son-in-law's choice of this name is splendid, truly exceptional, and by no means outdated. Do you hear me? Sui promptly interjected, fully aware of Fu Xiaoye's intentions. Yes, Su, the name General Manager Liu has chosen is indeed excellent. Additionally, I am urging Zhang Daowei to expedite the brand acquisition process. Indeed, securing the brand swiftly is of utmost importance. If necessary, we might liaise with the government for expedited processing. Moreover, the profits from the cosmetics will also aid in resolving the issues with Hung Xiao Group's unfinished projects. I believe they will grant us the green light, Su He contemplated, addressing Fu Xiaotai. Understood, Su. I will attend to this matter immediately, Fu Xiaodai replied, before promptly exiting the office to contact Zhang Daowei, preparing to communicate with the government. Time for dinner. Everyone wash your hands and get ready to eat. Liu Fei's voice echoed from the kitchen, prompting Su Han and Su Cece to rush to the restroom to wash their hands. Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling also emerged from their rooms at that moment. Zhou Ling proceeded to assist Liu Fei in serving the dishes, while Lu Qingyang arranged the chairs and set the table. Once everything was prepared, the family gathered around the dining table, ready to commence their meal. Should we check if Uncle is joining us for dinner? If he is, we can wait for him. If not, we shall begin, Liu Fei inquired of Su Han. All right, I will call him, Su Han replied, pulling out her phone to dial Su He. Hello, Xiao Han. What is up? Su He answered. Father, are you coming for dinner tonight? No, I have social engagements later. You all go ahead and eat. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Han informed Liu Fei, he has social engagements. Let us start our meal. All right, let us eat, Lu Qingyang declared as the eldest. It was fitting for him to signal the commencement of a meal. Thus, everyone began to enjoy their meal, engaging in lively conversation about the day's events, sharing laughter and joy. After dinner, Liu Fei took it upon himself to wash the dishes and pots, a daily routine akin to a compulsory course. Once everything was tidied up, he escorted Su Han and Su Cece back to their home. After lulling Su Cece to sleep at Su Han's home, Liu Fei shared a tender moment with Su Han, indulging in affectionate gestures such as kisses and embraces. However, he dared not venture further. Once their time together concluded, Liu Fei returned to his own abode, wary of spending the night at Su Han's place, as they had yet to reach the stage of formal engagement. Should Su He return home in the dead of night, Liu Fei would find himself in a precarious position, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Meanwhile, Su Han, lying in bed, was flushed with embarrassment, her face heating up as memories of her recent encounter with Liu Fei replayed in her mind. That rascal dared to steal a kiss from me. After murmuring her thoughts, she succumbed to slumber. Upon arriving home, Liu Fei discovered his father, Lu Qingyang, and mother, Zhou Ling, seated in the living room. Dad, Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Xiao Fei, Zhou Ling replied. Concern etched on her face. Before you and Xiao Han have formalized your relationship, you must not spend the night at her house, understood? And refrain from any inappropriate actions. You've already made a grave mistake once. Do not repeat it. Do you understand? She feared that if Liu Fei did not return, he might be caught by Su Han's father, Su He, which would be utterly embarrassing for her. Mom, what are you talking about? Of course I know what's important. Liu Fei assured her. Your mother is correct. You need to exercise some restraint. Do you understand? Lu Qingyang added sternly. All right, let us not dwell on that matter. I heard that Su Han's father wishes to entrust the Su group to you. Is that true? Yes, Dad, it's true. He mentioned it last night, but you weren't home. Liu Fei admitted openly, taking a seat on the nearby sofa. I've heard from your mother that you seem somewhat reluctant about this. Son, let me tell you. Since Su Han's father wishes to pass the group to you, you must take this seriously. Do you understand? Although we do not advocate for the idea of a son-in-law marrying into the family, entrusting such a large enterprise to you is a sign of confidence in your abilities. Why would he choose anyone else, right? You need to regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Understood? Dad, even if I decline the Su group, I assure you that our family will never face financial hardship. I'm also the largest shareholder of Hung Xiao Group. Liu Fei replied with a wry smile. What does being a shareholder of Hung Xiao Group matter? Su He's your future father-in-law. If you don't win him over, how could he possibly entrust his daughter to you? You seem to be missing the crux of the matter. Had I not reassured your grandfather, would he have entrusted your mother to me? Old man, why are you bringing me into this? Zhou Ling interjected, halting Lu Qingyang's remarks about her. All right. Let us speak of him. Lu Qingyang conceded. Lu Qingyang hastily expressed his sincerity to Zhou Ling, urging her to diligently perform at the Su group this time. You must strive to carve out a niche for yourself. Do you understand? I have not sold our factory, nor have I spent that 2 million. In due course, let your mother keep it for you. If it comes to the worst, we can always return home and resume operations at the factory. At least that serves as a fallback. Upon hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Liu Fei straightened up and assured him, Father, rest assured, I've already made a promise. I am now taking charge of the cosmetics division at Su Group. You need not worry. I will certainly work hard and uphold our family's honor. Excellent. That is my son. Keep up the good work. We cannot allow others to underestimate us, understood? You can count on me, Dad. After submitting the materials for the Hanfei brand, Zhang Dawei proactively engaged with the government, hoping for special arrangements. Of course, he only dared to do so after receiving instructions from Fu Xiaotai. Otherwise, even with 800 times the courage, he would not have considered it. Similarly, Zhang Dawei approached Jiao Yunpeng, the chairman of Hung Xiao Group, and together they went to the relevant government department to facilitate communication. They assured that all funds acquired from the cosmetics business would be dedicated to ensuring the delivery of the buildings. Furthermore, they proposed to deposit the funds into a dedicated account, where every expenditure would require government approval to verify its relevance to the housing project. The government officials, witnessing Hung Xiao Group's proactive approach to managing their debts and problematic properties, were pleased to assist them. After all, the issues facing Hung Xiao Group were significant and complex, with widespread implications. If mishandled, the consequences could be dire. Observing Jiao Yunpeng and Hung Xiao Group actively addressing their financial obligations brought them satisfaction. Ultimately, as long as their performance was not adversely affected, it was a positive development. Soon, everything was on track, with special arrangements being made. By the following day, the patents were expected to enter the public announcement phase. Upon arriving at the Su Group office, Liu Fei and Su Han were greeted by Zhang Dawei, who began to report on the progress. Mr. Liu, yesterday we submitted the patent materials for the Hanfei brand. This morning, it should enter the public notice period, and we have communicated with the government, who have given us their assurance. Additionally, the registration for the new facial cleanser has been completed and is expected to conclude this morning. Production of a batch of samples will commence in the afternoon. If the tests yield favorable results, we will proceed to mass production. The production of the skin cream is also progressing smoothly, with shipping status returning to normal and the tight supply situation significantly alleviated. Zhang Dawei updated Liu Fei on the key developments, particularly regarding the Hanfei brand application and the facial cleanser registration. Great job. Keep following up. Moreover, we must ensure effective promotion for our facial cleanser. While we need not engage celebrities, we should definitely utilize individuals with a noticeable impact. If possible, I propose the creation of a documentary that chronicles the journey of our facial cleanser, illustrating the extent to which it can restore one's skin. Additionally, a follow-up review of our skincare cream is necessary to ascertain whether its effects align with our advertised claims. I trust you will monitor this matter closely. Indeed, General Liu, rest assured that I shall personally oversee this task, Zhang Dawei assured Liu Fei. Very well, you may proceed. Zhang Dawei then exited the office, surprised at how swiftly the Hanfei brand was entering its public announcement phase. This is indeed the case, for we have stated that all funds generated from the cosmetics industry shall be reinvested into the renovation of Hengxiao Group's properties. The government, too, does not wish to witness numerous developments left unfinished. It seeks to assist us in delivering these buildings and safeguarding the livelihoods of the populace. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for them to provide us with a green light in this endeavor. No, what I mean is, how can such an unrefined brand gain approval? Do these individuals not comprehend the significance of this brand? Upon hearing Su Han's words, Liu Fei could not help but smirk. What you say is true. Anyone who hears this name can easily deduce it represents the initials of the two of us, especially those within our group. One moment. I must inform Zhang Dawei to incorporate our story into the promotional video, so that everyone understands the reasoning behind the name Hanfei. No, I do not wish for that. Chapter 48. Fire safety personnel. Upon hearing Liu Fei's remarks, Su Han immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. I tell you, do not include it. If you do, I shall disregard you entirely. Suang Warden Liu Fei steadily. All right, I want to include it. It's settled then. Noticing that Su Han seemed genuinely upset, Liu Fei quickly promised not to incorporate the implications of the Hanfei brand into the narrative. At this moment, Su Han resembled a young girl playfully pouting at her boyfriend. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door echoed with a knock. As Su Han's personal secretary, Zhang Ke could no longer enter Su Han's office as freely as before. With Liu Fei present, who is not only a colleague, but also her boyfriend, barging in carelessly could lead to witnessing something inappropriate, creating an awkward situation. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Su Han composed herself, adjusting her expression and mood before calling out to the door. Zhang Ke entered after hearing Su Han's invitation. President, here is today's itinerary. In the morning, you are scheduled to inspect the cosmetics production line, and in the afternoon, you will attend the Hengxiao Group meeting. Zhang Ke stated, placing an itinerary on Su Han's desk. Upon reviewing it, Su Han's brows furrowed tightly. Will I be out all day? Indeed, President, I shall be out for the entire day, primarily to conduct inspections. Very well. When shall we depart? At 9 o'clock. All right. Please call for me when we are ready to leave. You may go ahead. Understood, President. Upon hearing Su Han's response, Zhang Ke exited the office to arrange for the upcoming inspections. By your tone, it seems you will not be in the office today? Liu Fei inquired after Zhang, who had stepped outside. Yes, I will be away all day, so you may return home without waiting for me. I might be back rather late. Liu Fei expressed concern. Do take care. We cannot have a repeat of the Royal One incident. If things become too overwhelming, feel free to leave on time. I can substitute for you if necessary. There is no need for that. Today's visits pertain solely to our own enterprises, and thus, there is no cause for alarm. Please continue to familiarize yourself with our group's operations. As for other matters, we shall address them later. Once you're acquainted, you will gradually be introduced to everything else, Su Han reassured Liu Fei, after which she diligently tended to the documents on her desk, aiming to complete them before stepping out. Seeing Su Han in such a focused state, Liu Fei refrained from further conversation. Around 8:50, Zhang Ke returned to summon Su Han. President, we are ready to depart. All right, grant me 2 minutes to finalize this document, she replied without lifting her gaze. 2 minutes later, Su Han closed the folder, gathered her belongings, and said, "Let us go." Thus, the two set off for their inspections. Once Su Han had left, Liu Fei could no longer contain his excitement and leapt up at his office, striking a rather enthusiastic pose. With Su Han gone, he was free from his scrutiny of reviewing tedious materials. though it was not that he had no interest in them. He had merely exhausted them all earlier. Continuing to peruse them would have become rather monotonous, yet he felt compelled to do so in Su-han's presence. Now, liberated, he turned to his computer, eager to indulge in some gaming, having played only a brief session of solitaire the previous day. Ding! The system has issued a task: fulfill the wish of a firefighter, with a reward of 50 million funds. Failure to comply will result in the withdrawal of all benefits. Engrossed in his game of solitaire, Liu Fei was momentarily perplexed by the system's announcement. What wish could a firefighter possibly have? Surely, it cannot be the eradication of all fires? I am no deity, and such matters are beyond my control, he mused with a wry smile. System, could you provide a hint? What exactly is this wish? Liu Fei queried, but the system remained silent, leaving him bewildered and causing his interest in the game to wane. Liu Fei had not anticipated that the system would issue such a task. He had assumed that tasks were released in a sequential manner: complete one, then receive another. Previously, the status of task releases had followed this pattern. At present, Liu Fei still had an unfinished task related to Wang Dan. He believed that if he did not complete this task, no new ones would be forthcoming in the near future. Little did he know that the system had devised a new task for him, catching him off guard. It was not that Liu Fei wished to decline the task. After all, the more tasks he undertook, the greater the rewards. However, the difficulty of the system's tasks had gradually escalated. Initially, all it took was a choice to earn a reward. But now one must complete the task first to receive any reward, as if the system had already made his choice for him. With no alternative, Liu Fei resolved to execute the task since it promised a substantial reward of 50 million. He began by searching the web for the wishes of firefighters. Yet, the results overwhelmed him with a myriad of desires. Some wished to return home, others to see their parents, and many expressed feelings of indebtedness to their girlfriends or families. Liu Fei felt that these were not the noble aspirations of firefighters, but rather individual yearnings, failing to align with the system's requirements. Ultimately, he had no choice but to close the webpage. Just as Liu Fei was at a loss, the security office called the president's office. The phone rang incessantly. Initially, Liu Fei was reluctant to answer, as it was Su-han's office line, but the persistent ringing became irksome, prompting him to approach Su-han's desk and pick up the receiver. Hello, President Su, this is Zhang Xiaoguan from the security office. The caller quickly identified himself, aware of the vast disparity in their ranks. Xiaoguan, it's your brother Liu. What's going on? Why do you keep calling? Oh, it's Liu Ge. The fire brigade has arrived and expressed a desire to meet with our company's leadership, especially regarding the cosmetics division. After I spoke with General Manager Zhang, he instructed me to contact the president's office, hence my call to you. Zhang Xiaoguan explained, mindful that this was the future chairman, and any misstep could have dire consequences. Moreover, Liu Fei had previously imparted romantic advice to him. Are they here to inspect fire safety? If that is the case, you can simply entertain them. Why involve us from the cosmetics department? Liu Fei pondered, somewhat baffled, but as he continued speaking, a realization struck him. Could this be related to the system's task? Please escort them to the reception area. I will join them shortly. I am currently in charge of the cosmetics division. Liu Fei instructed Zhang Xiaoguan before hanging up. It seemed that thoughts indeed manifested into reality, and this development was likely connected to the system's task. After Liu Fei finished murmuring, he promptly began making arrangements for the reception. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoguan, upon hearing the silence on the phone, reluctantly hung up and warmly addressed the two firefighters, saying, "Hello, our person in charge will take you to the reception room. Please wait a moment while I arrange for someone to cover my shift. I will accompany you upstairs." "Thank you for your trouble," replied the firefighters. "No worries, it's no trouble at all," Zhang Xiaoguan responded, quickly calling for a replacement via the intercom. Soon, someone arrived to take over his duties, and Zhang Xiaoguan led the two firefighters upstairs. Meanwhile, Liu Fei had already made preparations, but during the process, he suddenly realized a significant oversight. He had forgotten to inquire about the number of people Zhang Xiaoguan was bringing. With no alternative, he decided to prepare for 5 guests, assuming they would not exceed that number. "Mr. Liu, everything is ready now. I will be in the tea room nearby. If you need anything or require additional refreshments, please ring the bell on the table," said Wang Jihong. the person in charge of business reception. All right, Sister Wang, thank you. I appreciate your effort. We should be done shortly, and the firefighters won't take long, Liu Fei replied, glancing at Wang Jihong's name tag and addressing her sweetly. His calling her Sister Wang genuinely pleased her, as it helped bridge the gap between them. It's no trouble at all, Mr. Liu. This is my duty. Just call me if you need anything, she responded. After their exchange, they each proceeded to their respective areas. Liu Fei to the reception room, and Wang Jihong to the tea room, conveniently located next to each other for easy access to refreshments. After a brief wait in the tea room, Zhang Xiaoguan arrived with the two firefighters at the reception room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Liu Fei called out upon hearing the knock on the door. Mr. Liu, the guests have arrived, Zhang Xiaoguan announced as he opened the door and saw Liu Fei seated inside. He refrained from addressing Liu Fei as Brother Liu, as such familiarity seemed inappropriate for the occasion. Hello, Mr. Liu, one of the firefighters, presumably the leader, said. Hello, Liu Fei replied in kind. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Xiaohu, and I am the captain of the Green Vine City Fire Brigade. I apologize for the intrusion today and appreciate your willingness to meet with us amidst your busy schedule. Chun Xiaohu adopted a humble demeanor, understanding that he had a request to make and that a high-handed approach could justifiably be met with refusal. Captain Chun, what a delight it is to have you visit our Su family group today. Your presence truly elevates our establishment. This morning as I stepped out, I even heard the magpies chirping, which made me think that something good was surely on the horizon. And here you are, gracing us with your esteemed presence. Liu Fei's flattery rang out resoundingly, leaving both Chun Xiaohu and his companion momentarily at a loss for words. Just joking, just joking. Please have a seat. Liu Fei hastily urged Chun Xiaohu and the others to sit down. You may return to your duties, he said to Zhang Xiaoguan. As Wang Jihong was still in the tea room, and Liu Fei saw no need for additional personnel at the moment. Certainly, General Liu, Zhang Xiaoguan replied, stepping out and gently closing the door behind him. Is Captain Chun here to inspect the fire safety measures at Su Family Group? Rest assured, our fire safety protocols are impeccable. We have all the necessary procedures, facilities, and personnel in place, Liu Fei stated with a beaming smile directed at Chun Xiao. No, I'm not here for a fire safety inspection. Besides, I've heard from my subordinates that Su Family Group has been doing exceptionally well in this regard, Chun Xiaohu responded, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei's interest was piqued. May I inquire what matter is at hand? You can rest assured that if it lies within my capabilities, I will wholeheartedly assist you, Liu Fei assured him. It is this every year. Numerous fire incidents occur in our country, and regrettably, many firefighters sustain injuries. I have learned that your esteemed company has introduced a skin ointment that significantly aids in scar recovery and skin healing. I have come today to inquire whether we might secure priority supply for our firefighting team. You understand the scale of our needs. Relying solely on standard procurement processes would be rather challenging. Moreover, we cannot compete with the general public for resources. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance. Chun Xiaohu explained, articulating his request to Liu Fei. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei felt that this request resonated with the deepest aspirations of a firefighter. Surely, nothing could be more noble than the desire to restore one's health. Captain Chun, I initially thought it was something of great significance. It turns out to be such a minor matter, Liu Fei replied, his tone lightening, which brought a glimmer of hope to Chun Xiao's heart. Is this something that warrants your personal visit? You could have simply sent someone to notify us at Su Family Group. I solemnly assure you on behalf of Su Family Group that we will accommodate your request. Furthermore, we have established collaborations with hospitals. Our first priority will always be the soldiers. All expenses will be borne by Su Family Group, free of charge. Ding. The host has completed the task. 50 million has been credited. As soon as Liu Fei's words fell, the system's voice echoed. Subsequently, Liu Fei's phone chimed, indicating a message notification. Could it really be true? Surely, President Liu is not jesting. One could hardly blame Chun Xiaohu, who, despite his usual composure, found himself rising from his seat. Captain Chun, your words suggest I am untrustworthy. The Su Group is, after all, a publicly listed company. Liu Fei reassured, rest assured, I will fully cooperate with this matter. Moreover, you are on the front lines, confronting peril directly. You are indeed the most admirable individuals. My contribution pales in comparison to your valiant efforts. Liu Fei spoke sincerely to Chen Xiaohu, harboring deep respect for these individuals. Whenever disasters like fires or floods strike, the reassuring hue of camouflage green invariably emerges. Furthermore, I wish to convey to Captain Chen that it is not solely our firefighters who can benefit. All our soldiers are welcome to utilize the resources. I kindly ask you to communicate this to the leaders of other departments, as approaching them directly would be challenging for me without prior acquaintance. Absolutely, no problem at all. You can count on me, President Liu. I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Chen Xiaohu responded with evident delight. It was merely a matter of relaying a message, and President Liu had generously offered it free of charge. He initially anticipated incurring significant expenses. Each time, Chen Xiaohu witnessed soldiers with burn injuries. He felt a pang of sorrow, particularly for those severely afflicted. Burn injuries, unlike other ailments, cannot be repaired and leave behind haunting scars. When the skin ointment was first introduced, Chen Xiaohu had intended to discuss it with the Su Group, but was unable to find the time until now. With a window of opportunity finally presenting itself, he reported to his superiors and made his way to the Su Group, only to find the situation remarkably favorable. This is merely my duty, Liu Fei stated, pulling out his phone to call Zhang Dawei. Hello, President Liu. How may I assist you? Zhang Dawei answered promptly once the call connected. I am in the reception area. Please come here immediately. Understood, President Liu. I'll be there shortly. Zhang Dawei hung up and promptly set aside his work, rushing toward the reception area. The other attendees of the meeting exchanged puzzled glances at his flustered demeanor. Please wait here. I shall return momentarily, Zhang Dawei called back without glancing over his shoulder. Upon reaching the reception area, he addressed Liu Fei. President Liu, what do you require of me? Allow me to introduce these two gentlemen from the firefighting brigade of Wolftang City. This is Captain Chen Xiaohu. Greetings, Captain Chen. Hello. Upon hearing Liu Fei's introduction, Zhang Dawei immediately greeted Chen Xiaohu. After all, he was a representative of the authorities, and fostering good relations was always prudent. Here's the plan. Our group will fully cover the costs of the skin ointment used by the soldiers who treat skin burn injuries at hospitals. Please arrange for this promptly and coordinate with major hospitals. If it involves military hospitals, we should donate a batch of our skin ointment immediately. Is that agreeable? Mr. Liu, there are no issues. Rest assured, I will handle it right away, Zhang Dawei assured Liu Fei after listening to his words. Excellent, proceed with it. Yes, I will take care of it at once. After responding to Liu Fei, Zhang Dawei turned and left. Subsequently, Liu Fei and Chen Xiaohu engaged in small talk, discussing trivial matters akin to casual conversation, as it would have been rather awkward to conclude their business and part ways without further dialogue. After approximately 2 hours of discussion, Chen Xiaohu and his team prepared to take their leave, and Liu Fei escorted them to the exterior of the group company. Please, Mr. Liu, do not see us off. Be safe on your journey. If any issues arise, just call me directly. There is no need for another visit. Certainly, if we require assistance, we will not hesitate to reach out to you, Mr. Liu, Chen Xiaohu replied, harboring a newfound respect for the young general manager. He believed that with someone like Liu Fei at the helm, the Su Group would undoubtedly progress further. With the skin ointment initiative alone, the military would ensure the company's prosperity. After bidding farewell to Chen Xiaohu, Liu Fei returned to his office, humming a tune. He had not anticipated accomplishing such a meaningful task today, not only supporting the firefighting team, but also gaining a windfall of 50 million. This endeavor was promptly reported to Su He by Fu Xiaotai, as significant matters within the group could not remain concealed, nor was there any need to hide them. This was a positive development. Liu Fei also contemplated the promotional aspect of this initiative. What could be more compelling than showcasing firefighters with severe skin burns restoring their original skin? With this thought in mind, Liu Fei quickly retrieved Chen Xiaohu's contact number and dialed. Upon seeing Liu Fei's call, Chen Xiaohu answered immediately. What is it, Mr. Liu? Captain Chen, I have a small request. Please, Mr. Liu, we are at your service. Would your soldiers be willing to cooperate with us in filming a promotional video during their treatment? Such an approach would certainly enhance the reputation of our cosmetics. Liu Fei candidly shared his thoughts with Chen Xiaohu, who couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing them. Mr. Liu, given your exceptional results, is it really necessary to produce a promotional video? Liu Fei, unfazed, responded, Captain Chen, it's not just the domestic market we are confronting. We must also engage with the international market and earn revenue from foreign consumers. If the promotional video is poorly executed, how can we hope to attract their interest? Furthermore, the transformation of severely burned skin back to its original state is undeniably impactful. After considering Liu Fei's words, Chen Xiaohu remained silent for a moment, realizing the validity of his points. Mr. Liu, that sounds reasonable. Once you finalize the filming team, please inform me, and I will ensure our personnel cooperate unconditionally. Thank you. Captain Chen, Liu Fei expressed his gratitude. Oh, Mr. Liu, if anyone should be grateful, it is I who must thank you for alleviating so many costs and providing us with your services free of charge. Please, no more thanks. Captain Chen, we are all part of the same family, military and civilian alike. Let's refrain from formalities. Indeed, we are one family. No need for formalities, Chen Xiaohu agreed. Very well, let's proceed in this manner. Once you have made your decisions, simply notify me, and I will arrange for our personnel to coordinate with you, he added. After concluding the call, Liu Fei immediately summoned Zhang Dawei. Mr. Liu, Zhang Dawei approached, reporting to Liu Fei. He genuinely felt he had shed 2 or 3 pounds over the past few days, primarily due to Liu Fei's sudden summons, which always left him flustered and anxious. Given his slightly plump physique, he sensed that if this continued, he would soon return to the ranks of handsome men. Have you confirmed the filming team and the stars? Liu Fei inquired. Yes, Mr. Liu, our Su group has its own filming team, and their techniques are on par with other professional crews. I have decided we should utilize our own team, which will also significantly reduce costs. As for the leading star, we have several candidates, but nothing has been finalized yet. Then let's forego using a star altogether. Did I not ask you to arrange for our soldiers to be the subjects? They are our best promotional candidates. If feasible, we could document their journey from treatment through to recovery, capturing the entire process for editing later. What do you think? Any issues? Liu Fei queried Zhang Dawei, subtly probing for any undisclosed arrangements or backdoor dealings that might have occurred. However, Zhang Dawei is not that kind of person. Moreover, with the new official taking office with great zeal, how could he dare to disobey and undertake such an action against Liu Fei? Initially, several celebrity candidates had sought to contact Zhang Dawei, hoping to bribe him, yet Zhang Dawei steadfastly adhered to his principles. After all, he had been a stalwart of the Su group for quite some time. He certainly possessed a measure of composure. Mr. Liu, if you have already made a decision on your end, I will inform our photography team to commence preparations for this project, he stated. Very well. As long as that is settled, we shall proceed with the shooting as discussed. Our soldiers are our finest stars, do you understand? Yes, rest assured, Mr. Liu. I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably, Zhang Dawei assured Liu Fei. All right, you may leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Liu, Zhang Dawei replied and promptly exited. Shortly after Zhang Dawei departed, there was another knock at Su Han's office. Come in. Liu Fei furrowed his brow, feeling that the downside of being the chairman was the incessant stream of visitors, leaving him with an unending array of tasks. The door opened to reveal a striking woman, Chen Jing, who oversees the overseas operations of the Su group. Hello, Mr. Liu. Chen Jing greeted Liu Fei, fully aware of his status, having attained a vice presidential position herself. Oh, Miss Chen, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Liu Fei recalled that Su had introduced her during a prior meeting. Is President Su not present? Oh, she has gone out for an inspection and is temporarily unavailable. Is there something you wish to report to her? Indeed, Chen Jing replied, contemplating that it was equally valid to convey the information to Liu Fei. The United States has initiated an anti-dumping investigation into our skincare products, and it appears they are dissatisfied with our pricing, claiming it to be excessively high and have raised our tariffs. Oh, is that so? Liu Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully before picking up the phone on his desk to call Jiao Yunpeng. Mr. Liu, please come to my office at once. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood, Mr. Liu. Jiao Yunpeng promptly set off to find Liu Fei. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Mr. Liu, you called for me? Indeed. We have several overseas debts nearing maturity. When are they due? Liu Fei inquired of Jiao Yunpeng upon his entrance. We have one due at the end of this month, followed by 3 due in 2 months, and 4 more in 3 months, Jiao Yunpeng responded, puzzled as to why Liu Fei was inquiring about the debt situation. Are there any financial difficulties at present? Will we be able to settle them? There are no financial difficulties, thanks to the support from the Su Group and the Skin Cream. However, overseas consortiums are also reaching out to us, hoping we can extend our agreement, as they have observed the successful launch of the Skin Cream and its commendable sales. We have yet to respond to them. Let us refrain from replying for now. We should keep them in suspense. As long as we can repay the funds, that will suffice. By the way, General Manager Chun, what is the price of our Skin Cream in the United States? General Manager Liu, it is 9,999 of our currency. Then let us convert our currency to US dollars. After all, the US is looking to raise tariffs and conduct anti-dumping investigations against us. We should increase our pricing accordingly, considering there are many affluent individuals in the United States. By the way, if possible, we could seek a local authorized distributor. I do not wish for my products to be available for free, if you understand my meaning. Liu Fei inquired of Chunjing. Understood, General Manager Liu. I will attend to this matter immediately. Chunjing felt elated upon hearing Liu Fei's words. She had long wished to take such action, but found her authority limited, with even the lowest decision-making power not resting in her hands. Chunjing has always been an advocate of bold strategies rather than conservative approaches. The reason she sought to report to Su Han rather than Su He was precisely due to this intent. She was aware that Su Han was out on inspection, leaving only Liu Fei in the office. Otherwise, she might have approached Su He for a report. However, she anticipated the outcome of consulting Su He, which is why she decided to take a chance with Liu Fei. Clearly, Liu Fei fulfilled her aspirations. Very well, Director Jiao, you may return. There is nothing else of concern. We shall keep the overseas consortiums in suspense. Once we repay the funds, we will no longer need to engage with them. Do you understand? Keeping them in suspense serves as a protective measure for us, as they will be the ones under pressure if we fail to repay. Liu Fei continued to instruct Jiao Yunpeng. Rest assured, General Manager Liu, I know what to do. Very well, go ahead with your tasks. General Manager Liu, goodbye. After Jiao Yunpeng exited the office, Liu Fei took out his phone to send a message to Su Han, summarizing the decisions made today and the events that transpired. After approximately half an hour, a response from Su Han arrived. Everything is at your discretion. No need to inform me. Liu Fei smiled upon reading Su Han's message. At the very least, it indicated that Su Han did not object to his decisions, demonstrating support. Noticing the time, Liu Fei prepared to pack his belongings and conclude his workday. Do I need to wait for you for dinner? No. I am uncertain when I will return, and besides, there are other branches to attend to and reassure, as well as to reward them. All right, I shall not wait for you any longer. If you return late, Shishi will have already fallen asleep here with me. After Liu Fei ended the call, he took his car keys and descended the stairs, just as he typically did. He first visited the vegetable market to procure groceries before heading home. Liu Fei felt quite at ease, as both his parents were nearby to assist with watching the children, and they genuinely enjoyed spending time with them, particularly since they had little else to occupy their time. Moreover, Su Shishi was quite endearing, and there were times when Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling would even bicker over who would tend to her. However, these insights were relayed to Liu Fei through Su Shishi. He had never witnessed the reality himself. Chapter 51. Nurturing a second child upon hearing the sound of keys in the door. Su Shishi stumbled to her feet from the carpet and ambled unsteadily toward the entrance. Mama, Mama, she called out, mistakenly believing it was Su Han returning home. To her surprise, it was Liu Fei who entered. Shishi, your mother isn't back yet. She is occupied with some matters, but will return shortly. Liu Fei reassured her as he lifted her into his arms. Daddy, Daddy, Su Shishi exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. Ah, Shishi is the best. Liu Fei reciprocated with a kiss on her cheek. You're back. Where is Xiao Han? Why hasn't she returned? Zhou Ling inquired upon seeing Liu Fei. Having assumed it was Lu Qingyang returning, as he had just stepped out to shop. Mom, I'm back from work. She has gone to inspect the branch office and will likely be late. Let us not wait for her to eat today. Liu Fei responded after setting Su Shishi down. You should not have allowed her to go alone to inspect the branch office. Why didn't you accompany her? At the very least, you both could have gone together. Zhou Ling reprimanded Liu Fei, just as Lu Qingyang arrived home. What is going on? I walk in and hear you two arguing. What is the matter? Lu Qingyang asked, changing his shoes while addressing Zhou Ling and Liu Fei. Xiaohan hasn't returned. She went out to inspect the branch office, and your precious son didn't accompany her back. Zhou Ling replied with irritation. What? You little rascal. Why didn't you go with her? Even if you don't understand much, being there with her would show that you care. Don't you realize that? If your daughter-in-law were to leave, I would surely have to discipline you. Lu Qingyang chastised Liu Fei loudly. Father, mother, it's not as serious as you think. I even asked her if I could accompany her when she left, but she insisted that I stay. Liu Fei defended himself. Just because she said no, you didn't go? Don't you understand that when a girl says she doesn't want you to go, it often means she actually wants you to? Zhou Ling interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Really? Is that how it works? Liu Fei responded, perplexed. Do not attempt to decipher the heart of a girl. If you do not pursue her, you shall never bring a wife into your home. This is not mere conjecture on my part. Upon hearing his mother's words, Liu Fei was momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed the thought. After all, the situation had already unfolded in such a manner. Was there truly anything left to salvage? It would be far more prudent to cherish the next opportunity. All right, mother, you are right. I shall go prepare dinner now, Liu Fei proclaimed. Hastily retreating to the kitchen, eager to escape the incessant nagging of his parents. This boy, he fails to grasp opportunities. Truly, he pales in comparison to my younger self. Lu Qingyang lamented. And what of your younger self? Allow me to enlighten you. Back in the day, I was blind to have chosen you. Otherwise, my life would undoubtedly be better than it is now, Zhou Ling retorted, unwilling to concede. Indeed, Lu Qingyang could only agree, refraining from countering Zhou Ling's remarks. Enough. Put away the items you purchased, Zhou Ling instructed, observing that her own matters had reached a resolution, having vented her frustrations and spoken her mind. She then directed Lu Qingyang to tidy up the array of daily necessities he had brought home, which lay forlornly on the floor, an unsightly sight. Lu Qingyang promptly complied. Recognizing that his wife's mood had just brightened, it would be unwise to let a trivial matter spoil it and invite further discord. 40 minutes later, Liu Fei completed the evening meal and set the table. The family of 4 gathered to commence dinner. Zhou Ling continued her routine of feeding Su Sisi first, while Lu Qingyang turned to Liu Fei. Son, let us converse as we dine. With that, Lu Qingyang took the lead, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat. Liu Fei followed suit, taking a bun and joining in, during which he addressed Lu Qingyang. Father, what is on your mind? Son, how far along are you with Xiaohan? When might you bring her into our family? I have saved up 800,000 for your wedding. When will you allow your mother and me to spend it? Father, I can only assure you that everything is progressing smoothly, but as for when I will marry, I cannot say for certain, Liu Fei replied with a wry smile. Let us not rush the wedding just yet, but we must consider the matter of a second child. Shall we? Surely, you do not intend to stop with just one daughter? It is imperative that the Liu lineage continues. While I assure you that I hold no bias towards sons or daughters, you must at least have another child, Zhou Ling interjected, addressing Liu Fei. Mother, what if the second child is also a daughter? Daughters are daughters, she said, but let go of the hope for a son. I won't claim that having a grandson will make me forget my daughter. However, you must bear another child. It is imperative. Zhou Ling spoke earnestly to Liu Fei. Mom, that depends on Xiaohan's wishes. If she is unwilling to have children, there's nothing I can do, right? The decision to bear children fundamentally rests with the woman. If you can win her over, wouldn't that align with your desires? Liu Fei replied, Son, having 2 children is preferable. In times of need, they can support one another. If you are alone, you will have no one to rely on. Look at your father. I'm a living testament to that. When our factory was established, it was overwhelming and I had no one to assist me. In the beginning, we faced severe financial difficulties, with no close confidant to consult. Would you truly allow Shishi to suffer in his solitude? Lu Qingyang implored Liu Fei earnestly. Father, that's not quite the same issue, Liu Fei protested. How is it not the same? It is precisely the same. You need to expedite the process and have a second child, Liu Qingyang insisted decisively. It was then that Liu Fei realized he was being urged to have a second child. Dad, just the other day, you didn't want me to stay overnight at her place. And now, you're pressing me for a second child? Not at her home. But I never said you couldn't stay elsewhere. Honestly, I am perplexed as to how you managed to find a girlfriend with such thinking. I'm baffled as to why Xiao Han is interested in you, Liu Qingyang remarked, unable to contain his frustration. Liu Fei shot a glance at Liu Qingyang, responding irritably. No matter how foolish, I am still your son. If you think I'm slow now, where were you when I needed guidance? Besides, this is inherited from you. Listen here. You rascal, you must have another child, understand? Zhou Ling interjected firmly. All right, let's settle this. Expedite the process for a second child. Regardless of whether it is a son or daughter, just have another child to ease your father and me. Zhou Ling continued, putting on a display of emotional appeal. Fine, Mom, I understand. I'll make it a priority, but if she disagrees, there's little I can do. Do not worry. I will speak with Xiao Han and persuade her to agree. You two must act swiftly. When pursuing a woman, speed is crucial. You are far too languid. I find your pace intolerable. You're nothing like your father in that regard. Why is it that you have not inherited his quick wit? Zhou Ling expressed her exasperation. All right, Mom and Dad, let us eat. If we don't hurry, the food will get cold. Liu Fei found himself unable to continue the conversation, so he hastily concluded the topic by mentioning that the food had grown cold. Otherwise, his parents would delve deeper into the subject, endlessly discussing it to the point where they might take so long that even after finishing their meal, Liu Qingyang and Zhou Ling would still be engrossed in conversation. After dinner, Liu Fei tidied up the table. When will Xiao Han be back? Zhou Ling inquired of Liu Fei. I don't know yet, but it's quite likely that Cici will stay with us tonight. All right then, I'll have your father sleep in the adjacent room, while Cici will sleep with me. She certainly won't have a good night's sleep with you, a grown man. Besides, children tend to kick off their blankets at night, and you wouldn't be able to take care of that. So, Cici will sleep with me tonight. Okay, Mom. At that moment, Liu Fei dared not voice any objections, as his mother had already made her decision. By 10 o'clock that evening, Su Han called Liu Fei. Hello, Liu Fei, are you resting? Has Cici gone to sleep? I'm back now. Cici has already fallen asleep with my mom. Let her stay there tonight. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Liu Fei expressed his concern for Su Han. I've already eaten, I'm not hungry. Since she is asleep, let her stay there. There's no need to disturb her anymore. Wait a moment. Seeing Su Han about to hang up, Liu Fei quickly interjected. What's the matter? Is there something else? Su Han, puzzled by Liu Fei's words, asked. No, it's nothing. I just want to talk to you. We haven't had much conversation today. Su Han chuckled at Liu Fei's words. Chapter 52. Sweet daily life with Su Han. Do you miss me? How do you think of me? Su Han inquired, but immediately regretted her words, as they seemed to contradict her persona as a beautiful yet cold CEO. To this day, Su Han vaguely recalled the last time she had acted coyly with her boyfriend, which was long ago during her university days when she was dating Sun Jie. Of course, I miss you. My mind, my body, my hands, my lips. Every part of me longs for you. Liu Fei, utilizing the romantic phrases he learned online, expressed his feelings to Su Han. I don't believe you. It's true. The entire day you were absent from the office, I wanted to talk to you. That must be my mind yearning for you. I want to hold your hand, which is my body desiring you. I want to see you, which is my eyes longing for you. I think of you, which is my brain at work. So, I am not lying. Every part of me is thinking of you. What about you? Do you miss me? No, I don't miss you. Su Han said this with a playful huff. However, Liu Fei understood her true feelings. Today at dinner, my mom shared something with me. Oh, what did Aunt say? Upon hearing that Liu Fei had returned to normal, Su Han inquired about what Zhou Ling had said. My mother is pressing me for a second child. What should I do? Liu Fei added a shrug emoji afterward. Pressing for a second child? Su Han articulated each word as if it were a complete sentence. Indeed, she is. What do you think I should do? Should we have another one? No. Who would bear another child for you? I am only your girlfriend. How can a girlfriend bear children? You haven't even married me or proposed yet. No, absolutely not. After uttering these words, Su-han felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. A proposal. Well, I might as well go buy flowers and a ring right now. Now, are you certain? Right this moment? After Su-han spoke. She glanced out the window, which was shrouded in darkness. It was already 11 o'clock at night. At this hour, all the malls, jewelry stores, and flower shops must surely be closed. Ah, but what if we can't find a ring or flowers? How could I propose without them? So, even if I wanted to accept your proposal today, it would be impossible. What about tomorrow? I can go buy them then. Time waits for no one. After Su-han spoke, a smile crept onto her lips as she sought to tease Liu Fei, curious about his response. It seems I must resort to my ancestral methods. Are there truly ancestral methods for proposing? Indeed, I shall awaken my mother and retrieve our family's heirloom ring. That way, we will have a ring, won't we? I recall my father tending to 2 potted flowers. They can be used as well. There you have it, both the ring and the flowers. Liu Fei declared triumphantly. No, please don't. It's far too late to disturb Aunt. It wouldn't be appropriate. We shouldn't disturb her, lest we wake she. Upon hearing Liu Fei's intention to rouse Zhou Ling, Su-han quickly interjected to halt him. What? Are you afraid? Who was it that just said they wanted to accept my proposal? Has someone suddenly changed their mind? I won't talk to you anymore. After saying this, Su-han hung up, closed her phone, and buried her head under the blanket, her heart racing like a startled deer. Yet, reflecting on her earlier conversation with Liu Fei, her mood was undeniably elevated. At the very least, the day's exhaustion had vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Liu Fei, upon realizing Su-han had hung up, could only smile helplessly. I hadn't finished speaking before she hung up, truly. However, he understood that calling back might disturb her rest. It was already late, and it was time to sleep. Liu Fei prepared to set his phone down and rest. The following morning, as Liu Fei took Su-han to work, she dared not meet his gaze. What happened to the bravado from yesterday? Why can you even look at me today? Liu Fei remarked, having observed her every move. Notably, Su-han chose not to sit in the passenger seat, a decision born of embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing. I simply didn't rest well and feel a bit drowsy. It's more convenient for me to rest in the back seat, Su-han offered as an excuse. Still not awake? Well then, go ahead and catch some more sleep. I'll handle the company's affairs today. You can rest assured that I will manage everything splendidly, Liu Fei replied, preparing to turn the car around. No, please don't. Let's go to the office. There are numerous matters to attend to. I discovered many issues during yesterday's inspection that need addressing, Su-han hastily interjected, genuinely concerned that Liu Fei might not take her to the group, which would delay several important tasks. Very well, Liu Fei decided to cease his teasing. Recognizing that Su-han was focused on work, her expression reflecting a serious demeanor, and thus drove towards the Su group. However, Liu Fei had already resolved that he would make time today to purchase a ring, no matter what. Good morning, President. Good morning, Mr. Liu. Greeted the employees as Liu Fei and Su-han arrived at the Su building. They reciprocated the greetings with nods, both wearing smiles. Have you noticed? The president's mood seems to have changed recently. Her expression is no longer frosty, a female employee remarked to another. Of course, a woman's heart blossoms with love. And even the president is not immune to such changes, the other replied. Come on, let's not discuss them. If the leaders catch wind of this, we'll surely be reprimanded. You know we shouldn't gossip about them behind their backs. Let's go. Right, let's move, they agreed, hurrying away. Perhaps Su-han was oblivious to her own transformation, but others had certainly noticed. Upon entering the office, Zhang Ku presented the day's agenda. President, here's today's workload, along with documents requiring your signature and proposals submitted by other departments. Very well, just place it on my desk. I shall begin reviewing it, Su-han instructed, hanging up her bag before settling into her chair and picking up the documents to read. Hey, what are you doing? It's not even time to start work yet. There's still half an hour left. You could take a break since you claim you haven't rested well. Why dive into the paperwork so soon? Liu Fei expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing her already at work. What are you saying? This company is our own. Does it really matter when we start or finish? Is it meaningful to bicker over such trivialities? Please get to work. If you genuinely wish to assist me, come over and help me review the documents. Once you have approved them, set them aside for my later perusal. If you agree, simply mark it as such. If you disagree, strike it out. Que mandit suanto Liu Fei. All right, fine. I had hoped to enjoy a bit of a respite, but it seems I've been thrust into the fray today. What a fate, Liu Fei lamented, though his honest demeanor betrayed him. He approached Su Han's desk and collected a substantial portion of the documents, transporting them to his own workspace, where he promptly began his review. Observing Liu Fei's actions, Su Han could not help but chuckle inwardly. After all, he was reluctant to see her immersed in such a heavy workload. At that moment, the business acumen bestowed upon Liu Fei by the system came into play. His edits were swift, and with his own insights and analyses, he readily approved documents that met the current context, while he outright rejected those that did not. For those he was uncertain about, he marked them with a question for Su Han's attention before proceeding. Within half an hour, he had tackled a third of the documents on the desk. Stop managing the documents. Handle the ones I've already reviewed. If you agree, send them out. If you disagree, return them. Your current method seems excessively taxing. It pains me to watch, Su Han advised. Here are the approved ones. These are the rejections. And this stack contains those I am uncertain about. You may wish to examine them further. Additionally, I have noted my opinions on the back, Liu Fei explained, gesturing toward the 3 piles. After delivering them to Su Han's desk, he returned to his own workspace, determined to continue his efforts. He was keen to finish processing the documents quickly. If he fell behind, he would have no time to purchase the ring, which was of utmost importance. He must secure it today. As Su Han observed Liu Fei, engrossed in his task, she could not discern the reason for his remarkable speed. Nevertheless, for the sake of her company's interests, she chose to review the documents Liu Fei had processed. After all, this was his first time handling such papers, and she needed to exercise caution. Perhaps after a few rounds, she would not have to repeat this diligence, but for now, a thorough review was warranted. Yet, as she examined the documents Liu Fei had approved, she found herself quite pleased. He indeed possessed unique insights. Moreover, whenever he had thoughts to share, he included them at the end of the documents. Chapter 53. The ring, the documents are quite well handled. Su Han remarked with a satisfied nod before addressing Liu Fei. What is that to me? Just take a look. Once you're finished, step outside with me. I need to discuss something with you, Liu Fei replied, not glancing up as he continued to mark the documents with unwavering focus. President, another batch has arrived, Zhang Ku announced as he entered, carrying a stack of documents half a meter high. Place them on his desk, Su Han instructed. Upon hearing Zhang Ku's words, Su Han fixed her gaze upon her. Zhang Ku, without inquiring further, promptly placed the documents on Liu Fei's desk. Ah, why are there so many again? Is there no end to this? Why are there so many files? Liu Fei exclaimed, staring at the towering stack of folders. Even with his typically good-natured temperament, he couldn't help but express a bit of frustration at that moment. What are you complaining about? Get to work, Su Han replied tersely. Understood, Liu Fei said. The inclination to vent his anger swiftly quelled by Su Han's presence. Zhang Ku, witnessing this exchange, felt a chuckle bubbling up within her, yet she restrained herself, fully aware that laughter at this juncture would be ill-advised. 2 hours later, Liu Fei let out a long sigh. Finally finished. Meanwhile, Su Han had reduced the number of documents requiring approval to just a handful. Hurry and review these. Once you're done, come out with me. I have something to attend to, Liu Fei instructed Su Han once more. What is it that can't wait until later? We have a meeting soon. Have you seen all these files? They are to be discussed in the meeting. I've already made the arrangements. The conference room is booked. You need to listen to the reports from the team, Su Han replied, her expression remaining impassive. Can it be tomorrow? Or this afternoon? Must it be this morning? Liu Fei pressed. No, it cannot. Why delay until the afternoon? Why postpone until tomorrow? The matters of this morning must be resolved today. Hurry up and finish so we can see if we can leave early. I want to go home and spend time with Cece. I didn't get to play with her yesterday. All right then, I'll get to it. Liu Fei, unable to resist Su Han's determination, took a sip of water, paused for a brief respite, and stood to gaze out the window, blinking to alleviate the fatigue from poring over the documents. Let us go. It's time for the meeting, Su Han announced, picking up the phone to summon Zhang Ke. Please bring the files from my desk to the conference room. They are needed for the meeting. Having spoken, Su Han led the way out of the office, and Liu Fei, with no alternative, promptly followed her. Upon entering the conference room, they found representatives from all relevant departments already seated. After taking their places, Su-han and Liu Fei prepared to hear the reports. Another 2 hours passed, and as Su-han completed the final document, Liu Fei felt utterly drained. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure, sitting upright in his chair. After all, he was the head of a department and had to uphold a certain image. "Let us go. It's done. Time for lunch," he said. "Finished? Great, finally. Let us go eat. How about hot pot today instead of the cafeteria?" Liu Fei suggested enthusiastically. "All right, I'm in," Su-han agreed, appreciating the occasional change of pace. "Excellent. I'll go get the car. I'll wait for you downstairs." The two individuals promptly embarked on their respective missions. As Liu Fei drove to the Su Group headquarters, Su-han coincidentally emerged. Once Su-han entered the vehicle, Liu Fei directed the car towards the hot pot restaurant. "This hot pot restaurant has always had excellent flavors since my university days. Today, I shall introduce you to it," Liu Fei remarked to Su-han, who was seated in the passenger seat. "Sounds good," Su-han replied while fiddling with his phone. "Isn't everything already resolved? Why are you still engrossed in your phone?" Liu Fei inquired. "It's not as straightforward as you presume. There are additional resources to allocate and other matters to attend to. Do you think that once I finish speaking, everything is concluded? Furthermore, do you believe being a president is an easy task? You all have underestimated the complexity of the situation," Su-han retorted, casting Liu Fei a sideways glance before continuing his work. Fortunately, by the time they arrived at the hot pot venue, Su-han had managed to finalize all his tasks. "Here we are. This is the place. Let us go," Liu Fei said after parking the car. He exited the vehicle, and Su-han followed suit. "Hello, welcome. Just the two of you?" "Yes, indeed. Please find us a window seat," Liu Fei responded to the server. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." The server guided them to a table by the window, and they took their seats. "Hello, sir. You can scan the QR code on the table to place your order. Once completed, we will serve your selected dishes. If you need anything, just call for us. I will fetch some water for you," the server explained before departing. "Can you handle spicy food?" Liu Fei asked. "Fairly well," Su-han replied. "Then let us order a dual-flavored pot, with the spicy side being mild," Liu Fei suggested. "All right," he added, selecting his preferred dishes before handing the phone to Su-han, who seemed puzzled by Liu Fei's gesture. "Order whatever you like. This meal is on me," Liu Fei clarified. Understanding his intention, Su-han took the phone and began to place the order, returning it to Liu Fei once complete, who then proceeded to make the payment. "Surely, when you invited me out today, it wasn't tea solely for a meal, was it?" "Certainly not. There are important matters to discuss after our meal. This is merely a timely interlude. Besides, dining in the cafeteria with so many people around hardly sets the mood for a date, does it? This place is far better." Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-han glanced around, noticing that patrons were gradually arriving. Is it not the case that dining here means being surrounded by strangers? Indeed, they are people, but they do not recognize either of us. Here, no one identifies you as President Su, nor me as President Liu. Everyone remains anonymous, free to express themselves and enjoy their meals without concern. Can such freedom exist in your cafeteria? I think not. There are far too many considerations, Liu Fei articulated. Su-han nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Dining within the group, it is indeed as Liu Fei remarked, when one dines alone, employees often indulge in laughter and chatter, yet when faced with a meal, they hasten to consume their food. After the meal, it seems they avoid one another, as if one could devour them whole. "Hello, sir, here is your hot pot base and your dishes." At this juncture, the waiter approached with the hot pot base and dishes, arranging them on the table. "Sir, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy." With that, he departed. Liu Fei promptly ignited the flame, and after a brief wait, the hot pot base began to bubble. Come, let us eat quickly. The shrimp paste here is quite delightful, and their lamb has no gamey taste. The beef is also acceptable. I've ordered some for you to try." As the water reached a boil, Liu Fei eagerly picked up his chopsticks and beckoned to Su-han. Throughout the meal, Liu Fei maintained impeccable etiquette, particularly with the use of serving chopsticks. Upon hearing Liu Fei's invitation, Su-han also commenced her meal. During their dining, Liu Fei served her several pieces, which caused Su-han to chuckle in exasperation. You need tea? Serve me. I can help myself. No, it's just that the meat will become tough if I don't set some aside for you. I wouldn't tea want to seem impolite, so please don't misunderstand. Liu Fei jested, earning himself a playful eye roll from Su-Han. An hour later, the two had completed their meal. It's all your fault for insisting on hot pot. Look, my clothes reek of it. But it's all right. The flavor is quite good, Su-Han chided Liu Fei, who could only laugh at her remarks. So what next? Su-Han inquired once seated at the table. Of course, we are heading to the jewelry store. What on earth for? To purchase something. What are you buying? Su-Han asked, a hint of frustration in her tone. A ring. A ring? You can't be serious. Su-Han's cheeks flushed as she responded. Indeed, I plan to buy you a grand ring. As you mentioned yesterday, how can one not buy a ring for their girlfriend? Let us get the ring first. No, please don't. Let us postpone it for another day. At this moment, Su-Han struggled to articulate her thoughts. She had not anticipated that Liu Fei would genuinely take her ring shopping. What if the next step was a proposal? Rest assured, today we are merely purchasing a ring, with no other plans in store. Liu Fei seemed to sense Su-Han's apprehensions, offering her reassurance. With that, he started the car and drove towards the largest jewelry mall. Upon arriving at the jewelry store, Liu Fei and Su-Han entered. Welcome. How may I assist you today? I would like to buy a ring, Liu Fei replied to the attendant. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. This way to the diamond rings. After the salesperson finished speaking, she prepared to lead Liu Fei to the counter for diamond rings to make an introduction. No need, I plan to buy a gold ring, a pure gold one. Oh, isn't it a diamond ring? No, I want a gold ring. Liu Fei reiterated to the salesperson. All right, sir, this way please. The salesperson directly guided Liu Fei and Su-Han to the gold counter. Sir, if you're buying a ring for your girlfriend, a diamond would be a better choice. Diamonds symbolize eternity. The salesperson advised Liu Fei again. No, I prefer to buy gold. Gold retains its value, while diamonds are not worth it. Liu Fei firmly declined. Besides, do you have natural diamonds here? Probably not, as diamonds are now artificially synthesized. Forget it, I'll stick to gold. Gold is valuable and retains its worth. In prosperous times, antiques are cherished, and in chaotic times, gold prevails. You've never heard of prosperous antiques and chaotic diamonds, have you? Just give me gold. I won't consider anything else. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, the salesperson ceased her attempts to persuade him to buy diamond rings. After bringing him to the gold counter, she immediately presented several styles for him to choose from. You choose. If you find one you like, just take it. Don't mind the price. I have money. I just made 50 million yesterday. If 50 million can buy a ring, that should be fine, right? After seeing the rings displayed on the counter, Liu Fei turned and smiled at Su-Han. Su-Han rolled her eyes at Liu Fei and stepped up to the counter, beginning to select diamond rings. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, the salesperson thought he might be a wealthy client, so she brought out the more expensive rings, knowing that higher prices meant greater commissions. Human nature is often self-serving. Liu Fei noticed the salesperson's subtle actions, but said nothing, as this was for his wife, and why worry about money? As a seasoned shopper, Su-Han certainly did not miss the salesperson's little maneuvers, yet neither of them paid it any mind. Moreover, Su-Han merely glanced at the rings on display without focusing on the ones the salesperson recommended. She thought, she recommends her choices and I select mine. As she began her selection, the bracelet Su-Han was wearing was a gift from Zhou Ling, so she had to consider the harmony of the two pieces of jewelry. Zhou Ling's gift was simple and elegant, lacking in excessive embellishments. Thus, Su-Han aimed for a similar style in her selection, believing that simplicity conveys grace and sophistication. Excuse me, could you bring me this one? Su-Han pointed to a ring in the display. Certainly. Upon seeing the price of that ring, which was just over 30,000, the salesperson remained silent, as her professional ethics dictated that she should not discriminate against any customer, lest she attract unnecessary trouble. Madam, the ring you have chosen is one of our featured styles, exuding simplicity and elegance. Please extend your hand, and I shall assist you in determining whether it fits. Upon hearing the sales associate's words, Su-Han extended her right hand. The sales associate promptly placed the ring on Su-Han's middle finger, but it proved slightly too small to fit comfortably. Observing this, Liu Fei interjected, do not place it on the middle finger, try the ring finger instead. The sales associate, realizing her oversight, moved the ring to Su Han's ring finger. Su Han cast Liu Fei a pointed look, yet refrained from halting the sales associate's actions. Whether it was now or later mattered little, so she allowed it to be placed. "Madam, it fits perfectly," the sales associate beamed as she secured the ring. "I shall take this one. I quite adore it," Su Han replied without hesitation. "Oh, are you not inclined to browse further? This particular piece." Liu Fei's words trailed off, hinting that the ring's value might not correspond with her status. "Yes, this one will suffice. I truly like it." "What? Are you reluctant to spend?" No, not at all. I merely fear you may regret your choice." "What is there to regret? It is a gift from you. After all, this one it shall be," Su Han affirmed to Liu Fei. "Very well, then, this shall be the one. Let us have it wrapped and the bill prepared." Liu Fei instructed the sales associate. "Certainly, sir, please hold on a moment." The sales associate turned to the counter to prepare the invoice. Although she had not met her initial sales target, a transaction exceeding 30,000 yuan was still commendable, and she would receive a commission, which was preferable to leaving empty-handed. "Sir, how would you like to pay? Via QR code or card?" "QR code." "All right, sir, this way, please." The sales associate guided Liu Fei to the counter, where they confirmed the ring's design and certificate, ensuring it was indeed the one Su Han had chosen before Liu Fei completed the payment. However, after settling the bill, Liu Fei unexpectedly knelt on one knee, performing a gesture of proposal towards Su Han. During the payment process, the sales associate had removed the ring for verification, transferring it from Su Han's hand to her own, and ultimately to Liu Fei's after the transaction was completed. As Liu Fei knelt, he refrained from any extravagant gestures and simply stated, "My princess, please wear your ring." Initially, Su Han felt a surge of anxiety amidst the onlookers, fearing the embarrassment of either accepting or declining his proposal. Yet upon hearing Liu Fei's words, she comprehended his intent. He merely wished for her to put on the ring. Extending his right hand, Liu Fei delicately placed the ring upon Su Han's finger. The other salespeople in the store, however, perceived the event differently. Upon witnessing Liu Fei's gesture, they enthusiastically erupted into applause. "Kiss here! Kiss here! Kiss here!" They chanted in unison, and upon hearing these words, Su Han's cheeks flushed crimson. Liu Fei, undeterred by the commotion, leaned in and pressed a kiss to her cheek, fully aware that Su Han would not allow him to feel embarrassed in such a moment. Indeed, after the kiss, Su Han made no protest. "Thank you all, thank you," Liu Fei proclaimed, boldly taking Su Han's hand as they exited the jewelry store. "You were quite daring just now. You actually kissed me," Su Han remarked, her tone shifting as they stepped outside. "What is wrong with kissing my girlfriend? Is it forbidden?" Liu Fei retorted. "I'm ignoring you. You're so annoying," Su Han replied, stamping her foot before heading toward the parking area. "Where are you going?" Liu Fei called out after her. "Back to the office." "What else would I do? We've already bought the ring. Is there anything left to do?" "Now that we're here, let us enjoy a proper outing," he suggested. "Are you sure about that?" Su Han asked, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Sensing her gaze, Liu Fei felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, having voiced his intent, he pressed on. "Absolutely, I am certain." "Very well, let us proceed," she acquiesced. Thus, Liu Fei and Su Han embarked on their shopping excursion. Liu Fei soon grasped the meaning behind Su Han's expression. Indeed, women possess an inexhaustible energy for shopping. For 3 continuous hours, they traversed the stores without a moment's rest. Whether purchasing or en route to make a purchase, trying on clothes, or heading to the fitting rooms, Liu Fei's hands transformed from empty to laden with numerous shopping bags. The expenditures, though substantial, were manageable for him. It was the relentless vigor that truly astounded him. Do women truly possess such boundless energy for shopping? Do you never tire? Or is it merely an act? Liu Fei gasped as he reclined in a chair. "Not tired at all. Haven't you heard? Shopping is second nature to women," Su Han replied, taking a sip of her milk tea, her lips adorably pursed. All right. I shall never allow you to shop again, or rather, I shall never accompany you again. It's simply unbearable. We've barely begun. We're only halfway through," Su Han insisted, immediately tugging Liu Fei along as they resumed their shopping adventure. With no other choice, Liu Fei accompanied his girlfriend as they continued to explore them all. At one point, he placed their purchases in the car, but within an hour, his hands were once again filled with shopping bags. If it weren't for Zhang Ke's phone call to Su Han might have strolled the entire afternoon, and Liu Fei was profoundly grateful for this timely call. In the vast horizon, my love blooms beneath the endless green hills. Liu Fei's ringtone resonated. Could you please hand me my phone? It's ringing, and I have no hands free, Liu Fei called out to Su Han. Turning around, Su Han retrieved Liu Fei's phone from his pocket, noticing it was an unfamiliar number. Please answer it. Do I look like I have hands? Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han accepted the call. Hello, Mr. Liu. May I ask if the president is beside you? Zhang Ke inquired as soon as the call connected. I'm here. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Su Han realized they were looking for her. President, I attempted to reach you earlier, but was unsuccessful. There is an urgent matter that requires your immediate attention. Understood. I will return at once. After hanging up, Su Han promptly informed Liu Fei. We need to head back to the headquarters. It seems there's an urgent situation. With that, Su Han began walking briskly toward the parking lot. Seeing Su Han's hurried pace, Liu Fei understood that something significant had occurred at the company. So he quickly followed her to the Su Corporation. Chapter 55. Is that it? Once in the car, Liu Fei swiftly started the engine and drove rapidly toward the Su Corporation building. Throughout the journey, they maintained the utmost speed while ensuring safety. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Su Han headed straight for the president's office, while Liu Fei parked downstairs, mindful not to obstruct the road. What is going on, Zhang Ke? What urgent matter has arisen? Su Han entered the office to find Zhang Ke awaiting her. It's like this, President. Manager Chun has sent a message stating that there are concerns regarding the quality of our skin cream in the United States, leading to a ban on our products entering the American market. They have imposed sanctions on our products. Zhang Ke quickly briefed Su Han on the situation. Immediately summoned Manager Chun, Su Han commanded. Of course, President, Zhang Ke responded, hastily dialing the office phone for Chun Jing. Hello, Manager Chun, this is Zhang Ke. The president requests your presence in her office. Understood, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Chun Jing promptly made his way to Su Han's office. President, what is the status of our skin cream in the U.S. market? Su Han inquired of Chun Jing. Well, President, initially they found our product pricing excessively high, and they were quoting in our currency. However, after consulting with Mr. Liu, he suggested we switch to their currency since they deemed it too high. Upon hearing this, Su Han remarked, doesn't that mean the price will be even higher? Indeed, General Liu responded in this manner, stating that if they were to raise tariffs, they would subsequently increase prices as well. However, today we received a notification from the U.S. Department of Commerce indicating that our products failed inspection and, therefore, we are prohibited from entering the U.S. market. This is a deliberate maneuver aimed at compelling us to lower our prices. Oh, is that so? Su Han was somewhat perplexed, as the overseas business had always been reported to him solely by Chun Jing, resulting in fewer updates. Yet, since he disclosed Liu Fei's identity, he had adopted a hands-off approach, delegating all matters to Su Han and Liu Fei unless faced with critical situations. President, this is their usual tactic. They possess an audacious disregard, Chun Jing remarked with a wry smile, accustomed to such occurrences. What solutions do you propose? Do we have any plans? President, there are two options. First, we lower our prices, but the U.S. will inevitably raise our tariff rates. Second, we withdraw from the U.S. market altogether. Chun Jing presented both options to Su Han for consideration, as this issue was far too significant and beyond her decision-making authority, prompting her to urgently summon Su Han from outside. Upon hearing Chun Jing's proposals, Su Han fell into contemplation. Lowering prices seemed inappropriate, yet withdrawing from the U.S. market would mean sacrificing access to significant opportunities, a difficult concession to make. What troubles you? You appear quite distressed. What is the matter? At that moment, Liu Fei entered the room, having parked his car. General Liu, Zhang Ke and Chun Jing greeted Liu Fei. Oh, you're all here. What is the matter? Well, General Liu, it seems our skin cream may not be able to enter the U.S. market. We just received a notification from the U.S. Department of Commerce stating that our products have quality issues and some do not meet standards. Additionally, our pricing is deemed too high, leading to a prohibition on our market entry. Chen Jing reiterated the situation to Liu Fei. Isn't this their standard procedure? Liu Fei responded without much astonishment. That sounds nice, standard procedure, but how should we resolve this issue? Suaning effective. It's quite simple. If they won't allow us to enter the market, then we simply won't. Why must we insist on entering the U.S. market? The world is vast. We could explore opportunities in Europe or Africa. There are numerous markets to consider. Why hang ourselves on this one tree? However, doing so would jeopardize our interests. Chen Jing expressed her concerns. Why must our interests be guaranteed? Our current cost is 50 yuan per bottle. Is that correct? Selling it for 51 means we earn a profit of 1 yuan. In any case, if other countries decide to impose higher tariffs on us, we can simply raise our prices accordingly. Conversely, if we receive favorable terms, we can set our prices more affordably. We just need to consider the transportation costs along with our profits. As for the United States, if they prohibit us from entering their market, we will refrain from doing so. However, should we discover that distributors from other countries penetrate the U.S. market, we will halt supplies to those distributors, ensuring that only the U.S. remains devoid of our products. Once the public recognizes the quality of our offerings, the American populace will inevitably urge their government for access. Therefore, we simply need to bide our time. Are you all truly distressed over this matter? Liu Fei inquired of the 3 individuals before him, who nodded in response to his words. Well then, forget I said anything. I thought it was something of great importance. Is this all? Sigh. After expressing his thoughts, Liu Fei sighed and prepared to take a seat at his desk. Despite the nature of the issue, he felt grateful to Chen Jing, as it meant he wouldn't have to accompany Su Han for shopping, an activity not typically suited for a man. It seemed Su Han had also resolved to take action, addressing Chen Jing with determination. Let us proceed as per President Liu's instructions. Since the U.S. Department of Commerce claims our quality is subpar, we shall not enter their market. Additionally, please send our inspection reports. We must respond to the actions of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Otherwise, if we venture into other nations, they may create difficulties for us. Regarding the documentary, you can liaise with Jean Dawei. Once our documentary is released and the promotional effects are realized, the truth will be evident, and I trust that an objective judgment will be made. Liu Fei added to Chen Jing. Understood, President Liu, President Su. I will attend to this matter immediately. Chen Jing replied before exiting Su Han's office to carry out the task. President, there seems to be nothing else at the moment. I will take my leave. Zhang Ku also exited, choosing not to intrude upon Liu Fei and Su Han's private moment. At this juncture, Su Han felt an unexpected sense of idleness. Ordinarily, this time would be spent managing paperwork, yet Liu Fei had already addressed those tasks, leaving her feeling uncharacteristically free and somewhat disoriented. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Liu Fei asked with concern, noticing Su Han's restlessness. No, I'm merely unaccustomed to this. I've never felt so relaxed before. Having you here certainly has its advantages. At least the paperwork gets done swiftly. Is that so? Then I shall handle the documents for you from now on. This way, you can have an easier time merely overseeing the process. Very well, it is settled. You shall review the documents, and I shall oversee you. Su Han agreed to Liu Fei's suggestion without a moment's hesitation. This arrangement would undoubtedly alleviate her burdens, allowing him to handle the paperwork initially, and eventually, she could simply follow his lead without further review. Upon hearing Su Han's words, Liu Fei felt a twinge of disdain within. I was merely being polite. I did not expect you to genuinely agree. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, as it could lead to unnecessary discord. All right, it's decided. Please inform Zhang Ku that henceforth, he should place the documents directly on my desk. Understood. What shall we do this afternoon? We could merely gaze at each other in silence. I have no objections. Relishing the sight of beauty is indeed a pleasure, Liu Fei inquired of Su Han. What if an urgent matter arises? Being here allows us to address pressing issues, like the situation we encountered earlier, neither trivial nor monumental. But the absence of a decisive leader could pose challenges. Su Han comprehended Liu Fei's implication, which was his desire to leave work. However, if an urgent situation emerged, who would make the necessary decisions? Could you check if Uncle is around? If he is, we may leave. If not, we shall remain here, as there is little else to be done. Liu Fei proposed to Su Han. Very well. Wait here for a moment while I ascertain his presence, Su Han replied, recognizing the validity of Liu Fei's point. She too wished to return home, longing to see Shi, whom she had not seen all day yesterday. Upon entering Su He's office, Su Han found him leisurely brewing tea, seemingly unconcerned with work. Father, have you completed your task for today? I have no responsibilities today. Have you not both already handled all the documents? Indeed. So the files Zhang Ku delivered were yours? Su Han suddenly understood. Ah, the youth should take on more. I shall soon retire and return home to care for you all, he chuckled. Yet Shi is not in your care. It is Liu Fei's mother who is attending to her. You are merely being lazy. Su Han shot her father an exaggerated eye roll. I shall take my leave now. If anything urgent arises, handle it accordingly, she declared, leaving no opportunity for Su He to respond before she exited. Chapter 56. Returning home to accompany my child after leaving Su He's office, Su Han made her way directly to her own office. She intended to summon Liu Fei, and then they would depart for home. Meanwhile, Su He, momentarily taken aback by Su Han's abrupt exit, soon regained his composure, chuckling softly before returning to his tea. Regardless of the circumstances, today's tasks have been largely completed, and my daughter has already mentioned that there were merely some unexpected situations. Had there been no such occurrences, everything would have proceeded smoothly, allowing me to leave work on time. Thus, I leisurely brewed a cup of tea. Let us go home. I have already informed my father, Su Han said as he entered the office, addressing Liu Fei. All right, let us go home, Liu Fei replied, swiftly rising to his feet, grabbing his car keys. And as he passed Su Han's desk, he picked up his bag before heading downstairs to prepare for their return. Once they were in the car, Su Han instructed Liu Fei, drive a bit faster, but ensure safety first. Understood. Don't worry, Liu Fei acknowledged, pressing the accelerator as they headed towards Mingmen Tianqing. Upon arriving home, Su Han and Liu Fei opened the door to find Zhou Ling and Lu Qingyang on the carpet, watching Su Sisi play, with a cartoon airing on the television. Hearing the sound of the key in the lock, they exchanged curious glances, aware that it was not yet the time for just two people to return. Damn, Uncle Aunt, we're back, Liu Fei and Su Han announced as they entered the room. Oh, why are you two back so early? It's not yet time, Zhou Ling inquired, looking at them. The thing is, we've finished all our work for the day, and there's nothing major to attend to. Xiao Han returned late last night, and didn't he get to see Sisi? So we decided to come back a little earlier to spend some time playing with her. Liu Fei explained to Zhou Ling, while Su Han had already changed into slippers and joined Su Sisi on the carpet. Mommy, you're back? Su Sisi exclaimed with delight upon seeing Su Han. Yes, I'm back to play with Sisi, she replied. Well then, Mommy, will you help me build a castle? Daddy, you should join us too. Let us build a castle together, Su Sisi urged Liu Fei. All right, you play with Mommy first. I'll take off my shoes and join you shortly, Liu Fei responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling and Lu Qingyang exchanged glances and quietly excused themselves, aware that their presence was no longer necessary, allowing the two to engage fully with the children. Once in their room, Lu Qingyang suggested to Zhou Ling, let's go out for a stroll. Since arriving here, you Haven Tea had a chance to explore properly. We should at least check out the community and the nearby park. With the kids back, we have the time, so let us go. Go out now? What if something happens with them later? I think I'll stay home. You should go by yourself. I'm a bit uneasy, Zhou Ling replied. Is there any reason to be concerned? Can't the two of them take care of a child? Honestly, let us go. Let us hurry. We shall take a stroll. Moreover, if they're home together, they can enjoy a bit of their own world. We should create an opportunity for them, right? Are we to act as mere spectators in their lives? Lu Qingyang urged Zhou Ling. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Ling conceded that he was indeed correct, and she changed her clothes in preparation to accompany Lu Qingyang for an outing. Xiao Han, Xiao Fei, your mother and I will be stepping out for a while. You two stay home and look after the child. As Lu Qingyang stepped outside, he turned to Liu Fei and Su Han while changing his shoes. All right, Dad. You two go ahead. We'll take care of everything here, don't worry. Liu Fei replied without turning back, fully understanding his father's intentions. This was undoubtedly his father's clever way of providing them with some private time, which would surely foster their relationship. If you need anything, just give us a call. Zhou Ling added as she finished putting on her shoes, and with that, they left. However, shortly after stepping outside, Lu Qingyang returned. Liu Fei, noticing his father's return, felt a bit curious. What's wrong, Dad? Did you forget something? Son, could I possibly borrow your car for a bit? I left mine at the old house and didn't bring it along. It's a bit inconvenient now. Lu Qingyang spoke bashfully, knowing it was somewhat awkward to ask his son for a favor. Oh, I thought it was something serious. The keys are on the shelf by the door. Just take them and go. Do you remember where the car is parked? Yes, I saw it downstairs just now. All right then, just drive safely. Got it. After taking the keys, Lu Qingyang promptly left again. It seems I should consider buying Dad a car. It will be inconvenient for him to run errands otherwise. That's a good idea. What kind of car do you think he'd like? Perhaps I could lend him one from my garage. Su Han replied without looking back, as she was busy helping Su Cece build blocks. No, your cars are too luxurious. He wouldn't want to drive those. A car around 100,000 would suffice. I could just take him to the dealership for a Volkswagen. A Volkswagen? Is that acceptable? Isn't it a bit too understated? No, let us get him an Audi like yours. It has a certain prestige, doesn't it? Liu Fei pondered Su Han's suggestion and found it quite reasonable. All right then, we'll head to the Audi dealership later and pick one out for him. After responding to Su Han, Liu Fei resumed playing with Su Cece. What are you doing taking the child's car? Zhou Ling chided Lu Qingyang upon seeing him approach with the car keys. What do you understand? Once we drove away, they were left unable to venture out, thus resigning themselves to tending to the children at home. She would likely soon succumb to slumber, and once she drifted off, wouldn't that present an opportunity for them? Wouldn't your second child soon follow? Upon recalling Lu Qingyang's words, Zhou Ling appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Let us hurry, we must take the car away. Once inside the vehicle, Lu Qingyang caressed the steering wheel and interior of Liu Fei's car. An Audi truly surpasses my old Volkswagen. The comfort is incomparable. Look at these genuine leather seats. What a delightful sensation. How I wish I could possess such a car. Lu Qingyang remarked, a hint of envy and nostalgia in her tone. What do you need a car for? This belongs to your son. If you desire a vehicle, you ought to purchase one yourself and strive for it. Coveting your son's possessions serves no purpose and only highlights your own ineptitude. Now let us go. We mustn't linger here and embarrass ourselves. Zhou Ling chastised Lu Qingyang without reservation. Lu Qingyang merely smiled awkwardly in response, and they proceeded to drive away. However, Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling's plans were destined to fail. While Liu Fei and Su Han's relationship had indeed deepened during their time building blocks with Su Shishi, leading to moments of physical closeness, today, Su Shishi had not taken her afternoon nap, which was a significant oversight on their part. My love is as vast as the horizon, and beneath the rolling green mountains, the flowers bloom. Liu Fei's phone rang, revealing a call from his mother, Zhou Ling. Hello, Mom, he answered. Son, your father and I will not be returning for dinner tonight. We are out and about. We've arrived at the mall, so you two will need to manage on your own. Also, we will be back quite late, Zhou Ling said meaningfully to Liu Fei. Upon hearing his mother's words, Liu Fei stole an awkward glance at Su Han, whose face flushed crimson as his phone was on speaker. Both were left to interpret Zhou Ling's insinuations. It was clear that neither had yet breached that final barrier of unspoken understanding. Nana, will you be back? Remember to bring back treats for Shishi. Su Shishi chimed in on the call. Yes, we will definitely bring delicious snacks for Shishi. For now, I must hang up, Zhou Ling concluded before disconnecting. My mom didn't mean anything by that. Please don't misunderstand, Liu Fei hurriedly explained to Su Han. Yet, his clarification only made her blush deeper. No, it's nothing, she replied shyly. After that, both chose to dismiss the incident and resumed their playtime with Su Shishi. It must be said, Su Shishi was exceptionally spirited today, having not taken a nap at all. She will surely sleep in tomorrow, she hasn't rested all day, especially since she stayed up so late. Su-han glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. Yet Su Cece showed no inclination to retire for the night. Consequently, she understood that Su Cece would likely stay up late tonight and awaken even later tomorrow. Well, it's fine. Why not let Cece stay here tonight? My mother can look after her. This way, it won't hinder our work tomorrow, and she can wake up at her leisure, as there will be someone to care for her. What do you think? Yes, that sounds good. But I'll need to lull her to sleep before I leave. Otherwise, she will surely follow me. No worries. Just soothe her to sleep, and then you can depart. Chapter 57. Overnight stay until Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling returned, Su Cece remained awake. However, less than half an hour after their arrival, she finally succumbed to slumber, which left the four of them feeling rather helpless. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. One cannot be stern with a child. Mum, Cece stayed up quite late today, and she didn't nap after you left. She probably didn't sleep much in the morning either. I suspect she will wake up very late tomorrow. She should sleep with you tonight. Liu Fei relayed the discussion he had just had with Su-han to Zhou Ling, who readily agreed, recognizing that such matters were not up for negotiation. At that moment, Su-han's phone rang, and upon checking, she saw it was a call from Su-he. Hello, Dad. Hello. Xiao-han, I need to inform you that I am about to leave for a business trip out of town and want to be back tonight. I may not return for several days. Dad, where are you going on this trip? What is it for? Upon hearing Su-he was going on a business trip, Su-hang immediately inquired, and Liu Fei, Lu Qingyang, and Zhou Ling turned their attention to her. Oh, it's nothing significant, just a chance to unwind and inspect various companies. As for the Group S business, you two can handle it. I'll hang up now. I'm departing tonight. Everything is packed, and Uncle Fu has already taken care of my things. That's it. Goodbye. Without hesitation, Su-he ended the call, leaving Su-han feeling somewhat speechless. What happened? Is everything all right? Liu Fei asked Su-han. Oh, nothing much. My dad is going on a business trip for about 4 or 5 days. He claims it's a business trip, but really, he is just off to take a break. Now that he sees the company is in our hands, he has decided to relinquish control. Well, that is unfortunate, Liu Fei replied resignedly. Let us go. I'll drive you there, Liu Fei said to Su-han as he began to change his shoes. Okay. Su-han also changed her shoes, and the two of them headed out. Wife, do you think our son will come home tonight? Or will he sneak out? Lu Qingyang hinted. I don't know, but we should refrain from prying into such matters. Let us pretend we're oblivious. The two children are surely too shy to face us. Otherwise, if we talk any further, we might inadvertently hinder their actions, which would indeed be troublesome. Let us act as if we are oblivious to this matter, understood? Rest assured, Lu Qingyang assured Zhou Ling. Once Liu Fei stepped outside, he immediately glanced around and, finding no one in sight, grasped Su-han's hand. Startled by Liu Fei's sudden gesture, Su-han nonetheless allowed him to hold her hand. Let us take a stroll. Your father won't be home today, and we can enjoy the scenery around the neighborhood, Liu Fei said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. All right, let us go, Su-han replied simply, as though she were already partially aware of what was to come. At that moment, Liu Fei felt a surge of anxiety, yet the two continued to wander hand in hand through the community. You know, this is the first time I've held a girl's hand like this in our neighborhood, especially at this time and in this setting, Liu Fei remarked, smiling at Su-han. Oh, pray tell, how many young ladies have you used that line on? Besides, you already have a fiancé. It can't be that desperate, can it? It's true. Although I have a fiancé, we've shared experiences typical of couples like watching movies and dining together, but other activities such as evening strolls have not occurred. Besides, there is no need for deceit, right? Su-han pondered Liu Fei's words, but remained skeptical. They say a man's words are often deceptive. How can I trust that you haven't misled me? Well, believe what you wish. However, I can withstand the test of time, or you are welcome to scrutinize me. By the way, when can we obtain our marriage certificate? Liu Fei broached the subject again. Why are we discussing this again? Haven't I made it clear? You must propose first. How can we marry without a proposal? Didn't I already propose at the jewelry store today? You are already wearing my ring. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-han's expression soured. Do you truly understand a girl's heart? Is that how you propose? Would you be content if someone else proposed to Cece in such a manner? That would be out of the question. If any scoundrel dared to propose to Cece like that, I would break his legs. Aren't you afraid that my father would break your legs instead? Su-han retorted, leaving Liu Fei momentarily speechless. All right, I promise to give you a grand wedding. Rest assured, the proposal will also be spectacular. Very well, I will hold you to that. If it's not grand, I shall never agree. In that case, we might as well live our lives like this. Honestly, that wouldn't be so bad. After Su-han finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to skip ahead, utterly captivating Liu Fei, who promptly followed suit. As they meandered along, they eventually settled onto a nearby bench. Are you truly going to buy your uncle a car? If it's too much, why not just give him yours? You can always drive another one from the garage. There's no need to waste money, although we aren't particularly short on funds, Liu Fei suggested. Of course, I will buy him a car. Besides, how could I possibly use one from your garage? This is a matter of a son's dignity, you know? However, if you're offering to give, I wouldn't mind, but the condition is that our statuses must remain distinct. What status? Well, it would certainly be as a future daughter-in-law offering the gift, while I, of course, would be purchasing it as a son. The significance is quite different. Liu Fei explained to Su-han. Very well, do as you wish, she replied. Let's head back, Su-han declared, rising to her feet and setting off toward her home. All right, Liu Fei echoed, accompanying her in the direction of home. I've arrived, Su-han announced at her doorstep half an hour later. You should head back. It's just next door, she added. Will you be all right alone tonight? Perhaps I should stay with you for protection, Liu Fei suggested hesitantly. Upon hearing his words, Su-han burst into laughter. Are you certain? Is it really protection you seek? Or do you have other intentions? Could there be other intentions? Absolutely not. Su-han promptly quashed his thoughts. However, if you wish to stay over tonight, you may come in, she added, shifting the conversation and opening the door, much to Liu Fei's excitement, who eagerly followed her inside. I'll go take a shower first. Make yourself comfortable, Su-han said, gathering her personal toiletries before heading off to bathe. Yet, as she washed, she felt a twinge of unease. Despite the spaciousness of the house, sleeping alone still unnerved her. Of course, if Liu Fei were to stay the night, she harbored no ulterior motives. Either he would sleep on the sofa, or he could take the floor, as sharing the bed was out of the question. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was brimming with excitement at the prospect of spending time alone with Su-han. How could anyone not feel exhilarated? When Su-han emerged from her shower, clad in her sleepwear, she asked, Do you want to wash up? There are clean towels and toiletries available. Feel free to use them. Yes. I'm going to wash up, Liu Fei replied without a moment's hesitation, grabbing the items and hastening to the bathroom. He returned in under 2 minutes, while Su-han began applying some skincare products. Furthermore, there exists the matter of skin cream, considering that the stretch marks on my abdomen have yet to fully recover. Have you finished washing? Su-han inquired incredulously, gazing at Liu Fei. Indeed, I have finished. You just went in, and now you're already out? Yes. Men generally bathe rather swiftly. There is no need for alarm or astonishment. By the way, where shall I sleep tonight? Liu Fei was unconcerned with the speed of his shower. His primary interest lay in where he would rest that evening. Where would you like to sleep? Su-han, in an unusual turn of demeanor, sought to tease Liu Fei. I wish to sleep on the bed. Very well. My father's bed has just become available. You may take it. What do you mean by Otherwise, you could sleep on the sofa. It is quite comfortable. I have rested there before. Could we perhaps change rooms? To where? Naturally. Liu Fei's sentence trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. That is permissible, but you may only sleep atop it. The choice is yours. I shall sleep on the floor if need be. At least we will be together. At that moment, Liu Fei was beyond caring about anything else. Merely gaining entry into the room was a monumental step, and he dared not ask for more. All right, you may go to the adjacent room to fetch blankets and then prepare your sleeping area on the floor. Su-han cast a sidelong glance at Liu Fei, surprised that he would willingly sleep on the ground just to be in her room, a miscalculation on her part. All right then, Liu Fei, brimming with excitement, proceeded to the nearby room to gather blankets, then began to arrange his sleeping area in Su-han's room. Place your bedding at the foot of the bed. Su-han instructed Liu Fei. You should situate it in the hallway. What if you need to get up at night? It will be unfortunate to step on you. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Liu Fei, upon hearing Su Han's words, had no choice but to adjust the position of his bedding accordingly. Nevertheless, the events of this evening had indeed fulfilled Liu Fei's desires, as that night, thunder and rain began to pour. Boom, boom. As Liu Fei had just laid out his bedding, the distant rumble of thunder echoed outside. It is raining and thundering. Chapter 58. Su Han's fear of thunder. All right. Let us retire for the night. The thunder is booming, and we must hurry to sleep. Upon hearing Liu Fei mention the thunderstorm, Su Han had already perceived the sound of thunder. However, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke to Liu Fei, and despite her efforts to conceal her fear, it seemed Liu Fei had discerned her apprehension. Indeed, Su Han was frightened by the sound of thunder. What troubles you? It is merely thunder. Are you truly afraid? No. No, let us sleep quickly. After responding to Liu Fei, Su Han promptly covered herself with the blanket, adopting a posture indicative of sleep, and began to close her eyes. Observing Su Han's demeanor, Liu Fei could only shake his head in resignation. After all, she was unwilling to speak further, and he could hardly press the matter. Then, I shall turn off the lights. Su Han offered no reply, prompting Liu Fei to extinguish the light and then lie down. However, Su Han's room was equipped with a small night light, for when Su Cece slept beside her, the night could become somewhat tumultuous. Thus, a gentle glow would be rather comforting. This evening, owing to the rain, the room was not overly warm, prompting them to forego the air conditioning in favor of opening the windows. Liu Fei relished the ambience, the rain pouring steadily, the thunder rumbling, creating a poetic atmosphere. Yet, Su Han, nestled in bed, found herself unable to drift into slumber. It was not merely the presence of Liu Fei beside her that troubled her, but rather the thunderclaps that sent tremors through her. In her childhood, when Suhi was away on business, Su Han would be left alone at home, and the thunder would frighten her deeply, a fear that lingered into her adulthood. With Su Cece by her side, she felt a modicum of comfort, but in her absence, the fear resurfaced. Listening to the rain, Liu Fei pondered silently, resting his head on his hands while gazing vacantly at the ceiling. He was not the paragon of virtue, with such a stunning beauty beside him. He could not help but entertain certain thoughts. However, he understood the need to restrain himself. Otherwise, Su Han would not forgive him come morning. Are you asleep? After a lengthy wait, Su Han still found herself awake, as the rain only intensified. Not yet. Why? Why are you still awake? With such a beautiful woman lying beside me, how could I possibly sleep? Liu Fei replied with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing his words, Su Han contemplated for a moment and acknowledged the truth in them. Yet, a flicker of delight surged within her. At least he was complimenting her figure, which was preferable to disdain. Why are you still awake? It seems rather late. Liu Fei glanced at the clock, realizing it was merely 10:30. I can't sleep. I've been afraid of thunder since childhood. Ah, you're afraid of thunder? Liu Fei sat up abruptly, turning his gaze towards the bed. He noticed Su Han trembling slightly, genuinely terrified of the thunder. Liu Fei found himself in a dilemma. He longed to embrace her, yet without an explicit invitation. He feared being deemed inappropriate. However, perhaps the heavens were attuned to Liu Fei's thoughts, for at that moment, a resounding clap of thunder erupted. Ah! Suan, startled by the thunder, leapt up and swiftly dashed to Liu Fei's side, clinging to him tightly, inadvertently knocking him to the ground. Her sudden movement left Liu Fei momentarily stunned. Yet, sensing her trembling form in his arms, he wrapped her securely in his embrace, gently soothing her. Do not fear. Do not fear. I am here. I am here. Now, close your eyes and sleep. At this moment, Liu Fei evidently harbored no thoughts other than the singular desire for the person in his embrace to fall asleep promptly. Perhaps Liu Fei's soothing presence had a calming effect, or it might be that Su Han discovered a sense of belonging. As Liu Fei gently caressed her, Su Han's breathing gradually stabilized. Liu Fei realized she had succumbed to slumber. However, in his current position, he dared not move, fearing that the slightest motion might rouse Su Han, which would be rather undesirable. Thus, he remained in that posture, while he observed Su Han, for this was the first time he had been able to study her so closely while fully conscious. As strands of her hair brushed against her delicate features, Liu Fei's gaze lingered on her enchanting lips, and a thought crossed his mind. If I were to steal a kiss, she likely wouldn't notice. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned his head and discreetly pressed his lips against hers. Previously, during their kneeling moment in the jewelry store, he had only kissed her cheek, and she had remained silent. But this time was different, for he had kissed her mouth. Fortunately for him, Su-han was deeply asleep and wholly unaware. After the kiss, she instinctively licked her moist lips, as if cleaning something, an action that stirred Liu Fei's heart with a delightful thrill. Yet, he understood that there was nothing more he could do at that moment, so he resigned himself to Su-han's embrace. Thus, by the grace of fate, Liu Fei and Su-han found themselves sleeping together. During this time, Liu Fei noted a peculiar habit of Su-han's. She had a penchant for clinging to him and rubbing against him, a motion that he found rather intolerable. Consequently, he spent the entire night without rest. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the rain ceased, though one might wonder how Liu Fei knew this. He had been wide awake throughout the night. When dawn broke around 5, Su-han awakened, her first sight being Liu Fei's face. However, Liu Fei maintained a composed demeanor, not meeting her gaze but instead looking upwards. As Su-han stirred slightly, Liu Fei sensed her movement and immediately turned his attention to her. "You're awake?" he inquired. Su-han replied with a gentle nod. Yet she remained entwined around him like an octopus, unwilling to release her hold. Yesterday, when she had leapt from the bed and embraced Liu Fei, she had been fully aware of her actions. Hence, she was psychologically prepared for the events that had transpired the previous night. It's still early. Shall we not sleep a little longer? Besides, the rain seems to have stopped and the thunder has ceased. No need. I'm already awake, Su-han responded, tightening her embrace around Liu Fei once more. What's the matter? Liu Fei asked, puzzled by the increasing pressure of her hold. Shouldn't she be getting up now that she was awake? Why was she holding him even tighter? Be quiet, close your eyes, and do not speak. Su-han commanded Liu Fei, who, unable to refuse, complied and closed his eyes. Although his eyes were shut, his heart remained open, for Su-han's head rested upon Liu Fei's shoulder, and he could feel the warmth of Su-han's breath. Initially, Liu Fei found the situation somewhat disconcerting, but gradually he settled into a tranquil state, quietly relishing the beauty of the moment. This serene ambience was abruptly shattered by the blaring alarm of his phone. Liu Fei hastily reached out to silence the ringer, only to find Su-han staring at him with wide eyes, who then bashfully suggested, "Let us sleep a little longer. Just a bit more." "No need, it's time to get up. It's already 6 o'clock, and the sun is up," Su-han replied before promptly rising from Liu Fei's side, slipping on his slippers, and heading for the bathroom. Liu Fei was left in a state of disarray, internally chastising himself. Why didn't I put my phone on silent? Why didn't I turn off the alarm? After a moment of self-reproach, he slowly got up, tidied the bedding, and returned it to its original place before starting his own morning routine. "Wasn't your car borrowed by your uncle yesterday? And was she's still asleep over there? You should drive my car today. The keys are in the drawer of the cabinet by the door. Just take one," Su-han mentioned. "All right, I'll go buy breakfast first. After we eat, we'll head to the office," Liu Fei responded before stepping out to procure the morning meal. Given that Su-han's home was devoid of provisions, Liu Fei lamented that he couldn't prepare a heartfelt breakfast as he could at his own home, where ingredients were plentiful. Once Liu Fei departed, Su-han found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He felt a profound sense of security in Liu Fei's presence. However, recalling the events of the previous night brought a flush of embarrassment to Su-han's cheeks. Half an hour later, Liu Fei returned with breakfast, arranging the plates and bowls before calling Su-han to join him. During their meal, neither spoke, both deliberately avoiding any mention of the previous night's happenings. Indeed, there was little to reminisce about, or so Su-han believed. For Liu Fei, however, that night had been wonderfully splendid, with the only shortcoming being the lack of certain occurrences. After breakfast, Liu Fei took the wheel, opting for a low-key Mercedes rather than a flashy Lamborghini, which he felt would be overly ostentatious. However, upon examining the controls of the car, he realized he was only familiar with driving the Mercedes, unable to handle anything else. Chapter 59. Announcement from the Su Group. Upon arriving at the Su Group, Liu Fei noted that Zhang Ku and the others had yet to arrive for work. So he leaned back in his office chair to rejuvenate himself. Need a coffee? Here I have some coffee. Would you like me to brew a cup for you? No. Do you have any tea leaves? Yes, there's some in my father's office. I'll fetch them for you. No need, I can go myself. By the way, what do you drink? Me? I'm fine with just water. I'm not tired. Su Han said this with a hint of guilt, as it was indeed her presence that had disrupted Liu Fei's sleep the previous night. All right, I shall prepare a cup of plain water for you later. I will go get the tea leaves first. Liu Fei stood up and headed towards Su He's room to retrieve the tea leaves. After taking out a canister of Dahong Pao, he returned to the office and brewed himself a large cup of strong tea. As for coffee, Liu Fei still found it unpalatable, too intense. He preferred the robust flavor of strong tea. After brewing a cup for himself, Liu Fei also filled a glass of plain water for Su Han and placed it on their respective desks. Once everything was set, Liu Fei awaited Zhang Ku's arrival. It was only 7:50. They were due to start work at 9 o'clock. You could still take a short nap. Would you like to rest inside for a bit? Seeing Liu Fei's fatigued demeanor, Su Han suggested. No need, I'll just recline in my chair for a moment and attend to the documents once they arrive. Liu Fei rubbed his temples and replied to Su Han. Very well, you can lie down for now. Thus, Liu Fei lay back in his chair until it was precisely 9 o'clock. At that moment, Zhang Ku knocked on the office door punctually. Come in. After opening the door, Zhang Ku addressed Su Han. President, here are the documents that require your approval today. Place them on his desk. From now on, all documents should be placed there. Do you understand? Su Han instructed Zhang Ku. Understood, President. After acknowledging Su Han, Zhang Ku placed the documents on Liu Fei's desk. Liu Fei had heard the knock and quickly tidied himself up. Upon glancing at the documents before him, a bitter smile crossed his lips, but he nonetheless picked up a pen and began to process them. However, Liu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of futility. It seemed impossible to finish. Each time he neared the bottom of a stack, Zhang Ku would invariably bring in another pile of documents for him to tackle. While the approved documents were sent to Su Han for her review and approval, if all was satisfactory, they would be executed promptly. I say, beautiful lady, how many more documents are there? Liu Fei inquired as he watched Zhang Ku bring in another batch. Mr. Liu, this is the final batch. Once you finish these, there will be no more. Of course, emergencies may arise. Very well, place them here. Let us get to work swiftly. After responding to Zhang Ku, Liu Fei immersed himself in his tasks once more. Immediately arrange a conference room and summon the heads of the departments involved with these documents for a meeting. Su Han instructed Zhang Ku. Understood, President. I will take care of it right away. After Zhang took the documents away, he began to contact the heads of various departments. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. Upon hearing Su Han's voice, Chen Jing entered. President, Manager Liu. Manager Chen, what seems to be the matter? President, we have already responded to the U.S. Department of Commerce. However, it appears they are intent on tarnishing our reputation. Should we consider issuing a statement to clarify our position? Chen Jing conveyed the situation to Su Han. Upon hearing this, Su Han furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. After all, the Su Corporation still had substantial business interests in the United States. Allowing the U.S. Department of Commerce to continue defaming them would undoubtedly hinder their future operations. Let us issue a statement announcing the complete withdrawal of the Su Corporation from the U.S. market. Furthermore, we should also disclose the unfair treatment we have received from the U.S. authorities. It is a straightforward task. While Su Han pondered, Liu Fei, without lifting his head, interjected, Manager Liu, I share the same sentiment. However, this matter exceeds my authority. Nevertheless, the President is correct. We have ceased the launch of our skincare products in the U.S. Consequently, the U.S. Department of Commerce will likely fabricate other grandiose reasons to target us. Rather than endure this, it would be wiser to take decisive action and withdraw entirely. Chen Jing expressed her agreement with Liu Fei's perspective. Although the Su Corporation might incur some losses in the short term, in the long run, this decision would prove most prudent. Very well, you may proceed with the announcement. Also, do not forget to communicate with the government departments to gauge their stance. The government is inclined to support us because I spoke with them yesterday, and they expressed agreement with our position. The only concern now is whether we can forsake such significant interests. Chun-Jing informed Su Han. Do we still have any business dealings in the U.S.? President, the business entanglements are quite extensive, particularly since we are listed in the U.S. Then let us delist and reestablish our listing in our own country. As a domestic enterprise, why should we seek to be listed elsewhere? We will proceed with our withdrawal from the U.S. market. We will liquidate any necessary assets and dispose of what we must. I firmly believe that in the end, the United States will bear the brunt of the consequences. While we may face some short-term losses, our long-term advantages are assured. At this moment, Liu Fei raised his head and addressed Chun-Jing. All right, Manager Liu, I will take action immediately. Go ahead. Understood. After Chun-Jing addressed Liu Fei, she turned her attention to Su Han, recognizing the necessity of adhering to his directives. Let us proceed according to the instructions of General Liu. Furthermore, the announcement can be disseminated directly. Understood, President. With her response secured, Chun-Jing promptly departed to attend to the matter at hand. In truth, the American market holds considerable potential for us. However, what value does it possess if the profits cannot be repatriated and there are constant grievances directed at us? It may be prudent to forego these earnings. Rest assured, they will ultimately seek our cooperation, for the United States is not governed solely by one entity. Business people, when confronted with opportunities, will invariably approach the government, particularly in the interests of the populace. Just wait and see. This situation will not result in our detriment. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Consequently, the Su Group and Hung Shao Group jointly issued an announcement. The release of this statement caught the U.S. Department of Commerce off guard. They initially intended to leverage political maneuvers to compel the Su Group's compliance, only to find that the company had opted to disengage entirely. Upon witnessing the announcement, the U.S. government felt a tinge of regret, recognizing the substantial tax revenue generated by such a large publicly listed corporation. However, domestic enterprises were somewhat relieved, as the absence of such a formidable competitor left a gap in the market that would surely be filled, which bodes well for local businesses. Nonetheless, the subsequent announcement from Hung Shao Group and Su Group ignited fervor among the domestic populace. Due to a realignment of operations, the Su Group planned to redirect a significant portion of its business domestically, thereby introducing numerous policies beneficial to the public. Furthermore, to enhance service quality, there would be an emphasis on communication with the government. In essence, the Su Group would focus on producing goods that genuinely meet the needs of the public, ensuring they are both affordable and of superior quality, certainly not surpassing the cost of foreign products. This development is advantageous for the citizens and the government alike, as it enhances public satisfaction. However, it may spell trouble for businesses, as profits that could have reached 100 may now dwindle to 50, 40, or even 30. While this reduction in earnings might seem trivial, it holds little significance for Su Han and Liu Fei at this juncture. Observing the two announcements, so he could only manage a resigned smile. These two young individuals have indeed displayed remarkable audacity, undertaking actions I had long contemplated but hesitated to execute. Su had been considering withdrawing from the American market, and these two have inadvertently solidified his resolve. As a result, the stock prices of Su Group and Hung Shao Group surged once more. After all, domestic enterprises are not fleeing, and with substantial capital remaining within the country, investors felt a renewed sense of confidence. Yet, amidst all these developments, Liu Fei appeared largely unaffected, engrossed in diligently managing emails and documents. As for Su Han, he has gone to the conference room to deliberate on the projects that still require discussion, as only through thorough examination can a decision be made. Acting hastily could result in losses for the conglomerate. Although the Su Group is currently thriving and may not be overly concerned about such losses, it is prudent to minimize any potential detriment, for money does not simply fall from the skies. At this moment, Liu Fei's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, an inexplicable smile crept across his face. Chapter 60. A friend's call. The caller was none other than Wang Bo, Liu Fei's college classmate and roommate. Liu Fei did not hesitate, promptly pressing the answer button. My friend, I saw you on the news. I don't know if it's true, but they say you're the largest shareholder of Hengxiao Group. Wait, now that Hengxiao Group is merging with Su Group. That means you are also a major shareholder of Su Group. Wang Bo, upon realizing the call was connected, wasted no time and bombarded Liu Fei with his thoughts, questions, and all his curiosities. Hold on. One at a time. What exactly do you want to ask? You've thrown so much at me. Where do I even begin? Liu Fei replied with a wry smile. Su Han, noticing Liu Fei had answered the call, looked on with curiosity. Whose call is it? You seem quite pleased. Liu Fei responded, it's my college mate, Wang Bo. We were roommates and have always gotten along well. We haven't been in touch for quite some time since graduation, though it hasn't been long, just a few days. All right then, carry on, Su Han said, returning to her tasks. Who is it? Is it Wang Dan? Wang Bo inquired. By the way, you're not being fair. You graduated and aren't working yet. And at this hour, you're still with Wang Dan. What will you do when you get married? Upon hearing a woman's voice, Wang Bo assumed it was Wang Dan. No, it's not Wang Dan. It's my current girlfriend. I've already broken up with Wang Dan. Broken up? That S for the best. That woman was rather materialistic. I didn't mention it then because I thought you wouldn't listen, but I've always felt that she wasn't right for you. When your family business was struggling, she only found faults in you. It's good that you've parted ways. Wang Bo reacted with understanding. He too felt that Liu Fei and Wang Dan were mismatched. Wang Dan's love for wealth was common knowledge, even to Liu Fei, who had been unable to resist familial arrangements. So, what is the reason for your call today? What reason? I just asked you a question. Have you not answered me yet? Are you now a shareholder of Hengxiao? No. I mean Su Group? Indeed. I am now a shareholder of the Su Group and currently employed there. Liu Fei did not conceal anything. He straightforwardly informed Wang Bo about his employment at the Su Group. There was truly nothing to hide, as it had already made the news. They had merely called to confirm the information. Well, it was only today that I saw the news, prompted by a notification on my phone. I never expected that a significant tycoon was hidden in our dormitory. No way. You must treat us to dinner tonight. All right. If a meal is in order, where shall we go? Of course, to our usual spot. I must tell you, our usual place has introduced several new specialties. With a broad smile, Wang Bo spoke to Liu Fei, who was well aware of the usual spot, an outdoor stall behind Greenvine University that specializes in skewers. They often frequented this place, savoring skewers while commenting on the female students and beauties passing by, relishing the moments. Sure, no problem. I hope you don't mind if I bring someone along. After Liu Fei finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Su Han. Let me introduce you to someone. Who? Who are you introducing? Is there someone else you wish to meet? My girlfriend, my current girlfriend. Liu Fei spoke these words with immense happiness. You are quite something. Moving on so quickly after a breakup. Wang Bo was equally astonished. When we graduated, Wang Dan initiated the breakup. It wasn't due to my actions. Moreover, I cannot really discuss the details now. Let us talk when we meet, all right? Very well. See you at our usual spot at 7 tonight. All right, see you at 7. After that, Liu Fei and Wang Bo ended the call. Liu Fei placed the phone on the table, shook his head, and resumed his tasks. In truth, he felt no surprise at Wang Bo's call. However, he was somewhat taken aback that Wang Bo expected him to treat him to dinner at their usual place. Logically, one would assume that upon discovering newfound wealth, one would indulge in a lavish meal. Yet Wang Bo still wished for a meal at their familiar haunt. Nevertheless, 4 years of college camaraderie cannot be overshadowed by monetary considerations. So, are you going out tonight? Yes, there's a gathering. You should come along. I've already promised them. Liu Fei made his request to Su Han. Don't misunderstand. It's just one college friend, not many people, and it will conclude swiftly. Besides, it's merely a chance for us to chat and catch up. If there's any ulterior motive, it might be to enjoy some drinks. And you could drive us back. Liu Fei shared his thoughts with Su Han. All right then, let us go tonight. I'll agree to it. Upon hearing it was a gathering with his college friend, Su Han felt a bit curious to see what kind of friend he was. Wang Bo, what are you doing over there? Why aren't you hurrying to work? Have you been on the phone for so long? Wang Bo's supervisor, Ma Fei, reprimanded him. Due to Wang Bo's current status as an intern, he has yet to secure a permanent position, and he cherishes this opportunity immensely. He is careful to be accommodating towards his supervisor to avoid offending him, as failing to secure a permanent role would lead to significant complications. The company Wang Bo is what can be considered a decent enterprise. While it may only be of moderate standing, it is a commendable position for him, especially given the current challenging employment landscape. All right, Supervisor Ma, I'm on my way, Wang Bo said, his expression apologetic as he hurriedly responded to a friend's urgent call. I'm so sorry, I'll be right there. He quickly returned to his workstation to resume his tasks. As an intern, he understood the necessity of prioritizing work over personal matters during office hours. Today, I'm deducting 50 from your pay, Supervisor Ma remarked. Yes, my apologies, Supervisor Ma. Please forgive my oversight, Wang Bo replied, trying to appease him. I understand, I'll focus on my work. My application for a permanent position is still pending with you. Correct? Please remember that my transition to a permanent role is in your hands. Perform well. After delivering this admonition, Ma turned and walked away. Upon seeing Ma's departure, Wang Bo discreetly expressed his disdain. What a person, he muttered to himself, lamenting the loss of 50 yuan that he had worked hard to earn. The others around him remained silent, feeling sympathy for Wang Bo in their hearts. However, they too had endured similar experiences, with family responsibilities weighing heavily on them. They could only endure Ma's exploitation, for finding employment was exceedingly difficult at present. After resolving his matters, Liu Fei retreated to catch up on sleep, as he needed to be alert for dinner later that evening. Meanwhile, Su Han attended a meeting. Wang Bo completed his tasks for the day and, having sent the proposal to Ma, began to gather his belongings to leave. This proposal is inadequate. Stay late tonight to revise it, Ma stated upon receiving Wang Bo's submission. He did not even open the document before sending back a message along with 3 additional proposals for Wang Bo to amend. Seeing Ma's response, Wang Bo's face paled. Supervisor Ma, I have prior commitments this evening. Would it be acceptable for me to revise at home? No, you must finish it before leaving. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your chances of securing a permanent position, would you? Ma threatened. That is not the case, Supervisor. I genuinely have matters to attend to this evening, Wang Bo insisted. What could possibly be more important than your work? These 3 proposals are urgently needed by the clients. So hurry and make the revisions. After sending this message, Ma ignored Wang Bo, packing his belongings to leave for the day. Brother, I truly empathize with your situation. If any other opportunities arise, consider leaving, one colleague advised. It is evident that Manager Ma harbors some discontent towards you. Wang Yonggang remarked to Wang Bo from the adjacent workstation, though they all have traversed similar paths. After all, Manager Ma possesses the authority to endorse the application for regularization. Infuriated, Wang Bo retorted, gathering his belongings and preparing to leave, for he had made plans with Liu Fei that evening. To renege on such an arrangement would be rather inappropriate, especially since it had been quite some time since they last gathered. As for this job, Wang Bo had resolved to abandon it. The relentless toil yielded a meager salary, and the prospect of regularization seemed to be a mere obstacle. Furthermore, he could no longer tolerate Manager Ma's conduct. Wang Bo, do not act impulsively, Wang Yonggang cautioned him. Impulsive or not, I am leaving now. Let it be as it may, Wang Bo declared, turning on his heel and departing. The others, witnessing Wang Bo's exit, silently admired his boldness before resuming their work. Unlike him, who could afford to leave without concern for others, they were bound to endure Manager Ma's exploitation in silence. Chapter 61. Do you need assistance? At 6 o'clock, Su Han roused Liu Fei from his slumber. Awake now? Haven't you rested enough? It is time for us to leave. It is already 6. Su Han announced as he entered the room. Is it already 6? Very well. Let us go. I need to wash my face, Liu Fei replied, rising from his bed and approaching the basin to splash water on his face, invigorating himself. Let us depart. All right, let's go. Subsequently, Liu Fei and Su Han exited the office. However, some employees at Su Group were still working overtime. Although the company encouraged extra hours, they compensated generously, fostering a willing spirit among the staff. In contrast, the situation for Wang Bo was entirely different. His overtime was obligatory, leaving him with no choice but to comply. The disparity was stark. Once seated in the car, Liu Fei started the engine and drove towards the designated location for their hot pot gathering, arriving at 6:30. At this hour, the students had already vacated, resulting in a lull in business as the primary clientele had departed. Boss, you're back. The owner of the hot pot restaurant greeted Liu Fei warmly upon his arrival. And who is this? Oh, this is my girlfriend. Please, have a seat over there while I place our order. I believe Wang Bo will arrive shortly, Liu Fei said to Su-han. All right. Su-han found a spot and settled in. He did not express any discontent regarding the environment. Having attended university, he was no stranger to street food and held no disdain for such establishments. You have done well. Have you really found a new girlfriend? The hot pot owner whispered to Liu Fei. Another person rejected me due to my lack of wealth. It seems improbable, considering the appearance of your current girlfriend. Her standards must be quite high. Oh, come now. Can there not be true love in your words? However, I must admit, your girlfriend is truly remarkable. She shows no disdain for our humble establishment. My previous girlfriend, on the other hand, always wore a face of contempt whenever she visited. Now, that statement of yours is rather unfounded. Do you truly lack confidence in your own place? I find it quite pleasant, affordably priced with decent flavors, and maintaining a clean and hygienic environment that brings joy and peace of mind to diners. Liu Fei promptly corrected the owner of the skewer shop, though he did not contest the observation regarding Wang Dan's demeanor. Each time they visited, Wang Dan would express her dissatisfaction, even going so far as to wipe down the chair multiple times before sitting down, which made the owner quite uncomfortable. Had Liu Fei not been a regular, one might suspect that Wang Dan would not have been welcomed at all. As per usual, let's take a look at the menu first. By the way, is there barbecue available? If so, I would like some lamb skewers, Liu Fei said to the owner. Certainly, please have a seat. I will bring it out shortly. Is it just the two of you today? There's another friend on the way, Wang Bo. You know him. Also a box of beer chilled, please. All right, take a seat for now. After concluding the conversation, Liu Fei sat next to Su-han. How do you find this place? Quite nice, with a vibrant atmosphere. Oh, I thought you might disapprove of it. However, the flavors here are indeed commendable, and the cleanliness is up to par. The owner is quite earnest. He has been in this business for around 20 years. He is my schoolmate. After graduating from Greenvine University, he has dedicated himself to this skewer shop. Liu Fei smiled to Su-han, appreciating her perspective. Oh, there's a story behind that. Indeed, this is why the owner places such emphasis on hygiene. He does not wish to tarnish his reputation. Just as Liu Fei was about to say more, he heard Wang Bo's voice. Feezy. Wang Bo's call was somewhat awkward, but Liu Fei recognized this as Wang Bo's unique way of addressing him. I'm here. Liu Fei stood and waved to Wang Bo coming. Just let me park my scooter, Wang Bo said as he began to secure his small electric vehicle. Unlike Liu Fei, he could not afford a car and remained a struggling youth. Who is this? Wang Bo inquired as he approached Liu Fei. This is my girlfriend, Su-han. Why does that name sound so familiar? Wang Bo pondered, stroking his chin. You would see happen to be Su at that moment. Wang Bo recalled who Su-han was. Liu Fei made a gesture to Wang Bo, indicating a light-hearted acknowledgement. Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Bo, slightly takenebak, edrisuan. After speaking, he extended his hand. Hello. Su-han shook his hand, smiling as he responded. Please take a seat. Why did you arrive so late? Well, I came straight here after work. But the traffic was atrocious. Even at the fastest speed, I couldn't have beaten you here, Wang Bo replied. What are you doing now? I'm working as a designer at a company. The job market is tough, and our major ISNT particularly useful. Fortunately, I had some interest during university, and my design skills are decent. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss, Wang Bo said as he plopped down onto a chair, addressing Liu Fei. Just as Liu Fei was about to respond, Wang Bo's phone rang. He pulled it out, noticing it was a call from Ma Fei. Hold on a moment. My supervisor is calling, he said. Upon answering, he was met with Ma Fei's furious voice. Wang Bo, where have you been? Didn't I instruct you to work overtime? The client needs the proposal now. Hurry back to make revisions. Though Ma Fei had already returned home, he had forgotten something and returned to the office only to find Wang Bo absent from his desk. After inquiring with a nearby colleague, he learned that Wang Bo had left for the day, which incensed him, making him feel that Wang Bo had disregarded his instructions. In truth, the client had not requested the proposal. Ma Fei merely sought to exert pressure on Wang Bo ever since Wang Bo joined the company. He had been somewhat oblivious. failing to take Ma Fei out for meals or offer gifts, leaving Ma Fei feeling slighted. Typically, when individuals recognize this position, they would seek to ingratiate themselves. Yet Wang Bo did not, which left Ma Fei feeling uncomfortable and as though his authority had been undermined. Manager Ma, I have already informed you that I have a particularly urgent matter tonight, so I won't be able to work overtime. Would it be acceptable if I revised the proposal after I finish my tasks at home? Wang Bo replied, sensing the awkwardness of the situation as he glanced at Su Han and Liu Fei. Turning away slightly, he spoke softly. However, Liu Fei and Su Han had overheard the outburst on the phone, yet, recognizing it was Wang Bo's personal affair, they hesitated to intervene. You will return immediately. If you refuse, once your probationary period ends, be prepared to depart. Ma Fei continued his threats. Seriously, Ma Fei, do you really think so highly of yourself? Whether you sign or not is your concern. I won't be at your beck and call any longer, Wang Bo retorted, feeling increasingly infuriated. After attempting to reason with Ma Fei to no avail, he abruptly hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, Ma Fei's face flushed with anger. Fine, Wang Bo. Since you don't cherish this opportunity, I regret to inform you that I will not be signing your application for permanent status. After Wang Bo placed his phone on the table, he sheepishly addressed Liu Fei and Su Han, apologizing, I'm sorry. What is the matter? Is it work-related? Oh, it's our supervisor. I feel as though he has been making things difficult for me. But never mind. I'm not inclined to cater to him any longer. Whatever happens today, nothing can stop us from enjoying our meal. Wang Bo replied nonchalantly. Work is just that. If it's agreeable, then it's fine. If not, one can always seek other opportunities. Do you need my assistance? Not at all. I feel rather embarrassed to ask for help with such trivial matters. If worst comes to worst, I'll just look for another job. Wang Bo continued to express his indifference, genuinely not wanting to trouble Liu Fei further, as it felt too awkward. All right then. If you need anything, just give me a call. Su Group still has many openings, and with your qualifications, you should be able to secure a position. I can certainly recommend you. But beyond that, you'll have to rely on your own merits, right? Really, no need, Fei Zi. If I require assistance in the future, I'll reach out. But at least for now, it's unnecessary. I've long been dissatisfied with our supervisor. Just then, the owner of the skewer restaurant called out, Lamb skewers are here, along with your skewers. Beer will be served shortly. After placing the food on the table, he turned to fetch the beer. Upon returning, he set down the bottle opener and cups. If you need anything, just call me. Then, he went back to his tasks. Come on, Fei Zi. Let us have a drink. It's been ages since I've had one. Ever since I started working, I've been exploited daily with scarcely any personal space. This is the perfect opportunity to unwind. After saying this, Wang Bo promptly opened 2 bottles of beer, pouring a glass for Liu Fei and one for himself. Sister-in-law, what will you drink? Me? Don't mind me. You all drink. Boss, bring me a bottle of juice. Liu Fei shouted to the owner of the skewer restaurant. Drink juice then. All right. Chapter 62. Assisting Wang Bo, Liu Fei called out to the restaurant owner, and shortly after, the juice was brought to them. Ah, Fei Zi, you know my interests aren't in finance or design. My true passion lies in cinematography. If it weren't for my family's opinions, I would have likely pursued a career as a freelancer. Cinematography is wonderful. I assent it. After taking a sip of his drink, Wang Bo expressed his helplessness to Liu Fei. Indeed, this was the case. He had initially intended to study media, but succumbed to familial pressure and enrolled in finance. However, with the current state of the financial market, job opportunities were scarce. Wang Bo had also considered seeking work in photography, but such positions often demanded high qualifications. And as someone without formal training, he found it challenging to secure a role. Liu Fei nodded in agreement with Wang Bo, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, during their university days, Liu Fei had heard Wang Bo discuss this very issue. It's all right. If it truly becomes unmanageable, you can join my Su Group. I trust your capabilities and personal standards. No, I wish to rely on myself. I aspire to carve out my own niche. At the very least, I cannot allow my family to perceive me as an unlearned idler, right? I must prove myself to them. Just then, Liu Fei's phone rang. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are in bloom. Fei Zi, you're still using that ringtone? You've had it for 4 years. Aren't you tired of it? Wang Bo inquired, recognizing the familiar sound that had accompanied them for 4 years. Of course. They are my idols. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used this ringtone for so long. I need to take this call. Liu Fei replied to Wang Bo before answering the phone, noticing it was a call from Zhang Dawei, indicating an urgent matter. Hello, Director Liu. This is Zhang Dawei. What is it? Is something amiss? Well, Director Liu, our photographer is facing a family emergency. His mother has been hospitalized, and now our photography team is short one photographer. Zhang Dawei relayed anxiously, having never anticipated such a critical setback. Though he wished to find a solution, time was of the essence, and recruiting a new photographer might be too late. Moreover, sourcing from another team could involve price hikes, which he could not authorize. Thus, he sought Liu Fei's guidance on how to proceed. What unfortunate timing! Liu Fei's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, such circumstances were frustrating. There's nothing we can do, Director Liu. I've tried to persuade him to stay, but it seems futile. We can't possibly prevent someone from fulfilling their filial duties. Zhang Dawei remarked with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei contemplated the situation and realized the truth in Zhang Dawei's words. Is there a backup plan? We could seek another team for the shoot, though it may incur additional costs. Alternatively, we could hire a new photographer, but that might be too late since we start shooting tomorrow. Very well, I understand. I will get back to you shortly. Liu Fei concluded the call, having realized that the photographer he needed was right in front of him, dining and drinking together. What is the matter? What happened? Su Han inquired, noting the displeasure in Liu Fei's tone. The lead photographer has suddenly taken leave due to his mother's illness, and Zhang Dawei called to discuss our options. Couldn't we simply hire another? The personnel department replied that there might not be enough time, as the shooting is scheduled to commence tomorrow. Is it truly that urgent? Su Han pondered, stroking his chin, and then turned his gaze towards Wang Bo, who was enjoying lamb skewers. Su Han inquired, Are you a photographer? Wang Bo responded, Sister-in-law, I'm not a professional photographer. It's merely a hobby of mine. However, I have not abandoned it throughout my 4 years at university. You can ask Fei Zi about it. How are your skills? Su Han pressed. They're decent. Liu Fei interjected on Wang Bo's behalf. Very well then. Would you be interested in working at Su Group? Upon hearing Su Han's proposition, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his lamb. After gulping down a large swig of alcohol, he regained his composure. Sister-in-law, you can't be serious, can you? As I just mentioned, I don't require your assistance. I plan to seek employment on my own first. If it proves impossible, I shall call Fei Zi, right? Fei Zi? Wang Bo glanced at Liu Fei for confirmation. Liu Fei explained, what he says is true. The photographer for Su Group had to leave unexpectedly due to a family matter, and we have a promotional video scheduled to shoot tomorrow. We certainly won't find anyone else on such short notice, and since you are currently unemployed, it will be a favor to me to give it a try. Seeing Liu Fei's earnest demeanor, Wang Bo sensed the gravity of the situation. Fei Zi, are you truly serious? Aren't you concerned I might ruin the shoot? I trust your skills. Besides, throughout university, your work was commendable. You even had videos published on reputable websites. So what do you say? Will you lend me your assistance? I initially intended to help you find a job, and now it seems I am the one seeking your help. Just say the word. Will you come? Of course I will come. Now that you've asked, it would be quite rude not to. However, what if I truly mess it up? If that happens, I'll sell you off and cover the costs, Liu Fei joked. All right. With your assurance, I shall display my utmost skills and show you what Wang Bo is truly capable of. Wang Bo replied, brimming with confidence. It seemed serendipitous that just as he faced unemployment, a new opportunity had presented itself. Agreed. Let us meet at Su Group tomorrow morning at 8. After finalizing the arrangement with Wang Bo, Liu Fei promptly took out his phone and called Zhang Dawei. Manager Zhang, Liu Fei said as Zhang Dawei answered the call, eager yet guilt-ridden for having previously assured Liu Fei, unaware of the predicament that had arisen. I have found a photographer for you. He will report to Su Group at 8 tomorrow morning. Please arrive early to familiarize him with the setting. His name is Wang Bo. I will send you his phone number shortly. How are his skills, Manager Liu? Zhang Dawei inquired further with Liu Fei, not out of mere curiosity, but rather due to the paramount importance of the promotional video. He had initially planned to engage a professional photography team for the task, as any mishap would certainly incur Liu Fei's ire. Rest assured, the technical aspects are impeccable, tried and tested in real-world scenarios, and I have reviewed the work. It's all in order, Liu Fei assured Zhang Daowei before terminating the call and sending over Wang Bo's contact number. Well then, it's settled. Come to work tomorrow. He concluded. Thank you, my friend, Wang Bo expressed sincerely. Although the Su group was in need of a photographer, he understood that Liu Fei was also extending a helping hand to him. In truth, it was entirely reasonable for him to seek collaboration with a professional photographer. However, the fact that Liu Fei entrusted such a significant task to him indicated a profound level of trust. Just ensure you capture everything splendidly. Pay attention, Liu Fei urged, lifting his glass for a toast. Wang Bo promptly raised his glass in response. The two then resumed their light-hearted banter, consuming 6 bottles of beer between them, all well within their usual limits. How are you holding up? Still riding that electric bike? Liu Fei asked, observing Wang Bo's slight swaying and feeling a twinge of concern. Do you really need to worry about my drinking capacity? This is just the beginning. I'm fine. Wang Bo reassured Liu Fei before mounting his electric scooter and heading home. He needed to rest well for the following day when he would return to his former company to retrieve his personal belongings before making his way to the Su group, which he was confident he could locate with a simple navigation search. Shall we be on our way as well? Liu Fei asked, to which Su Han replied affirmatively. As they drove back towards Mingmen Tiansheng, Su Han hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her concerns. How proficient is your classmate in photography? I hope he doesn't ruin the promotional video in an effort to assist. If necessary, perhaps Zhang Daowei should reach out to a professional photography team, she suggested, feeling more candid now that it was just the two of them. Don't worry, Wang Bo's photography skills are quite commendable. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Besides, he is currently without a job, so he understands the gravity of the situation. I am well aware of priorities, and over our 4 years at university, he has captured quite a number of projects. You can trust him, Liu Fei reassured Su Han. All right, I'll take your word for it, she conceded, recognizing the futility of her concerns. Moreover, Liu Fei has already stated that even if she harbors certain sentiments within, she would feel too embarrassed to voice them. After returning home, Su Han spent some time playing with Su Sisi. Of course, Liu Qingyang and Zhou Ling were aware that Liu Fei had not returned home the previous night, yet they chose not to broach the subject, allowing the matter to fade into silence as if it had never occurred. Son, how did the situation unfold yesterday? Were there any substantial developments? Liu Qingyang inquired, approaching Liu Fei discreetly while Su Han was momentarily distracted. Dad, what are you thinking? It's not as you imagine. Come on. What is there that you can't share with me? Really? Seeing Liu Fei's reluctance to divulge information, Liu Qingyang found himself at a loss for words and thus took his leave. Zhou Ling, too, refrained from questioning Su Han about the incident, recognizing its inherent awkwardness. And Su Han, being somewhat shy, felt it inappropriate to say anything. By the way, Dad, I forgot to mention, I'm thinking of buying you a car. It's quite inconvenient for you to go out and run errands without one. Liu Fei brought up the decision he had made the day before. Oh no, son, really? That's unnecessary. Why spend money on a car? Besides, public transport is quite convenient for my errands, and if need be, I can always take a taxi. Truly, it's not needed. Liu Qingyang hurriedly declined Liu Fei's offer. However, deep down, he yearned for a vehicle of his own, as the family car was in disrepair, and he didn't wish to lower Liu Fei's stature by driving it, fearing what Su Han might say. Why not? Having a car is indeed quite convenient. You could take the Mercedes we drove today. Just let your uncle have your Audi. Why buy another car? Su Han suggested to Liu Fei. Are you truly giving me that Mercedes? Liu Fei asked, somewhat incredulously, seeking confirmation from Su Han, as it was indeed a car worth several $100,000. Just take it. It's no big deal. You can let your uncle have your car to drive, Su Han replied without looking back. All right then, I suppose I can take that car. And I'll manage with the Mercedes, Liu Fei conceded. No, you all can take it. Really, don't worry about me. Liu Qingyang quickly interjected. That's settled then. Just accept it, Su Han insisted, affirming Liu Fei's gesture of goodwill. Well, if you insist, I suppose I shall accept it. Lu Qingyang said somewhat bashfully, yet he was genuinely pleased at the prospect of owning an Audi, a symbol of a man's aspirations. However, he felt he couldn't outright claim it as his own, reluctant to compete with the younger generation for possessions. Ultimately, after hearing the insistence from Su Han and Liu Fei, he reluctantly accepted the offer. The following day, Liu Fei, accompanied by Su Han, set off towards the Su Group. Since Liu Fei and Su Han began working at the Su Group together, Su Han has been departing slightly earlier. Their relationship has now taken on a semblance of a typical couple's dynamic. They have someone to look after their child at home, and they commute to and from work together. Although both of them rise early, it has become inconsequential. After Liu Fei parked at the entrance of the Su Group, he approached the security personnel to relay a message, instructing them to allow Wang Bo entry when he arrives, so he can find Zhang Daowei without any delays. Just as Liu Fei was conversing with Zhang Xiaoguan, Wang Bo arrived. Fizi, why are you here so early? It's not even 8 yet. Liu Fei glanced at the time and noted it was only 7:45. One must arrive early to avoid embarrassment, right? I'll wait here for a while. True enough. By the way, have you contacted Manager Zhang? Yes, I reached out yesterday evening. I'll meet him at the entrance at 8. It's all arranged. Wang Bo replied. All right, let's head inside and wait for him in the lobby, Liu Fei instructed. Xiaoguan, everything is fine now. This is our new recruit at the Su Group. Please inform the security staff to ease his access. His employee ID should be ready by today. He added to Zhang Xiaoguan. Don't worry, I understand, Zhang Xiaoguan assured him. Come on, Wang Bo, let us go in. Liu Fei led Wang Bo into the lobby of the Su Group and found a seat. When the receptionist arrived and spotted Liu Fei, she promptly served them 2 cups of tea, understanding that he was destined to be a significant leader in the future and deserved proper hospitality. After a brief wait, Zhang Daowei arrived, fully aware of the importance of Liu Fei's recommendation and eager to make a good impression. Manager Zhang, you're here. Liu Fei greeted him upon his entrance. Hastily, Zhang Daowei approached. Good morning, Liu Zong. So, this is Brother Wang Bo? Hello, Manager Zhang. Wang Bo responded politely. All right, Manager Zhang, I have entrusted the individual to you. The promotional video should commence filming immediately. Understood? Rest assured, Liu Zong, as long as the technical aspects are in order. We will begin filming at 9 a.m. sharp. The personnel, equipment, and props are all ready. We are merely awaiting the arrival of the photographer, and we can commence work right away. Excellent, then let us begin. After bidding farewell to both men, Liu Fei returned to his office. Let us go, Wang Bo. Zhang Daowei said. All right, Manager Zhang. You can just call me Xiao Wang, Wang Bo replied. All right, Xiao Wang, let us proceed. Zhang Daowei expressed his delight upon hearing Wang Bo's words, appreciating the humility displayed. This time, our corporate group is producing a promotional video for the skin cream, which holds significant importance. Therefore, I wish to inquire if you're capable of undertaking this task. If not, please inform me in advance so I can file a report. Of course, you will remain here while we coordinate with other professional photography teams. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to communicate them to me. We must avoid a situation where, after the filming concludes, the outcome fails to meet General Liu's expectations, as that would be quite undesirable. Zhang Daowei's message was crystal clear. If there were any doubts, they should be voiced promptly to prevent embarrassment for everyone involved. Upon hearing Zhang Daowei's words, Wang Bo's resolve ignited. Manager Zhang, may I suggest we conduct a trial shoot first to assess my skills? If you find it satisfactory, I shall continue filming. If not, I will withdraw. I will speak to General Liu later and ensure you are not placed in a difficult position. Very well, let us commence with the trial shoot. Zhang Daowei nodded in agreement with Wang Bo's proposal, growing increasingly impressed by his ambition and capability. After arriving at the studio, they began with promotional shots concerning the skin cream brand. Collaborations with other teams and their outcomes would follow later. For now, their focus was on completing the foundational indoor shoots before transitioning to outdoor scenes, aiming for a seamless and comprehensive execution. Are you familiar with this equipment? Can you operate it? Zhang Daowei inquired, gesturing toward the cameras and other gear on the table. I can manage, Wang Bo replied confidently. Excellent, then let us begin. I will provide you with the script. How you execute it is entirely up to you. I'm only concerned with the final results. Is that understood? Understood. Wang Bo affirmed. Everyone, gather around. Zhang Dawei called to the nearby staff. This is our new photographer. Do as he instructs, clear? Understood. The staff responded in unison. You may commence, Zhang Dawei permitted. All right, Wang Bo said, having reviewed the script and formed a general concept in his mind. Prepare yourselves. We are about to begin filming. He signaled to the crew, setting the stage. Throughout the filming process, Wang Bo articulated the desired effects and the actions necessary to achieve them. The staff cooperated well, following his directives closely, recalling Zhang Dawei's earlier instructions. Settling into a chair, Zhang Dawei observed the proceedings, ensuring no mistakes occurred. However, he noted with growing interest that Wang Bo indeed possessed a commendable degree of skill. Otherwise, the actions, techniques, and the mastery of the individual's behavior cannot be feigned. This young man possesses remarkable talent. If I may say so, the photographer who is to return home need not come anymore. Just as Zhang Dawei entertained this thought, the phone call from the previous photographer arrived. Manager Zhang, I sincerely apologize. My mother is gravely ill, and I fear I must resign. Upon hearing the photographer's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Zhang Dawei's eyes. Was this not a timely solution to his dilemma? No problem. You should focus on caring for your mother. I will speak with human resources regarding your situation, and you need not worry about losing your attendance or salary. Thank you so much, Manager Zhang. I'm truly grateful. The photographer replied, recognizing that the circumstances were indeed of his own making. Do not mention it. Your priority is your mother's health. As for your salary, I will have the finance department arrange for it shortly. Furthermore, should the opportunity arise, Sue's group would welcome your return. Chapter 64. Zhang Dawei's resolution. Thank you, Manager Zhang. If the chance presents itself, I would be delighted to return to Sue's group. Very well then, take care of your matters. I have some issues to attend to myself. Zhang Dawei concluded, hanging up the phone and resuming his observation of Wang Bo at work. After approximately half an hour, Wang Bo approached Zhang Dawei. Manager Zhang. What is it, Xiao Wang? Manager, I have completed one shoot and would like you to review the photographic technique to see if it meets your standards. At the very least, we should mitigate any potential losses. Wang Bo smiled as he spoke. All right, let me have a look, Zhang Dawei replied, fully understanding Wang Bo's intentions. Might I request a brief moment of your patience? What is it? Zhang Dawei inquired, intrigued. If you could grant me half an hour, I could edit it perfectly. Viewing it in this manner would yield better results. What do you think? Very well. I shall wait another half hour. Proceed, Zhang Dawei agreed, returning to his previous seat. Wang Bo then approached the computer, exporting the data before commencing the editing process, which he executed with remarkable speed. After all, this was his area of expertise. Moreover, the initial footage was quite commendable, making the subsequent editing significantly easier. It is akin to a person blessed with natural beauty, with even a touch of makeup. They appear even more enchanting. Half an hour later, Wang Bo declared, Manager, here it is, take a look. He moved the chair aside, allowing Zhang Dawei to sit down. Once seated, Zhang Dawei clicked play. Soon, a melody floated through the air, its crescendos and decrescendos harmonizing perfectly with the visuals. It was evident that the music had been meticulously selected by Zhang Dawei long beforehand. While reviewing the script, I noticed the remarkable talent of Wang Bo, who adeptly intertwines the musical crescendo with the film's climax. This certainly requires a considerable level of skill. Indeed, the filming has been executed commendably, and I entrust the forthcoming shooting responsibilities entirely to you. It is imperative that you all take my words seriously. Do you understand? After Zhang Dawei addressed Wang Bo, he turned to the others nearby. Yes, Manager Zhang, rest assured. They responded in unison. Very well, you may commence filming. I shall go and report to General Manager Liu about this matter. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Dawei hurriedly exited. Nonetheless, just as he stepped out, he anxiously retraced his steps. What is it, Manager Zhang? Please make a copy of this documentary for me. I need to present it to General Manager Liu. Certainly. Wang Bo promptly prepared the disc. Once Zhang Dawei received it, he made his way towards the president's office. Knock, come in. At that moment, Liu Fei was engaged with documents pertaining to the Su Group and Hung Xiao Group, which had already piled up to half a meter high. Without lifting his head, he casually responded to the knock. General Liu, General Liu, Zhang Dawei called out as he entered. What is it? Liu Fei, noticing Zhang Dawei's flustered demeanor, instinctively braced for bad news. However, observing Zhang's expression, he sensed it might be good news. It's about this, General Liu. Look, this is a film directed and edited by Wang Bo, and the results are exceptional. Please take a look. Upon hearing Zhang Dawei's words, Liu Fei chuckled. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's merely this. There is no need for me to watch it. He is my university classmate, and I have known his capabilities for 4 years now. This is precisely why I recommended him to you. Just proceed with his work. Understood, General Liu. Zhang Dawei fully grasped Liu Fei's sentiments. Then I shall let you continue with your tasks, and I will take my leave. Go ahead. As Zhang Dawei turned it apart, Liu Fei called out, Wait, bring me the film. I'd like to see it. Of course, President. Here it is. The film is on the disc. Feel free to view it. Zhang Dawei placed the disc on Liu Fei's desk. All right, off you go. Yes, President. After Zhang Dawei exited, Liu Fei inserted the disc into his computer and began to watch. The film was brief, lasting around 10 minutes. It was ample for advertising purposes. Your classmate certainly possesses talent. The film has indeed been executed splendidly. Indeed, one should consider whose classmate one is addressing. Liu Fei, with a hint of pride, cast a glance at Su Han, his expression seemingly proclaiming, Behold, my prowess. Su Han shot Liu Fei a disdainful look before returning to her tasks. For although Liu Fei had completed his review, she still needed to peruse the documents once more. However, she noted that in recent days, Liu Fei's evaluations closely mirrored her own thoughts. The discrepancies had diminished significantly, leading Su Han to contemplate adopting Liu Fei's suggestions directly in her work, deeming his documents sufficient to bypass further scrutiny. As Liu Fei observed Su Han's indifference, he too resumed his own endeavors. Meanwhile, Wang Bo was diligently engaged in filming, maintaining a tense yet orderly atmosphere. During moments of respite, he would send Liu Fei a message, Buddy, how's it going? My shots are quite good, aren't they? Quite well. Liu Fei read Wang Bo's message, but refrained from responding, as he had little time to spare. He resolved to reply when he found a moment. Upon returning to the filming location, Zhang Dawei imparted a few words of encouragement to Wang Bo. Focus on your work. Rest assured. The bonuses you deserve will not be withheld simply because you were introduced by Liu. Others will be treated fairly. And I am a man of clear distinctions between public and private matters. Young man, I have faith in you. Keep it up. After bolstering Wang Bo's spirits, Zhang Dawei turned to his own responsibilities. Photography was not his specialty. He merely oversaw the operations. The execution was left to those beneath him, and he could only tend to his own affairs. At Mingmen Tiancheng, Liu Fei arrived at work driving Su Han's luxurious car, having arranged for the transfer of his Audi to Liu Qingyang the previous evening. Presently, Liu Qingyang was diligently polishing his prized vehicle, while Su Cece gleefully played nearby. He alternated between watching Su Cece and tending to his car, effectively multitasking and enjoying a splendid mood. I say it's just a car. Is it truly necessary to fuss over it so? You've been at it since dawn, and why must you drag the child into this? Zhou Ling chided Liu Qingyang, her irritation palpable. What do you know? A car is a man's second wife of great significance. Do you understand? Liu Qingyang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Ling. Then you should live with her. What do you need me for? Spend your life with her. Ah, this is merely a child's heartfelt gesture. It wouldn't do to let it get dirty, would it? I must cherish the gift my son has given me, mustn't I? No sooner had Liu Qingyang spoken than Su Cece seized a handful of mud and, with a swift motion, flung it onto Liu Qingyang's vehicle. The sight made Liu Qingyang's heart bleed, though he could not openly scold Su Cece. A single word against the child might provoke Zhou Ling's fierce gaze, which could pierce through him. Cece, well done. Keep going. Liu Qingyang wore a forced smile as he addressed Su Cece. However, Su Cece seemed to exhibit a newfound determination, tossing 2 more pieces. Yet, after that, she appeared somewhat fatigued and ceased her efforts. Go clean up, Zhou Ling remarked, noticing Liu Qingyang's sympathetic expression. All right. Lu Qingyang responded promptly, grasping the water bucket and heading back upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling picked up Su Cici and began their journey home, intending to wash her hands, as she was rather dirty, and perhaps even give her a bath if time permitted. On the other hand, Liu Fei, amidst his paperwork, occasionally communicated with the system. Yet at that moment, it seemed to ignore him, as if it had vanished entirely. Liu Fei had an outstanding task to complete, seeking revenge on Wang Dan. Although the system had previously issued a warning, Liu Fei had not forgotten this matter, for while one can adeptly evade a direct threat, it is the hidden dangers that are truly perilous, and Wang Dan was certainly no honorable gentleman. Thus, Liu Fei remained quite concerned about this issue. However, he found himself unable to locate Wang Dan, nor did any unusual circumstances arise, leaving Liu Fei uncertain about the status of his task. The system provided no hints, which left Liu Fei in a state of bewilderment. With no other choice, he resumed his paperwork, as the system continued to disregard him. By noon, Liu Fei managed to process the bulk of the documents before lunch. "Are there any meetings this afternoon?" he inquired of Su Han. "I'm not sure, but there likely will be. Given the way you've been revising, if there are questions, we might need to hear a report from the team. If not, there should be no meeting," Su Han replied. "All right. If there is a meeting, just let me know," Liu Fei said before returning to his work. Chapter 65. The Vanish System. Su Han found Liu Fei's behavior perplexing, but observing his current state, she refrained from disturbing him. After completing the documents, Liu Fei retreated to a private room to rest. "What are you doing?" Su Han asked. "I'm just going to rest for a bit. I've worked all morning and feel quite tired. My eyes are weary. If you're going for lunch, please remember to bring me something," Liu Fei replied. "No, don't worry about calling me. Just bring me a portion," he added as he lay down on the bed, preparing to rest. Yet during this time, he continued to call upon the system. System, are you there?" Liu Fei beckoned, but it appeared as though the system no longer sensed his presence, remaining silent in response. System, are you there?" he repeated, but still, only silence greeted him. With no recourse, Liu Fei succumbed to sleep. As the saying goes, one cannot perish from a daze. If the system chose not to engage with him, he would simply take things one step at a time, at least for the moment. His car, house, and finances remained unaffected, indicating that the system had yet to reclaim them. When it was time for lunch, Su Han instructed Zhang Ku to bring 2 portions of food, one for Liu Fei and one for himself. In the cafeteria of the Su group, Wang Bo also encountered a familiar face. As he stood in line, he heard someone calling his name and turned to see it was Tian Caijie. He recognized her as Wang Dan's roommate, with whom he had often dined before. Upon seeing Tian Caijie, Wang Bo promptly stepped out of the queue and approached her. "Tian Caijie, what brings you here?" he asked. "I'm working at the Su group," she replied. "By the way, Wang Bo, what are you doing here? From your social media posts, it seems you weren't here. When did you start working?" "I had no idea." Tian Caijie appeared quite surprised, akin to a curious child, and bombarded Wang Bo with questions. "Well, it's like this. The photographer from your filming team suddenly had to leave, so I came on board as a cameraman," Wang Bo explained, feeling somewhat awkward, as he held no ill will towards her. "Let us chat while we wait in line," Tian Caijie suggested and resumed her place in the queue, with Wang Bo stepping in behind her. "What is your role at the Su group?" he inquired. "I'm in sales," she answered. "Sales? That's great. Sales roles often come with high commissions," Wang Bo praised her. "Well, it's not that high, you know. Do you know who the major shareholder of the Su group is? And the president?" Tian Caijie said, feigning an air of mystery, likely assuming Wang Bo was unaware of such information. "I certainly know. I came to Su group because Fei Zi recommended me," Wang Bo replied with a wry smile. "I'm quite grateful to him, as he offered me this job after learning I was unemployed." "Oh, so you knew all along?" she exclaimed. "Of course I did. I follow the news. I even watched the press conference when the Su group merged with Hung Xiao group." "Ah, I see," Tian Caijie nodded, seemingly enlightened. "However, to be honest, the president of the Su group was indeed much more attractive than Wang Dan and possessed greater prowess." Wang Bo's comment left Tian Caijie feeling slightly embarrassed. But what could she do? After all, Wang Bo was merely stating the truth. "All right, it's our turn. What would you like to eat?" "It's on me," she generously offered. "That's all right. I'll take care of it myself," Wang Bo politely declined. After both selected their meals, they sat at a table, chatting and eating, though the thoughts in their minds remained undisclosed. Well then, Wang Bo, I must head back now. I have work to attend to this afternoon. I'm on the 15th floor, so feel free to come visit me sometime. After finishing her meal, Tian Saijia turned to Wang Bo and said, all right, I will definitely come over when I have time. Wang Bo also bid farewell to Tian Saijia. Once back at her workstation, Tian Saijia immediately sent a message to Wang Dan. Xiao Dan, do you know who I met today? Upon receiving the message, Wang Dan promptly replied. Forever since she left Su Group, she had joined a small company. The small company, unlike the large Su Group, did not adhere strictly to labor laws. Its benefits and salary structures were not as transparent. Nevertheless, Wang Dan was doing quite well, as she had charmed her supervisor, making her work relatively easier. Who did you see? Xiao Jia. I saw Wang Bo, Liu Fei's roommate. At that moment, Wang Dan recalled Wang Bo's identity. Oh, right. He was sent by Liu Fei to work at Su Group. I think you should reach out to him and see if he can help you connect with Liu Fei. Liu Fei. I no longer care about him. I have a new partner now, so please refrain from mentioning him in front of me. After Wang Dan spoke, the sound of a system echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Congratulations, host. Wang Dan has completely abandoned her chance for revenge against you. All remaining rewards have been fully dispensed. Please check. Following the system's announcement, a wealth of information regarding a complete set of skincare and cosmetic products flooded Liu Fei's mind. Although he was asleep, the system's voice jolted him upright, startling Su Han, who had just entered. What are you doing? Liu Fei, with wide eyes, looked at Su Han and asked, what were you planning while I was asleep? What could I possibly do to you? Do you have anything of value? Time for dinner. The food has arrived. With a roll of her eyes, Su Han placed the food on the table in the break room and began to eat. Meanwhile, Liu Fei sat there motionless, appearing somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Su Han urged Liu Fei again. Okay, I'm coming. Liu Fei quickly got up from the bed, walked over to the table, and began to eat his meal. Why didn't Su Han eat in the office? The food had a strong aroma, and the office was meant for work. It wouldn't be appropriate to fill it with food smells. Therefore, she preferred dining in the break room, where she could open the window afterward to disperse any lingering odors. Xiao Dan, do you truly mean it? Have you completely forgotten Liu Fei? At this moment, Tian Saijia was curious, remembering how desperately Wang Dan had pursued Liu Fei in the past. How could she simply give up? Indeed, I have relinquished my attachment to him. His well-being is no longer a concern to me. I have now found a new boyfriend. Well then, Xiao Jia, that is that. We shall converse again when time permits. For I must attend to my duties. Wang Dan casually concluded the chat by changing the subject, and she immediately resumed her tasks, as her boyfriend had just sent her a message inviting her to dinner. After a brief moment of preparation, she set off to meet her boyfriend, who also happens to be her supervisor. This left Tian Saijia somewhat perplexed, yet she soon closed the chat window. Since the individual in question had expressed such sentiments, there seemed little point in dwelling on it further. In any case, she felt she had done all that she could. Should she inquire again in the future, it would no longer pertain to her. After completing her thoughts, Tian Saijia rested her head on her desk, seeking a brief respite to rejuvenate for the afternoon's endeavors. Meanwhile, Liu Fei and Su Han finished their meal in the break room. I'll tidy up a bit, then lie down for a while. Remember to wake me up in the afternoon, Su Han instructed before reclining on the bed and drifting into a light slumber. Observing Su Han's state, Liu Fei sighed and began to clean up. Once finished, he drew the curtains, dimmed the lights to create a conducive atmosphere for rest, and covered Su Han with a summer quilt, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature before stepping out. Naturally, Su Han sensed these gestures. After Liu Fei exited, a smile graced Su Han's face. Upon returning to the office, Liu Fei promptly seated himself at his computer and began printing out all the formulas. During the afternoon shift, he intended to deliver these to Zhang Dawei so that the production of the complete series could commence as planned. As the afternoon work hours approached, Liu Fei chose not to awaken Su Han. Instead, he preferred that she rest a little longer. He then picked up the phone and summoned Zhang Dawei. Manager Zhang, please come to my office. I need to discuss something with you. After hanging up, Zhang Daowei hurriedly made his way to the president's office. Upon his arrival, Liu Fei presented him with the complete documentation for the skincare cream product line. Take this and immediately initiate the production of samples. The promotional video was filmed today, correct? It should be timely enough to include the promotional materials for a simultaneous launch. Is that clear? Absolutely, Zhang Daowei affirmed. Chapter 66. Liu Fei's plan good. Since there are no issues, proceed swiftly with execution. We must expedite the market launch to generate revenue for Hengxiao Group. Yes, General Manager Liu. I shall attend to this matter at once. After Zhang Daowei departed from the president's office, Su Han opened the break room door. Why are you no longer resting? It seems you've only just settled down. Liu Fei gazed at Su Han as she emerged, addressing her. If sleep eludes me, so be it. I shall rise and abandon slumber. Su Han shook her head and took a seat at her desk, opening her email to check for any correspondence. Preparing to commence her work, Liu Fei observed her in silence, recognizing that Su Han had already declared her intent to forego rest. Any further comments from him would be superfluous, so he allowed her to proceed as she wished. Upon his return, Zhang Daowei immediately plunged into a whirlwind of activity. Thanks to the professional production line at Su's Group, the entire range of cosmetic sets was produced within a week. Zhang Dai promptly summoned Wang Bo, who was currently at the hospital documenting the effects of the skin cream. Manager Zhang, you call for me? Wang, come here. We have a set of cosmetics ready for a promotional video. How long do you estimate the filming will take? Time is of the essence, and we need to combine this with the previously shot footage for a simultaneous release. Do you foresee any issues? Rest assured, Manager Zhang, I will ensure the task is completed. I'll take it over to review it first. Very well, take it. After acquiring the skin cream set from Zhang Daowei, Wang Bo prepared to return to his studio to begin filming. Zhang Daowei had appointed him as the chief photographer for the project, entrusting him with all decisions regarding the shoot. With greater power came greater responsibility. Wang Bo was now in charge of everything from scripts to music and related elements. Initially, they had inherited everything from the last photographer, but this time he had no choice but to handle it personally. However, this was second nature for him. A familiar path he navigated with ease. Uncle, is there still no news? His trip has been rather prolonged, hasn't it? Liu Fei inquired of Su Han. None whatsoever. He typically sends me pictures of where he is and where he plans to go next, but I haven't replied. What, are you missing him? Of course I do. When he returns, at least there will be someone to share the workload. Now it seems he has become a hands-off manager, completely unconcerned and uninvolved. How can he be so unashamed? Liu Fei sighed, voicing his genuine feelings. Ever since he took over Su's Group, each day had become a relentless grind of paperwork. Gradually, he realized that Su Han scarcely even glanced at the documents he handled, delegating their execution without a second thought. Previously, Su Han had assisted him with the paperwork, providing a sense of balance in his heart. Now, however, the situation had changed, leaving him with profound disquiet. A chuckle escaped Su Han upon hearing this. This is a test from your future father-in-law. Cherish it well. Many would yearn for such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. You, my dear, simply do not know how to appreciate what you have. Alas, one cannot help but feel that this future father-in-law is rather harsh, Liu Fei lamented. However, Su Han paid him no heed and continued to attend to his own affairs. Yet, the mention of a future father-in-law did serve as a reminder for Liu Fei, for the various matters at hand had begun to stabilize and function normally. The Su Group had also become somewhat familiar to him, and now it was time to prepare for a proposal in marriage. Seizing the opportunity of having some free time, Liu Fei began to plan his proposal, envisioning a grand and elaborate ceremony to honor Su Han appropriately. Nevertheless, the execution of this plan promised to be quite challenging. With this thought in mind, Liu Fei took his phone and stepped outside. Where you up to? Su Han inquired. Oh, I'm just calling my mom. I need to discuss a few matters with her. All right, go ahead, Su Han replied, assuming Liu Fei had something important to attend to. Once Liu Fei found a secluded spot near the stairwell beside the elevator, he dialed his mother, Zhou Ling Xiao Fei. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Zhou Ling answered promptly, concerned for her son. Mom, indeed, there is something I wish to ask you. Go on, what is it? It's about our old house. Dad, didn't T sell it while he was handling the factory back home? Did he? Of course not. How could we possibly sell it? Lu Qingyang chimed in, as Zhou Ling had the call on speaker, and the three of them were enjoying some time together. Liu Fei's words were audible to both Zhou Ling and Lu Qingyang. Dad, you were right there alongside her? Of course. Where else would I be? Come on, Cece. Play with this. Lu Qingyang replied while entertaining the child. Upon hearing his father's response, Liu Fei grasped the situation. Dad, since the old house hasn't been sold, can we return to live there? What are you plotting, young man? Thankfully, I didn't sell it. Are you trying to send your mother back there? Besides, how can we sell the old house? It's irreplaceable, Lu Qingyang continued, unable to contain his frustration. I'm just saying it might come in handy soon. Liu Fei retorted. You're not planning to send your mother and me back to the old place, are you? Absolutely not. How could I? The house is so spacious. There's more than enough room for both of you. Liu Fei quickly denied the accusation, knowing full well the consequences of such a suggestion upon returning home. Well, you've shown some conscience. Now, what is it you truly need? Here's the thing. I need to use the house right now. Would you mind taking Cece and Mom back to stay for a couple of days? I'll message you when you can return. That's fine. Staying for a couple of days is no problem. But what do you need the house for? Lu Qingyang, feeling a tinge of confusion, promptly inquired of his son. As long as he was not being sent back, it was of little consequence. Even if he were to be sent back, it would not be a significant issue. Yet, deep down, he could not help but feel a sense of discomfort. After all, having raised such a son only to be dismissed was something no one could accept. I intend to propose to Suhan, but I lack a suitable venue. Therefore, I plan to transform our home into a romantic setting for the proposal. I hope you all can come over then. My primary concern is that Cece and the others might create a disturbance at home. Liu Fei shared his thoughts with Lu Qingyang and his mother. All right, son, that sounds fine. I support you, exclaimed Zhou Ling, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of her son proposing to his future daughter-in-law. She was genuinely pleased with Suhan, fearing she might slip away. Moreover, prolonging the matter was not ideal. Though they already had a child, in today's world, having a child alone could not tether two hearts together. Well, if that's the case, let us gather our things and head back home today. I'll take your mother and Cece to visit the relatives and friends. Lu Qingyang said with a cheerful demeanor after grasping the situation. Wait, let us not rush. After Suhan and I return home tonight, you should discuss it with them. After all, you're taking their daughter away. What if they are not agreeable? It would be best to communicate beforehand. If all goes well, you can set off tomorrow morning. This way, it shows respect for their feelings, Liu Fei suggested to his mother Zhou Ling and father Lu Qingyang. All right, son, I'll follow your lead. In that case, I will go buy some groceries now. After I finish, I'll prepare dinner and wait for your return, Zhou Ling replied. Very well, it's settled then, Liu Fei said, ending the call before returning to the office. Upon his arrival, Suhan inquired, what were you up to? I was on the phone, he replied. Why did it take so long? What was the matter? She pressed. Wasn't it just 5 or 6 minutes? Are you checking up on me? Liu Fei said with a mischievous grin. Not at all. I was merely curious, Suhan said, a hint of anxiety in her voice. I called my mom to ask her to prepare dinner for tonight. By the way, she wants to discuss something with you, he added. What could it possibly be? What could anyone discuss with me? Suhan's heart raced at the thought, as a notion crossed her mind. It's not about having a second child, is it? She asked, her concern palpable. Absolutely not. What are you thinking? That's out of the question. Besides, now is not the right time for that. Liu Fei reassured her, dispelling her fears. It is as follows. My mother and father wish to take Cece back to our hometown for a visit. Chapter 67, An Agreement. Returning home? What prompted this sudden desire to visit at this time? Suhan felt a tinge of confusion, not out of dissent, but rather at the unexpected nature of the request. Ah, it is because we now have a granddaughter, isn't it? They want to return home to show her off to relatives and friends. After all, isn't that typical of the elderly? Liu Fei responded somewhat sheepishly. The underlying reason was that Liu Fei intended to use his own home as a venue to propose to Suhan. Very well, but how long do they plan to stay? About a week, I suppose. Liu Fei mused, believing that a week would suffice for his preparations. All right then, you can simply inform Annie that I agree. There is no need for any grand gestures or elaborate meals. Su Han suggested. No. This matter must be conveyed by you personally, as it is a way of seeking your consent. After all, we must respect your position as Cece's mother, right? Understood. I'll speak to Andy this evening. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han felt a flicker of gratitude. Regardless of circumstances, he had considered her feelings and acknowledged her role. Then let's return early tonight and spare Andy the trouble. You can cook, as you've been rather idle these past few days and haven't prepared a proper meal. Su Han added, subtly implying her desire for Liu Fei's cooking. All right then, we shall head back at 4. I'll message my mother to prepare the ingredients, and I will cook when we arrive. Liu Fei comprehended Su Han's intentions, though it felt inappropriate to address it directly. After messaging his mother, Zhou Ling, he busied himself with other matters. The day proved to be rather uneventful, as no one sought them out by 4 o'clock, indicating that significant events were unlikely to unfold. Let us depart. It seems there will be no interruptions. After stating this, Liu Fei began to gather his belongings, and Su Han did likewise. Once they finished packing, they commenced their descent. Before heading down, Su Han sent a message to Zhang Ku. I am returning. Call me if anything arises. Received, President, came the prompt reply. Liu Fei and Su Han then made their way home, while Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling, having concluded their phone call with Liu Fei, engaged in an enthusiastic discussion about their daughter-in-law, understanding the importance of the matter. Tonight, go buy some fresh and quality ingredients. We will begin our preparations. And once Cece awakens tomorrow morning, we shall set off. Zhou Ling commanded Lu Qingyang. Let us set off early tomorrow morning, right after Xiao Fei and the others depart. I suspect she will surely indulge in a late slumber. It will be preferable to drive while she is asleep. Otherwise, when she awakens, she may become a handful. Lu Qingyang expressed his thoughts, acknowledging that it is indeed better for a child to be asleep during travel, as any activity could impose certain limitations. Yes, old Lu, you are correct. We shall wait until tomorrow morning, after Xiao Fei and his colleagues have left for work, before we embark on our journey. However, my dear, what if Xiao Han disagrees? Lu Qingyang raised another concern, which was valid, for no matter how well the two had deliberated, if the child's mother opposed, they could not forcibly take Su Shishi back to their hometown. Do not worry. Based on my understanding of our daughter, she will surely acquiesce to our plans. Let us prepare accordingly. Trust me, when she returns and I discuss this with her, she will undoubtedly agree. Zhou Ling reassured Lu Qingyang, and indeed, Su Han had already consented to Zhou Ling's request. Very well. You keep an eye on Shishi. I shall go buy groceries now. Yes. Ensure you procure a generous amount. Also, regarding our son's proposal, it must remain confidential, understood? When we return home, do not speak of it. We must discern what is appropriate to share and what is not, especially considering the current circumstances of Xiao Fei and Su Han. We cannot allow such matters to slip from our lips. Do you comprehend? Assist our relatives and friends as necessary, but do not extend help where it is unwarranted. When we established our factory, few offered us aid. Zhou Ling admonished Lu Qingyang, recalling the poignant memories of their factory's inception, the bittersweet scenes still vivid in her mind, often bringing her to the brink of tears upon reflection. Understood, my dear. I shall discern what is of significance, Lu Qingyang replied, fully grasping Zhou Ling's intent. Though he felt a tinge of resentment, he had come to terms with the reality that at that time, others had no obligation to assist them. Yet the same principle applied now. He too held no obligation to help others. All right, off you go to buy groceries. Certainly. Lu Qingyang then ventured out to procure the supplies. After half an hour, he returned with an assortment of bags. My dear, I have returned with the groceries. Excellent. Wash and prepare them. Xiao Fei just messaged, stating he will cook upon his return, and he will be home early. He reassured us that there were no significant issues, so we need not worry. Understood. Lu Qingyang proceeded to the kitchen to wash and prepare the vegetables. At 5 o'clock, Liu Fei and Su Han arrived home. As Liu Fei opened the door, both stepped inside. Weren't you two supposed to return around 4? Why are you so late? Zhou Ling inquired of the pair. Aunt, the traffic is quite congested. After Su Han responded to Zhou Ling, he hurried over to the carpet to play with Su Shishi. Yes, Mom. The road is indeed jammed. I never expected such heavy traffic even after leaving early today. Had I known, I would have maintained my previous schedule. Liu Fei also wore a wry smile as he spoke. What are you talking about? You rascal. Hurry up and prepare dinner. Your father has already washed the vegetables. Now it's your time to shine. Do it well, understood? Mom, rest assured, won't have my culinary skills ever let you down. Just wait and see, Liu Fei replied, putting on his apron and heading to the kitchen to showcase his talents. Dad, you can step out now. I'll take over from here, Liu Fei instructed Liu Qingyang. All right, son, Liu Qingyang replied without any unnecessary sentiment, walking out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Liu Qingyang and Zhou Ling returned to their room to tidy up, especially since they would be returning to their hometown the following morning. The primary task was to pack Su Shixi's belongings, as some of her items had already been moved to Liu Fei's home when Zhou Ling had been entrusted with looking after her. However, they still needed to bring along laundry, bottles, and other essentials, better to be prepared. In around 40 minutes, Liu Fei had nearly finished preparing the meal and started setting the dishes on the dining table. Everyone get ready, it's time to eat, Liu Fei called out before heading to prepare the final dish, a simple soup. Within just 2 to 3 minutes, the last dish was ready and placed on the table. By then, Zhou Ling, Liu Qingyang, and Su Han had nearly finished tidying up and began to take their seats. Why is there so much food? Aunt, there's no need to prepare such a lavish dinner or buy so many ingredients, Su Han remarked, fully aware of the significance behind the elaborate spread, but still feeling it was excessive. Oh, it's not too much. Besides, let your uncle buy a little extra. It's good for his health, right, old Liu? Indeed, just a bit of exercise for him. Not excessive at all, Liu Qingyang quickly added, turning to Zhou Ling for confirmation. Shall we begin our meal? Liu Qingyang suggested, now the elder in the household. Without his cue, no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Very well. The group then commenced their meal, and as they neared the end, Zhou Ling turned to Su Han with a request. Dear, I have something I would like to ask you. Aunt, go ahead, Su Han replied, fully aware of what Zhou Ling was about to say, but choosing to feign ignorance. Given that you and Xiao Fei have a child now, I would like to take Shishi back to our hometown to meet her relatives. What do you think? That sounds fine. You can take Shishi back tomorrow. It's no trouble at all. Su Han, as initially contemplated, directly informed Zhou Ling that it was permissible. Is that so? How wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Han. Zhou Ling expressed her gratitude towards Su Han. Ah, Auntie, it is I who should be thanking you. Since your arrival, Shishi has shown remarkable improvement. She seems to have even gained a bit of weight. To be honest, when it comes to caring for children, how can a nanny compare to one's own grandmother? Indeed, you speak the truth. No matter how one considers it, she is my beloved granddaughter. I will undoubtedly devote myself to her care, ensuring she receives only the best. It is impossible for an outsider to replicate such affection. Wouldn't you agree? Therefore, I must express my gratitude to you, Auntie, for taking such good care of Shishi. Not all. Let her return to your hometown with you. It is perfectly fine, Su Han readily acquiesced to Zhou Ling's request. All right then, Xiao Han. We shall return early tomorrow morning. Certainly, no problem, Annie. Should we pack Shishi's belongings, or shall I gather a few things from my place? No need, no need. Everything essential has already been packed. If anything is lacking, we can purchase it once we arrive. There's truly no need. Zhou Ling hurriedly declined, acknowledging that there was not much to carry at this moment. Dad, just keep an eye out for my Audi on the way back. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Liu Fei commented to Liu Qingyang. Absolutely. It is imperative that we drive back in your Audi. This is a rare occasion for you to bring honor to your father. We must seize this opportunity, Liu Qingyang replied with enthusiasm. Very well. After the meal, Liu Fei escorted Su Han home, but promptly returned afterward. What's this? Aren't you staying here tonight? Is it permissible to stay tonight? If not, that's fine, Su Han replied vaguely. Liu Fei understood her implications from her words. I'll return briefly to inform my parents and remind them of a few matters. What matters are there to consider? You're heading back to your own hometown. What precautions could possibly be necessary? After all, it is your own home, not someone else's, Su Han questioned, perplexed. Of course, there are matters to consider. We must keep a close watch on Shishi. Rural life is quite different from urban living. There are plenty of mosquitoes to contend with. We need to ensure proper measures are in place to ward them off. It would be quite uncomfortable if she were to suffer from an insect bite, wouldn't it? Additionally, we must prevent her from playing too wildly, especially in mud, and we should be cautious of the local dogs. These are all important considerations. Seeing Liu Fei continue to elaborate, Su-han promptly interrupted him. Stop, stop. There's no need to elaborate further. Rest assured, Uncle and Auntie will be mindful of these matters. They will care for her well. Do you think they would allow any issues to arise? Surely not. If you wish to return, then by all means go ahead. Su-han turned her face away and proceeded to take a shower. Liu Fei also stepped out of Su-han's home and returned to his own abode, where he began to seek out his parents. He certainly had to return. It was imperative to provide an explanation. How could one neglect such a duty? Upon returning home, Zhou Ling appeared quite astonished. Why are you back? Shouldn't you be with Xiao Han? No, I've come back to inform you of a few matters. What matters could possibly warrant an explanation? Are you concerned that we might not take good care of Shi? Zhou Ling expressed her discontent at that moment. Not all, that's not it. First and foremost, when I call you, you must return immediately. Furthermore, if I do not call for you to come back, please do not return, understood? Liu Fei cautioned his mother, for he did not wish for the carefully arranged proposal setting to be disrupted. All right, I understand. We'll return when you call. Is that satisfactory? Zhou Ling replied with a hint of impatience, as she still needed to tidy up, having not finished cleaning after cooking. Well, that's all there is to it. Nothing else. I shall take my leave now. Observing his mother's impatient demeanor, Liu Fei made his way back to Su-han's place. Upon opening the door, he found that Su-han had already emerged from her shower. Why are you back again? Indeed, where else would I go if not home? My home? Isn't this my home as well? I need to take a shower too. Liu Fei shot Su-han an exasperated glance before retreating to freshen up, bringing along his clothes and toiletries this time. After showering, the two of them resumed their previous routine, lying on the bed, though Liu Fei had to settle for the floor. When will I get to sleep on the bed? The floor is both hard and cold. That depends on you. It's all about your performance, Su-han replied to Liu Fei. Sighing, Liu Fei turned over in frustration, contemplating how heartless this woman seemed. He decided to focus on falling asleep, hoping that once he did, he would think of nothing else. Meanwhile, Su-han secretly smiled, pleased to see Liu Fei in discomfort. Yet, she ultimately wished for him to join her on the bed. After some contemplation, she decided against it and continued to sleep in her designated spot, one on the bed and the other on the floor. The following morning, Liu Fei awoke, his back aching, and went out to purchase breakfast. After acquiring the meal, he arranged it and called for Su-han to rise. In truth, Su-han had slept exceptionally well that night, undisturbed by thunder or children, feeling secure with Liu Fei by her side. So much so that when Liu Fei got up, she did not notice until he had already returned with breakfast. Quick, quick! Rise and shine. The sun is already high. Liu Fei exclaimed as he approached the window, drawing back the curtains, though the mesh remained shut, shielding the interior from outside view. Nonetheless, sunlight poured in. No, let me sleep a little longer. What time is it, big sister? Su-han mumbled, still reluctant to leave the warmth of her slumber. It's time to get up and have breakfast before work, Liu Fei replied, somewhat exasperated. Just 10 more minutes. Su-han pleaded, a hint of playfulness in her voice. This was a stark contrast to her usual self, who would spring up immediately. Fine, I'll let you lie there for another 10 minutes, but I will wake you up after that, he conceded, settling down at the edge of the bed to indulge in a brief game or scroll through his phone. When the 10 minutes had passed, he called out to Su-han, leaving the curtain undrawn, allowing her to acclimate to the light streaming in. When he checked on her, Su-han was no longer reluctant to rise. You go wash up. Breakfast is ready. Once you're done, we can eat. Okay, she responded, rubbing her eyes as she made her way to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she emerged, ready to sit at the dining table. Let us eat. After breakfast, hurry and change clothes. We need to get to work. I have some matters to attend to these 2 days. Once I've dealt with the paperwork, I'll need you to keep an eye on things while I step out. I'll pick you up after work. My parents are heading back to their hometown today, and I'll stay here. Liu Fei spoke as he ate, while Su-han remained silent, pondering what she could possibly say in response. Also, remember to remind me to buy groceries after work. There is hardly anything here. We can cook ourselves something nice. Even a candlelight dinner would be lovely, he added. Got it. I'll remind you, Su-han replied, promptly setting an alarm to ensure she wouldn't forget. After finishing their meal, they headed towards the Su-style building. Not long after they set off, Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling were also preparing to leave. "Dear, are you ready?" Lu Qingyang inquired of Zhou Ling. "Almost. Cici is still asleep, so keep it down while you load the car," she whispered back. "All right, I'll do that now," he replied quietly, promptly gathering the bags they had prepared the previous day and placing them in the vehicle. After securing everything, he bought breakfast for himself and Zhou Ling, knowing they needed to eat before departing. As for Su Cici, they had planned to fill a thermos with hot water to prepare some milk for her once they arrived home. The drive back to Greenvine City would take around 3 hours, but it would be quick enough. After finishing their meal, Zhou Ling turned to Lu Qingyang and said, "Please start the car. I will go and fetch Cici. Once I have her, we shall depart immediately. Let us make haste on the road, so that Cici's time in the car is minimized. Once we arrive at our hometown, everything will be manageable, correct?" "Indeed, I shall prepare right away," Lu Qingyang replied. He quickly tidied up and went to start the car, while Zhou Ling returned to the room. Seeing Su Cici still asleep, she gently picked her up and made her way towards the vehicle. Once inside the car, Lu Qingyang drove back toward their hometown. Before setting off, he took out his phone and sent a message to Liu Fei. "Son, your mother, Cici, and I are on our way back to the hometown, awaiting your reply." After sending the message, he placed the phone aside and focused on driving. Liu Fei received this message after reaching the Su-style building and parking the car. Although he had seen the message while on the road, he refrained from reading it as Su Han was seated beside him, and he was concerned about revealing anything inappropriate. Additionally, he needed to concentrate on driving. "All right, Dad, drive safely," Liu Fei replied before heading to his office. It was only 7:30, and work had yet to commence. But Zhang Ku and the others had already arrived. As the president's secretary, she was accustomed to arriving a bit earlier than the executives. Previously, Su Han had adhered to a punctual schedule, allowing her some leeway, but she had recently noticed that Su Han was arriving increasingly earlier. Consequently, she too had to adjust her own arrival time. Chapter 69, Quiet Preparations, Part 2. Upon entering the president's office, Liu Fei immediately picked up the phone on the desk and called for Zhang Ku, having spotted her at her desk earlier. "Zhang Ku, could you come here for a moment?" As soon as Liu Fei hung up, Zhang Ku appeared at the office door, which had not yet closed. "Mr. Liu, did you call for me? Please bring me today's documents. I have already begun working on them." "Certainly, Mr. Liu, just a moment," Zhang Ku replied, turning back to gather the files. Shortly, she returned with a substantial stack of documents and placed them on Liu Fei's desk. "Is this all for today?" Liu Fei inquired, noticing that the pile was not particularly large. "Mr. Liu, it's hard to say. These are the documents submitted by various departments for signatures from yesterday. As of now, this is all there is. However, I cannot predict if more will come in after work begins," Zhang Ku explained honestly, as it was beyond her control. "Very well. Let us proceed with this for now. You may return to your tasks. I will call for you if needed. If more documents arrive, simply bring them over." Liu Fei instructed Zhang Ku before he began processing the files, while Su Han took the opportunity to touch up her makeup. Upon discovering Liu Fei's arrival, she felt an increasing sense of ease. By 8 o'clock, Liu Fei had already processed a third of the documents. This was not merely due to a smaller volume of paperwork. Regardless of the quantity, Liu Fei adhered to a singular principle. He must thoroughly review each document, comprehend it fully, and then proceed to give his approval. Otherwise, it could potentially result in significant losses. Indeed, at 8:30, Zhang Ke called with yet another substantial stack of documents. At this moment, Liu Fei refrained from commenting, knowing that it would be futile. All he could do was hasten to complete the paperwork. By 10 o'clock, he had nearly finished processing the documents, and Zhang Ke had not sent over any more. Liu Fei glanced at his phone and noted the time had surpassed 10. He thought there should still be time and then addressed Su Han, saying, "I have nearly completed the documents. I need to step out for a moment. If any documents are not urgent and require immediate attention, please leave them on my desk, and I will attend to them upon my return this afternoon. Also, please don't wait for me at lunch." Without waiting for Su Han's response, Liu Fei grabbed his keys and exited the office, leaving her to wonder about his mysterious errand. After getting into his car, Liu Fei promptly drove to the small commodity market to purchase decorations. A proposal certainly required adornments. He aimed to arrange his home festively to achieve the desired effect. Upon arriving at the market, he procured balloons, red paper, colorful lights, and of course, candles and heart-shaped balloons. After gathering these items, Liu Fei loaded the bags into his car and drove home. Upon reaching his residence, he transferred the groceries to Su Han's room, as they had no intention of residing there, at least for the time being. If the food were to spoil, it would be a troublesome affair. It was better to discard it promptly than to deal with unpleasant odors permeating the entire space. Once everything was in order, Liu Fei shifted the living room furniture aside, moving the table and pushing the sofa against the wall to create a spacious area. However, after completing this arrangement, he felt it appeared somewhat awkward. To remedy this, he returned the sofa to its original position but left the table where it was. Placing the table against the wall seemed more appropriate, and he resumed his preparations. He inflated balloons and hung colorful lights, and before he knew it, the clock struck 12:30. When his alarm rang, Liu Fei quickly grabbed his car keys, locked the door, and drove back to the Su group, mindful not to be away for too long to avoid raising Su Han's suspicions. Upon his arrival at the Sushire building, the clock struck 1. As he entered the CEO's office, he found Su Han engaged in a meal. "Why are you dining so late today? Did you not go to the cafeteria?" "I just returned from a meeting. After I left, an urgent meeting unexpectedly arose just before the end of the workday, so I had to attend it." "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Liu Fei replied, settling into a chair. "Then feel free to finish the leftovers. I can't manage anymore, and it seems wasteful to throw it away. Just eat it, they're chopsticks." Upon hearing Su Han's words, Liu Fei did not bother to retrieve the chopsticks. Instead, he took the used ones from Su Han's hand along with the bowl and began to eat. This scene rendered Su Han quite embarrassed, yet he chose to ignore it and return to his work. After finishing his meal, Liu Fei noticed the stack of documents on the table had grown to nearly half a meter high. Unable to afford a break, he resumed his battle with the paperwork, continuing until the afternoon when Su Han emerged from the break room and saw Liu Fei diligently processing the documents. "What's going on with you today? Why are you so focused on the paperwork? What do you mean, what's wrong today? Don't I always prioritize the documents?" Liu Fei responded without looking up. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that you seem unusually preoccupied today. What is bothering you?" Su Han sensed something was amiss. "It's nothing much, just some unexpected matters. I prefer to finish the paperwork now rather than deal with it after work, so I can use that time for my own affairs later." "What matters? You've been busy all morning. Come on, tell me." Su Han pressed, as she had not noticed anything unusual with Liu Fei lately. "Oh, it's just that she's growing up day by day. I'm checking on my property to see if I can renovate a room for her. It's a perfect opportunity to take care of this while the family is away visiting their hometown. The house is empty and ideal for renovations. That's why I've been preoccupied." Liu Fei fabricated an excuse, knowing that the truth might not remain hidden from Su Han. "Oh, I see. Well, if that's the case, then you carry on. If you'd like, I can help you review the documents. That way, you'll have more time for your tasks." "There's no need for that. Eventually, I'll call the renovation company to handle the work. I only need to check in on it a bit myself. It might be a bit hectic at first, but I can manage it," Liu Fei assured her. After Liu Fei finished speaking with Su Han, he resumed his work on the documents. Observing this, Su Han chose to refrain from further comments, recognizing that Liu Fei had already made his stance clear. Consequently, she redirected her focus to her own tasks. By 3 o'clock, Liu Fei had completed the paperwork and following the same procedure as in the morning. He briefed Su Han before taking the car keys and heading out to continue setting up the venue at Mingmen Tiancheng. The primary task for that afternoon involved inflating balloons, as Liu Fei required a substantial quantity for his plans. However, with only himself to manage the workload, progress was noticeably slow. Nevertheless, in the upcoming days, Liu Fei diligently carved out time to discreetly pursue this endeavor. During this period, Su Han had expressed a desire to visit Liu Fei and inspect the progress of the renovations, but he consistently declined her requests with various justifications, primarily citing concerns over formaldehyde exposure, claiming it was detrimental for women. Regardless of the rationale, he was determined to keep her from entering the premises. Left with no alternative, Su-Han ceased her insistence, curious to see how Liu Fei would transform Cece's room. Meanwhile, after Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling returned to their hometown, their daily lives became remarkably simple. The factory had been rented out, relieving Lu Qingyang of any worries, and their remaining responsibilities involved hosting relatives and friends. Although Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling did not publicly boast about Liu Fei's status upon their return, it was apparent that many had gleaned information about him from online sources. Truly, the adage rang true: wealth in the mountains draws distant kin. However, Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling steadfastly maintained that Liu Fei had not achieved much. Merely holding a job, a claim that few believed, especially given his return in an Audi, a car not easily acquired. Yet, this assertion effectively silenced several relatives and friends who might have sought assistance, rendering them unable to voice their requests. After 5 days of preparation, Liu Fei had nearly completed his arrangements. As he surveyed the results of his week-long efforts, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, a smile gracing his face as he sat in contemplation. He had also set a date for his proposal, planning to seize the opportunity of having Su-Han visit to view Cece's room to formally ask for her hand in marriage. Chapter 70. A unique movie experience. Liu Fei tested the setup he had arranged and found it satisfactory. He mentally rehearsed the proposal, considering any potential issues that might arise. Should any unforeseen circumstances occur, he wanted to be prepared to address them promptly. The outcome of his rehearsal met his expectations, and he felt content as he gazed at the scene he had crafted. Now, all that remained was to wait for Saturday, tomorrow, when he would confess his feelings to Su-Han. After closing the door, Liu Fei returned to the company. Upon arrival, he resumed his work on the documents while speaking to Su-Han. Tomorrow is Sunday. I just checked with Zhang Ku regarding our itinerary. We have a day off, so how about we go shopping in the afternoon? Liu Fei, without lifting his head, spoke to Su-Han. Tomorrow? Sure, but what shall we do in the morning? Of course, I'll be indulging in a leisurely slumber at home. What a splendid opportunity it is. After a week of toil, one deserves to enjoy a bit of rest. At this moment, Liu Fei finally raised his gaze to Su-Han. All right then, if you wish to lounge at home, so be it. Very well. So, we're heading out to the mall in the afternoon, correct? May I interpret this as you inviting me? Su-Han inquired, her large eyes fixed on Liu Fei. Is it still possible to invite you now? This is merely a casual outing, nothing more. I've already won your heart. What is the need for further invitations? Liu Fei replied, returning to his paperwork. It was a deliberate remark, aimed at keeping Su-Han from suspecting anything. Su-Han cast him a sidelong glance before they both resumed their tasks. After work, Liu Fei went to the market to buy some groceries and brought them to Su-Han's home. In the evening, he simply prepared a couple of dishes for their meal, keeping it uncomplicated given that it was just the two of them. After dinner, feeling a bit bored, Liu Fei suggested, shall we watch a movie? To the cinema? It seems rather late for that. Su-Han replied, glancing out at the darkening sky. Why go to the cinema? We can watch it at home. We have a television for that, Liu Fei said, grabbing the remote to turn on the TV. To his dismay, he found it filled with advertisements. Goodness, do we need a subscription just to watch a movie? Sigh. I suppose I'll have to get a membership, Liu Fei grumbled, scanning a QR code with his phone and paying for the subscription. However, upon discovering that individual films required additional payment, he nearly lost his temper. Resigned, he paid for the film and prepared to watch it. Alas, this television is such a far cry from the old ones. Though they had fewer features, at least you could watch without incurring costs. Now, with all these functions, everything requires a subscription, and on top of that, individual fees. Honestly, shouldn't we consider producing our own television? Liu Fei lamented. Perhaps we should refrain from that. The electronics market seems quite saturated, Su-Han replied. What is there to fear? Our slogan could be no ads, no subscriptions, watch freely. I believe it would sell quite well, Liu Fei chuckled, looking at Su-Han. Your idea does have merit. It warrants further exploration. Tomorrow, no, the day after, we'll gather some individuals for validation, and if all goes well, we could commence production. Su-Han pondered, realizing Liu Fei's proposal was indeed quite astute, given the current chaos in the television market. All right then, let us watch some television, she concluded. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-han settled onto the sofa beside him, and they began to watch television together. The film was a romantic one, quite heartwarming, and they both found it quite enjoyable. Suddenly, Liu Fei seemed to recall something and promptly retrieved a bag of potato chips he had just purchased that day, offering them to Su-han. Although popcorn had been overlooked, they would make do with the chips for now. Su-han accepted the chips from Liu Fei's hands, and they sat upright, adhering to decorum. However, as the movie unfolded, Su-han removed her shoes and curled her legs up on the sofa, resembling a carefree young girl. In that moment, she shed the constraints of her work life, feeling as though she had returned to her former self. She laughed when the film evoked laughter and cried when it brought tears, eventually reclining on the sofa in quiet contemplation. Naturally, she placed her legs on Liu Fei's lap, causing him to feel a surge of unease. Gazing at her legs and the relaxed Su-han, he sensed that this was not the same person he had previously encountered. Clearly, Su-han was oblivious to the shift, continuing to engross herself in the film. Truth be told, the stress she had endured over the years had been overwhelming. She had never before felt so relaxed or experienced such support from anyone like Liu Fei. Thus, she completely liberated herself. Once the movie concluded, Su-han drew her legs back. She felt no discomfort, but rather, everything seemed to flow naturally. "All right, let's go to sleep," she suggested. "Sure," Liu Fei replied, as they both rose to head toward the bedroom. After turning off the television, Liu Fei prepared to sleep, while Su-han lay on the bed and Liu Fei made do with the floor. "Thank you for today," Su-han said. Lying on the bed and gazing at the ceiling, her mood notably relaxed. "Watching the movie helped me rediscover the carefree feelings of my youth." Liu Fei responded, "Is that all the gratitude I receive? We merely watch television at home. Imagine if we had gone to the cinema. In truth, I haven't watched a film in ages. The responsibilities of the corporation, along with she and my father's expectations, weigh on me like 3 towering mountains, making it hard to breathe. Your presence is a blessing, allowing me to feel a sense of relief, as if I could finally set down those burdens." "Oh, really? If possible, I shall bear those 3 mountains for you." Liu Fei seized the opportunity to strengthen his bond with Su-han. "Come lie on the bed. Sleeping on the floor is uncomfortable." Liu Fei was taken aback by Su-han's sudden invitation. "Is it truly all right? Come up, or forget it," she teased. Upon hearing Su-han's words, Liu Fei swiftly grabbed his blanket and joined her on the bed. "But let it be clear, no mischief tonight, and do not cross that line. Do you understand?" "Sois promptly admoniste, Liu Fei." All right, I understand," Liu Fei responded hastily. It was not that he harbored any malicious intentions. Rather, after nearly a week of sleeping on the ground, he had almost forgotten the sensation of a proper bed. As long as he could rest, he would acquiesce to any request. "Well then, let us sleep. Can we chat a bit more? After all, we have no pressing matters in the morning," Liu Fei suggested, pulling Su-han closer. Fine, let us talk," Su-han replied, unable to resist Liu Fei's playful demeanor. The two engaged in an extensive conversation that lasted well into the night, covering a myriad of topics from the southernmost to the northernmost regions, from dawn until dusk. However, they were unaware of when sleep overtook them, as their eyelids grew heavy amidst their discourse. Although Su-han had initially promised not to cross boundaries, the unconsciousness of sleep led her to embrace Liu Fei, breaking her own vow. Liu Fei, half awake and sensing the warmth of another, instinctively reciprocated, drawing Su-han closer. Though this was not their first encounter of such intimacy, Liu Fei felt a distinct sensation each time he held Su-han. When they eventually awoke, the sun had already ascended to its zenith. Su-han was the first to stir. Upon realizing she had been holding Liu Fei, she quickly released him and retreated to her side, attempting to compose herself. At that moment, Liu Fei also awoke. "Are you awake?" he inquired. "Yes, I am." "Then let us rise. After we get up, we can have something to eat and then perhaps visit the mall," Liu Fei suggested, rubbing his eyes to shake off the remnants of sleep. "All right," Su-han replied, showing no reluctance in leaving the comfort of her bed. She promptly dressed and stepped outside to freshen up. Liu Fei followed suit, preparing a simple lunch. As he noted the time, it was already 11:30, and it was indeed time to eat. "You should freshen up as well." "I've already done so," Su-Han remarked after completing her routine. Let us keep lunch uncomplicated. How about a bowl of noodles? We plan to go shopping afterward, and there are plenty of snacks at the mall. If we fill up too much at lunch, we won't be able to enjoy those treats. Understood. Let's prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles then. We haven't eaten anything this morning, so a light meal is just right. Liu Fei agreed. You go ahead and freshen up. I'll start cooking after you're done. Okay. Once Liu Fei exited the kitchen, he proceeded to wash up. In less than 10 minutes, he was finished. As men's grooming typically involved little more than brushing teeth and washing the face. If he needed to wash his hair, he would do so concurrently. After cleansing his face, he returned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Cooking noodles was a straightforward task, and within 10 minutes, they were ready. Come, the noodles are done. Let us eat. Liu Fei called out as he brought the dish to the table. All right, I'm coming. After Su-Han concluded her affairs, she promptly emerged and began to indulge in a bowl of noodles, dressed in casual attire, as she planned to go shopping later. There was no need for a fashionable ensemble. She also applied a subtle touch of makeup, which left Liu Fei utterly captivated. You're here to eat noodles, aren't you? Why are you staring at me? Look at how much I can eat. Although Su-Han's words seemed dismissive, her heart brimmed with joy. After all, which woman would not revel in being admired? All right, let us eat. Coming back to his senses, Liu Fei also started to devour his noodles. After finishing their meal, Liu Fei changed into casual wear as well. His physique was quite commendable, accentuating his handsome features. Let us go. With that, Su-Han and Liu Fei set off toward the shopping mall. After parking the car, Liu Fei led Su-Han inside to begin their shopping adventure. Feel free to tell me if you fancy anything. Today's expenditures are all on me, he declared confidently. Oh, you're quite the generous young man. Just don't come begging me later, she teased. Rest assured, shop to your heart's content. If necessary, I'll just have them all buy it all for you. Liu Fei boasted, his confidence stemming from his current wealth of over 50 million. No matter what Su-Han desired, he was sure he could accommodate her whims. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su-Han commenced her shopping spree. As they wandered, Liu Fei began to feel a twinge of regret as his arms grew laden with bags. The prices were not exorbitant, and he could certainly manage them, yet the sheer volume of purchases was daunting. Moreover, Su-Han seemed to be in exceptionally high spirits, making their shopping excursion feel endless. Though Liu Fei harbored some grievances, he dared not voice them, especially since he had important matters to attend to later that evening. Why don't you place the items in the car? There's a snack street nearby that we can explore. All right, wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. Liu Fei's eyes lit up at the mention of the snack street, as it signaled the potential conclusion of their mall adventure. After swiftly depositing the items in the car, he returned to find Su-Han. Here, I got you milk tea. Enjoy. Thank you. Liu Fei accepted the milk tea from Su-Han and took a sip, momentarily forgetting his earlier concerns, as the day's activities and the previous rush had left him feeling quite fatigued. After a brief respite, they set off. Let us go. With that, Su-Han and Liu Fei strolled towards the snack street behind the mall. Su-Han embraced her role as the foodie, while Liu Fei became her willing benefactor. Whenever Su-Han spotted a delicacy, she would request 2 servings, and when she found herself unable to finish, she would simply hand the remainder to Liu Fei. In the spirit of minimizing waste, Liu Fei dutifully consumed whatever was left. Thus, the hours slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was already 5 in the afternoon. 2 individuals were seated on a chair, taking a moment to rest after an exhausting afternoon of exploration. What shall we do next? Liu Fei inquired, glancing at the time and addressing Su-Han. Next, let us go watch a movie, Su-Han proposed, recalling the promotional posters for a new film he had seen while passing by the mall. Are we really going to the cinema now? Didn't we just see a film yesterday? Liu Fei questioned. What you saw yesterday hardly qualifies as a movie. Come on, let us go watch a film. Su-Han insisted as he pulled Liu Fei toward the cinema. They purchased tickets for the latest screening and settled in to enjoy the show. By the time the film concluded, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Let us head home now. Look, it's already 7:30, Liu Fei said, waving his phone in front of Su-Han. All right then, let us go back, she replied, though her tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. It was evident that this outing had not provided her with the relaxation she craved. Liu Fei noticed Su-han's despondency and perhaps guessed her unspoken thoughts. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. You and T have to bear it alone. We will share it together, he reassured her. Su-han nodded in response, and the two of them got into the car, heading toward Mingmen Tiancheng. Upon arriving, Liu Fei chose to park on his side rather than Su-han's. Aren't we going back to my place? Why are we at yours? Are your parents home? Su-han asked, observing Liu Fei's actions. No, not yet. Come on, get out. I have a surprise for you, Liu Fei replied, his words slightly faltering. Su-han assumed it was about Su Cc's room being ready for viewing. Once they exited the car, Liu Fei opened the door to his room, revealing a pitch-dark interior. Why isn't the light on? It's so dark in here, she exclaimed, struggling to see. The curtains aren't even drawn. I thought your mom would have closed them before leaving, she added. Liu Fei remained silent, guiding Su-han into the living room, where her confusion deepened. Isn't it just a room? Why all the mystery? Stand here and wait for me, Liu Fei instructed before turning to leave. Hearing the door close, Su-han called out, Liu Fei, where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. I just closed the door. Wait a moment. I'll be right out, he responded. That's good. What's with all the secrecy? Hurry and turn on the light. It's pitch black in here, she complained, but Liu Fei remained unresponsive. A minute later, Liu Fei illuminated the colorful lights, startling Su-han in the process. Amidst the radiant glow emanating from the lights, Su-han beheld Liu Fei approaching her with a large, exquisite flower in hand. In that moment, Su-han realized that even without prior encounters, she anticipated Liu Fei's forthcoming gesture. Initially, she had contemplated waiting a bit longer, but soon recognized that patience was no longer an option. This week was not merely about renovating Shishi's room. She felt remorse for deceiving him. In truth, throughout this week, she had been meticulously arranging this proposal scene. By yesterday, everything was set, and today, he intended to propose. I understand that I may not be your ideal Prince Charming, but you are undoubtedly my Snow White. And I shall strive tirelessly to become your prince, he declared. Su-han, will you marry me? After uttering these words, Liu Fei knelt before her, cradling the flower. Su-han, moved by the moment, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Pulling him up, she embraced him tightly, and Liu Fei reciprocated with equal fervor, both wishing they could merge into one another. After a prolonged embrace, they released each other, locking eyes in a shared moment of intimacy. As Liu Fei gazed at Su-han, an inexplicable impulse surged within him. He leaned in, and their lips met in a tender kiss. Liu Fei swept Su-han into his arms, carrying her to his room, and she did not resist. What was deemed inappropriate for the night had transpired. Afterwards, Su-han lay nestled in Liu Fei's embrace. How do you feel? Are you happy now? Is your plot finally successful? How can this be considered a scheme? It is merely a natural progression. From now on, you are a cherished flower in my garden, and I am a man with a wife, Liu Fei mused, his thoughts bringing a foolish grin to his face. The joy of having a wife was undeniably exhilarating. Are you not afraid I might run away? Su-han teased. Not at all. If you were to leave, I would simply come after you, wouldn't I? After saying this, Liu Fei planted another kiss on her. Su-han rolled her eyes playfully, and the two began to whisper sweet nothings until the late hours of the night. Since the following day was Sunday, with no work obligations or urgent matters to attend to, they were unconcerned about the time they would awaken. When dawn broke, Liu Fei was the first to awaken. Noticing Su-han still asleep, he chose not to disturb her. Rising quietly, he dismantled the proposal setup, returning everything to its original place, and prepared some porridge. As he finished his tasks, Su-han stirred awake, calling out, Liu Fei? Liu Fei! Upon hearing her voice, Liu Fei rushed from the living room into the bedroom. You're awake? Yes, please hand me my clothes. Of course. After Liu Fei handed the clothes to Su-han, he began to dress before her, as they had seen everything and were no longer concerned. Once Su-han had donned her outfit, they indulged in each other's company for a while longer before Liu Fei suggested she freshen up. Seizing the opportunity while Su-han was occupied, Liu Fei brought out the porridge he had prepared. Once you're done, come over for some porridge. We'll have a grand dinner later, he called out as he noticed Su-han emerging. All right, she replied, settling down at the desk to enjoy her meal. Have your parents mentioned when they LL return? It's been about a week since they left. Suhan inquired while sipping her porridge. Liu Fei responded, no, they haven't said much. Well, if they don't come back, we can relish our time together, just the two of us, and invite them back later. Chapter 72. A call from Mom. Just as Suhan and Liu Fei were immersed in their tender moments, Liu Fei's phone rang. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers bloom, the ringtone echoed. Phone, phone, Suhan exclaimed, shoving Liu Fei and pointing to his phone. It's your mom. Answer it quickly. Reluctantly, Liu Fei picked up the call. Mom, why are you calling? He asked, his tone laced with reluctance. Hey, have you forgotten your responsibilities? Are you still in bed? Zhou Ling, sensing from his tone that he might still be asleep, expressed her concern. In truth, Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling had risen early, primarily due to Su Cece, who had awakened and necessitated their own rise. Lu Qingyang took Su Cece for a stroll around the village, eager to show off their precious granddaughter. Upon returning from their walk, an offhand comment from Lu Qingyang startled Zhou Ling. I wonder how our son is doing. Has he succeeded? It's been a week with no news, no call. It's truly frustrating. And Suhan, too. It's been a week since Cece left her. Doesn't Tishi miss her? Why hasn't Tishi called to check in? Lu Qingyang lamented, his gaze fixed on Su Cece, who was playing in the yard. You're right, Lu. I'm calling our son right now to see how things stand. You should at least give us some news about whether he succeeded or not, Zhou Ling declared, pulling out her phone to call Liu Fei, leading to the earlier exchange. Mom, what are you saying? I've been up for a while. We're just having breakfast, Liu Fei answered. You're up? You're not fooling me, are you? Your tone doesn't sound like someone who is awake, she replied. Enough with the small talk. How did it go? Were you successful? Mom, you should know who your son is, Liu Fei responded. Your son has stepped up, proving himself to be twice as capable, and informs you that he successfully wooed her last night. After Liu Fei shared this news, he looked at Su Han with a playful smile, making her feel a tad embarrassed, as she was fully aware of what successful meant. And she cast a glance at Liu Fei. All right then, when shall we return? Zhou Ling posed another question, understanding that lingering in the hometown was not a feasible option. Well, it's entirely up to you. You can return whenever you wish. The choice is yours, Liu Fei replied with a smile. Indeed, if Liu Fei insisted on their return, but they were reluctant, he had no recourse. It was better to let them enjoy themselves thoroughly before coming back. Okay, I will discuss it with your father and see what he says. I will call you before we head back, all right? It's settled then. After Zhou Ling hung up, Lu Qingyang inquired about her conversation. So what did Xiao Fei say? Was he successful? Yes, indeed. Xiao Fei just informed me that he has confessed to Xiao Han successfully, and he said we can return whenever we like, Zhou Ling replied, her face lighting up with excitement. Oh, truly? That's wonderful. Let us head to the county soon and purchase some jewelry. By the way, the bracelet my mother left for you, do bring it along. You never wear it anyway. Besides, it is not as if it was a keepsake from Xiao Fei's grandmother for her daughter-in-law. It is fitting to present it now. I know. As if only you are aware of this. Zhou Ling shot a glance at Lu Qingyang before hastily searching for the bracelet hidden in the house. A treasure left by Liu Fei's grandmother, imbued with deep significance. Zhou Ling seldom wore it. Observing her actions, Lu Qingyang chose not to comment and went to join Su Cece in play. Meanwhile, Liu Fei had also hung up the phone. So, when her uncle and aunt returning? I'm not sure. They didn't inform me. But it perfect that they are in back now. Just the two of us. Liu Fei said with a mischievous grin. How rude. What are you talking about? Let's focus on serious matters, Su Han retorted, rolling her eyes at Liu Fei. I merely conveyed to them that they could return whenever they pleased. Moreover, they will likely stay longer during this visit, given how rare it is for them to return. In the future, once CC starts kindergarten, the opportunities to visit will be even scarcer, so let them enjoy themselves. However, my mother did request that they call me upon their return. Liu Fei decided to drop the teasing, addressing her directly. Very well, since that is the case. Let be, we shall leave it to them. At that moment, Su Han ceased her banter, quietly sipping her porridge. After the two had finished their meal, Liu Fei proceeded to wash the dishes. Once he had completed this task, Zhang Ke's call came through. Unfortunately, Su Han had to deal with a few matters. But soon thereafter, Zhang Daowei, also called Liu Fei. Hello, General Manager Liu. This is Zhang Daowei. What's the matter, Manager Zhang? Liu Fei inquired upon recognizing Zhang Daowei's voice. It's like this, General Manager Liu. The entire batch of samples has been produced, and the footage has been edited. When do you think we should unveil the product? Should we issue a press release to announce a launch event? Zhang Daowei briefed Liu Fei on the skin cream product, as such decisions required his approval. Without his consent, subordinates were unable to make determinations. Well, regarding this matter, let's schedule a report for Monday when work resumes. Additionally, I will have the executives present as well. So please make the necessary preparations. Liu Fei instructed Zhang Daowei. Be sure to prepare thoroughly, understand? Liu Fei emphasized, wary that Zhang Daowei might miss the point. Rest assured, General Manager Liu, it will be well prepared, Zhang Daowei assured him. All right, then let's leave it at that. Understood, General Manager Liu. Goodbye. After ending the call, Zhang Daowei turned to Wang Bo Xiao Wang. Arrange those sets of cosmetics and bring over a few more. I will need them for Monday. Also, double-check the promotional video you prepare to ensure there are no errors. General Manager Liu and General Manager Su will need to view it, and there must be no mistakes. Understood? Zhang Daowei directed Wang Bo. Yes, Manager Zhang, I will take care of it right away. Wang Bo had now become Zhang Daowei's right-hand man, and Zhang Daowei recognized Wang Bo as a valuable asset, adeptly considering all aspects and aligning well with his temperament, which Zhang Daowei greatly appreciated. He was puzzled as to why Wang Bo's previous company had deteriorated, as Wang Bo would occasionally share his past experiences when Zhang Daowei inquired. Over the course of their work, Zhang Daowei discovered that Wang Bo was indeed an exceptional subordinate, thoughtful and skilled in navigating workplace dynamics. Otherwise, Zhang Daowei would not have promoted him so swiftly. Of course, Wang Bo being Liu Fei's classmate was not a significant factor for Zhang Daowei. Ultimately, relationships meant little without competence, as one could easily be sidelined within the Su group. Wasn't Su Han treated similarly upon his arrival? It was only later that Su Han's character and diligent efforts gradually won over everyone in the company, earning him their respect. After finishing his phone call, Liu Fei turned to Su Han. There will be a meeting on Monday to discuss the timing of our new product launch, and you are expected to attend, along with the other company executives. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Su Han fell into contemplation for a moment before gazing at Liu Fei with her alluring eyes and remarked, "Shouldn't this matter be your concern? Shouldn't you be handling it? From now on, I shall dutifully remain in the president's office, content to be your beautiful president." Having said this, Su Han rose and retreated to her room, which, in truth, was Liu Fei's room, as they had stayed at his home the previous night. Liu Fei, upon hearing Su Han's words, could only shake his head in resignation, fully aware of her implications. Alas, what choice did he have but to accept his unfortunate fate? Su Han's meaning was quite straightforward. She intended to linger in the president's office, idly passing time, while entrusting all other matters to Liu Fei. With no other recourse, Liu Fei began tidying up the living room, neglecting the remnants of tape that had been left behind, having merely done a cursory clean earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Su Han lay in bed, engrossed in her phone, feeling an unprecedented sense of leisure that she had never experienced before. With no children, no work, and no worries, everything felt so splendid. She was determined to savor this fleeting moment. In her heart, she harbored a small hope that when Zhou Ling returned with Shi and the others, it would be a tad later, allowing her to relish this time a little longer. Chapter 73. Finalizing the time after tidying the living room, Liu Fei joined Su Han, snuggling beside her for a while before taking her out for a lavish meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Daowei and Wang Bo were engaged in a discussion regarding the intricacies of their product and the quality of the promotional video, hoping to identify any flaws that needed correction. Although it was Saturday, Wang Bo's enthusiasm for working overtime was undeterred. In his previous company, he would have slacked off, but the circumstances were different now, as he was at Su's group, where the remuneration was exceedingly satisfactory, particularly with the promise of double pay for the day. Manager Zhang, I believe we should consider this during the meeting on Monday when we present our products, since many of our leaders are women. Why not allow them to try the products on the spot? This would showcase their confidence in what we offer, wouldn't you agree? Wang Bo proposed to Zhang Daowei, who brightened at the suggestion. Xiao Wang, that's a brilliant idea. It's certainly feasible. Just ensure that you record everything without extensive editing, so it appears as though it was done in one seamless take. How does that sound? Are you up for it? Manager Zhang, this is a piece of cake. Rest assured, Wang Bo responded confidently. All right, I will arrange to incorporate this proposal, Zhang Daowei said, convinced of the merit of Wang Bo's suggestion, as nothing could be more impactful than first-hand experience. What about the video? How do you feel about it, Manager Zhang? Wang Bo once again addressed Zhang Wei regarding the issues with the promotional video. Although he harbored great confidence in his work, and Zhang Daowei had consistently expressed satisfaction with his filming, he understood the importance of maintaining a humble heart and not turning a blind eye to potential flaws. Upon hearing Wang Bo's comments, Zhang Daowei promptly returned to his computer, meticulously reviewing the promotional video from the beginning. This time, he scrutinized every detail: the ebb and flow of the music, the quality of the visuals, the monologues of the peripheral characters, as well as the facial expressions and skin tones of the actors. His purpose was singular: to present the most impeccable version to the company leaders on Monday. He recognized that executing this task well could lead to a promotion. At this stage, a salary increase was no longer Zhang Daowei's primary concern. The remuneration from Su Group was already satisfactory. What he sought was advancement in his career. I just reviewed it again and found no issues, not even minor ones. Could it be that I am simply too pleased with your work? Zhang Daowei quipped lightheartedly. How about this? Send the video to our department members for their feedback. No, let's have everyone watch it right here at my desk. No one is allowed to record, as this is our promotional material and is still in a confidential phase. It must not be leaked. He continued, all right, call them in one by one and let them know I requested it. The power of the collective is considerable. Perhaps together we can identify any overlooked issues. If no one finds anything, then so be it. But if they do, we still have time to make amendments before tomorrow, which is Sunday. What do you think? Understood. Manager Zhang, I will gather them immediately. Wang Bo was quick to comply with Zhang Daowei's instructions. He recognized that while he may have reservations, it was paramount to execute the orders first, gradually acknowledging their merit through the process. This quality of unwavering obedience to authority was something Zhang Daowei admired in Wang Bo, as it upheld his leadership credibility despite any dissenting opinions. Soon, department members were summoned one by one, each taking their turn to review the video. Ultimately, the consensus was strikingly uniform. Everyone found it exceptionally well done, with no discernible flaws. They were not merely flattering Wang Bo, as they were aware of his favored status with Zhang Daowei. They were simply expressing their honest opinions. Well, since there are no objections, let us finalize things and prepare to attend the meeting together on Monday, Zhang Daowei declared decisively. Manager Zhang, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wang Bo inquired nervously, as the prospect of facing high-ranking figures such as the general manager and president of Su Group was understandably daunting, especially for someone of his junior status. What is inappropriate about it? Su Group has always upheld the principle that the capable rise to the top while the timid remain behind. As long as you possess genuine talent and capability, promotions and salary increases will pose no challenge. Prepare yourself diligently. Xiao Wang, this represents an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your abilities. Do not let it slip by. Do you understand? It will serve as a valuable experience for you. Zhang Daowei remarked meaningfully. Indeed, Manager Zhang, rest assured, I shall seize this opportunity with utmost diligence. Wang Bo assured him directly, fully comprehending Zhang Daowei's implication. Very well. Proceed to prepare. Meanwhile, at home, Su-Han and Liu Fei were engaged in a discussion about their dinner plans for the evening. Did you not mention taking me out for a feast tonight? What sumptuous meal do you have in mind? Su-Han inquired, noticing Liu Fei reclining on the bed. A delightful dish of clay pot chicken, renowned for its exquisite taste. We frequented a particular place during our university days, and I wish to take you there. Liu Fei responded. Upon hearing Liu Fei mention clay pot chicken, Su-Han felt no disdain. She was aware that truly delectable street food often resided in inconspicuous stalls tucked away in alleys. Those upscale restaurants, while boasting higher standards and more pleasing environments, often fell short in flavor. Having attained her current status and capabilities, she felt justified in her assessment. Oh, indeed. Let me tell you, during my university years, there was a remarkable clay pot duck establishment, which I have not visited since graduation. The flavors were superb, Su-Han replied, her interest piqued by Liu Fei's words, and they enthusiastically discussed their culinary memories. If time permits, we should revisit that place when we go back. Absolutely, since we're both in Greenvine City. It will be quite convenient to drive there. Agreed, it's settled then. Tonight, let us visit the clay pot chicken restaurant I mentioned and see how you find it. Are you hungry yet? Yes, I am quite famished. All we've had is some porridge, which hardly suffices, Su-Han admitted shyly. Come, put on your clothes. We shall set off, Liu Fei urged her. Hearing his words, Su-Han promptly began to dress. Naturally, she returned to her own home to select her attire, as Liu Fei's place lacked suitable options. This time, Su-Han donned a casual outfit that appeared both clean and sharp, while Liu Fei sported shorts paired with a white t-shirt. Upon seeing Liu Fei's appearance, Su-Han chuckled lightly. You speak of taking me out for a grand meal, yet you present yourself in this manner. Is this not somewhat disrespectful? Liu Fei glanced at his own attire and replied, What is wrong with what I am wearing? I find it quite comfortable. Besides, we are merely going on a casual outing to dine, are we not? Indeed, you make a valid point. Let's go. All right. Subsequently, Liu Fei guided Su-Han towards a restaurant renowned for its delectable clay pot chicken. As anticipated upon tasting the dish, Su-Han found it to be as delightful as Liu Fei had described. They relished a substantial portion together. On Sunday, the pair visited several other commendable dining establishments. By Monday, both were thoroughly rejuvenated and prepared to return to work. Upon arriving at the office, after a brief respite in the president's office, they promptly made their way to the conference room as the meeting time approached. Zhang Daowei had already been waiting for them. Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Wang Bo, the presenter for today's report. Here are our products. Wang Bo bravely took the stage, and Liu Fei felt a sense of pride watching him. Everyone is welcome to sample our latest product, as it will aid in promoting our company's offerings, Wang Bo continued. Once he concluded his presentation, Zhang Daowei immediately rose to address the leaders of the Su group. Please give it a try. This face mask is quite impressive. Liu Fei encouraged Su-Han, knowing that if she did not take the lead, others might hesitate. All right, I shall be the first to try it, Su-Han declared as she stood up. It is suitable for men as well and remarkably beneficial for skin recovery, Zhang Daowei informed the male leaders present. With only 5 female leaders in attendance, the potential impact could have been greater with a larger audience. Very well, I shall also give it a try, one deputy director announced with a smile. I want to be modest. Who doesn't wish to appear younger, right? His words elicited laughter, and soon everyone began to participate without hesitation. Observing this, Wang Bo swiftly set up a camera to document the proceedings, capturing even the conversations that ensued. Later, when they viewed the unconventional promotional video, everyone found it refreshingly innovative. Let us schedule it for a month from now, shall we? Is there any issue? Can we meet the production capacity? Liu Fei inquired of Zhang Daowei. Rest assured, everything is in place now. Production capacity will not be a problem. It will certainly keep pace, Zhang Daowei assured Liu Fei. That is reassuring. As long as the production can keep up, I am satisfied. By the way, what about my classmate? How is he faring? To be honest, when your classmate first arrived, I had my doubts and thought it might have been due to connections. However, based on his performance, Wang Bo is quite capable. Just look at his presentation today. He was composed and articulate. If it had been someone less familiar with the situation, facing such a distinguished audience, they would likely have faltered, wouldn't they? Zhang Daowei, upon hearing Liu Fei inquire about Wang Bo's situation, immediately responded, not out of flattery, but because Wang Bo truly excelled in his work. I would never recommend a mediocre individual to our team. If I were to recommend someone, it would be someone beneficial to our company, wouldn't it? Liu Fei replied with a smile. Indeed, absolutely. After the meeting concluded, Liu Fei called Wang Bo aside. How have you been during this period? He asked. Mr. Liu, things have been quite well, Wang Bo responded, nearly addressing Liu Fei as Feezy, but quickly corrected himself, realizing it was inappropriate. Oh, so you're going to speak to me like that now, huh? Have we started to become distant? Liu Fei joked. We are in the company, after all. I must maintain your dignity. Otherwise, if others perceive me as disrespectful to my superior, they might undermine me behind my back. Wang Bo replied, somewhat embarrassed. Are you really worried about that? Who would dare to undermine you? That aside, you performed well today. Your report was commendable. It seems you have matured, Liu Fei remarked. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. You are the head of the group now, while I remain a mere employee. You are my aspiration, and I will strive diligently, Wang Bo declared with great ambition. Good, I admire your spirit. I look forward to the day when you surpass me, at which point I shall work for you, Liu Fei responded. That is not quite right. You're joking a bit too much, Wang Bo chuckled. Enough of that. Focus on your work. And don't embarrass me. Understood? You are someone I brought in. I cannot allow others to accuse me of favoritism, correct? You must earn your respect and prove yourself. Liu Fei advised. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Wang Bo replied confidently. All right, get back to work. The product is about to be launched, and you will have your hands full. Work hard, and rest assured, bonuses and rewards will not be lacking, Liu Fei encouraged, metaphorically painting a bright future for Wang Bo. Ah, these are mere trifles, Wang Bo said as he departed, and Liu Fei returned to his office. What are you up to? Su-Han asked. I just called Wang Bo and discussed a few matters with him. How is my classmate performing? Su-Han inquired. Not bad. The presentation today was quite successful, Liu Fei replied, openly acknowledging Wang Bo's competence, feeling no need to hinder his progress. That's good to hear. I cannot tarnish my own reputation. Otherwise, how would I introduce others in the future? Liu Fei mused. You are right. Now, get back to work. Look at the pile of documents on your desk. You need to address them promptly, Su-Han said with a smile. All right, this is utterly unreasonable, Liu Fei exclaimed, and he resumed his work. During lunch, Wang Bo encountered Tian Saijia. Wang Bo, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around. Tian Saijia observed Wang Bo dining at a table and proactively brought her own meal over to him, saying, Oh, you are here for a meal as well? Wang Bo replied, Yes, it's time to eat. I assent it. By the way, I haven't seen you around lately. You still haven't answered my question. He sighed, Well, this ISNT a new product interview. I've been quite busy with the new product. My spare time has become rather limited. Wang Bo felt somewhat embarrassed. He harbored no significant animosity towards Tian Saijia, but he did have some opinions about Wang Dan. Moreover, Tian Saijia was not a bad person. At least she possessed a good heart and was not of the same ilk as Wang Dan. The new product? Oh, I've heard about it. But what exactly is it? Care to share a hint? Tian Saijia inquired. I'm afraid not, dear classmate. I cannot disclose anything. Company policy is quite strict, Wang Bo replied, his expression one of discomfort. It was indeed a difficult situation. Saying too much was not permissible, yet saying too little felt equally inadequate. So he had no choice but to adhere to the company's regulations. That's all right. You are right. Company policies are in place. By the way, do you have time after work today? Let us grab a meal together. Tian Saijia extended an invitation to him. Tonight? Wang Bo checked his schedule on his phone. I should be free, but I can't be certain. I'll message you later. If I can make it, I'll join you. If not, we'll have to reschedule. He expressed his apologies, acknowledging that times had changed. He was no longer a mere junior employee with little to do. Now, as the chief photographer, he had numerous responsibilities requiring his decisive input. Additionally, with Zhang Daowei delegating some authority, Wang Bo found himself increasingly occupied. All right, I'll await your message. Tian Saijia understood that Wang Bo was indeed a busy individual, but at least he promised to get back to her. After finishing his meal, Wang Bo returned to his tasks while Tian Saijia went back to her post to take a well-deserved break. It was lunchtime, after all, and she needed some rest. Meanwhile, in Liu Fei's hometown, Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling were plotting some matters. Dear, we have been at home for almost a week now. Let us head back. We shouldn't linger here any longer, Lu Qingyang suggested to Zhou Ling. All right, let us return. We've spent enough time here. We've seen everyone we needed to see and visited all the relatives. There is nothing else to do. So let us head back tomorrow morning, Zhou Ling agreed. Fine. Tomorrow morning it is. I'll call our son to inform him we're coming back, Lu Qingyang said, retrieving his phone to call Liu Fei. In less than a minute, the call was connected. Chapter 75, Seeking Peace. Dad, why are you calling? Is there something wrong? Liu Fei hurriedly answered upon seeing his father's call. Xiao Fei, I have conferred with your mother, and we plan to return home tomorrow. If all goes well, we should arrive by tomorrow evening. Oh, you're coming back tomorrow? Upon hearing his father's announcement, Liu Fei raised his voice slightly, prompting Su Han to glance over at him immediately. Indeed, we are returning tomorrow. Your mother and I have already seen everything we needed to at home, and all the relatives who were meant to visit have done so. Those who have not come will likely not maintain contact in the future. There is little purpose in lingering at home, so we are preparing to leave. I called simply to inform you. That'll be all. After Liu Qingyang finished speaking to Liu Fei, he abruptly hung up, leaving no chance for a response. Liu Fei stared at the disconnected call, shaking his head in resignation. Are uncle and aunt returning tomorrow? Su Han inquired as Liu Fei placed the phone on the table, realizing the conversation had concluded. Yes, they are expected to arrive by tomorrow evening. The call was merely to notify us. Well, didn't you ask what time they would be arriving? Should we prepare dinner? No, I didn't have the opportunity to inquire before they hung up. Liu Fei replied helplessly. All right then, finish work early tomorrow and prepare dinner. Understood. After Liu Fei responded to Su Han, they both returned to their respective tasks. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Su Han called out, and upon the door opening, Chen Jing entered. President, Liu General, what is the matter? Liu Fei turned his gaze toward Chen Jing upon hearing her voice. Well, President, American representatives have contacted us through their company, Orange Corp, expressing a desire to discuss potential collaboration. It turned out that American businessmen had recognized the immense market for skincare products. Following the withdrawal of the Su Group from the American market, all associated products had exited as well. Consequently, the American public was left with no alternative but to purchase through other channels at exorbitant prices, as the efficacy was simply unparalleled. Oh, Orange Corp? Yes, Liu General, we just received their message, hoping to initiate a partnership. Do not concern yourselves with them. Let them wait. Liu Fei had anticipated they would reach out again, thus he chose to let them linger. Why not seize this opportunity for collaboration? Chen Jing expressed her confusion, believing this was an excellent chance to penetrate the American market. Let us strive to maximize our interests. Let them contemplate the reality for a moment. If they wish to collaborate, they must demonstrate their sincerity. Liu Fei was well aware of Chen Jing's intentions. Yet he understood that these individuals adhered to the law of the jungle. Without proper discipline, they would not recognize their own standing. What does the president think? Chen Jing then turned to inquire about Su Han's perspective, as Liu Fei's opinion was merely one facet. The views of the head of the Su family had yet to be expressed. His intentions align with my own. Proceed accordingly. From now on, the Su Group will be governed by General Manager Liu's directives. Do you understand? His intentions are indeed my own. Understood, President. I shall notify the Orange Company at once. Chen Jing is well aware that this is Su Han furthering his own agenda. After all, those who attain such positions are anything but ordinary. Very well, go ahead. Farewell, President. After bidding farewell to Su Han, Chen Jing exited the room. You truly have a knack for delegating, leaving everything to me. Liu Fei remarked with a hint of irritation. Shall I seek assistance elsewhere? No need. I shall handle it. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei instantly deflated, resigning himself to the task of managing his documents once more. Meanwhile, in the reception area of the Su Group, Cheng Yi, the general manager of the Orange Company, anxiously awaited Chen Jing's response. Early that morning, he had received a notification from the headquarters in America, instructing him to engage with the Su Group and explore the possibility of securing exclusive distribution rights for their skincare cream. Such an arrangement would undoubtedly double the market value of the Orange Company. I apologize for the delay, General Manager Zhang. Cheng Yi said as Chen Jing entered the meeting room. Not all, Manager Chen. What decision has your group reached? Will the exclusive rights be granted to us at Orange Company? Cheng Yi, unfazed by Chen Jing's apology, was primarily concerned with this matter. I regret to inform you, General Manager Cheng, that our company requires further deliberation regarding your request. Should I receive any updates, I will inform you immediately. What could possibly be under consideration? Is there any reason for hesitation? Please feel free to express any concerns. We can address them together. Cheng Yi, however, was skeptical of Chun Jing's words. The notion of further discussion merely suggested a refusal. Nevertheless, he recalled his superior's directive to secure this deal. Clearly, Chun Jing's response left him at an impasse. I apologize, General Manager Chung, but I am not privy to our leadership's deliberations. I am merely executing orders. If you have any queries, you may have to wait for our response. If you will. With this, Chun Jing effectively dismissed him. Very well, perhaps we shall collaborate in the future. Chung Yi recognized that prolonging his stay would be futile. He stood and extended his hand to Chun Jing, who shook it briefly before letting go. Farewell, and my apologies. After seeing Chung Yi off, Chun Jing returned to her own tasks, considering nothing beyond her immediate responsibilities, especially with Liu Fei managing matters ahead. Yet, she felt a twinge of regret. Such a promising opportunity had been squandered. In truth, Chun Jing was inclined to accept the Orange Company's proposition, as it represented a gateway into the American market. Should they miss this chance, penetrating the American market later might prove exceedingly challenging. However, Liu Fei's opinions were not to be disregarded, for after all, he was the president. There was no choice in the matter. Chapter 76. Celebration. After Chun Jing bid farewell to Chung Yi, she busied herself with her own affairs, as the subsequent events were of no concern to her. Meanwhile, Liu Fei and Su Han continued to manage their tasks as usual. By the next afternoon, Liu Fei had completed his work early and decided to call his mother. Hello, Xiao Fei, what is going on? Why the phone call? Mom, when will you be home? We're on our way now, having covered half the distance. We should arrive in about 2 hours, Zhou Ling informed Liu Fei after checking the navigation. All right, then Su Han and I will head home now and prepare dinner to await your return. Okay, sounds good. With that, Zhou Ling ended the call. We should head home. My parents will arrive in 2 hours. If we delay, we might miss them, Liu Fei remarked. All right, let us go. Suan Diplaith, promptly gathering her belongings before they set off together. As they passed through the market, Liu Fei purchased a plethora of ingredients, as he intended to prepare a sumptuous dinner that evening. He was aware that his father would likely indulge in a couple of drinks with him later. After Zhou Ling hung up, she distinctly felt the car accelerate. Why are you driving so fast? There's no rush. What if something happens along the way? Drive slower. I just want to get home a bit earlier. That may be, but safety comes first. Slow down. Besides, we have Shishi in the car. All right. I'll slow down, Liu Qingyang replied, immediately reducing the speed. Upon returning home, Liu Fei promptly began to tidy up. Although he had left work early, the time spent shopping and traveling had consumed about an hour. With just an hour remaining, he felt a bit pressed for time to ensure that dinner would be ready when they arrived. Su Han settled onto the sofa, preparing to watch television. Noticing her intent, Liu Fei washed a plate of grapes and brought them over. Here, have some grapes. Thanks. Su Han accepted the grapes without hesitation, munching on them while watching the screen. Meanwhile, Liu Fei busied himself in the kitchen. As Su Han was engrossed in the television, her phone rang. She checked the screen to find it was a call from her father, Su He. Hello, Dad. My daughter, how have you been? How is your relationship with Liu Fei progressing? At this moment, Su He is enjoying a tranquil fishing experience on a serene lake. This period represents a rare respite for him, unmarred by any disturbances, allowing him to revel in leisurely travels and delightful pastimes. Dad, you still remember that I exist, don't you? You truly are something. The moment travel is mentioned, you're off gallivanting, sending me picturesque snapshots. I can't help but think you're intentionally trying to tempt me, Su Han remarked with a hint of exasperation. Ah, my dear father, after working tirelessly for the better part of a lifetime, shouldn't you indulge a little? Rest assured, once I've enjoyed myself here, it will be your turn to venture out. How's that sound? Su Han jested with Su He. All right, that sounds good. Once you return to the company, we'll plan an outing, Su He replied, chuckling. By the way, you haven't yet shared how things are progressing between you two. Dad, he confessed his feelings to me, and I reciprocated, Su Han said, a touch of shyness creeping into her voice. Excellent. Xiao Fei is a dependable person. You understand? Sometimes, you need to temper your temperament and not exhibit too much of that spoiled princess attitude, all right? Su He advised her earnestly. Dad, when have I ever acted like a spoiled princess? Honestly, I'm done with this conversation, Su Han retorted. All right, all right. If anything comes up, just call me. You young folks can handle your own affairs. Goodbye, Sue, he concluded, abruptly ending the call despite Soo-han's desire to converse further. How inconsiderate. While he enjoys himself, he leaves his own daughter at home to endure the mundane. Some things never change, Soo-han muttered to herself before turning her attention to the television. As Liu Fei was nearing the completion of dinner preparations, the sound of a key turning in the lock signaled the arrival of guests. Soo-han hurried to the door and opened it. Unso, Oni, Si, Mom. Su Shishi exclaimed upon seeing her mother, rushing to embrace her leg. Mommy, Mommy. Shishi missed you so much. Did you miss me? Of course, I missed you too, Soo-han replied, bending down to lift Su Shishi into her arms. Mommy is lying. If you missed me, why didn't you call? I think since you have Daddy, you've forgotten about me, Su Shishi pouted adorably, causing both Zhou Ling and Lu Qingyang to chuckle at her antics. At that moment, Liu Fei emerged from the kitchen, assisting Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling in bringing in their belongings, which were primarily Su Shishi's light items. Dad, Mom, you're back. Go wash your hands. Dinner is almost ready, Liu Fei urged. All right, Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling replied before heading off to wash up. Soo-han also encouraged Su Shishi to wash her hands. Soon, the entire family was gathered around the dining table, neatly assembled. Son, do we have any wine? Yes. Then bring it here. Okay. Liu Fei promptly rose to retrieve a bottle of Maodai from his wine collection. Since the last time Lu Qingyang and Su He drank at his home, Liu Fei had taken to keeping several fine bottles on hand, fearing that a lack of wine would lead to an awkward situation. Today, his father was in high spirits, and they planned to enjoy a few drinks together. Sound good? Dad, I'll drink with you, Liu Fei replied after pouring the wine and placing the glass before Lu Qingyang. Come on, son. Well done. Let us have a toast, Lu Qingyang said, lifting his glass and gesturing to clink it with Liu Fei's. Liu Fei did not hesitate and raised his own glass to meet his father's, and they both downed their drinks in one go. Dad, let us eat, Liu Fei suggested, as they had started drinking but had yet to begin their meal. All right, let us eat, Lu Qingyang responded, prompting Zhou Ling and the others to pick up their chopsticks and begin dining. Of course, this did not include Su Shishi, who was still being fed by Zhou Ling, as children often enjoy certain privileges. My dear wife, bring out the gifts we prepared for our daughter-in-law, Lu Qingyang instructed Zhou Ling. Upon hearing this, Soo-han's face flushed with embarrassment. However, she said nothing, and Lu Qingyang's bold proclamation was entirely thanks to his son's successful confession of love. Had it failed, he would never have dared to speak so openly. Dear, this was given to me by Xiao Fei's grandmother before she passed, instructing me to pass it on to Xiao Fei's future wife. Now, I present it to you, Zhou Ling said to Soo-han as she produced a delicate box from her pocket. Upon opening it, a jade bracelet was revealed. Here, let me put it on you, Zhou Ling said, reaching for Soo-han's hand. Andy, no, I cannot accept this. You already gifted me a gold bracelet last time, and I still wear it. I cannot accept this jade bracelet. It was meant for your grandmother. After all, Soo-han protested, insisting that now was not the appropriate time for such a gift. Dear, you must accept it. This is from Xiao Fei's grandmother, not from me. She insisted that it be passed on to her granddaughter-in-law, although she never met you. It was her wish that I fulfill this duty, Zhou Ling said, disregarding Soo-han's refusal as she firmly took Soo-han's hand and placed the bracelet into her palm. Indeed, Xiaoan, you should accept this gift. It is from Grandma Xiao Fei for you, not for your aunt. If it were intended for your aunt, it would be somewhat more acceptable for you to decline. After all, one must not disregard the sentiments of the elderly. Lu Qingyang gently persuaded Soo-han. However, uncle and aunt, I truly cannot accept this. It is simply out of the question. Soo-han reiterated her stance, firmly stating that she cannot accept the jade bracelet. Mom, let's put it away for now. You can present it to us when we are married. It's a bit premature to bring it out now. Liu Fei noticed Soo-han's reluctance and began to ease her discomfort. Yes, Annie, I really cannot accept it, Soo-han reiterated. With no other choice, Zhou Ling retrieved the bracelet. Very well, Annie will keep it safe for you. When you are married, you must not refuse Annie then, Zhou Ling said, placing the bracelet back into the jewelry box. Come, let's eat, Lu Qingyang interjected, attempting to lighten the mood, as Zhou Ling had not successfully given her gift. There was an unspoken sentiment that needed addressing, prompting Lu Qingyang to encourage everyone to resume their meals. Yes, let's eat. Come on, Xiaohan. Enjoy your meal. Eat more vegetables. Zhou Ling echoed Lu Qingyang's sentiment. Subsequently, the family joyfully began to dine together. After the meal, Su Han engaged in play with Su Cici. Mom, could you stay with Cici while she sleeps tonight? Of course. Would you like to sleep here or at our home? Su Han inquired. I want to sleep at Grandma's house, Cici declared. All right, tonight I will lull you to sleep. Su Han agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing Cici's words, Liu Fei rolled his eyes, realizing that if Cici slept here, there would be yet another barrier between him and Su Han. This thought caused him to feel somewhat disheartened. Naturally, Lu Qingyang, still seated at the table, noticed his son's expression. Wife, fetch a pair of blankets and prepare a room for our son to sleep in. Lu Qingyang called out to Zhou Ling, all right. Zhou Ling immediately set about looking for blankets, fully aware of her son's intentions. Dad, why are you looking for blankets? I have my own room, Liu Fei protested. I know you have a room, but today, Xiaohan is sleeping there, isn't she? Therefore, I'll arrange another room for you. Lu Qingyang explained. Is it really necessary? What's wrong with me sleeping in my own room? Liu Fei was somewhat displeased by his father's insistence. Son, you and Xiaohan have merely expressed your feelings. You are not yet married. This is a matter of respect for the young lady. Do you understand? Fine, Dad. I get it. Liu Fei conceded, fully aware of his father's intentions, responding with a hint of resignation. Su Han cast a sly smile at Liu Fei, her expression seemingly taunting him, as if to say, what will you do tonight? Liu Fei shot her a glare, silently implying, I'll sneak away later. Lu Qingyang, observing the unspoken exchange between the two, quickly grasped their intentions. With a cough, he resumed his drinking, as if to subtly warn Liu Fei. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling discovered a room and placed a quilt inside, coincidentally right across from Liu Fei's original room. Upon seeing the room his mother had chosen for him, Liu Fei couldn't help but give her an internal thumbs up. All right, it's time for bed. You too, stop drinking. You've been driving all day and must be exhausted. I'm just unwinding, Liu Fei replied. All right, I won't drink anymore. It's time to sleep. After tidying up the table, Lu Qingyang headed back to his room to rest. Su Han, disregarding Liu Fei, picked up Su Cici and walked toward Liu Fei's room. Once inside, she closed the door with a noticeable thud. Yet Liu Fei knew she hadn't locked it. If the door remained unlocked, it meant he could stealthily visit later without his father's knowledge. With this thought in mind, Liu Fei happily settled into bed. Chapter 78. The night infiltration. After everyone had retreated to their rooms, Liu Fei found himself restless in bed. He had grown accustomed to Su Han's presence over the past few days, and the absence of her beside him felt unsettling. Su Han, too, felt the void. It was as if they had both become familiar with each other's existence. However, Su Han understood that her immediate task was to lull Su Cici to sleep. Yet, children can be quite peculiar. The more one wishes for them to sleep, the less inclined they are to do so. After lying in bed for an hour, Su Cici chatted with Su Han, recounting every scene she had encountered during her time in the countryside. While Su Han felt her own eyelids growing heavy, Su Cici appeared increasingly animated. Cici, it's time to sleep. Are you tired? Mommy, Cici isn't tired. I slept in the car today. Oh, please just chat with me for a little longer. I haven't seen you in days. Children often resist the very things they are urged to do. All right then. Su Han acquiesced, and they continued their conversation. She refrained from mentioning the need for Su Cici to sleep, and indeed, the more she avoided the subject, the quicker Su Cici drifted off, falling into a gentle slumber within 3 minutes, her soft snores emerging within 6. Observing this, Su Han shook her head, pondering the peculiarities of children. She then took out her phone and sent Liu Fei a message. Are you asleep? Not yet. Is Cici asleep? After sending the message, Liu Fei eagerly awaited Su Han's response. However, as 2 or 3 minutes elapsed without any news from Su Han, Liu Fei was poised to rise and investigate the matter when his door swung open. It turned out that upon receiving Liu Fei's message, Su Han had decided to seek him out. Sensing the door's movement, Liu Fei immediately became alert. Yet, upon witnessing an alluring woman enter, He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, for he recognized Su Han by her silhouette. Upon entering, Su Han discovered Liu Fei seated there. "What are you doing? Why aren't you lying down?" she inquired, before slipping under the covers and embracing him. "It's your fault. I can't sleep without you by my side," she lamented. "Hee hee. In that case, isn't it perfect? This way, you won't have to leave me," Liu Fei replied. "Tch, just go to sleep," she retorted. "And what about she? What will happen to her? She won't wake up at night. Once she is asleep, she remains undisturbed, and if she does wake, it's best until dawn," Su Han assured him. "But isn't it somewhat inappropriate to leave her alone in a room? If she awakens, we would be unaware." "Don't worry, I know her too well. Are you going to sleep?" "If not, I shall leave," Su Han said. "I will sleep," Liu Fei replied, feeling reassured after her words, his hands becoming restless. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Su Han playfully smacked Liu Fei, but he disregarded her and rolled on top of her. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, Su Han quietly returned to her own room. Relieved to see she's still asleep. She sighed in relief and resumed her slumber. At 6 o'clock, Liu Fei rose punctually to prepare breakfast. After finishing, he opened Su Han's door. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," he called. "Okay," Su Han replied, getting up, mindful that she could no longer dress in front of Liu Fei as she once did, given that there were others in the house, which would be somewhat embarrassing. Once dressed, she emerged. "Go wash up. I'll serve you breakfast," Liu Fei said. "All right," Su Han agreed, entering the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, she joined him at the dining table. Liu Fei, having already completed his morning routine, was quick, as men often are. At that moment, Lu Qingyang and the others began to stir. "Dad, Mom, you're up. Breakfast is ready. After we eat, we'll head to work. If you wish to wash the dishes, feel free. If not, I'll take care of them upon my return," he announced. "You cheeky boy, are you implying we should wash them without being asked? By the time you return, it will be evening," Lu Qingyang retorted with irritation. "Hee hee," Liu Fei chuckled, not responding further, and continued to enjoy breakfast with Su Han. After finishing their meal, Liu Fei took Su Han to the company for work, while Lu Qingyang and Zhou Ling settled down. "My dear, do you think our son slept soundly in his own room last night?" Lu Qingyang inquired as he took a bite of his egg. "Oh, you are being overly cautious. Why mention the need for a bed and blankets? Isn't it perfectly fine for them to share a bed? If they did, I could hold my grandchild sooner. Couldn't I? Honestly, I am too exasperated to even address you," Zhou Ling retorted, offering no praise to Lu Qingyang, but instead delivering another statement. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qingyang momentarily forgot to chew his food. "Do you understand now?" "I understand. So, it's best to refrain from unnecessary comments. Now, what chance do you have to encourage them to share a room again? Really, you should wash the dishes for me later." After scolding Lu Qingyang, Zhou Ling quickly finished her millet porridge and egg, carelessly tossing her bowl and chopsticks onto the dining table before leisurely retreating to watch television. At that moment, she truly began to relish life. "Oh, what a mouth I have!" Lu Qingyang gently tapped his lips and began to eat as well. Though his son had separated him, he knew his son's character well enough to predict that he would not stay in his room quietly, but would likely sneak out for a clandestine meeting. Thus, he felt no concern over Zhou Ling's remarks regarding the second child. With this thought, he happily continued his breakfast, even humming a little tune. "What is it that has you in such high spirits? Is this truly a cause for celebration?" Zhou Ling had just murmured her thoughts when Su Cici's voice echoed from Liu Fei's room. "Ah, Cici, your grandmother is here." Chapter 79, Cooperation with Oranges. Upon hearing Su Cici, Zhou Ling hurriedly rushed over. Meanwhile, Liu Fei brought Su Han to the Su group and returned to the president's office. As he opened the door to the office, a chill ran down his spine. Zhang could already place the documents for the day on his desk. Ever since Zhang could learn that Liu Fei and Su Han arrived early, she had begun to come in even earlier, solely to ensure that everything was prepared. "Diang Kiskiviko." "Zhang Ke," Liu Fei called out upon seeing the mountain of paperwork. "President Liu, did you call for me?" "Beautiful. What time do you start work?" "At 9. What time did you arrive?" "At 7. 2 hours early?" "Yes, President Liu." Zhang Ke was somewhat puzzled by Liu Fei's inquiries. Was it not customary for a secretary to arrive before the general manager and president? "Let me ask you, Do you receive overtime pay for those 2 hours from 7 to 9? Mr. Liu, according to our company's attendance policy, arriving early or leaving late is acceptable. Oh, so you just need to come to work punctually from now on, understood? Although the company's regulations cannot be disregarded. Mr. Liu, is it inappropriate for me to arrive early? Zhang Ku, somewhat perplexed, directly inquired of Liu Fei. I merely expect you to adhere to your scheduled hours. There is nothing good or bad about it. And it does not pertain to you personally, understood? I have no personal grievances against you. I simply hope for your timely attendance. Zhang Ku, though slightly confused by Liu Fei's words, chose to acquiesce. Enough, enough, go attend to your documents. Zhang Ku, do not misunderstand his intentions. He merely wants you to arrive on time. We come in early because we wake up early. We shouldn't burden you with that. Typically, work starts at 9, so arriving by 8:30 or 8:50 is sufficient. The reason he insists on your punctuality is due to the pile of documents you left on his desk. The sooner you submit them, the sooner he can address them. If you submit them late, he will attend to them late. Understood? Suhan explained to Zhang Ku. Oh, understood, President. Zhang Ku responded, finally enlightened. All right, you may leave for now. We will call you if needed. All right, President. Zhang Ku turned and exited the office. What are you thinking? If you do not wish to handle it now, you could simply wait until your work hours to do so, right? Suhan murmured to Liu Fei. It is not that I do not wish to manage it. Do I not realize that the sooner it is addressed, the better? If we finish early, we can leave earlier, correct? However, it should not impact that young lady. Why should our early arrival burden her? Liu Fei explained to Suhan. Fine, you have a point. Quickly attend to your work. Liu Fei, somewhat resigned, picked up the first document and began to read. It was a file from Chun Jing regarding the Orange Company, and he was making contact with her. Feeling that the time was appropriate, Liu Fei picked up the phone on his desk and called Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku, when Chun Jing arrives, please ask her to come to the president's office. I need to speak with her. All right, Mr. Liu. After hearing Zhang Ku's response, Liu Fei hung up. After all, there was no way around it. Currently, only Zhang Ku arrived early, while Chun Jing did not come in as early. Subsequently, Liu Fei continued to process the documents. After Chun Jing arrived at her desk, Zhang Ku informed her, Sister Jing, Mr. Liu just called and asked you to see him. All right, I understand. I will go over now. Chun Jing set down her bag and walked towards the president's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chun Jing opened the door to the president's office and addressed Su Han and Liu Fei. President Su, Mr. Liu, did you call for me? I have indeed reviewed the document. Yesterday, did the Orange Company initiate contact with you? Yes, Mr. Liu. Yesterday, the general manager of the Orange Company, Cheng Yi, reached out to us, expressing the intentions of their headquarters. If agreeable, we can discuss further. Oh, is that so? In that case, please contact Mr. Cheng Yi, the general manager of the Orange Company, and inform him that we have made a decision to pursue cooperation with them. However, we need to negotiate some specific details. Inquire when he might be available for a meeting. Certainly, Mr. Liu. I will reach out to him immediately. Very well, you may go ahead. After Chun Jing exited the president's office, he promptly took out his phone to call Cheng Yi. Hello, Mr. Cheng, he began. I have just received notification from the general manager's office that we are now in a position to collaborate with your Orange Company. However, there are certain specific details that require face-to-face discussion. May I ask when you would be available to meet? Chun Jing was a straightforward individual, addressing matters directly. Cheng Yi, 2, preferred to avoid unnecessary circumlocution. Suitability was paramount. In truth, after the Su family group had initially declined his proposal, Cheng Yi had tempered his expectations regarding a partnership. Nonetheless, the headquarters had been pressing him, compelling him to proceed with the collaboration as instructed. Really? Mr. Chun, I am available right now. Shall I come to your company to discuss this matter? Cheng Yi responded. Certainly. Let us meet at 10 o'clock. We will be expecting you at the Su family group. Agreed. See you at 10. After hanging up, Cheng Yi began to report back to his superiors at headquarters. Despite the time difference, the importance of the matter warranted immediate communication. He set aside the time zone concerns and dialed his boss's number directly. Cheng, do you know what time it is here? I hope you can provide me with a valid explanation. Upon receiving Cheng Yi's call, Kyuk suppressed his irritation and replied, aware that such a call likely indicated significant developments. Otherwise, Chung would not have reached out directly, as they were all aware of the circumstances. Dear boss, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest, but there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Proceed. I have just been contacted by Mr. Chen Jing, the business manager from the Su family group. He has requested that we visit their office to discuss the potential agency for the skin ointment. I wanted to inform you of this development. Upon hearing Chung Yi's words, Kyuk suddenly found himself unsettled. He promptly pushed the beautiful woman in his arms aside, signaling that he had pressing matters to discuss. Although the woman was reluctant to leave, she ultimately complied, for he was indeed her benefactor. What do you want? Kyuk recognized that Chung he was merely seeking to grant him autonomy over negotiations. I desire complete authority to negotiate this matter. Should any significant issues arise where I am uncertain, I will consult you for guidance. Chung Yi, unambiguous in his intentions, conveyed his requirements to Kyuk directly. Very well, I agree. You may proceed with the discussions. I await your call. Thank you, boss. All right, let it be so. Kyuk ended the call, knowing that if his Orange company secured the agency rights for the skincare products, the valuation of his company would undoubtedly rise. Meanwhile, Chung immediately arranged for transportation to the Su group. Upon his arrival, he was swiftly ushered into the reception room. President Liu, President Su. The representatives from Orange Company have arrived. It's Chung Yi, their general manager for the Huaxia region. Chen Jing reported as he entered the executive office. All right, I shall meet him, Liu Fei replied, finishing a document before preparing to greet Chung Yi. Are you going to meet him dressed like that? After all, it is a business meeting, Su Han remarked, observing Liu Fei's attire. What constitutes a business meeting here? It's merely a matter of two families sitting down together. If cooperation is feasible, then splendid. If not, we part ways. Why make a fuss? Liu Fei responded dismissively. Aren't you going? I shall not. I'll leave the decision entirely to you. Su Han declined firmly. Very well. Liu Fei and Chen Jing then proceeded to the reception room to meet Chung Yi. Hello, Manager Chen. This is Mr. Liu from Su Group, who will oversee this matter. Chen Jing introduced Liu Fei to Chung Yi. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Chung Yi promptly acknowledged. Though internally he felt perplexed, as everyone knew the president of Su Group was a woman, yet a man was present. Hello, President Chung, Liu Fei responded in kind. Please, have a seat. Once both parties were seated, the conversation commenced. I have heard from my team that your Orange Company wishes to act as the agent for our skincare product line in the United States. I am curious about your company's considerations. Liu Fei initiated the dialogue, revealing his intent to maintain a firm stance with foreign companies. After all, one must be strong to succeed. As long as their product was excellent, there was no need to worry about anything else. With superior products, quality assurance, and reasonable pricing, how could one lack customers? Indeed, Mr. Liu, our Orange Company aspires to become the exclusive agent for your esteemed Su Group S skincare cream series in the United States. We hope that your company will give due consideration to our request. Furthermore, we are prepared to pay any franchise fees or membership dues necessary. These matters are entirely negotiable. In light of this, shall we proceed with shipments at the pricing established by the U.S. Department of Commerce? I shall waive the franchise and membership fees, provided we adhere to this pricing. This would eliminate any disputes or complications. As for your sales volume, that is solely your prerogative. What do you think? Liu Fei expressed his thoughts candidly to Chung Yi, who, upon hearing Liu Fei's perspective, did not respond immediately, but instead contemplated the implications. After all, if the pricing were not favorable, what would be the essence of being an agent? An agent must inherently possess a pricing advantage. Mr. Liu, is there room for negotiation on the pricing? Selling at $9,999 per bottle seems excessively steep. Consider that domestically, the price is merely $99 per bottle. The discrepancy is rather significant. Regrettably, the U.S. government stance has left me quite discontented, hence the price remains fixed. As for other matters, I am unwilling to entertain alternative considerations. However, rest assured, no one would dare smuggle skincare products into the United States, as my group has issued a directive that any such attempts will result in a cessation of supply to the offending country. Moreover, should you be the sole distributor of skincare creams throughout the U.S., even at $9,999, or even with an additional 2 zeros. Consumers will have no choice but to purchase. After all, the affluent Americans are not lacking in wealth. Price should not present an issue. Liu Fei elaborated further to Chang'e. However, Mr. Liu, this matter bears considerable weight, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. I shall consult with my superior. Chang'e pondered this, recognizing that he could not independently navigate such a significant issue, given its extensive implications. Very well, he replied. After Liu Fei concluded his discussion, he exited the room and waited outside. Chang'e, observing Liu Fei's departure, promptly retrieved his phone and called Kyuk. Dear Chung, how did the negotiations unfold? Kyuk inquired as soon as the call connected. Boss, I have engaged with the Sioux Group, and their proposed agency price is $9,999 per bottle, with no additional stipulations. Moreover, they are indifferent to our sales quantities, with this being their sole condition. I seek your guidance, as I am hesitant to make a decision unilaterally. Chang'e relayed Liu Fei's statements to Kyuk, who fell silent after listening intently. Although Liu Fei made a valid point that Americans are not lacking in wealthy individuals, the number of affluent people is still relatively limited. Selling a bottle for $9,999 indeed seems exorbitant, raising concerns about the sales prospects. Chapter 81. Agreement to Collaborate. Chang'e, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Cook decided to hear Chang'e's opinion first. Boss, I find myself in a state of ambivalence, half in agreement and half in disagreement. The agreement stems from the vastness of the American market, especially with us being the sole authorized distributor, which is undoubtedly advantageous. However, my disagreement lies in the fact that this price is exceedingly high. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this is merely the cost price. We must also account for taxes, our profit margins, and the cost of transportation, none of which have been included thus far. If we were to raise the price further, would the sales prospects remain favorable? These are contentious points, and we cannot predict the outcomes. Chang'e expressed his thoughts to Cook, who, upon reflection, acknowledged the validity of his concerns. It is indeed the doing of these politicians that has rendered our business increasingly challenging. Chung, let us conclude this discussion for now. I will contemplate our options, and you can respond to the Sioux family group at a later time. Understood, boss. Very well, we will proceed as such. After hanging up, Chang'e opened the door to the room. My apologies, General Manager Liu, for having to make you exit from your own space. I truly regret the inconvenience. Not at all, General Manager Chung. As long as we can facilitate cooperation, such matters are trifling. By the way, what did your boss say? Did he agree to our terms? My boss mentioned the need for further discussion. They're convening a board meeting, so I cannot provide you with an answer today. However, General Manager Liu, is there truly no room for a price reduction? We cannot lower the price any further. This is our cost price. As you are aware, while we sell at 99 yuan per bottle domestically, we do so under a policy aimed at benefiting the public, resulting in a lower price. It is akin to the disparity between the pricing of your company's orange smartphones in the American market compared to that in the domestic market. I trust this explanation resonates with you. I understand. Very well. Since your board needs to convene, I shall await your news. Thank you, General Manager Liu. Chang'e felt reassured by Liu Fei's words, indicating that there remains an opportunity for the Orange Company. All right then, we shall leave it at that. Chang'e recognized Liu Fei's subtle dismissal. Allow me to see you out. No need, General Manager Liu. Please, do not trouble yourself. After finishing his words, Chang'e made his way outside, entered his car, and set off toward his company. Meanwhile, Liu Fei returned to his office, took a generous sip of tea, and resumed his work on the documents. Have you not discussed success? Suhan inquired of Liu Fei. No, Liu Fei replied. He wishes to become our exclusive agent. I explained the terms to him, and he said he would consider it. Terms? What terms? The wholesale price per bottle is $9,999. As for how he sells it and at what price, that is none of our concern. He simply needs to pay me $9,999, and I'll provide him with a bottle of skin cream. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, the conditions are that straightforward. Yet he insists on consulting the board for deliberation. It's absurd. In the future, the Sioux Group will be governed solely by the two of us. Your father must be ousted from his position for his travels. Everything else is mere nonsense. Why complicate such a simple matter? Discussing it in a meeting is utterly pointless. Liu Fei lamented, continuing to process documents, while Su Han shot him a disapproving glance without responding. Meanwhile, after convening a board meeting, Cook decided to proceed with the price of $9,999 per bottle and to appoint Su Group as their exclusive agency. However, he also informed Chung Yi that he hoped to negotiate a slight reduction in price. Even a single cent would suffice, allowing them to gain a bit more profit. Upon receiving Cook's directive, Chung Yi arranged a meeting with Liu Fei at Su Group. Good to see you again, Manager Chung. Hello, General Manager Liu. After exchanging pleasantries and taking their seats, Chung Yi said, General Manager Liu, our board has convened, and we were wondering if there might be room for a price concession for our exclusive agency. Chung Yi clung to a glimmer of hope. Apologies, but we genuinely cannot lower the price, Liu Fei replied. By the way, other companies in the American market are also reaching out to us. If your company is dissatisfied with this price, we can explore discussions with others to see if they find it acceptable. With that, Liu Fei made a gesture as if to leave, aiming to provoke Chung Yi. General Manager Liu, we haven't finished our discussion yet. Please don't be so hasty. The board has informed me that we can proceed with the price of $9,999 per bottle. When can we expect the first shipment? Chung Yi swiftly changed the topic, now firmly establishing the price and inquiring about delivery. Liu Fei inwardly gave him a dismissive gesture. Once the contract is signed and payment is made, we will ship the goods. You will receive as many bottles as you pay for. Very well. Please begin drafting the contract. Once it's prepared, we shall sign it on site. I have brought the official seal. Understood, General Manager Liu. Commence drafting the contract. Yes, General Manager Liu. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Chen Jing promptly began drafting the contract, while Liu Fei engaged in casual conversation with Chung Yi. Their discourse meandered from topic to topic, predominantly with Liu Fei doing the talking and Chung Yi responding in agreement. After all, Liu Fei was their benefactor, deserving of utmost deference. When Chen Jing presented the contract, both parties reviewed it and, finding no discrepancies, proceeded to sign and seal it. May our collaboration be fruitful. They exchanged pleasantries, shaking hands. Meanwhile, Chen Jing commenced taking photographs, as such an occasion warranted an official announcement from both corporations. Chapter 82. Everyone was amused soon. News of the partnership between the two companies was disseminated. Initially, there was considerable outrage among the public, as they were all too familiar with the nature of American enterprises. However, upon seeing the price tags attached to the skin cream, amusement swept through the crowd. Let them purchase these overpriced products. Don't they have a plethora of affluent customers? The public began to voice their opinions, turning it into a topic of conversation over meals. In no time, public sentiment began to shift, with renewed support for the Su family group. Unlike some companies that had displayed a lack of backbone, the Su family group showcased a resolute character in the face of American corporate pressure. Unsurprisingly, the stock of the Su family group began to rise once more. President Mr. Liu, our stock has surged again, and our market value has increased, thanks entirely to our collaboration with the Orange Company, Chen Jing reported to Liu Fei and Su Han. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that our partnership would yield such dual benefits, price advantages, and a boost in reputation, Su Han remarked with a smile. Let us not celebrate prematurely. It's prudent to exercise caution. By the way, where is our company registered? It's on a small island abroad, came the reply. How do we end up registering on a foreign island? Liu Fei questioned, puzzled. ISNT to mitigate potential losses in case of emergencies? That one do. Announced that we are relocating our registered company back to the mainland. This will likely result in another surge in our stock, Liu Fei declared. Chen Jing hesitated to implement Liu Fei's directive and glanced towards Su Han for guidance. Proceed as he suggests, Su Han advised with a smile. Understood, Mr. Su. With a clear directive, Chen Jing promptly turned and set about the task. What prompted you to consider relocating the company back to the mainland? There are certain risks involved. Our company's registration should naturally be within our own country. How can we trust another nation over our own? Liu Fei expressed his concerns. It is indeed inappropriate. Relocating back is the right course of action. Moreover, relocating back would undoubtedly demonstrate our resolve to the nation. Whether you believe it or not, there will certainly be policies to support us. Rest assured, Liu Fei assured Su Han confidently. All right, I trust you, Su Han replied with a smile directed at Liu Fei. Then you should continue handling the documents. There's still a mountain of them to tackle. Sigh, fine, Liu Fei responded, diving back into the paperwork with renewed vigor. The announcement of the Su Group's relocation instantly ignited a frenzy across all major platforms nationwide, with headlines splashed everywhere. Comparisons were drawn with other well-known companies, criticizing those with foreign registered addresses while simultaneously lauding the actions of the Su Group, garnering widespread applause and approval. As Liu Fei had anticipated, the stock market value surged once again. Meanwhile, government departments began proactively reaching out to them, initiating various collaborative endeavors. Upon receiving the documents, Chen Jing felt the weight of the responsibility, aware that this was a request from the government. He hurriedly reported to Su Han and Liu Fei. Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, here are the documents from the government, expressing their desire to collaborate with us. After presenting the papers to Liu Fei, who barely glanced at them, he instructed Chen Jing, agree to their collaboration, provided we do not incur losses. Sometimes, you must concede benefits to the government. Do you understand? But Mr. Liu, if there is no profit, what is the point? Chen Jing questioned. If there's no profit, we can recoup it from other avenues. However, when collaborating with the government, we must ensure our costs are covered. As for everything else, you need not concern yourself. Just follow my directives. This approach guarantees benefits without drawbacks. Comprehend? Liu Fei further elucidated to Chen Jing. Understood, Mr. Liu, Chen Jing acknowledged before stepping out. At that moment, Liu Fei's system chimed in his mind. Congratulations. The reputation of the Su Group has reached new heights. System reward, 100 million yuan. Immediately after the announcement, Liu Fei's phone buzzed, revealing a notification of a 100 million yuan deposit into his bank account. He felt his breath quicken, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the sum. What is the matter? What has you so elated? Su Han inquired, noticing Liu Fei's unusual demeanor. It's nothing, Liu Fei replied, choosing not to disclose his newfound fortune to Su Han, and returned to his paperwork with a heart full of joy, feeling as though the very air around him was sweet. As for Su Han, seeing that Liu Fei kept his secret, he decided not to pry further and resumed attending to his own matters, now with ample time to address his personal affairs. Moreover, the matter she had